In the early morning, a faint hue of dawn streamed through the window, casting a delicate light across the room. The young girl, adorned in traditional shuramaku, stood before a bronze mirror, observing her wine-red hair being meticulously styled into an elegant updo. This was attire reserved solely for a wedding. When the auspicious hour arrived, she would be seated in a floral palanquin, embarking on a journey from the Uzumaki clan to wed into the Uchiha family of Konoha. It was a political alliance, a union forged from necessity rather than love, all stemming from the enigmatic individual known as Uchiha Hakame, Uchiha Hakame truly as remarkable as the rumors suggest. Uzumaki, Kushina murmured to herself, lost in thought. Behind her, a devoted maid, filled with admiration, recounted the numerous achievements of Hakame. He is the most prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, having become the deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard at a remarkably young age. Moreover, he is exceptionally disciplined, training diligently every day, and has now attained the rank of elite jonin. His first mission was in strength task, and since gaining his renown, he has never suffered a defeat. Word has it that he is the next in line to become the captain of the Uchiha Guard. In other words, he is already designated as the future head of the Uchiha clan. So, you need not worry once you marry into the Uchiha family. All you have to do is enjoy a life of comfort. The maid's reverent words lingered in Kushina's ears as she regarded her reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of silence wash over her. Under normal circumstances, she might have found herself charmed by this extraordinary young man named Hakame. Yet the reality remained that this was a political marriage, distinctly different from any romantic notion. She despised the feeling of being a pawn in this arrangement. Please, Kushina, that a woman entered the room, interrupting Kushina's contemplations. Turning to the voice, she saw a matron accompanied by a rather simple-minded young boy. This is that he is Uchiha Obito, the representative of the Uchiha family for the betrothal, and the younger brother of Uchiha Hakame. He has brought a gift for you. Hello, sister-in-law. Obito exclaimed sweetly, addressing Kushina. The sudden title made her blush with embarrassment. How could she be referred to as sister-in-law when she had yet to be wed? However, it must be something significant if her future brother-in-law had come to deliver it. Kushina felt a flutter of anticipation. What could this boy, whom she had never met, possibly be presenting to her? Her gaze fell upon Obito as he retrieved an exquisitely wrapped gift box from his ninja tool pouch and presented it to her. The matron and maid, observing the glimmer of expectation on Kushina's face, discreetly withdrew, allowing her to examine the contents of the box in peace. In the now quiet room, only Obito and Kushina remained. She approached the table and opened the gift box, revealing a neatly folded letter nestled within. Is this a love letter? In that instant, Kushina's cheeks flushed with color. Though this was a political marriage, a part of her yearned to be treated like a princess, cherished by her husband. Noticing that Kushina remained silent, her gaze fixed on the envelope, Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, you don't know? My brother is a training fanatic, but he is particularly attentive when it comes to you. This is the first time I've seen him write a letter. Indeed, it seemed as though his brother was finally showing signs of affection. However, as Kushina unfolded the letter, Obito felt an oppressive atmosphere begin to envelop the room. After reading its contents, Kushina gently folded the letter and, with a smile, looked at Obito. Is this what your brother wishes to convey to me? Yes. What of it, sister-in-law? Obito instinctively replied, but those words ignited a fire within Kushina. Sister-in-law what? I am not your sister-in-law. With a resounding thud, Kushina's fist landed squarely on Obito's head, causing a noticeable bump to swell. Obito yelped in pain, clutching his head. Kushina hurled the letter at him, her voice cold as ice. You go back and tell Hakame that even if there is to be a cancellation of the engagement, it will be I who will approach him to demand it. It was only then that Obito noticed the two large characters on the letter engagement cancellation. His eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you tricked me. How could he not mention such a dangerous piece of information? Did he not care that? He could have been severely punished. No wonder he had been smiling so sweetly while handing over the gift. It was all part of a scheme. This is treachery. The matron and maid, hearing the commotion, rushed to see Kushina. Expelling Obito from the room. Kushina, what has happened? Ask him. and am very upset right now. I need some time alone." Kushina slammed the door shut, her anger boiling over. What political marriage? An unfeeling union, solely focused on training. Do you think I am unaware of the nature of this marriage? Or do you think that in your eyes, I am not even worthy of training? Kushina's fiery spirit, often restrained due to her family's ties with Konoha, now surged forth unbridled. She tore apart her wedding attire and quickly donned her everyday clothes with determination. She flung open the door and fixed her gaze on Obito. Grasping his ear, she urged him forward. "Let's go. Lead the way. This time, I'm going to Konoha with you, to confront your great brother, and then cancel the engagement." She could hardly contain her eagerness to confront Hakamai. Seeing Kushina dash past, heedless of any obstruction, the matron grew frantic. "What is happening? Quickly, notify Lord Hokage." The once tranquil clan grounds began to stir with commotion. Hidden beyond the Uzumaki clan, 5 shadowy jonin took note of the 2 figures darting towards the exit. A grim voice echoed, "Follow them." At this moment, the Uchiha clan was bustling with excitement, finalizing the last preparations for the wedding. Even Fugaku, the clan leader, was caught up in the flurry. How is the shrine decoration coming along? Are the priestesses ready? There could be no room for error this time. Do you all understand? Yes. Clan leader. The collective cheer of the clan members brought a glimmer of moisture to Fugaku's eyes. It had been so long since he had witnessed such jubilance within the Uchiha clan. Though this was a political marriage, if Uzumaki Kushina were to bear him sufficient offspring, the Uchiha bloodline would grow even stronger, ensuring the clan's prosperity for generations to come. By the way, has Hakamai arrived? Report, clan leader Hakamai has yet to arrive. Truly, he is the most prodigious genius of our Uchiha clan. Even on such an important day, he remains dedicated to his training. Nevertheless, given the significance of today, it would be prudent to have him arrive sooner. Yes. Clan leader, I shall fetch Hakamai from the training grounds at once. But in the early hours, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the village, where a harmonious atmosphere prevailed. That a considerable number of citizens had gathered early along both sides of the main road, eagerly vying for the most advantageous positions, anticipating the arrival of the bridal procession. However, the more fervent the atmosphere became, the more the slightly murky gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed an inexplicable gloom. Has there been confirmation, Yuzuki Yugao? Has that rascal, Uchiha Hakamai, activated his Manjiki Sharingan? Indeed, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing the words of the Umbu at his side, the oppressive aura surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified. Who would have imagined that a prodigy would emerge from the Uchiha clan? Fortunately, we have already arranged a marriage alliance. A distant relative of the Senju clan. Kushina Uzumaki will serve as our most crucial pawn, strategically placed beside Hakamai. At that time, regardless of Hakamai's intentions, we shall be the first to receive news. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a snow-white rabbit, bearing scrolls upon its back, leapt swiftly towards the Third Hokage. This was the summoning beast employed by the Umbu stationed within the Uzumaki village. An urgent report. Could it be that someone intends to strike against the Uzumaki clan, to seek the power of the bloodline limit? Or was there an issue with the wedding? Regardless of the circumstance, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow such events to transpire. Everything must proceed according to his design. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. He suppressed the ominous feelings rising within his heart, swiftly unfurling the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the minuscule script, and fury erupted within his chest. Hakamai, you insolent wretch! How dare you call off the engagement? Do you truly disregard me so entirely? The atmosphere surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly ominous as he crumpled the scroll into a tight ball. The sky began to darken. A cold wind brushed against his garments, and a shadowy pallor crept across the wrinkled visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He turned his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's direction, his hoarse voice carrying forth. Uchiha Hakamai, have you truly become unable to suppress your rebellious thoughts? Or is it that you are dissatisfied with my chosen one? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a facade of benevolence, as if the previous chill had never existed. Summon Mito Minyin and Tien Koharu. We shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan and ascertain how they are preparing for this marriage alliance. Yes, Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, within the darkest recesses of Konoha, the master of Root, Shimura Danzo, received the news at once. He gently caressed his bandage-wrapped right arm, his cold voice echoing within the damp, shadowy chamber. I have long warned Sir Toby Hiruzen that Uchiha Hakumai must not be allowed to remain. For a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, the best fate is to offer up his own eyes. Let us proceed. We shall join the fray at the Uchiha clan. As Sarutobi Hiruzen set forth, chaos reigned within the Uchiha clan. What? You say Hakumai is missing? What? You say Bai Mo has disappeared. Have you searched thoroughly? Indeed, we have scoured every location where Bai Mo typically trains, yet his presence eludes us. A heavy sense of foreboding settled in Fugaku's heart. It is crucial to note that the auspicious hour draws near. Should Bai Mo fail to appear, the entire wedding shall be in vain, and the reputation and prestige of the Uchiha clan would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, this would irreparably offend the Third Hokage, further complicating the Uchiha clan's circumstances. The clan's territory was increasingly rife with chaos. Search. Dispatch more individuals to locate him. We must find Bai Mo before the bridal procession arrives. Under Fugaku's command, groups of Uchiha clansmen frantically searched the vicinity for Bai Mo's silhouette. The tumultuous clamor disturbed Bai Mo, who was training on the beams of the rooftop, prompting him to furrow his brow and open his unique kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His cold gaze looked down upon the flustered Fugaku below. How noisy indeed. If you merely lifted your heads, you might just catch sight of me. But alas, the clan has historically neglected to look up. Of course, this was also a result of his deliberate suppression of presence. He paid little heed to the din around him and closed his eyes once more, resuming his disciplined training. Bai Mo was a traveler from another realm. Upon his arrival in the world of Hokage, he awakened the system of self-discipline. By completing self-discipline tasks and engaging in daily rigorous training, he could undergo limitless enhancements. Ding. Current self-discipline task. Refined chakra control. Progress. 97. Please continue your efforts. Observing the steadily rising progress bar, Bai Mo's inner composure grew even more steadfast. He channeled the chakra within him, sending it skyward through ninjutsu. Up above, thousands of soaring eagles circled at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Their sharp eyes scanning the earth below, capturing every event transpiring on the ground. This was a monitoring ninjutsu, the eagle's overlook technique, distinctly different from the rain tiger's free technique. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, he often employed this method to leisurely patrol. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hands clasped behind his back, gazed skyward amidst the puzzled expressions of Nara Shikamaru and Mito Kurinai. His aged voice resonated. It seems there are considerably more eagles in Konoha of late. Before anyone could react, Hiruzen formed a single hand seal with one hand, while the other hurled several shuriken into the sky. Wind release, gale shuriken technique. The fierce wind propelled the shuriken straight up to the 10,000-meter height. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken accurately pierced the bodies of numerous eagles. With a series of sickening sounds, blood began to rain down from above. Following the anguished cries, the eagles plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground before Hiruzen. Reduced to mere pulp. Observing the splattered remains of the eagles, Hiruzen detected no signs of anomaly or traces of manipulation. Have I been overly concerned? Sarutobi Hiruzen casually flicked his wrist, instructing the Umbu to swiftly clean up the area while there were few onlookers. Let us proceed. Ahead lies the Uchiha clan's grounds. It is time for a proper visit. Clan leader, the Hokage has arrived. Fugaku, whose expression was already grave, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon hearing those words. How could he have arrived so early? Has there been no sign of Hakumai? No. We have scoured every possible location, yet the vice captain remains elusive. What could this fellow be plotting? Why, at such a critical moment, could he suddenly disappear? Fugaku took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anxious disposition. He then led the Uchiha elders hastily towards the entrance. Come, let us greet the Hokage. Every moment we can delay is worth it. Above the beams of the hall, Hakumai observed as the crowd departed, leaving the grand shrine desolate. At that moment, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he mused. Indeed, one must commend Sarutobi Hiruzen for his astuteness. It is a pity that those eagles were merely a ruse to quell your suspicions. There was nothing amiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man of profound depth and suspicion. Occasionally, revealing a flaw intentionally could prompt this old fox to relax. Hakomai gazed out the window and continued, "The time is nigh. I suspect Obito is on his way back now. I wonder how disheveled he will be. Well, he is still my brother. A little mischief is permissible. But if it becomes too dire, that would be unfortunate." He gently cupped his face with his palm and added, "After all, the second great ninja war has just concluded. Peace is still a distant prospect." In an instant, Hakomai's palm surged with energy. Boom! A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing Hakomai's shadow clone. Meanwhile, in the distance of Konoha, beneath a precipice, Hakomai abruptly opened his eyes, the brilliance of his Mangekyo Sharingan flashing momentarily. Beep! Congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task, Refined Chakra Control. Reward acquired, Advanced Medical Ninjutsu. Advanced Medical Ninjutsu. This medical ninjutsu not only heals wounds, but also significantly enhances one's combat prowess. It includes techniques such as Een Healing Wound Destruction, Chakra Scalpel, Palm Sage Art, Een Sealing, and the 100 Heal Technique. The 100 Heal Technique. An S-rank combat medical ninjutsu developed by Tsunade. It activates with seals covering the entire body, initiating rapid automatic regeneration upon receiving damage, without disrupting the rhythm of attack. When not in use, it can be condensed into a single point through the S-rank medical sealing technique, Een Sealing. It is an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. No wonder he had unleashed a multitude of shadow clones and connected numerous eagles to train intensively. It took a full 3 days to completely fill the progress bar. Yet, to his delight, his efforts bore fruit. Just then, Hakomai sensed something. He noticed an eagle soaring high, its gaze directed towards the ground below. In an instant, numerous shadows of ninjas were captured. They traversed swiftly between the trees, racing towards the distance. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Bai Mo spotted Obito and a young girl. "Sister-in-law, I can wholeheartedly assure you that there has been a grave misunderstanding." "Shut up. How many times must I tell you? I am not your sister-in-law." Kushina Uzumaki never anticipated Obito's audacity. Despite witnessing the cancellation of the engagement, he continued to refer to her as sister-in-law. How could he even utter such a term? In contrast, upon seeing Kushina, Obito seemed to be slightly placated, his smile shining even brighter. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Once we return, just stand before my brother, and that dense man will surely fall for you. At that point, all misunderstandings will be resolved, won't they?" Obito chattered incessantly, while internally lamenting, "Brother, with a sister-in-law as beautiful as this, why on earth would you choose to cancel the engagement? I genuinely worry for your solitary future. So, I don't mind suffering a little. You must do your part. If you don't bring her home as your wife, I shall no longer recognize you as my brother." However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt his ear being sharply twisted. The intense pain made him scream, "Ah!" Shortly after, he heard the fiery Kushina exclaim, "How many times must I say it? I am not your sister-in-law. If you dare to blabber again, do you believe I want to rip your tongue out?" Just as Kushina's words fell, a chilling wind suddenly swept by, rustling the leaves. The cool breeze sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to release Obito's ear. Drawing a kunai from her waist, she cautiously guarded against her surroundings. Obito, still reeling from the situation, looked at Kushina's actions and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are you? Shut up. We are being watched." Kushina, possessing formidable strength due to her Uzumaki lineage, was acutely aware of chakra signatures. "1, 2, no. There are 5 of them." As if to validate Kushina's words, pairs of eyes from the jungle fixated on them. "These guys are from the Cloud Village," Obito exclaimed, recognizing the emblems on their foreheads. Quickly tightening his grip on the kunai, the two of them stood back to back, wary of the movements of the 5 ninjas, whose oppressive presence far surpassed that of Kushina and Obito. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Kushina felt a deeper weight in her heart. Indeed, these individuals were elite ninjas. Gulping, Obito nervously swallowed, his voice faltering. His body trembled slightly, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his clothes. This pitiable sight elicited mocking laughter from the 5 ninjas of the Cloud Village. "Ha ha ha. Chief, we certainly haven't mistaken our targets, have we? Is this fellow truly a member of the Uchiha clan? Why is he so cowardly? Enough of this trivial chatter. Our sole objective is to complete the mission. After lingering here for so long, is it not for this very day?" Indeed, indeed. Yet I never anticipated that you two would venture out on your own instead of lying in wait on the bridle path. A princess of the Uzumaki clan and a descendant of the Uchiha clan. If we can thoroughly study these two bloodlines, it is certain that the strength of our hidden cloud village will ascend to new heights. Obito, listening to the 5 elite jonin before him, paid no heed to their banter. Their sardonic remarks incessantly prodded at his nerves, causing him to grit his teeth in indignation. You lot dare to underestimate the Uchiha clan? Do you not fear my brother will come seeking you? Your brother? Uchiha Hakamai? Ha ha ha, he is likely still in Konoha, waiting for you. Although unaware of why you chose not to use the bridal palanquin, it is abundantly clear that this situation greatly favors us. He licked his lips, his sharp gaze filled with mockery as it fixated on the two before him. If we can simply take you away, even if Uchiha Hakamai arrives, he will never discern our movements. And even if he does come, what then? How could he possibly contend with the 5 of us elite jonin? Kurai, the leader, spoke as he and his 4 companions pressed forward toward Obito and Kushina. The provocation of their words caused Obito to overlook the tremors coursing through his body. They may underestimate him, but he would never allow them to belittle his brother. For in his eyes, Hakamai was the epitome of strength. A kunai was hurled directly at Kurai, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Seizing the opportunity, Obito swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. He concentrated chakra in his mouth, then placed his palm to his lips, unleashing a colossal fireball. In the face of the blazing inferno, Kurai's expression turned increasingly mocking. A mere parlor trick. Lightning release, lightning flash. After forming seals, he pointed, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the heart of the fireball with ease. The exploding fireball instantly fragmented, raining down flaming debris upon the forest floor. The fierce flames quickly ensnared everyone within their grasp, yet Kurai remained unfazed. Enough wasting time. Since you refuse to surrender, do not blame us for being impolite. Watch out, Obito shouted. Suddenly, 3 of the attackers converged, charging directly at Kushina, arcs of electricity flickering around them. Lightning chakra surged across their bodies, enhancing their speed. In an instant, a barrage of kunai was launched toward Kushina. No, this cannot be. My body won't move. My chakra flow is completely sealed. This is dreadful. What am I to do now? In the depths of despair, Kushina contemplated her dire situation. At that moment, her once charming visage had transformed into one of utter defeat. Her delicate hands clutched tightly onto the kunai, yet she found herself paralyzed, unable to take any action. All she could do was watch helplessly as they advanced relentlessly towards her, the sharp tip of the kunai looming larger in her sight. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and the rustling of leaves became a cacophony, enveloping Kushina in a stifling atmosphere. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, extinguishing the flame's heat. A figure appeared before Kushina in an instant, a wicked smile gracing his lips as his Sharingan focused on the 3 adversaries before him. I heard your earlier remarks. He chuckled, claiming that your strength was sufficient to withstand me. I must admit, your bravery is commendable. Before the trio could react, crimson patterns surged across his body. The 100 Heroes technique. A shallow pit was carved out by the chakra he released. As the leaves danced in the air, he executed a sweeping kick that struck one of the assailants. The impact sent the man flying, his body bending like an overripe shrimp, soaring away into the distance. With a series of crunching sounds, hundreds of trees were shattered in his wake, leaves swirling in the aftermath. Seizing the momentum, the figure planted a foot on the ground and delivered another kick to the second adversary, who met a similar fate, obliterating countless trees without a trace. The speed of these events was astonishing, so rapid that Kurai barely had time to comprehend. Wait, you are Uchiha Hakumo. Shouldn't you be in Konoha? Glancing at the disheveled Obito in the distance, Hakumo replied with a grin, as an elder brother, I must protect my younger sibling while he is outside. With a swift motion, he hurled 2 kunai, which found their mark in the hearts of 2 distant ninjas, their bodies disintegrating into dust, returning to the earth as nutrients. It was at this moment that Obito finally regained his senses, instinctively turning to the direction from which the kunai had flown. He was met with the sight of those crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed upon him. In Hakumo's perspective, the world appeared bathed in red, composed of countless lines and points. Advance along the lines, and all can be divided. Pierce through the points, and all shall shatter. This was the most formidable killing technique embedded within his left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Observing his brother's silhouette, Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him. Big brother, you've finally arrived. I reported that they underestimated you. As Obito's words reached her, Kushina emerged from her shock, gazing at Hakumo before her, her heart racing. The man standing before her was none other than her betrothed. Was she truly being rescued by a hero? With a soft clatter, Bai Mo subtly stirred his body. His crimson gaze fell upon Kuri AI, layers of oppressive force gradually enveloping him. There was no escape. It was time to fight with all his might. Contemplating this, a resolute glimmer flashed in Kuri AI's eyes. Lightning chakra enveloped his form, disregarding whether his body could endure such potent currents. As he beheld Bai Mo, who was drawing closer with a mocking smile, Kuri AI roared, "You have forced my hand." Yin and Yang, lightning release, thousand thunder sphere. As Kuri AI completed his hand seals, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathered ominously. Thunder rumbled, as if pressing down upon everyone's heads. Chakra surged violently from his body, and a multitude of electric yellow spheres surged toward Bai Mo. "Be careful," Kushina warned from behind Bai Mo, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, worry etched across her face. This caused Bai Mo to raise an eyebrow and glance back. Seeing Kushina with her wine-red hair cascading down, he replied softly, "It's merely a trivial technique." Trivial technique? Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Before she could process his words, Bai Mo clenched his fist and, in a swift motion, struck the air. A resonating hum echoed as a wave of force surged forth, propelled by the 100 Heroes technique. Instantly, the shattered air exploded outward, sweeping away fallen leaves, lightning spheres, tree trunks, dust, ominous clouds, and misty blood, transforming into a wave that hurtled over 10,000 meters away. Before them, the ground where Bai Mo stood had caved in several meters, creating an immense pit stretching for miles. Even Obito, fully aware of Bai Mo's formidable power, found himself momentarily stunned. "So strong. Brother, you have grown even more powerful. Is this truly your strength?" Kushina exclaimed, realizing the vast chasm between her abilities and Bai Mo's. It was a distance, akin to the gaping chasm Bai Mo had effortlessly created, that Kushina would likely never bridge in her lifetime. Before Kushina could gather her thoughts, Bai Mo strolled over to Obito's side. Observing his younger brother as the intricate patterns on his body converged, ultimately forming a diamond shape on the back of Bai Mo's left hand. "Obito, let us go back together. I have prepared a training regimen for you. From this day forth, you must strive to cultivate diligently. I do not wish to hear others say you are lagging behind." Upon hearing these words, Obito trembled, already envisioning the arduous path that lay ahead. At that moment, Kushina parted her lips slightly. "Wait a moment." A cool breeze brushed against Obito's ear. He turned around in sheer delight, calling out to Kushina, sister-in-law. "You think my brother is being too harsh, don't you? Please say a kind word for me. I truly do not want to endure his training. It might very well be deadly." Listening to Obito refer to Kushina as sister-in-law in front of Bai Mo was both amusing and poignant. Juninai did not correct herself again. Instead, she felt an overwhelming heat in her cheeks, a fervent blush slowly spreading across her delicate face. Bai Mo paused, looking curiously at Juninai, patiently awaiting her next words. Obito glanced at Bai Mo, then at Juninai, and a knowing expression crossed his face. "Ah, the weather is quite cool today. I shall wait for you both over there." With that, Obito strode away, leaving space for Bai Mo and Juninai. As Juninai gazed into Bai Mo's now normal eyes, she took a deep breath, resolutely steeling her heart. She had always been one to love fiercely and hate passionately. Bai Mo. No, not by Bai Mo, just Bai Mo. Juninai, without elaborating further, adjusted her emotions and said, "Bai Mo, let us discuss the matter of our engagement." Before Bai Mo could respond, she continued, "This wedding has been decreed by the Third Hokage, intended to place me by your side as his eyes, monitoring you and the Uchiha clan's movements." Bai Mo looked at Juninai in surprise. He clearly did not expect her to unveil the true nature of this wedding. She was correct. It was precisely for this reason that he had sent Obito with the annulment letter. For Juninai, this was unjust. For the wedding, it was unfortunate. For himself, it was a constraint. Rather than allowing a mistake to linger, it was better to cut through the chaos swiftly and terminate the error at its inception. As for the pressures of the Hokage, the clan, Danzo, and the various families that lay ahead, let him bear them alone. However, just as Bai Mo was lost in thought, Juninai stepped forward boldly and took his hand, earnestly stating, So let us marry. Bai Mo was taken aback, staring at Junanai in disbelief. Junanai continued, rest assured, I will not disclose this news to the Third Hokage, nor will I confine your life. You may cultivate as you wish. I shall not interfere with your affairs. You mean a sham marriage? Yes, Junanai affirmed. This way, the wedding can proceed. The Third Hokage's face will remain intact, and you will not bear excessive pressure. Everything can return to normal. Pausing, she locked her gaze onto Bai Mo's eyes and added, and this will be our shared secret, hidden deep within our hearts. A shared secret, indeed. Feeling the warmth emanating from Junanai's palm, Bai Mo's eyes fell upon her. He could not deny that he was genuinely tempted by her proposition. Yet, it was too late. Bai Mo withdrew his hand and replied, if you were to return and adorn yourself anew, time would surely elapse. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Moreover, it is likely that news of the annulment has already reached his ears. He should be aware of the happenings within the Uzumaki clan by now. Junanai paused, realizing that she had inadvertently torn apart the white wedding attire. Without the wedding gown, the ceremony ultimately remains incomplete. At such a moment, both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would be left with their dignity tarnished, subjected to the ridicule of various esteemed families. As the remnants of clouds gradually dissipated, a gentle beam of sunlight pierced through the heavens, cascading down upon the earth. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving this matter. As the words fell, Hakumo and Kushina turned their gazes towards the distance, where Tsunade's figure came into view. Her light golden hair, the blue-violet markings, her fair skin, and the concealed azure phoenix beneath her garments created a powerful visual impact, incessantly stimulating their senses. Tsunade, what brings you here? Tsunade, glancing at the adjacent gaping chasm, replied, I didn't wish to come, but the elder at home insisted I return, stating it was imperative for the Senju clan to participate in this wedding. Thus, I had no choice but to comply. After a brief pause, she continued, but who would have known that while simply walking along the path, I would nearly be caught in someone else's attack? Tsunade's gaze fell upon the mark on Hakumo's hand, expressing her curiosity. I am quite intrigued by you. She then urged, come, do not dawdle. Follow me to the Senju clan's ancestral grounds. However, be cautious not to attract the attention of the Third Hokage Zumbu. Those fellows are as bothersome as flies. At Tsunade's words, Kushina finally processed the information. Is the elder at your home, Lord Uzumaki Mido? With a grin, Tsunade replied, indeed. She specifically requested to meet you, little girl of the Uzumaki clan. Caw, caw, 1 eagle, 2 eagles, 3 eagles. Is it true that there are so many eagles in this forest? Obito lay sprawled on a fallen tree, hands cradling his head, his gaze sweeping the horizon. Lost in his musings, perhaps it was the prolonged gaze at the soaring eagles that lulled him into a drowsy state. Obito yawned uncontrollably, then rolled off the tree and began walking towards the direction where Hakumo and Kushina had conversed. I wonder how my brother and sister-in-law's discussion is progressing? I hope my brother seizes this opportunity. Otherwise, he might truly remain single for life. Obito arrived at the spot where Hakumo and Kushina had just been speaking, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scanned the area. Where are they? Where did my brother go? Did he leave me to enter a world of two? At least give me a heads up. Just as Obito stomped in frustration, his voice faltered. Suddenly, 2 eagles descended from the sky, their wings flapping swiftly as they landed on his arms, their claws gripping tightly, lifting him into the air. Feeling the emptiness beneath his feet, a profound sense of loss of control enveloped Obito, his legs flailing as if they had lost their roots. Ah, brother, you've deceived me. His piercing screams elicited laughter from Hakumo below. Bai Mo squinted, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he gazed upwards at the sky. Oh, foolish Odo. It's your own fault for lagging behind the group. You might as well show off a little longer in the air. Besides Tsunade, who held a small pig, Shizen couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face upon hearing Bai Mo's words. It was as if her mirth was impossible to contain. She had always heard of Uchiha Bai Mo's genius, but never expected his demeanor to be so playful. We're approaching the Senju clan's ancestral grounds. I shall inform Lady Mido, Shizune declared, hurrying towards the main chamber, leaving only Kushina, Bai Mo, and Tsunade to step into the grand hall. The main hall was indeed magnificent, vast in space yet sparsely adorned, with only a few tables and chairs haphazardly placed within. Kushina surveyed her surroundings, perplexed, and inquired, Sister Tsunade, has it always been this empty here? For the first time, Tsunade appeared somewhat at a loss, instinctively touching her nose. Well, it's not that bad, I suppose. Observing Tsunade's awkwardness, Bai Mo casually pulled a chair towards him and seated himself, his gaze playfully fixed on her. Could it be that you lost a bet and had to forfeit this place? At his words, Tsunade immediately pretended to cough, redirecting the conversation. Ahem, Kushina. Why don't you take a seat as well? We shall wait for Lady Mito. All right, Kushina replied, glancing at the chair beside Bai Mo. With graceful steps, she settled into the seat to his left. A subtle, delicate fragrance wafted gently to Bai Mo's nose. At this moment, however, Bai Mo had closed his eyes, cycling his chakra within, diligently refining his energy. Such disciplined and rigorous training left Tsunade in awe. No wonder Bai Mo possessed such formidable power at such a young age. It was undoubtedly linked to his rigorous practice. Yet, one thing puzzled Tsunade. Why did he possess a unique sealing technique of his own creation? Just as her curiosity about Bai Mo deepened, a rhythmic sound of wooden clogs meeting the ground echoed from a distance. Shizune supported Mito Uzumaki as they entered the Senju clan's main hall. With a voice that was deep yet resonant, Mito declared, I have heard from Shizune about your matters. I shall accompany you to the wedding. Kushina quickly moved to Mito's side, assisting her on the other side, her voice sweet as she said, Grandma Mito, let me help you sit down. Ha 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 ha, splendid, splendid. Time has flown by so swiftly. The little girl from before has blossomed into such a lovely young lady. Clearly destined for good fortune. A blush spread across Kushina's cheeks as she stole a glance at Bai Mo. At that moment, Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes, meeting Mito's gaze. Instantly, his pupils involuntarily contracted. In his line of sight, he perceived a surging crimson aura emanating from Mito Uzumaki. It was the chakra of the nine tails. The seal was loosening. Was it due to her life force waning? Bai Mo furrowed her brows slightly, yet Uzumaki Mizuho appeared oblivious to her unease. She supported Bai Mo and approached her. Truly a youthful hero. I recall at your age, Hashirama could not exude such a prolonged aura. Bai Mo rose, offering a slight bow to Mizuho before responding. You flatter me. Flatter? Ha ha ha. How could that possibly be flattery? Uzumaki Mizuho, seated at the head of the table, gazed at Bai Mo with gentle eyes and continued, Little one, I am exceedingly pleased with you. With your talent and lineage, given time, you shall undoubtedly carve a place for yourself in the future of the ninja world. Then are you not concerned for my family? After all, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere in the main hall grew increasingly tense. Ino arrived at the door, gently closing it. Tsunade cast a surprised glance at Bai Mo, and even Uzumaki Kushina sat up straight. All eyes were drawn to Bai Mo surprisingly. Mizuho seemed unconcerned. My husband is Senju Hashirama, one of the founders of this village alongside Uchiha Madara. From the very beginning, the Senju and Uchiha clans have never truly separated. Rather, in recent years, due to the blunders of the second and third generations, the Uchiha clan has become increasingly marginalized. In the end, it is you who suffers, dear child. Uzumaki Mizuho gazed at Bai Mo, her slightly clouded eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if reminiscing about cherished memories. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, Mizuho understood the profound bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Were it not for the exclusion by Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, would Konoha have been even stronger? Observing Mizuho's expression, Bai Mo pressed her lips together and said, No, you overstate matters. Uzumaki Mizuho sighed internally, knowing that her few words could not alter the atmosphere of Konoha, nor could they change Bai Mo's perceptions. However, if this wedding were to proceed, the true merging of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would come to fruition. The future would undoubtedly be more radiant. Tsunade, fetch my white kimono. I shall personally style Kushina's hair. Today she is the most beautiful bride of our Uzumaki clan. The ethereal light poured through the windows into the hall. Uzumaki Mizuho compared Kushina in the mirror, her hands, marked with age spots, delicately held a comb, gently brushing the ends of her hair. Kushina's hair was even more vibrantly red than Mizuho's had been in her youth, making her feel a sense of nostalgia, as if she were caressing her own youth. The atmosphere grew increasingly elegant and tranquil. Bai Mo gazed at Uzumaki Mizuho, carefully styling Kushina's hair into an elegant bun, finally concealing it beneath the hood of the white kimono, allowing Kushina's delicate and playful features to shine through. So beautiful. Ino, while adjusting Kushina's outfit, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as she, In a voice filled with uncontainable delight, asked Bai Mo, "Is it beautiful?" Bai Mo remained silent, his gaze lingering for a considerable time before reluctantly retracting it. "I shall prepare as well," he said. Goxin glanced at Bai Mo, departing from her line of sight, unable to suppress a gentle smile. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the moment Bai Mo saved her, causing her heart to race even faster. "I'll take Bai Mo to fetch Grandpa's patterned Haori and Hakama," Tsunade announced, promptly following Bai Mo's lead. "If there are any questions, let us address them after the wedding, as our departure time is rapidly approaching." Bai Mo interjected, standing just outside the room, and then lightly snapped his fingers. With a swift motion, the hawk released its grip, sending Obito plummeting toward the ground. "Ah, brother, you do not play fair." A sneak attack. As he neared the ground, a glint of cunning flashed in Obito's eyes as he yelled, "You must catch me. You have to catch me." Bai Mo, well aware of his younger brother's antics, wore a mischievous grin and replied softly, "Next time, for sure." With that, Bai Mo discreetly stepped aside, skillfully avoiding Obito's fall. Thud! The ground trembled slightly as dust swirled about. Obito's fingers twitched momentarily before he lay still. Observing this, Bai Mo gently nudged Obito with his foot and teased, "All right, Obito, I hardly believe that fall would knock you out. Get up and dust yourself off. The real show is about to begin." Obito, lying on the ground, sneaked a glance at Bai Mo. Realizing that his ruse had been uncovered, he forced a grin, swiftly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust as if nothing had occurred. "All right, brother, let us get ready." Following Tsunade, the two entered the room and soon beheld the patterned Haori and Hakama once worn by Senju Hashirama. It was a striking black Haori adorned with golden threads, featuring vertical patterns. The hem gracefully fell just below his waist, as Bai Mo donned it, complemented by his handsome features and tousled hair. He exuded a charm that surpassed even that of Senju Hashirama. In no time, Bai Mo and Goxin had changed into their attire, stepping out from their respective rooms to stand before one another. Their gazes intertwined amidst the gentle breeze. Bai Mo looked at Goxin, clad in pure white, her innocence radiating, and he could not help but be captivated. At that moment, he softly declared, "You are stunning." Goxin's heart stirred, her sunny eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Mo and replied, "You are quite handsome as well." They both understood that this was merely a faux wedding. Yet the experience of the ceremony was anything but insincere. Obito gazed skyward, cleared his throat, and then proclaimed with fervor, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us embark." As his voice resonated, Tsunade, Shizune, and Obito led the way, followed closely by Naruto Uzumaki. Behind them trailed the duo of Hakumai and Kushina. The group turned in unison, shoulders aligned, and set forth toward the nearby Hidden Leaf village. Compared to the distance from the Uzumaki clan's territory, the Senju clan's proximity to Konoha was considerably closer. Thus, based on Hakumai's estimation, by the time they reached the Uchiha compound, they would be nearly on par with the time it would take to ride in a traditional bridal palanquin, perfectly synchronized with the auspicious time for entering the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha ancestral hall, Fugaka locked eyes with Hiruzen Sarutobi. A sheen of cold sweat coated his attire, and his visage was marred by tension and restraint. In stark contrast, Hiruzen bore a smirk, exuding an air of calm as he addressed Fugaku, head of the Uchiha clan. "The gathering has grown more substantial. Yet still no sign of Hakumai?" Pausing momentarily, Hiruzen lowered his voice, applying further pressure on Fugaku. "Could it be that you have yet to locate Hakumai?" Their voices were hushed, audible only to one another, yet the oppressive atmosphere enveloped the assembled families, instilling an unprecedented weight upon them. They were not oblivious. A mere cursory understanding allowed them to surmise the gravity of the situation. Hinata Hizashi, seated nearby, observed the unfolding scene with a composed demeanor. He was acutely aware of Hiruzen's avarice. Should Fugaku fail to provide a satisfactory answer, the Uchiha clan would likely suffer significant losses, even facing the threat of fragmentation and decline. Should Fugaku choose to resist with force, severing ties with Konoha, he would inadvertently place the weapon of slaughter in Hiruzen's hands, enabling him to consume the Uchiha entirely. The most favorable outcome would be to fulfill Hiruzen's desires, thereby ensuring the Uchiha clan remained under his vigilant supervision, with no escape for any member. This was Hiruzen's grand design, inescapable. "Lord Danzo has arrived." A servant's voice echoed at the entrance. In an instant, All eyes turned in astonishment toward the figure approaching, shrouded in ominous shadows, making his way toward Hiruzen and Fugaku. With each step he took, the countenance of those within the hall grew increasingly somber. Danzo, he has graced us with his presence? The gathering was taken aback. Who would have thought this wedding would draw Danzo himself? Should this ceremony falter, the Uchiha clan would likely find themselves utterly humiliated. It could only be said that the Uchiha were destined for calamity. As the root of Konoha, Danzo seldom made public appearances, but each occasion heralded ill tidings. Fugaku Uchiha, I implore you, where is Hakomai Uchiha? Taking a deep breath, Fugaku hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rose to respond. He will be here momentarily. However, the ever-cynical Danzo, with an air of disdain, replied, What an impeccable timing. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by the fanciful tales of your Uchiha clan? He approached the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, settling into a mahogany seat, casting a piercing glance at the third Hokage. With a flick of his sleeve, he scoffed. Are you aware that the audacious Hakomai delivered a letter of annulment to the Uzumaki clan? He brazenly jeopardized this wedding. To speak frankly, the Uchiha clan possesses remarkable audacity. What? An annulment? I must have misheard. That scoundrel Hakomai dares to call off the engagement? Who does he think he is? Indeed, such arrogance is utterly unfathomable. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku is in such a state of panic. If I were in his position, I would have surely lost my sanity by now. It appears that the Uchiha clan is on the brink of disaster. The shrine erupted into chaos, a stifling atmosphere pervading the space. Numerous clan leaders narrowed their eyes simultaneously, unable to confront the menace that was Danzo. Ah, Daddy, I'm frightened. This grandfather is terrifying. Kurinai leaped into the embrace of her mother, Asuma, curling into a small ball, sobbing in distress. Many heads of families had brought their children to offer congratulations, but with Kurinai's weeping, a wave of sorrow swept through the room, prompting several children to join her in tears. Listening to the cacophony of cries, Danzo's grin widened maliciously. Fugaku, are you aware of the repercussions of Hakomai's actions? What fate awaits the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku raised his gaze towards Danzo, his fists clenching instinctively. He discerned the avarice lurking in Danzo's eyes. In contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen's feigned benevolence, Danzo was refreshingly blunt. He regarded the Uchiha clan as mere prey, ripe for slaughter at his whim. Fugaku inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. He surveyed the assembly of clan leaders, Danzo, and the third Hokage before declaring firmly, esteemed guests. I assure you by the honor of the Uchiha clan that this wedding will proceed flawlessly. I implore you to remain patient and await the auspicious hour for the ceremony. With that, Fugaku took his position at the head of the table, closing his eyes, turning away from the crowd, denying them any opportunity to question him. Yet, within their hearts, they understood that Fugaku's confidence was merely a facade. Inside, he fervently prayed for Hakomai's arrival. Observing the beads of cold sweat trickling down Fugaku's forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back, a smirk creeping across his lips. Although a failed wedding could spell the end of his control over Uchiha Hakomai, he could still manipulate the Uchiha clan to yield greater advantages for himself, thereby fortifying his dominion. For instance, seizing this opportunity to gain absolute control over the Uchiha Guard, ensuring that the clan's remaining power would be firmly within his grasp. Towanzo gazed greedily at the Uchiha clan members, yearning to seize their eyes with insatiable desire. With a sufficient number of Uchiha eyes, his power would undoubtedly grow exponentially. He stifled his increasingly excited breaths, his hands involuntarily kneading together. Yet, above all, what he coveted most was indeed the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Hakomai. Oh, Uchiha Hakomai, do not approach the wedding. Only then can I justify my actions against you. With this thought, Towanzo extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. His face shadowed with a sinister expression. The two of them, consumed by their inner greed, sat quietly in their respective positions, feeling the seconds tick by, eagerly awaiting the auspicious moment. Only the faint cries of children occasionally echoed in the shrine. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brows at the surrounding wails, a hint of displeasure flickering across his features. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Fugaku stood up first. Addressing the gathered assembly, there is still some time before the wedding commences. Feel free to wander around and take a leisurely stroll to lighten your spirits. Surprised by Fugaku's benevolence, Yuhi Kurinai nodded and led the way outside. With Kurinai at the forefront, many exchanged glances and followed suit, bringing their children along. Kurenai, do you think the Uchiha clan will safely navigate this impending calamity? Hyuga Hayashi hastily approached Kurenai, whispering. Kurenai silently shook her head. Just watch. If the Uchiha clan fails to weather this storm, the other clans will undoubtedly pounce on them at the first opportunity. After consuming the resources of the Uchiha clan, Konoha will flourish anew. Just as the Senju clan once did, so too shall the Uchiha clan face the same fate. More clans will rally behind the Sarutobi clan, further amplifying their influence. The two exchanged hushed words, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the avarice and greed reflected in the eyes of those around them. Their hearts grew heavier with indignation, for if Sarutobi Hizashi could target the Uchiha clan, he could just as easily set his sights on them. With their clan's strength, they could not hope to endure the relentless pressure from the likes of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo for long. Should the Uchiha clan falter, they would find themselves in dire straits. Papa, look ahead. It seems so lively. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai bounced up to her father, tugging at his sleeve as she dashed toward the distance. Slow down. There are many people here. Be careful not to bump into anyone. Before he could finish his warning, Kurenai froze, her body stiffening as she stood in place, lost in thought. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Hyuga Hayashi immediately followed suit, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. Settling on a point not far away, his expression shifted dramatically, shock evident in his features. Hinata Hizashi could not help but turn to his companion, Yuzuki Mako, and inquire. Am I hallucinating? No, Mako murmured, only to hear her daughter's voice rise with curiosity, asking, Daddy, who are they? They are the protagonists of this wedding. Esteemed individuals even the Hokage must respect. Mako paused, as if coming to a realization, and glanced at Hizashi. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, nodding in unison. The head of the Hyuga clan, I did not expect that Hakomai would surprise us so greatly. Indeed, we thought the Uchiha clan was akin to prey. Yet we did not foresee Hakomai bringing that person to our side. Perhaps the future of Konoha is not as dismal as we imagined. The flames of Konoha shall continue to be passed down. Let us proceed to the shrine. We must inform the head of the Uchiha clan and Lord Hokage that Uchiha Hakomai and Uzumaki Kushina have arrived. The jubilant cries echoed, igniting a delightful atmosphere in Konoha. Triggering a chain reaction. From the outermost streets, waves of exclamations began to emerge. Look! That must be the groom and bride. Ah, Hakomai is truly handsome. I want to bear his children. Don't dream. Just look at how beautiful the bride is. How could he possibly notice you? So what? At least I am on fire. Ahead lies the Uchiha territory. Surely many are gathered there, waiting to witness the Uchiha's folly. Tsunade spoke softly, then turned to glance at Hakomai. She observed his calm eyes, a faint aura of chakra swirling around him. Goodness, is he even training while walking? Tsunade marveled inwardly, growing increasingly impressed by Hakomai. Come, we must not miss the appointed time. Hakomai said to the slightly anxious Kushina beside him. Do not worry, I am here. Kushina cast a gentle glance at Hakomai. As they walked, her shoulder occasionally brushed against his. The sight of the two walking side by side brought a beaming smile to Uzumaki Mito's face. Unaware of Mito's expression, Hakomai continued his steady pace towards the Uchiha family. As they delved deeper into the streets, the enthusiasm of the crowd surged. Hizashi and Mako were among the first to relay the news of Hakomai and Kushina's arrival to Fugaku. Head of the Uchiha clan, the groom and bride have arrived. Yet, the two shared a silent agreement not to mention anyone else. At the moment the news was delivered, varied expressions adorned the faces of everyone in the shrine. Fugaku opened his eyes, filled with profound hope. Have Hakomai and the others come? I knew Hakomai would not disappoint me. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exhibited differing reactions. One's expression shifted slightly, his aura becoming more solemn as if pondering something, while the other wore a shadowy countenance, brimming with regret, as if wishing for the wedding to fail. As for the other clan leaders and elite shinobi, their curiosity regarding the unfolding of the wedding grew ever more intense. Faike let out a heavy sigh, releasing a palpable tension from his chest. Rising from his seat, he turned to the side where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were seated, and suggested, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, given your earlier concern for Hakomai, now that he has arrived, shall we not go out to greet him? A slight twitch of Hiruzen's lips revealed his surprise at the sudden turn of events. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a swift reversal. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he donned a shadowy smile and replied, "Of course, it is a momentous day for Hokage. We must certainly go out to welcome him." With that, Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward the exit. However, Uchiha Fayake could not suppress the amusement that spread across his face as he observed Hiruzen's forced grin. Internally, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long harbored disdain for this elder. Just moments ago, Hiruzen had exuded an air of dominance, as if he had the Uchiha clan at his mercy. Now, witnessing his discomposure brought Fayake a sense of vindication. "Lord Danzo, want you come out and take a look?" Fayake inquired eagerly, extending an invitation to Danzo. At that moment, Danzo felt as though a great weight was pressing upon his chest, his mind swirling with fury. Clenching his fists, he retorted vehemently, "I shall not go. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so." "Very well, we shall take our leave. Please, Lord Danzo, remain seated a while longer," Fayake remarked. Relishing Danzo's disgruntled expression, which he found to be the most comical visage he had ever witnessed. Today was destined to be a splendid day. As Fayake sighed in contentment and proceeded outside with Hiruzen, the others hesitated briefly before making their own decisions. Observing the choices of the crowd, Hyuga Hizashi lingered at the back and lowered his voice, remarking, "Yuhi Kurinai, it seems we must pay closer attention to Uchiha Hokage. He is no ordinary individual. Indeed, who could have imagined that what once appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma would be resolved by Hokage?" At that moment, Danzo watched as the others followed Hiruzen and Fayake out, feeling utterly humiliated. With a resounding slam, Danzo's palm struck the table in the shrine, exuding an ominous aura. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fayake, Uchiha Hokage, I, Shimura Danzo, shall remember this humiliation. Should I find the opportunity, you shall learn the true meaning of regret." With a swift motion, Danzo vanished from the shrine. Meanwhile, beneath the warm sunlight and amidst the jubilant laughter, Hiruzen squinted as he surveyed the exuberant crowd before him. He had not anticipated that Hokage would proceed with the wedding after sending the annulment letter. This development caught him completely off guard. Yet, this could work to his advantage. As long as the wedding proceeded smoothly, he could indirectly manipulate Uchiha Hokage through Uzumaki Kushina, ultimately leading to his complete subjugation. Allowing Uchiha Hokage to become a pivotal piece under one's command within the Uchiha clan. The forced smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew increasingly warm and gentle, resembling that of a concerned elder gazing upon their younger kin. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically transformed. His previously squinted eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity igniting within their depths. It seemed as if his entire being had momentarily frozen in place. Wait, why? Why had Uzumaki Mido arrived? At her advanced age, how could she leave the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan? Did she not fear that the nine tails within her might break free from its seal and rage uncontrollably? Or perhaps she came for Hikomo and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sensed the presence of the nine tails emanating from Uzumaki Mido. Amidst the throng of people, the aura of the nine tails shone like a beacon in the night. He clenched his teeth, diverting his gaze from Mido to rest upon Hikomo and Kushina. Clad in the wedding attire worn by Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, the couple walked shoulder to shoulder toward the Uchiha clan's position amidst the cheers of the crowd. Witnessing the perfect match between Uchiha Hikomo and Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. Head of the clan, Uchiha Hikomo raised his eyes to Fugaku, his voice crisp and clear. Sensing the increasingly potent aura surrounding Hikomo, Fugaku exclaimed, "Hikomo, you seem to have grown stronger." He then slapped his forehead with a chuckle. "Here I am, still rambling when this day is such a significant milestone in your life. Let us proceed into the shrine to continue the rituals. Let us bestow our blessings upon the newlyweds." Indeed, Hikomo nodded, leading Uzumaki Kushina swiftly toward the shrine. Yet as they passed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hikomo cast a deep, penetrating glance in his direction. This wedding was etched in his memory. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, some matters may not unfold as you envision. Let us observe whose domain the future truly belongs to." A confident smile graced Hikomo's lips, strikingly vivid in Hiruzen's eyes. Before the grand entrance of the Uchiha clan, numerous clan members stood in anticipation. Their gazes toward Hikomo and Kushina brimmed with excitement. Tsunade, feeling the intensity of their fervent stares, found herself momentarily halted, allowing Hikomo and Kushina to enter first. How remarkable! I never imagined I would witness my brother finding love in my lifetime. Uchiha Obito murmured, watching the couple's retreating figures. A sense of pride swelling within him, as if he were witnessing his brother's growth. Are you not afraid that Hakumo might overhear and use this to tease you? Ino quietly remarked from the side. Uchiha Obito momentarily paused, instinctively glancing up at the soaring hawk in the sky. He feigned a cough, adopting a serious demeanor, and extended his arm in an inviting gesture towards Tsunade and Shizune, saying, "It's about time. Let us proceed inside." Indeed, Tsunade nodded slightly, leading Shizune to follow the last of the Uchiha clan as they entered the shrine. On the vast street, apart from the pedestrians of Konohagakure, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito remained. Mito's calm gaze rested upon the figure of Hiruzen before her. After a considerable time, she softly remarked, "Hiruzen, you have aged." "Yes, time passes too swiftly, like a fleeting shadow," Hiruzen replied, adding, "I still remember when Lord Hashirama married you. I was but a ninja standing on the sidelines. Now, witnessing a familiar wedding attire on the new couple brings forth memories of the past." Mito understood Hiruzen's underlying message, sensing his desire to gauge her thoughts. She waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "Hiruzen, you know I prefer not to meddle in politics. How Konoha is governed is your affair. However, certain boundaries must not be crossed. It is time to ease your oppression of the Uchiha clan. After all, Hakumai and Kushina are a pair I hold in high regard. My purpose for being here today is to personally oversee this wedding. It is within my capacity to do so." A shadow flickered across Hiruzen's eyes, deepening the weight of his presence. Yet, he maintained his facade, his smile growing more pronounced. "Lady Mito, the hour is late. We should proceed inside." Indeed, in the shrine, the guests took their seats in succession. Mito took Hiruzen's place, becoming the officiant for the wedding of Hakumai and Kushina. Under Mito's guidance, Hakumai and Kushina approached the front of the shrine, drawing the gaze of all present. Watching the elegantly dressed couple, Mito couldn't help but reminisce about her own wedding. A nostalgic smile gracing her lips as she steadied her voice. "Let the ceremony commence." The first rite, the purification ceremony. Mito gently uttered her words, casting a glance at Hiruzen beside her. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hiruzen accepted the willow branch from Fugaku, respectfully handing it over to Mito. It was as if Hiruzen willingly relinquished the authority to officiate the ceremony, signaling that this wedding was advancing in a direction beyond his control, thus elevating the stature of Uchiha Hakumai in the eyes of the attendees. Holding the verdant willow branch, Mito lightly sprinkled it over Hakumai and Kushina. Delicate droplets of dew fell from the leaves, infusing the air with a refreshing aroma. Now for the second rite, the offering of food. Hakumai and Kushina exchanged glances and together lifted the white ceremonial dish beside them, adorned with exquisite delicacies from land and sea. Under the guidance of Uzumaki Swaboku, the two placed the offering before the statue. Proceed to the third ritual, the blessing ceremony. As Swaboku's voice resonated, all present rose and positioned themselves beside Hakubo and Kushina, listening intently to Swaboku's blessings and offering prayers for the newlyweds. The fourth ritual, the cup of vows. Uzumaki Swaboku lifted the sacred wine, pouring it into the chalice before presenting it to both Hakubo and Kushina. The rich fragrance of the wine, upon meeting the air, enveloped the entire shrine in a state of enchantment. Within the shrine, they exchanged cups, vowing to become husband and wife. Kushina, cradling her cup, turned to face Hakubo, extending her fair hand and softly uttering, "Husband, I look forward to your guidance henceforth." The wine intoxicated not just the body but the very spirit. Perhaps it was the pervasive aroma of alcohol, but Hakubo found Kushina increasingly captivating. Despite this being a mere pretense of marriage, he gripped the cup firmly, centering himself. His gaze profound as he clinked glasses with Kushina. As they drained the divine wine, Hakubo declared, "I too shall seek your guidance in the future." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Ei abruptly smashed his cup onto the ground, the shards scattering. Enraged, he glared at Mabui, exclaiming, "Are they all dead?" 5 elite shinobi couldn't bring back a single girl from the Uzumaki clan. Mabui, with her dark complexion, dared not meet Ei's furious gaze, nearly burying her head into her chest in fear. "Lord Ei, based on intelligence from the front lines, it is highly probable that the one who killed Kurai and the others is Uchiha Hakubo. He is the husband of Uzumaki Kushina, who is marrying today." He did not await Kushina's arrival at the clan, but instead sent a letter of withdrawal, prompting Kurai and the others to act prematurely. He planned to heroically rescue her by eliminating them, a premeditated scheme indeed. Upon hearing Mabui's words, Ei seethed, grinding his teeth as he muttered Hakubo's name. Uchiha Hakubo. Is it? I shall remember him. Since he has slain our elite from the Cloud Village, we shall not hold back. Mabui, have Killer Bee assemble a team to lay an ambush. We must capture them and extract their blood and essence, thoroughly studying their bloodline limits. I want them to suffer immensely. Mabui instinctively nodded, quickly exiting the room upon receiving Ei's command. Yes, Lord Ei. I will inform Lord Killer Bee at once. At that moment, Hakubo finished the divine wine, oblivious to the implications of his casual actions that had sparked such thoughts in Mabui. Even if he were to understand, it would hardly matter, as he was currently focused on the final ritual. Uzumaki Swaboku announced with a commanding voice, the final act. The newlywed couple enter the bridal chamber. Swaboku's gentle voice echoed, and the vast shrine fell into a profound silence. Every gaze in the room was firmly fixed upon Hakubo and Kushina. With a slight blush adorning her cheeks, Kushina resembled a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Bai Mo lifted his gaze to the figure of Uzumaki Kushina, as if sensing his thoughts. With a smile, she said, Go ahead, with me here. No one dares to cause trouble. Uchiha Bai Mo nodded, his greatest concern being that Sarutobi Hiruzen might suddenly strike. Setting aside other matters, merely interrupting Bai Mo's regular training was something he could not tolerate. Let us proceed. Bai Mo extended his hand boldly, clasping Kushina's delicate palm. Her fair hand was smooth and tender, akin to warm jade against the skin. Hand in hand, Bai Mo led her to his personal chamber. Compared to the usual simplicity and spaciousness, today it was adorned with a festive spirit, embellished with exquisite decorations that evoked a sense of newlywed bliss. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by Kushina. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Bai Mo, she softly inquired, Bai Mo, are we? The heat coursing through her body was undeniable. She had experienced such sensations numerous times that very day. Indeed, it is time to prepare, Bai Mo replied. With that, he swiftly shed his garments, revealing his well-toned torso. The sight prompted Kushina to instinctively cover her eyes, yet her curiosity betrayed her, and she peered through her fingers. Bai Mo cast a glance at her, bemused. What is the matter? Why the strong reaction? I merely intend to change into training attire. At that moment, Kushina wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. She had thought Bai Mo's actions were progressing too quickly, only to discover he was simply changing for training. Her embarrassment gradually faded as she looked at Bai Mo, her voice trembling slightly. It's nothing. Just focus on your training. But be discreet. Otherwise, they will certainly talk. After a pause, she added, After all, this is our agreement, is it not? Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile illuminated his face. Yes, our unique pact. Once dressed, Bai Mo's figure flickered, and he departed from the room, leaving Kushina alone in the empty space. She cradled the clothes he had just removed, as if still able to sense the warmth that lingered on them. Sitting by the edge of the bed, she held the garments tightly against her chest, a faint smile gracing her lips. Bai Mo, I will never give up. Someday, you will surely come to like me. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system echoed in Bai Mo's mind. Ding. Self-discipline task issued. Refined rune engraving. Staring at the electronic screen visible only to him, Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. Refined rune engraving. What is this? A gentle breeze caressed him, and the leaves danced gracefully. Bai Mo stood atop a towering tree branch, gazing up at the boundless sky, his thoughts plunging into deep contemplation. Runes are typically utilized in sealing techniques, crafted through the inscription of various characters to achieve specific effects. The inscriptions found on summoning scrolls are indeed a form of rune engraving. In other words, this self-discipline task aims to master the art of rune engraving and its application. Does it not? With a swift motion, a kunai was drawn from Bai Mo's ninja tool pouch. The sharp tip radiated a blinding, cold gleam, an aura of chilling brilliance. In an instant, the cold light burst forth, and several tiny characters appeared on the tree. Ding. Self-discipline task, refined rune engraving. Current progress, 005. Observing the progress bars rise, Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he had imagined, continuous practice in the utilization of runes would indeed enhance the progress. With this in mind, He initiated the multi-shadow clone technique. Boom. A multitude of smoke billowed into the air around the trees, with thousands of Bai Mo seated upon the branches, commencing their unique engraving training. Unfortunately, this remarkable scene of multiple figures on the tree was only noticed by one person. A gentle breeze caressed her tea-green, black-trimmed long coat, accentuating her voluptuous figure. She softly remarked, "I knew he couldn't contain himself. He must have changed into his training attire the moment he returned to his room. Bai Mo, this fellow, who would have thought he could summon that Uzumaki Suijin? Even though he is but a half-buried soul, he remains so restless." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a shadowed expression. His face set in a formulaic demeanor while his heart roared with indignation. He had initially planned to give Bai Mo a stern warning, followed by a sweet reward. With the assistance of Uzumaki Kushina, how could he not subdue an Uchiha Bai Mo? However, now with Uzumaki Suijin's allegiance, he was uncertain whether Kushina would heed his commands. It certainly would not be as effortless as before. The sensation of losing control was what Sarutobi Hiruzen despised most. Uzumaki Saigen. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, a figure adorned with the distinctive Enbu mask suddenly appeared in the previously empty Hokage office. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, and even the Enbu attire could not conceal her graceful form. "Have Bai Mo meet with me tomorrow at noon." Understood. Uzumaki Saigen accepted the task and promptly exited the Hokage office, not wishing to linger in that oppressive space. Yet, what could Bai Mo have possibly done to warrant such attention from the Hokage? Uzumaki Saigen shook her head, dispelling her thoughts. As a member of the Enbu, her duty was to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands. She was merely a tool, with no need to ponder further. In the forest filled with towering trees, Tsunade looked up at the numerous Bai Mo figures on the branches and called out, "Come down and talk with me. I have some matters to discuss." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh my. Aside from the occasional cawing of a crow soaring through the sky, no sound responded to Tsunade's call. This provoked a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. "Bai Mo, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me?" With a frustrated stomp of her foot, Tsunade forcefully struck the ground, uprooting a multitude of trees in a display of overwhelming strength. However, when she looked again, she found no trace of Bai Mo. In this vast forest, not a single figure was in sight. Is this an illusion? "Speak, Tsunade. You've been following me for a reason, haven't you?" Bai Mo's cold voice echoed in her ears, prompting Tsunade to lash out once more. Yet, as her foot swept through Bai Mo's form, it merely revealed a fleeting specter. Regaining her composure, Tsunade hesitated not a moment longer. Her chakra surged within her, and she formed hand seals, declaring, "Release." This was the optimal method to dispel an illusion. As clarity returned to her mind, she focused again. Before her stood Bai Mo, draped in a white robe and black shoes, his eyes glimmering with amusement, as if he were gazing at a mere toy. This stoked the flames of anger within Tsunade. "Bai Mo, I never imagined your illusions would be so elusive, that even I failed to notice when I fell under your spell." Bai Mo shrugged and replied with a smile, "Perhaps you should first answer my question," pretending to be unaware. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall continue my training." "Wait," Tsunade interjected, swiftly positioning herself in front of him as he turned to leave. She was determined not to lose sight of this individual. Glancing at the Ein seal on Bai Mo's palm, she inquired, "Tell me, where did you learn the Ein seal and the Baika no Jutsu?" "Self-taught," Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. He was no fool. He certainly wouldn't divulge details about the system. "If that's all, I've answered your question. Please refrain from interrupting my training." "You scoundrel." Tsunade glared at Bai Mo, clearly taken aback by his dismissive attitude, her fists clenching unconsciously. Her temper had never been particularly good, and following the Second Shinobi World War, it had worsened significantly. Now, faced with Bai Mo's casual response, her aura began to rise ominously. "Ein seal. Release. Baika no Jutsu. Manifest." Suddenly, deep violet curse marks appeared across her body, intertwining with the deep green of her attire, which began to ripple as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Self-taught, you say? Then let me witness the distinction between your self-taught Baika no Jutsu and mine." With that, Tsunade stomped her foot, and the earth cracked open beneath her. Countless patterns surged wildly across the ground, racing towards Hakumo's direction. Tsunade's terrifying presence was unmistakably revealed at that moment, startling the forest's myriad beasts into a frenzied retreat. Truly, Tsunade lives up to her reputation. Hakumo slowly closed his eyes, only to abruptly open them wide. In a flash, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested within his gaze. The entire world transformed into a vivid crimson hue before him. Countless threads and dots outlined the realm, allowing Hakumo to effortlessly capture Tsunade's silhouette. Too slow. He subtly shifted his body to the side. With a resounding whoosh, the air shattered, yet Tsunade's attack missed its mark, inadvertently granting Hakumo an opportunity to counter. A relaxed expression graced Hakumo's face as his fingers twitched slightly. Suddenly, they pressed against the fabric of Tsunade's attire. With a soft pop, as his fingertip touched the crimson spot upon her clothing, Tsunade's garments disintegrated into a flurry of powder, her enchanting form laid bare before Hakumo's eyes. How could this be? Tsunade gasped in shock, her movements abruptly halting. Enveloped in a blue aura, she stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. I told you your speed was lacking. Even without activating the 100 Healings technique, Hakumo could effortlessly perceive Tsunade's assault thanks to his exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to launch a counterattack in an instant. Here, wear this. It should help you regain your composure, Hakumo declared, shedding his long robe and draping it over Tsunade's shoulders. As she felt the unique aura that belonged to Hakumo enveloping her, a faint blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks. Clutching the robe's edge, she tightened it around her ample figure, inadvertently enhancing her alluring appeal. As Tsunade released the 100 Healings technique, her abundant chakra flowed back into the seal, manifesting as a diamond-shaped symbol upon her forehead. I want to inquire further about the 100 Healings technique, but I must offer you a word of caution. Noticing Hakumo's gaze fixed upon her, awaiting her next utterance, Tsunade paused before continuing. This upcoming wedding has Mito on the guest list. Hiruzen surprisingly may not make any significant moves, but he will certainly create trouble for you. Do not be deceived by his facade. He is far from a benevolent figure. Exercise utmost caution in his presence. Hakumo regarded Tsunade with a hint of surprise, not expecting her to impart such words. What do you mean? He feigned ignorance, intrigued as he inquired. In response, Tsunade cast a deep glance at Hakumo, inhaled sharply, and gradually articulated. Do you know how the Senju clan fell into decline? Was it not due to you squandering the family fortune? I'm not referring to wealth. Tsunade quickly retorted, I mean the people, our kin from the Senju clan. You are aware that we, the Senju clan, were once a prominent family in the early days of Konohagakure, comparable to the Uchiha, with a considerable population. My grandfather and granduncle served as the first and second Hokage, respectively, holding an unrivaled status within the village, and the Senju clan flourished like never before. However, following the appointment of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Senju clan quickly fell into decline. What was once a populous clan suffered grievous losses. A shadow flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Whenever this subject arose, an indescribable weight settled in her heart. When did you first sense something amiss? She asked. When my brother died, Tsunade replied. Her brother, Nawaki, a direct descendant of the Senju clan and her sibling, possessed talents that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even at a tender age, his strength was formidable. Yet, such a genius met his demise during the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade tightened her robe and continued. During the Second Great Ninja War, Nawaki was executing a mission according to the original plan. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly altered his route and encountered a multitude of enemy ninjas, ultimately perishing in the conflict. Bai Mo furrowed his brow. Generally, ninjas on missions would never easily deviate from their paths. Are you suggesting that someone whom Nawaki trusted instigated this? Indeed, according to my subsequent investigations, the primary reason for Nawaki's change of route was the information provided by the Umbu. The weather turned increasingly chilly. Bai Mo took up Tsunade's words. And the one manipulating the Umbu is none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the forest, Bai Mo and Tsunade faced one another, their gazes revealing the gravity of the situation. If Tsunade's assertions held any truth, then Hiruzen Sarutobi bore the greatest suspicion, coupled with Bai Mo's knowledge as a time traveler. It was evident that Sarutobi was a deeply cunning individual. He recalled how the Sarutobi clan grew ever more substantial during the ninja wars, a testament to how much sustenance they drew from the village of Konoha. No wonder Tsunade eventually departed from Konoha, only returning after Sarutobi's demise. This connection spoke volumes. Such is the world of Naruto, a realm of stark realities where darkness prevails far beyond Bai Mo's imagination. He nodded, accepting Tsunade's revelations. I understand. I will remain vigilant. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to help you, as a token of gratitude for sharing this information. You certainly are unwilling to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, Tsunade remarked, casting a deep glance at Bai Mo. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. The wedding has concluded, and I have no reason to linger in Konoha until fate brings us together again. With a graceful turn, Tsunade waved her hand over her shoulder, bidding farewell. Remember not to gamble away too much money, you big money maker. You truly have no fear of retribution, do you? Tsunade stumbled, nearly unable to contain the flames of fury within her. Yet, considering the enigmatic prowess of Hakumo, she resolutely restrained herself. It would be prudent to avoid deepening her interactions with this individual. Otherwise, Tsunade feared she might very well be driven to her wits' end by him. Buzz! A fierce wind howled as Hakumo's figure abruptly vanished into the depths of the forest. He, too, was to commence his arduous training. In addition to his self-imposed task of meticulous rune engraving practice, he would engage in physical techniques, ninjutsu, chakra manipulation, hand seals, and ocular arts. Hakumo was determined not to fall behind in any aspect. Upon arriving at his designated training ground, he unleashed the technique of multiple shadow clones. Embarking on a journey uniquely his own, time flew by, and before long a day had passed. The blazing sun hung high in the azure sky, mercilessly radiating its heat. The shrill cries of cicadas filled the shaded woods. Ding! Current task progress. Refined rune engraving, progress 10. Hakumo slowly opened his eyes, astonished to discover that, despite having divided himself into 1,000 shadow clones for training, he had only achieved a mere 10 progress in one day. The pace seemed to slow even further as he advanced. He wondered how long it would take to fill that progress bar. Rustle. A gentle breeze caressed the leaves, causing them to brush against one another, prompting Hakumo to glance towards the shadows nearby. Enough hiding. Since you've come, reveal yourself before me. Otherwise, do not blame me for treating you as an adversary. Hakumo's voice was frigid, the chill in his words nearly impervious to the scorching sun. The figure concealed in the shadows, Yuzuki Uyasumi, couldn't help but shudder at the coldness emanating from him. With a swift motion, Uyasumi sprang from the shadows, her violet hair dancing in the wind, carrying with it a maidenly fragrance as she approached Hakumo. Uchiha Hakumo, the Hokage requests your presence. The Hokage, you say? Understood. I shall come shortly. Uyasumi's visage, hidden beneath the mask of the umbu, betrayed a hint of confusion. Her brows knitted slightly, and her lips pressed together. She felt an odd sense that Hakumo was rather indifferent to the Hokage's summons. One would expect that anyone in Konoha would be overjoyed to receive an invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Hakumo remain so composed? With this thought lingering in her mind, Uyasumi departed from Hakumo and made her way back to the Hokage's office to report her findings. Hokage-sama, I have located Hakumo and informed him to come to the Hokage Tower. Excellent work. You have my gratitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised casually, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. By the way, you need not take your leave this time. Simply remain by my side and wait. Yes, Uyasumi replied without hesitation. As an umbu, she was accustomed to following orders without question. However, she did not anticipate that this waiting would extend for 3 hours, equating to 6 long hours. In the twilight of April, Yuki asked, Have you informed Takuro? Indeed, came the response. Very well, then let us wait a moment longer. A fleeting shadow crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. After all, he was the Hokage. Others awaited him. He had never waited for anyone. Uchiha Hakuro, was it? Sooner or later, he would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Yet, as this fierce thought crossed Sarutobi's mind, a spring-like smile suddenly graced his face, the wrinkles on his age-spotted visage gathering together. In a gravelly voice, he announced, Hakuro, you have arrived. I heard the Hokage summon me. I was engrossed in training. I hope I am not too late, Hakuro replied. At that moment, the slanting rays of the setting sun painted the sky with a gentle hue of twilight. While the homes of Konoha flickered with candlelight, the hawks soared low, as if preparing to embrace the encroaching night. In this moment, as dusk approached, Sarutobi gazed at Hakuro with a beaming smile and declared, Not at all. You have arrived just in time. He gestured toward the chair opposite him, inviting Hakuro to sit. However, to his surprise, Hakuro bypassed the chair and settled onto a nearby sofa, leaving Sarutobi momentarily taken aback. Yet, being the Hokage, he quickly regained his composure. With a hearty laugh, he approached the table, hands clasped behind his back, and brewed a fragrant cup of tea for Hakuro. By the way, how was your wedding night with Kushina? Sarutobi inquired. Ah, harmonious. Of course, it was harmonious. But Hokage-sama, you summoned me for more than just this, did you not? After speaking, Hakuro glanced at Yuyuki, who stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of fearlessness. This only served to brighten Sarutobi's smile further. In truth, the matter was neither overly complex nor overly simple. I primarily wish for you to take on the role of a team leader, he stated. Hakuro's tone lifted slightly. A team leader? Indeed. Recently, the teachers at the Ninja Academy have been assigned various missions, leaving us short-staffed. I thought to ask if you would be willing to lead a team consisting of Noara Rin, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito, within the confines of the Hokage's office. Steam wafted from the teacup. Hakuro sipped the tea, his gaze fixed on the elderly leader before him. Sarutobi continued, among these three is your younger brother. It would surely be a delightful endeavor for you to personally mentor him as an elder brother. No. Hakuro's response was swift. I anticipated your agreement. No. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Why? Who would be willing to instruct my foolish younger brother? He could not even master the fire release, great fire annihilation in his childhood. What talent do I possess that could benefit him? Bai Mo remarked disdainfully as he set the teacup on the table. Upon hearing such words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. He fixed his gaze intently on Bai Mo and retorted, Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary talent? That is the great fire annihilation. It is among the most challenging techniques in B-rank ninjutsu. How can you expect a child to learn it? As if realizing he had lost his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Bai Mo, have you truly considered this? You must remember that Kakashi is also part of this team. His talent is formidable as well. In fact, his grades at the Ninja Academy are the closest to yours. Bai Mo shot Sarutobi Hiruzen a sidelong glance. Such matters could be easily misrepresented to others, but not to him. If Kakashi scored 100, ranking first in the Ninja Academy, then Bai Mo would score 10,000. Although Kakashi was the closest to him, there was still a difference of 9,900 points. All right, Hokage-sama. You are aware that I am the deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard. Aside from training, I am also responsible for the safety of Konoha, and that alone keeps me quite occupied. Therefore, I suggest you seek someone else. Bai Mo rose from the sofa, casting a casual glance at Yuzuki Yugao beside Sarutobi Hiruzen before walking towards the office door. In an instant, the vast room was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuzuki Yugao. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the teacup on the table, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous storm of emotions. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the room, causing even a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Yuzuki Yugao's forehead. Thud! The cold sweat fell to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Yuzuki Yugao, his face adorned with a smile. Yugao, please summon Minato. Yes. Just as Yuzuki Yugao was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, By the way, prepare yourself well for today. Starting tomorrow, you will monitor Bai Mo's every move. Hokage-sama, with my abilities, if I get too close to Bai Mo, he will easily detect me. So what if he does? He won't harm you. Just be careful not to fall prey to his jinjutsu. Every Uchiha is primarily adept in illusion techniques, especially those augmented by the Sharingan, which are exceedingly difficult to defend against. However, considering Yuzuki Yugao's strength, she should be able to withstand the jinjutsu with sufficient caution, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated. Ever since Bai Mo entered the room, he had been observing his every action. He noted that Bai Mo's gaze occasionally flickered towards Yuzuki Yugao, seemingly captivated by her presence. This was indeed a positive development. As long as one harbors desires, they become susceptible to manipulation. Thus, the once formidable Bai Mo may no longer seem so terrifying. His greatest fear was that Bai Mo would wholeheartedly immerse himself in cultivation. Given Bai Mo's innate talent, with sufficient time, he might indeed emerge as the next Uchiha Madara. At that point, no matter how intricately he schemed or suppressed him, he would be no match for Bai Mo. Thus, he sought to have Bai Mo lead a team, aiming to squander as much of Bai Mo's time as possible and prolong his growth cycle. As his subordinate withdrew, Uzuki Shien remained oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts. As a member of the Umbu, she lacked even the right to refuse. Swoosh! Sensing the ebb and flow of the surrounding atmosphere, Bai Mo cast a casual glance into the distance, where he seemed to catch a glimpse of purple hair dancing. What a waste of time to roam about alone at such a late hour instead of diligently practicing at home. After uttering this thought, Bai Mo's figure flickered and he arrived in his room. However, he did not anticipate that as he opened the door, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Before him stood Kushina, draped in a long garment, her complexion flushed and her eyes shimmering. Upon seeing Bai Mo enter the room, a sweet shyness, characteristic of a young girl, instinctively tinged her cheeks. "Husband, you're back. Would you like to eat first, or—" As she spoke, Kushina entwined one hand around Bai Mo's sash, guiding him forward. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth envelop her, and a shyness she had never experienced before consumed her. This was her first time being so bold. For this moment, she had made numerous preparations and rehearsed countless times in her mind, all to ensure her presence would capture Bai Mo's heart. She was already smitten and would not allow him to remain indifferent. This could be considered a unique kind of charming stubbornness on Kushina's part. Yet, it was precisely this distinctive allure that rendered Bai Mo utterly speechless, standing there in a daze as he processed the scene before him. "What are you doing?" he asked, his mind struggling to catch up. "Oh, it's nothing. Just prepared a feast, waiting for my husband to return." Kushina replied mischievously, stealing a glance at Bai Mo before adding, "But don't worry, husband, I won't disturb your training. After I feed you, you can cultivate however you wish." "Feeding me?" he echoed. "Yes. It's time for my husband to eat," Kushina declared, picking up a delicate spoon and gently scooping some clear soup, bringing it to Bai Mo's lips. The evening drums resounded, and the sunset lingered over the mountains, gradually dimming like a sunflower's bloom, casting a shadow over a young girl's heart. Why were there so many wolves in the ordinary training grounds? What had transpired in the forest? Yakumo's lips pressed tightly together, her face taut with tension. As a student of the ninja academy, she held a standard practice kunai before her, cautiously guarding against the hungry wolves that seemed stirred by some unseen force. One by one, their eyes glowed with a menacing red, baring their teeth as they gazed hungrily at the small figure of the setting sun. It appeared as though they wished to swallow her whole, their ferocity palpable. The sky darkened gradually, enveloped in an invisible gray net that draped ominously overhead. Heavy, eerie humidity rose, and the atmosphere felt suffocating, wrapping around the setting sun and rendering her speechless, her delicate face paling to the color of frost. The air was filled with low, rumbling growls. Above, the soaring eagle circled, its sharp gaze fixed upon her. With a firm grip on her practiced shuriken, the setting sun was the first to strike. Her petite form advanced swiftly towards the pack of wolves. At once, the wolves' fur bristled in alarm, their fangs bared, mouths drooling and exuding a foul stench. Suddenly, they lunged towards her. With a swift slash, blood erupted, staining the lush grass in crimson hues. The scent of blood heightened the wolves' frenzy, driving them into a wild, reckless charge. No. As the alpha wolf lunged towards her, an instinctual reflex took over, and she hurled her shuriken with desperation. Yet, the alpha dodged effortlessly, evading her attack and leaving her weaponless and in a more desperate plight. Time seemed to slow. Her small cheeks paled further, memories flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern. Was she to perish? Yet, she did not wish for death. Tomorrow, her school would arrange for a teacher to lead the class, where she could learn more formidable ninjutsu and strive to become a genin, just like her father. A true ninja. With this thought, her resolve hardened as she faced the pack of wolves, adopting a defensive stance despite being merely a student with basic skills and lacking her shuriken. Against the frenzied, starving wolves, she stood no chance. Even with her training and physical techniques, facing nearly 30 wolves left her no room for escape. However, at that critical moment, a series of slicing sounds echoed through the air. Black shuriken arced gracefully through the sky, striking the wolves with precision. One by one, the 30 wolves were hit squarely in the head, collapsing in succession. Not a single one survived. Remarkably powerful. Like dogs, wolves have the hardest skulls. Yet even they succumbed easily to the shuriken's terrifying force. The eagle above screeched, its wings flapping as it swooped down, its sharp talons grasping the lifeless wolf's body to soar into the night sky. It was evident that tonight, it would feast well. Little one, remember this. The next time you find yourself in such a predicament, seize the moment before they encircle you. Drop everything and flee. Otherwise, with your meager skills, you might not even suffice as a meal for them. Sunset Hong glanced back, following the sound. There stood Bai Mo, clad in a white robe, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, not far from her. "Are you the groom?" "Uchiha Bai Mo." "Yes, that is I." Bai Mo nodded, continuing forward. As he passed Sunset Hong, he gently patted her head. "All is well now. The danger has been averted. Go find your parents. And you?" "I shall continue my training." Bai Mo ventured deeper into the forest. The hungry wolves that had emerged from the depths of the woods were likely drawn here due to the ruckus he and Tsunade had caused earlier. He had stirred things up in the morning, and Tsunade had done so in the afternoon, perhaps provoking these ferocious beasts. "I hope Feiying takes his time eating." "Wait a moment." Bai Mo halted, turning to look down at the girl behind him, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Thank you, big brother." Sunset Hong slightly bent her legs and then leaped directly into Bai Mo's embrace. Before he could react, she tugged at his clothing, gently wiping the corner of his mouth. "There, all clean now, big brother." She hopped down from Bai Mo, brimming with energy as she waved goodbye. In this world, children have grown accustomed to facing danger. They possess remarkable resilience. Thus, Bai Mo found nothing strange about Sunset Hong's demeanor. Instead, he quickly waved his hand and evaded her, slipping away. How embarrassing. He hadn't realized he had food on his face during their meal. It must have been because Kushina fed him too quickly. With that, Bai Mo shifted his focus and resumed his solitary training. Ding. Progress of refined rune engraving. 13. Observing Bai Mo's swift departure, Sunset Hong instinctively twirled her hair. Why does Big Brother leave so quickly? Is he off to train? He seems like such an amiable person. I want to train hard like him and become a powerful ninja. Sunset Hong was unaware of her current feelings. All she desired was to strive for strength. Just like Bai Mo. Upon returning home, she would drag her parents to train with her, eager to learn more combat techniques. Thus, everything seemed to return to normal. Yet, hidden currents began to stir beneath the surface. Lord Killer Bee, ahead lies Konoha. Shall we infiltrate? No need, you all stay here. The fewer people involved, the better. However, Uchiha Hakomo, there is no need for concern, for I am the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, most adept at exerting pressure, and I shall undoubtedly send Hakomo flying. Karabi has a penchant for rap and enjoys weaving rhymes into his speech. At times, his words even resonate with a rhythmic cadence. Regarding this matter, Karabi can only conclude that it is indeed quite outrageous. As Karabi flickered into motion, he transformed into a shadow, stealthily infiltrating Konoha under the shroud of the dark moonlight, without arousing even a single person's suspicion. Ah, is this Konoha? Not a single patroller in sight at this late hour. Do they truly believe that the Second Great War has concluded? This time, I shall ensure that you all pay a grievous price. As Karabi surveyed the architectural landscape of Konoha, he sought the structures mentioned in his intelligence. In mere moments, he located the Uchiha clan's residence, known for its seclusion. The marginalization of the Uchiha clan is no longer a secret, as their ancestral grounds lie in a remote corner of Konoha. Observing the faint glow emanating from the Uchiha estate, Karabi surmised that most of the Uchiha members had likely retreated to their chambers. His current mission was to stealthily penetrate their domain and deliver a grand surprise to Hakomo and Kushina. With this thought, Karabi's excitement began to swell within him, igniting a desire to rap. However, considering the presence of formidable individuals within the Uchiha clan, he chose to suppress his exuberance for the sake of safety. He bent low, merging his form with the shadows, nearly holding his breath and stifling all traces of his presence. Quietly, he ventured deeper into the Uchiha compound, arriving at the very abode of Hakomo. Inside the room, Kushina sat cross-legged at the bedside, her chakra circulating vigorously through her body as she diligently honed her chakra, striving to enhance its potency. Yet at that moment, an exceedingly peculiar sensation enveloped Kushina. Her brows furrowed slightly as she opened her eyes in an instant. How strange. Why does this aura feel so unusual? It seems perilous and carries a resemblance to that of Mito. Kushina murmured to herself, her delicate feet pressing against the floor as she expanded her senses, meticulously attuning to the encroaching presence. In an instant, Kushina's pupils dilated sharply. She recalled. She recognized this aura. Only a tailed beast Jinchuriki could possess such a bizarre and dangerous presence. She had sensed this very aura from Uzumaki Mito before. While she was familiar with Mito's essence, this particular sensation was entirely foreign to Kushina. This indicated the existence of another Jinchuriki within the Uchiha grounds. Given that the war had just concluded and there had been an assassination attempt the previous day, It was evident that this presence was directly approaching her. With this realization, Kushina sprang into action, seizing her ninja gear and dashing out of the room without hesitation. As she burst through the door, a detonating tag was clutched between her fingers, affixed to a shuriken and hurled skyward. With a resounding crash, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, akin to thunder's drumbeat striking the heads of the onlookers. The commotion roused the Uchiha clan members, who swiftly emerged from their quarters. "Sister-in-law, what is happening?" Uchiha Obito's room was nearby, making him the first to reach Kushina's side. "Intruders have infiltrated the Uchiha clan." "What?" Obito's voice rose sharply, a serious expression immediately gracing his features. He drew his shuriken, mimicking Kushina's actions, cautiously surveying the surroundings. At that moment, the entire Uchiha clan descended into chaos. The clamor resonated throughout the clan grounds. What was that noise? Was that an explosion? It seems to have originated near Hakomai's room. Let us go check it out. Have we informed the clan leader? Yes. The clan leader has already headed towards the direction of the explosion. Good. Let us hurry as well. All members of the Uchiha clan rushed toward the source of the sound, leaving Killer B with a grave expression. What was occurring? Had he been discovered? No. If that were the case, they would be rushing towards him. Curse it. He was so close. Hidden in the shadows of a corner, Killer B cast a sorrowful glance at the gathering figures not far away. He could already see Kushina. If only those individuals were just a bit slower. He could at least bring back Kushina as a prize. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan was undoubtedly alluring to them. It seemed that retreat was the only option now. Gritting his teeth, Killer B gradually withdrew into the darkness. Within the vast Uchiha clan grounds, tranquility returned once more. Had he left? As Kushina observed the increasing number of people around her, coupled with the dissipating eerie aura, her internal tension finally began to ease. "Kushina, what is happening?" Uchiha Fugaku, reeking of alcohol, sauntered over from the distance. Due to Hakomai's wedding, Fugaku was in high spirits and had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, which lingered on him even now. Yet this did not impair his faculties. Rather, it sharpened his already suppressed demeanor. "Clan leader, I sensed a strange presence approaching. It felt akin to a Jinchuriki, yet it could not have been Granny Mido. Thus, I promptly launched a shuriken with a detonating tag, hoping to alert you in advance." Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the vicinity without catching sight of Uchiha Hakomai. "This fellow hasn't he gone off to train again, has he?" Fugaku mused, feeling somewhat perplexed. On this grand wedding day, how could one be so engrossed in cultivation to the point of neglecting rest? This simply will not do. When the opportunity arises, I must have a proper conversation with Hakomai. After all, it is imperative to bear offspring. Yet, such matters must be set aside for now. The immediate priority is to locate the suspicious individual mentioned by Kushina. With her Uzumaki lineage, her sensitivity to chakra is remarkable, so her instincts should not be mistaken. The aura surrounding Fugaku Uchiha is steadily intensifying. Search. Conduct a thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan's territory. At the very least, we must ascertain who has intruded. Additionally, bolster the patrols, with a particular focus on safeguarding Uzumaki Kushina. We cannot afford even the slightest oversight. Do you all understand? The clan members, upon hearing this, immediately shouted in unison, "Understood." Though the night has grown deep, the Uchiha compound remains brilliantly illuminated, casting a glow that brightens the eyes of the soaring hawks above. Is Killer B among those from the hidden cloud village? Their audacity knows no bounds. In the shadowy depths of the forest, Hakomai sat cross-legged upon a branch, his gaze growing increasingly steely. It is true that he and Kushina are in a marriage of convenience, yet that does not imply a lack of concern for her well-being. After all, a young maiden has sacrificed her reputation to reside with him. This act alone commands Hakomai's deep respect. As a man, he must ensure her comfort and happiness. Moreover, thanks to Kushina, he was suddenly inspired with new thoughts. Perhaps I could inscribe explosive tags, presenting a magnificent gift to Killer B and his companions. With this idea in mind, Hakomai swiftly controlled his shadow clone to begin inscribing the explosive tags on paper. As each tag was meticulously crafted, the progress of his self-imposed task surged visibly. Ding. Self-imposed task. Intricate rune inscription. Current progress. 232,630. Hakomai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his speed increased significantly. Over the course of a single night, the progress shot up from 23 to 89. It can be said that the advancement was remarkably swift, culminating in the accumulation of 50,000 explosive tags. While this pales in comparison to Conan's 600 billion tags, the successive explosions will surely provide Killer B and his crew with quite the spectacle. As the languid morning sunlight streamed down, Hakomai instructed his shadow clone to continue inscribing the runes while he made his way to the Uchiha residence. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by Kushina, who opened her arms and leaped toward him, her delicate, fair arms wrapped around his waist, enveloping him in her fragrant essence. Hakomai, Kushina's soft, melodious voice echoed. For a moment, he found himself momentarily stunned, his body instinctively stiffening, unsure of where to place his hands. Yet, after a brief pause, as he noticed Kushina still clinging tightly to him, expressing her inner tension and unease, his heart gradually found tranquility. He gently wrapped his palm around Kushina's elbow, softly patting her exquisite back as he whispered, "Kushina, I am aware of everything that transpired yesterday. You need not worry, no one can harm you. Just rest in your room and leave the rest to me." Kushina lifted her gaze from Bai Mo's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering like ripples on water, captivating the heart and soul. His aura was formidable, and if my perception serves me correctly, he is likely a Jinchuriki akin to Grandma Mito. Understood. I will be cautious. You can rest assured. Bai Mo softly murmured, then gently supported Kushina's delicate shoulder, guiding her to lie down on the bed while gazing into her eyes. I shall ensure he pays a heavy price for his actions. A faint smile graced Bai Mo's lips as he playfully flicked Kushina's forehead before turning to leave the room. Watching him depart, Kushina's delicate hands instinctively clenched tightly. She longed to assist Bai Mo, yet her current strength was merely that of a newly minted chunin. A far cry from Bai Mo, who had already ascended to the rank of elite jonin at such a young age. Her intuition told her that Bai Mo's prowess had surpassed even that of an elite jonin, reaching the true level of a Kage. For within Kushina's chakra perception, Bai Mo's presence was profoundly deep. "Brother, I want to accompany you." Shortly after Bai Mo exited the room, Uchiha Obito burst forth from his quarters, calling out to him. Unlike his demeanor with Kushina, Bai Mo scrutinized Obito, teasing, "My foolish little brother, you haven't been enhanced. Why the rush to follow me?" Obito, frustrated, stomped his foot as he recounted his valiant deeds from the previous day. However, as he animatedly spoke, Bai Mo swiftly threw a kunai. The kunai sliced through the air, embedding itself into the wooden wall behind Obito, rendering him frozen in place. In the hushed atmosphere, Obito instinctively swallowed hard. "TSK, TSK, TSK, your reflexes are still lacking. I heard from Sarutobi Hiruzen that a teacher will be assigned today to guide you. Make sure to study diligently and do not become the class slacker." Pausing, Bai Mo continued, "As for this matter, leave it to me, dear brother. I will ensure they face the consequences. I have never encountered such audacity. Daring to infiltrate the Uchiha clan." A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Bai Mo's eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at the distance before vanishing from the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yuki trembled. While carrying out the orders to surveil Bai Mo, she felt as though she had plunged into an eternal ice cellar. That remark was undoubtedly not mere soliloquy. It was likely directed at her. After all, she too had infiltrated the Uchiha clan, monitoring Bai Mo's actions. Was this a warning to me? In a swift motion, Yuki channeled her chakra and dashed away from the Uchiha clan's residence. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately resolved to report the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within the confines of the Hokage building, specifically in Sarutobi Hiruzen's exclusive office, Yuki recounted the information she had gathered that day. As she relayed her report, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the streets below. It was no wonder that chaos had erupted within the Uchiha clan the previous night. It all stemmed from this incident. Upon receiving the news yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen had assumed the Uchiha clan was plotting a rebellion. He had summoned all the Yumbu to prepare for the clan's next move, only to discover the situation was entirely different. "Hokage-sama, should we search Konoha village? We could locate those who infiltrated the Uchiha clan yesterday," Yuki proposed. Her underlying message being, "I prefer not to monitor Hakomo. Could I be assigned to find the intruders instead? At least that task would be simpler." Sarutobi Hiruzen, astute as ever, was well aware of Yukina's intentions. Yet, no one was more suited for the task of observing Hakomo than she was at that moment. Thus, without hesitation, he shook his head and replied, "No need. This matter belongs to the Uchiha clan. We shall not interfere. You have reported excellently. Now continue to monitor Hakumo. I wish to keep a close watch on his every move." Yuzuki Yukina's lips, concealed beneath her umbu mask, parted slightly as if she wished to speak. But the words never escaped her lips. Instead, she nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Hokage-sama." With that, her figure vanished from the office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the vast room. He pondered whether the intruder would surprise him, revealing the true combat capabilities of the Uchiha clan, particularly that of Uchiha Hakumo. Only by understanding Hakumo's genuine strength could he devise a more effective strategy. He hoped not to be disappointed. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, Killer Bee's face was etched with fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist against the nearby rock wall, sending debris flying and causing the earth to tremble. A testament to his immense strength. Has the message arrived? Killer Bee-sama, the information has been relayed back. What did my brother say? Killer Bee referred to AI as his brother, as he was AI's adopted sibling. AI-sama indicated that the Uzumaki clan possesses an acute sensitivity to chakra and likely sensed your presence, prompting their actions. His subordinate continued. AI-sama also mentioned that this setback is inconsequential. We can shift our focus to the Hyuga clan, allowing us to execute a diversionary tactic. After all, the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit is remarkably powerful. Mastering the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could undoubtedly alter the tide of battle to a significant extent. It could even instigate the Third Shinobi World War, elevating the Hidden Cloud village above the other ninja villages. As Kurabi listened to his subordinate's report, he intertwined his fingers and leaned against the rocky wall, his mind beginning to delve into contemplation. His brother was indeed correct. With the Uchiha clan on high alert, coupled with the keen perception of Kushina Uzumaki, achieving his objectives would be exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it would be wiser to direct his focus towards other clans. It was rumored that the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, had a daughter named Hinata, who was merely a few days old. And her bloodline should be exceptionally pure, making her an ideal target. Kurabi inhaled deeply, and the spirit of rap began to rise within him. Yo, if I were to be born with snow-white eyes, dreaming of becoming a rap leader, adept in the seven-sword style, or as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I wonder how the Hyuga clan would respond. Tonight at midnight, we shall infiltrate the Hyuga clan. Our target, the newly born heir, Hinata Hyuga. Yes. With the conclusion of Kurabi's proclamation, the surrounding individuals erupted in cheers, prompting Kurabi to deliver a swift reprimand to each of them. Fools, shouting so loudly. Do you wish for those leaf ninjas to detect our presence? Just as Kurabi finished speaking, a sudden alertness surged within him. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a kunai, bound with an envelope, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The swiftness of its approach made Kurabi raise an eyebrow in surprise. In an instant, he drew his blade. The flash of lightning illuminating the scene. The razor-sharp edge met the kunai with a resounding clash, sending it careening aside and embedding itself into the ground, half submerged. Kurabi scrutinized the direction from which the kunai had come, but sensed no lingering presence. Had the assailant fled? His expression hardened as he turned to the kunai, signaling to his subordinate to retrieve the envelope affixed to it. Upon unfolding it, he was met with tiny, almost insect-like script that read, to learn of Uchiha Hakumo's whereabouts. Meet me at Hokage Rock at 3 in the afternoon. Upon reading this message, Kurabi's countenance grew grave. Were their movements compromised? Had their location been grasped by the higher echelons of the Leaf Village? Yet if that were the case, would they not dispatch forces to ambush him? Why then would they deliver such intelligence, particularly concerning Uchiha Hakumo? A torrent of thoughts flooded Kurabi's mind, even as his subordinates looked on curiously. Sir, is something amiss? Nothing of consequence. Merely some matters that elude my understanding, Kurabi replied, taking a deep breath as he solidified his resolve. He turned to the assembled ninjas and declared, the plan remains unchanged. When night falls, you shall infiltrate the Hyuga clan and abduct Hinata Hyuga. As for me, I shall proceed to Hokage Rock. Go and see what that fellow is truly up to. But could it be too perilous? Perilous? Nonsense. I am Yobi, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the future rap leader of the ninja world. Observing Kurabi's unwavering confidence, the crowd began to relax. Indeed, the Jinchuriki is the most formidable weapon in the ninja realm. How many can truly contend with the power of a Jinchuriki? Even if Lord Kurabi were to be besieged, he would surely be able to escape with grace. just as he did last night. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound of water droplets echoed in the dimly lit basement. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Orochimaru before him. His raspy voice broke the silence. Has the message been delivered? Oof, naturally. Orochimaru replied with a sinister chuckle. But is it truly wise to betray the villagers? Ha! What's this, Orochimaru? Do you believe my actions to be wrong? Hearing such words from you is indeed ironic. Your deeds are hardly more commendable than mine. Danzo retorted. To eliminate obstacles in our path, collaborating with enemies is quite a prudent choice. Rest assured, I shall prepare more living specimens for your experiments. After all, we are the best of partners. Danzo's gravelly voice reverberated throughout the room. Orochimaru, with his shadowy gaze fixed on Danzo, revealed no emotion on his face. However, as he turned, his serpent-like tongue couldn't help but lick his lips. He had coveted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for quite some time. Hopefully, Danzo would not disappoint him this time. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, with the Sharingan on Danzo's arm having been transplanted by Orochimaru himself. Yet, both were ambitious individuals, and there was no room for heartfelt trust between two ambition-driven souls. If he could acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could finally leave Konoha and delve into the mesmerizing world of bloodline limits. Achoo! The practicing Hakomai rubbed his nose, glancing at the sunlit sky. Strange. Who is speaking my name? Let me guess. Is it those two rascals, Orochimaru and Danzo? They truly lack discretion in their movements. I see everything you do. Caw-caw? The sound of a soaring eagle resonated through the sky. It ascended high, surveying the land from thousands of meters above. Nothing could escape the eagle's watchful gaze. At that moment, the clock unwittingly struck 3 in the afternoon. At Hokage Rock, Karabi appeared, surveying his surroundings. Time seemed to stand still, enveloped in tranquility. Not a single soul was present. He pursed his lips, a surge of anger rising within him, feeling like a jester who had been ruthlessly mocked. Such a lack of punctuality deserves a fate as dire as being cast off a cliff, crushed underfoot like mere refuse. These words, laced with a peculiar melody, drifted from the lips of Karabi. The figure of Danzo, who had just materialized behind him, was momentarily taken aback. Ahem. He feigned a cough, signaling his presence. Upon hearing the sound, Karabi turned, regarding the individual before him with curiosity. The person wore a conical hat, its draped cloth obscuring his features. Apart from the cough, which revealed a hint of age, there was little else to glean. Speak. What do the contents of your letter truly signify? In its literal sense, I offer you intel on Uchiha Hakomai. After a brief pause, Danzo continued. However, in return, once the deed is done, you must provide me with one of Hakomai's Sharingan. Ha! Do you truly believe I would fall for your deceit? Who knows if you are merely setting a trap for me? Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your prerogative, but should you let this opportunity slip away, the next may not present itself. Karabi fell silent. The man before him spoke a truth that resonated. If it were merely Hinata Hyuga, the advancement of the Hidden Cloud Village would be sluggish. Yet, if one could unravel the secrets of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, then no force in the ninja world could stand against the Hidden Cloud. He would not betray his brother's expectations. Noticing Karabi's silence, Danzo realized he had begun to sway Karabi's resolve. Indeed, in this ninja realm, none could resist the allure of the Uchiha's bloodline limit. 10 miles west of the Hidden Leaf lies a forest where Hakomai often trains. Position yourself there, and you shall encounter him. Just strike when he least expects it. With your prowess, you will surely incapacitate Hakomai and seize him with ease. With those words, Danzo lingered no longer, forming a hand seal. His figure transformed into white smoke, vanishing from Karabi's sight. He did not require Karabi's agreement to cooperate. He merely needed Karabi's intrigue to seek out Hakomai. In that struggle, the fisherman stands to gain from the clash of clans. Everything was within his calculations. Hakomai's training ground, huh? Karabi silently repeated the phrase. He chose not to pursue the figure before him, instead contemplating the intelligence he held. Uchiha Hakomai was deeply engrossed in his training. According to the information given, he was indeed likely to appear there. The only uncertainty lay in whether this was a trap set by the Hidden Leaf. But what of it? With the power of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I can deftly navigate any situation. With that resolve, Karabi set his course, leaping from the cliff, landing directly atop the head of the Third Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. A few agile bounds later, he vanished into the forest. Before long, he arrived at the forest, 10 miles west of the hidden leaf. Before him lay a vast expanse of trees, casting a canopy that obscured the sun. Rays of light filtered through the gaps, creating patches of dappled illumination. The distinct freshness of the forest filled Kurabi's nostrils. The atmosphere surrounding Kurabi became increasingly acute, though it could have merely been an illusion. In the distance, he discerned a sound reminiscent of rustling leaves, intertwining like the swift strokes of a calligrapher's brush against paper. Never mind, he thought. I shall find a place to conceal myself. With his legs imbued with chakra, Kurabi leaped into the air, soaring towards the branches of the trees. Yet, upon landing on a branch, the entire ambience of the forest seemed to freeze in that very instant. His pupils constricted in horror as he beheld the scene before him. Clusters of white ink seated upon the branches, all turning their gaze towards his figure. The myriad of indifferent eyes, densely packed, felt as though they could penetrate Kurabi's very soul. At that moment, thousands of white ink figures raised the corners of their mouths in a mocking smile, sharp as a blade, piercing into Kurabi's heart and setting off alarm bells within him. This was a trap set by that old man in collusion with the white ink. His acute perception of danger propelled Kurabi to activate his tail beast chakra mode instantly, a crimson aura enveloping his form as his aura surged. Simultaneously, the multitude of white ink figures revealed the explosive tags wrapped around them, unleashing a tempest that swept through the air like a tidal wave. Surprise, Motherf! Kurabi shouted. But before he could react, a blinding light engulfed him. It was as if a chain reaction had been set off. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of explosions filled the air, dense smoke billowing upwards like a colossal sandstorm, entwined with vibrant crimson flames that blossomed like exotic flowers in full bloom. The ground crumbled beneath him, shattered branches igniting in flames, cascading down like a meteor shower, while the fiery light from the explosion scattered about, resembling a blooming red rose. Captivating in its beauty, Mizuki Sagan, who had just arrived, stood in awe. What kind of power was this? As she marveled at the spectacle, the flames swelled ominously, threatening to consume everything in their vicinity. The overwhelming pressure compelled her to retreat hastily, a bitter taste rising within her. Had she known the surveillance of the white ink would be so formidable, she would never have accepted this mission, regardless of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said. No. Perhaps she could abandon the task right now. It would be better to withdraw from the Umbu than to risk her life. With this thought in mind, Mizuki Sagan reached for a corner of her Umbu mask, tearing it from her face and casting it aside, revealing her exquisite and charming visage. In the blink of an eye, the discarded mask was engulfed by the flames of the explosive tags, the intense heat melting it away into a dark powder that was whisked into the air by the fierce winds. The intense and continuous explosions, accompanied by billowing clouds of black smoke, instantly captured Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. That direction must be the training ground frequently utilized by Hakamai. It appears that the individual had already taken action last night. Come, let us proceed to the forest of the west. Yes, Hokage-sama. 10 shadowy ANBU ninjas glided alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly advancing towards the distant forest. This news quickly reached Uzumaki Kushina's ears. What? An explosion occurred in the training forest frequently visited by Hakamai. Anxiety was etched on Uzumaki Kushina's face, as if a shroud of worry enveloped her. It felt as though her heart was entangled in a chaotic mess, prompting her to dash out of the room. Wait, sister-in-law, you cannot go there. Uchiha Obito regretted informing Kushina of the news so hastily. Had he known she would be this frantic, he would have refrained from mentioning it. It was all his fault for being so talkative. Frustrated, Uchiha Obito slapped himself and hurriedly intercepted Uzumaki Kushina. Calm down, sister-in-law. It's just a Jinchuriki, right? My brother may lack emotional intelligence, focusing solely on his training, but his strength is undeniable. Trust in his capabilities. Dealing with a Jinchuriki should be a piece of cake for him. Uzumaki Kushina halted her steps, gazing towards the direction of the swirling black smoke, gradually loosening her clenched fists. Obito was right. Hakamai possessed formidable strength, capable of dispatching 5 elite jounin in a single encounter. Yet, the notion of merely cheering for Hakamai from a distance left Kushina feeling discontented. If given the chance, how she longed to fight alongside him. However, her own strength felt woefully inadequate. Uzumaki Kushina was remarkably resilient. Even in life-threatening situations, she seldom cried. Yet now, unbeknownst to her, Tears had silently formed in the corners of her eyes. Her crimson gaze brimmed with helplessness and injustice regarding her own abilities. A soft, delicate sound echoed through the courtyard, bringing Uzumaki Kushina back to her senses. She and Obito turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a snow-white fox approaching them with quiet footsteps. After nuzzling Kushina's ankle, it spoke, "Kushina, I am the summoning beast of Mito. She asked me to inform you that if you have time in the coming days, please visit the Senju clan. She has something to discuss with you face to face." "Mito-sama, I understand." Uzumaki Kushina wiped away her tears and added, "Then I shall go with you now." "I will go too." Uchiha Obito raised his hand, eager as a diligent student, his face alight with anticipation. The snow fox glanced at Uchiha Obito and remarked, "You may accompany us, but you must not cause mischief. Otherwise, I shall relay your earlier words to your brother." "What words?" "Emotional intelligence is lacking." "All right. I understand. No need for further words. I shall obediently comply. I will certainly not cause any trouble." Uchiha Obito quickly interrupted the words of the snow fox, trailing closely behind her and Kushina as they made their way to the Senju clan's territory. "Could you enlighten me as to why Granny Mito has summoned me?" "You will find out in due time," the snow fox replied, casting a deep glance at Uzumaki Kushina before leading them toward the Senju clan's grounds. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were relentless. Dark smoke loomed over the fierce flames, intensifying the grim expression on Killer Bee's face at the epicenter of the chaos. "Uchiha Hakumai, do not underestimate me." Wild Gale Slash. Killer Bee unsheathed his weapon, securing it with various parts of his body, unleashing a flurry of slashes akin to a tempest. The winds whipped around, entwining the roaring flames and black smoke, almost resembling a tornado, darkening the sky to an inky black. Break. Chakra erupted from Killer Bee, manifesting into fierce gusts that struck the remaining shadow clones. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow clones dissipated into wisps of white smoke, finally revealing the true visage of the forest beneath the explosions. It was an expansive, pitch-black expanse, resembling a natural arena from above, devoid of any remnants of shadow clones. Gazing at the emptiness before him, with not a single clone surviving, Killer Bee wore a victor's smile, raising his weapon to the heavens as he proclaimed, "I ask, who else dares? A so-called genius is merely a weakling waiting for the sun. If you have the skill, don your armor and battle me until the skies are devoid of light." Applause echoed. Hakumai stepped onto the blackened earth, approaching Killer Bee from a distance. "Killer Bee, do you always speak this awkwardly? If so, I must commend you with a thumbs up." Sensing the jest in Hakumai's words, Killer Bee's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before him. Ultrasonic Thunderblade. Killer Bee infused his blade with lightning chakra, invoking a super-frequency vibration that easily surpassed the penetration power of wind techniques. Swish. The lightning blade traced perfect arcs through the air, sealing Hakumai's energy, rendering him unable to evade. "Bring it on." Excitement gleamed in Hakumai's eyes, facing an adversary. He could finally unleash the majority of his power. In-sealing. Release. 100 Heal Technique. Buzz. Crimson patterns spread across Hakumai's body, significantly amplifying his presence. He raised his hand, a flicker of afterimages appearing as he positioned himself directly in the path of Killer Bee's assault. Sizzle. Blood gushed forth, revealing a sinister grin on Killer Bee's face. But in the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you recover so swiftly?" The wound inflicted by Killer Bee rapidly healed before the naked eye, thanks to the enhancement of the 100 Beauties technique. His arm appeared smooth and unblemished, as if it had never suffered injury. Before Killer Bee could regain his composure, Bai Mo swiftly grasped his opponent, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "Gotcha!" With a surge of power from his palm, an immense force enveloped Killer Bee, sending him hurtling away. Impressive. Killer Bee suppressed his disdain, donning a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on Bai Mo, who was swiftly creating distance between them. Partial-tailed beast transformation. A thick aura of chakra enveloped the retreating Killer Bee. He plunged one hand into the ground while gathering chakra in his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. With a whoosh, the tailed beast bomb, exuding a terrifying pressure, shot directly towards Bai Mo. In a critical moment, Bai Mo chuckled derisively. "Come on. If we're going to play, at least take it seriously." Activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the world through Bai Mo's eyes transformed into a crimson haze. He slowly extended a finger, lightly touching the tailed beast bomb. Crack. Crack. Boom. The small-tailed beast bomb, approximately 1 meter in diameter, shattered effortlessly before Bai Mo's solitary finger. Chakra dispersed into countless streams, vanishing into the ether. The transformed Killer Bee stood in stunned silence, grappling with the absurdity of what he had just witnessed. The tailed beast bomb shattered. Killer Bee gazed into Bai Mo's kaleidoscope Sharingan, an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. The chilling sensation penetrated to his very core, leaving him instinctively swallowing hard. What kind of bizarre power resided within those eyes? Bai Mo smiled faintly, empowered by the 100 Beauties technique. His physical prowess had received a significant boost. In an instant, Bai Mo's figure appeared directly before Killer Bee. Guess what? In his line of sight, Bai Mo discerned the intricate lines and dots covering Killer Bee's body. This was the ability bestowed by his left eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as direct death. By merely slicing along the lines, he could sever all things. Piercing the dots would lead to annihilation. It was Bai Mo's most formidable force of destruction. At that moment, Killer Bee felt an escalating dread. Such a peculiar ability extinguished any desire to fight. Yet, Bai Mo's speed was overwhelming, far too swift for him to evade. In a life-or-death situation, the voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, echoed in Killer Bee's mind. Killer Bee, leave the next phase of the battle to me. Is that all right? Of course. At least I won't be as pitiful as you. Gyuki retorted with a laugh. Yet Killer Bee paid it no mind. They were bonded as true friends. As the only Jinchuriki who could maintain his sanity during tailed beast transformation, the bond between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails was profoundly deep. Then I entrust you with this. Eight Tails. Full-tailed beast transformation. Mo. The chakra of Karabi began to swell ominously. In an instant, a colossal bull adorned with octopus-like tentacles materialized before Bai Mo's eyes. Simultaneously, Bai Mo's hand descended with a decisive slash. With a swift motion, the tail was severed. The 8 tails of the 8-tailed beast were abruptly reduced to 7, aligning with the will of the 8 tails. The octopus leg shadow clone technique activated. A puff of white smoke ascended. The severed octopus leg instantaneously transformed into Karabi's likeness, even mirroring his aura perfectly. Not even Bai Mo's kaleidoscopic Sharingan could discern any difference between this Karabi and the one from moments prior. Subsequently, the roles of offense and defense shifted. Uchiha Bai Mo. The 8 tails roared. A massive tailed beast ball coalesced within its bull maw. A barrage of tailed beast balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky became densely packed with tailed beast balls. At that moment, the transformed Karabi launched a fierce assault, aiming to entrap Bai Mo and prevent him from countering the tailed beast balls. Yet, Bai Mo remained completely unfazed. With palms pressed together, he invoked Susanoo. The crimson Susanoo rose majestically. This was indeed the second form of Susanoo, intricately woven with veins and flesh, enveloped in a shroud of chakra. Its colossal figure stood evenly matched with the 8 tails. Susanoo wielded the Uchiha fan, sweeping it horizontally, unleashing a tempest that shattered numerous tailed beast balls into oblivion. The 3 combatants became entwined in a fierce struggle, escalating the battle into a fervent climax. The western forest had been utterly obliterated, devoid of any trace of the once standing trees, leaving behind only barren black soil. At this moment, the night descended. The bright moon seemed to emit a crimson hue, a reflection of the influence of Bai Mo's Susanoo. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Not far from the Hyuga clan, a team from the Cloud Village sought the opportune moment to infiltrate. The entire Konoha was captivated by Bai Mo's battle, providing them with an exceptional opportunity for their incursion. Do not hesitate. The night has darkened, presenting the perfect time to infiltrate. Remember, once you succeed, retreat immediately. Yes, under the moonlight, the Cloud Village team concealed themselves, waiting for the right moment to slip into the Hyuga clan. Compared to the long-suppressed Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's location was considerably more thriving, their estate larger, indicative of their formidable heritage as a family on the rise. Oddly enough, the Hyuga residents felt unusually desolate, void of any presence. Do not ponder too much. Perhaps everyone has gone to witness the spectacle in the western forest. The immediate priority is to abduct Hinata Hyuga, they whispered, scanning the darkness for Hinata's dwelling. As the newly born princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata resided deep within the heart of the Hyuga estate. It is said that a formidable security force guards the room. However, as they gazed upon the scattered members of the Hyuga clan, one individual scoffed, "Is this all? I could easily take them down. With those words, he charged forward, the glint of his kunai shimmering ominously under the crimson moonlight. In an effortless display of skill, he dispatched the individuals and silently slipped into the room. Upon seeing Hinata Hyuga nestled in her crib, a grin spread across his face. Carelessly, he seized her swaddling and made his swift exit. Mission accomplished. Report back to Lord Killerby. We shall await your return at the designated location. As the figure departed, the team from the Hidden Cloud Village hastily withdrew from the Hyuga territory. Feeling the weight beneath the blanket, he let out a cold chuckle. The Hyuga clan is nothing remarkable. Our elite from the Hidden Cloud can handle them with ease. Yet, they remained oblivious to the two figures that suddenly materialized within the room after their exit. Thank you for your assistance. Without your intelligence, the Hyuga clan would have faced a grave catastrophe. We are all from the same village. It is only natural we assist one another, replied the Hyuga clan leader, Hizashi. He crouched down at the entrance, picking up some straw from the ground. This is the straw used for training with kunai and shurikens. It is hard to fathom that your genjutsu is so powerful that even an elite ninja could not detect being ensnared in it. Hizashi continued, what intrigues me most is whether the figure that appeared before me was your shadow clone or your true self. Uchiha Hakumo shrugged and smiled. Who knows? It could very well be an illusion. With that, Hakumo's figure flickered and vanished in an instant from the Hyuga clan's grounds, leaving Hizashi standing in place. His eyes filled with astonishment. In the western wilderness, the crimson lanterns dotted the sky, casting a resplendent glow upon the entangled figures below. Hakumo stood firm on the ground, surrounded by the towering Susanoo, enveloped in a fiery aura of crimson chakra. The air crackled with the sound of countless explosions, illuminating the heavens as if to rival the sun. A crowd had gathered at the edges of the battlefield, wary of drawing too close to the conflict between Hakumo and Killerby, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of a tailed beast, the formidable Eight Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by numerous ANBU, stood at the forefront, his heart sinking further with each passing moment. Although he had long suspected Hakumo's capabilities, witnessing the scene before him was still profoundly unsettling. Just how powerful was Hakumo? At such a young age, he could engage in a fierce battle with a tailed beast and wield the Susanoo with such proficiency. If he continued to grow steadily, the Uchiha clan would surely possess a formidable force rivaling even the legendary Uchiha Madara in the future. The words of those surrounding him were carried by the rising tempest to the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. It was not only he who felt the weight of the moment. Shimura Danzo, who had rushed over with the intention of reaping the benefits from the conflict, clenched his fists in resentment as he observed the battle before him. He lamented his unfortunate predicament, realizing that no matter his actions, he could not capitalize on the situation. With so many witnesses present, it was hardly conducive to take decisive action. Moreover, the ease with which Hakumai navigated the fray suggested he was far from exerting his full strength. A hasty attack could easily leave Danzo mired in complications, an outcome he was keen to avoid. Are you hesitant to act? At some point, Orochimaru's figure materialized beside Danzo, exuding a sinister aura that further deepened Danzo's solemnity. If you desire those eyes, do not hesitate to strike now. Danzo, however, paid no heed to Orochimaru's provocation. Rather, he sought to turn the tables with his words. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed. After observing from the shadows for an extended period, his instincts began to stir with fervor. The Hakumai engaged in combat was merely a shadow clone. The true Hakumai could be lying in ambush elsewhere. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a penetrating gaze at Danzo, and lowered his voice to whisper earnestly in his ear, regardless of the outcome. The test subjects you promised me cannot be diminished. Understood, you insufferable serpent. Danzo retorted with disdain, stepping aside to create distance between himself and Orochimaru, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. As time wore on, Orochimaru's appetite for power grew insatiable, leaving Danzo with an unsettling sense of losing control. Should Orochimaru unleash his fury, it would spell disaster for Danzo's circumstances. Perhaps it would be best if the dead could resolve the myriad troubles that plagued him. At the periphery of the battlefield, each individual was consumed by thoughts of their own gain, oblivious to the figure swiftly approaching from the distance. Lord Killerby, the mission is accomplished. We can retreat. The shout rang out, its volume piercing through even the chaos of battle. reaching the ears of the engaged Killer Bee with clarity. As the conflict intensified, the arrival of the formidable Leaf Shinobi, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, stirred a sense of unease within the Eight Tails. Yet, the pride inherent to a tailed beast prevented him from making a direct retreat. However, the circumstances had changed. The mission was complete. What purpose remained in lingering here? This was the perfect opportunity to withdraw. With this thought, the Eight Tails steeled himself, severing two of his octopus-like appendages, which writhed on the ground, drawing the attention of all present. Seizing the opportunity, the Eight Tails tempered his power, allowing the figure of Kurabi to once again captivate the attention of the onlookers. Octopus leg shadow technique. Boom, boom. Two clouds of white smoke erupted in response, obscuring the sight of those present. The three figures shifted positions, rendering them incapable of discerning which Kurabi was the true entity emerging from the mist. Bai Mo, you have lost. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. You are merely a pawn to draw attention. When we meet again, I shall ensure you understand who the true powerhouse is. Ha ha ha. Kurabi, astonished by Bai Mo's strength, nonetheless maintained his bravado, leaving behind a harsh declaration. The three silhouettes surged in different directions, bolstered by the chakra of the Eight Tails and the continuous stimulation of lightning chakra, enhancing Kurabi's physical vitality and propelling his speed to an extraordinary level. In the blink of an eye, Kurabi's form vanished from their sight, leaving Bai Mo alone. Gazing distantly at the horizon, a smirk graced his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if everything lay perfectly within his grasp. There was no need for haste. They would meet again soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the higher-ups of Konoha, approached Bai Mo, having witnessed his prowess. Hiruzen's demeanor towards Bai Mo grew increasingly favorable. Bai Mo, you have performed remarkably well. After all, this is the Eight Tails. Unless I intervene personally, it would be challenging to subdue such a formidable foe. While praising Bai Mo, Hiruzen subtly elevated his own status, reminding Bai Mo of the disparity in their strengths, suggesting he should remain humble and not oppose him. However, what Hiruzen and the others did not anticipate was Bai Mo's indifferent glance in his direction, followed by a smile. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I will ensure that Kurabi pays a steep price. As his words faded, Bai Mo's hand assumed the form of an eagle's claw and gradually descended upon his face. In an instant of sudden exertion, boom, Bai Mo before the crowd transformed into white mist, dissipating with the gentle breeze. Only then did the onlookers regain their senses. They gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the scene before them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively took a step back. How is this possible? The Bai Mo who battled the Eight Tails all afternoon was merely a shadow clone. Where is his true self? To what extent has his power reached? Gulp. Hiruzen swallowed hard, feeling as though he had just been struck across the face. How painful. Ding. Current task. Refine rune inscription. Progress. 979899. The system's electronic voice echoed in Bai Mo's mind, yet he appeared oblivious, fully engrossed in inscribing explosive runes upon the sheet of paper before him. His expression one of utmost seriousness. Killer Bee gasped for breath as he sprinted alongside the Jonin, fleeing down the necessary path to the hidden cloud village. The memory of the recent battle stirred a torrent of uncontainable rage within him. He never anticipated the magnitude of White Ink's chakra. It far exceeded his expectations. Surely, that individual's talent transcended humanity. With a fierce grunt, Killer Bee slammed his fist into the air beside him, producing a sharp sound of explosive force. At that moment, a blazing fire ignited within his heart. He must grow stronger, frenziedly stronger. Only then could he wash away today's disgrace when they next crossed paths. Soon, the group gathered near the cliffside, a perilous location seldom trodden by human feet. Rushing waters cascaded down the precipice, accompanied by similar cliffs in the distance. The splashes of water fell silently into the shadowy crevice, creating no ripple of disturbance. Where's Hinata Hyuga? One called out. Sir, over here. Another held a swaddled bundle, presenting it to Killer Bee as if offering a treasure. The moment he laid eyes on it, Killer Bee's fist tensed. With a swift motion, the blade emerged, glinting with a chilling light. In an instant, a cold radiance flashed, and with a swift slice, the swaddled bundle was cleaved in two, tumbling to the ground. Are you insane, sir? One of the onlookers gasped. I think it's you who has gone mad. Open your eyes and see clearly what you're holding. A sense of foreboding enveloped the group as they peered down, rubbing their eyes, cautiously approaching the remnants of what they had believed to be a swaddled infant. To their dismay, they recognized a wooden stump, a prop only used in the practice of the body substitution technique. Could it be that everything we witnessed was merely an illusion? No wonder we so easily infiltrated the Hyuga clan. Perhaps our actions were detected from the very beginning. Killer Bee's eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected not only White Ink's formidable strength, but also the potency of his illusions, which even the Jonin struggled to perceive. Was such a formidable adversary truly within his reach? Pushing those thoughts aside, Killer Bee suddenly froze. "Sir, what is it? What should we do now? Why have you gone silent?" The group followed his gaze to the opposite cliff of the gorge. There, White Ink meticulously etched the final stroke. Ding, current progress 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, refined rune engraving. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, advanced Flying Thunder God Technique application. Flying Thunder God Technique, an S-rank space ninjutsu, classified as a body flicker technique, allows the host to leave a Flying Thunder God formula on a target, enabling instantaneous movement either to the host or to any object that has indirect contact with the host's chakra. Advanced application. The host can instantaneously condense the Flying Thunder God formula at any point his gaze reaches. As the electronic sound of the system faded, Bai Mo finally lifted his gaze, allowing his eyes to rest lightly upon Kurabi. "Kurabi, we meet again. What brings you here? Were you not supposed to be?" The realization struck Kurabi, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that the one I was battling with was merely your shadow clone?" Bai Mo offered no reply, instead leisurely rising from the ground. As the original, he had spent the entire afternoon inscribing the runes in his hand, all for this very moment. "Kurabi, flee. The aura of danger surrounding me is intensifying." The voice of the Eight Tails echoed within Kurabi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed in the opposite direction, leaving the stunned Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village trembling in place, at a loss. Let destruction commence. The mutual explosive tag technique. Initially, Bai Mo had intended to employ his taijutsu to affix the explosive tags onto their bodies. However, with the advanced Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, a mere glance was sufficient. The technique would inscribe the tags, enabling instantaneous transportation between objects. With a flick of his fingers, 6 specialized explosive tags vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they had already adhered to the 6 individuals before him. The mutual explosive tag technique, an A-rank infinite explosive ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, summoned tags repeatedly, triggering a concentrated series of explosions upon activation. Upon contact with the target, the explosions would continue relentlessly until the target was reduced to ashes. This clearly displayed Bai Mo's murderous intent at that moment. "I hope you enjoy this grand gift. Sayonara." With that, Bai Mo vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only the flames illuminating the sky. At the edge of the Leaf Village, Takuren Komatsu stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, shall we not pursue?" "No," Hiruzen replied. "If I am not mistaken, Bai Mo is already anticipating their arrival." As if to validate his thoughts, a resounding explosion lit up the sky. Hiruzen gazed at the distant flames, a dreadful speculation emerging in his mind. Could it be that Bai Mo was already aware of Kurabi's movements? Had everything been part of his calculations from the very beginning? If that were the case, Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps it would no longer be feasible to overtly suppress the Uchiha clan. Even if suppression were necessary, it must never provoke Bai Mo's wrath. Otherwise, it would spell unpredictable disaster for both the Leaf Village and the Sarutobi clan. Where, then, shall I seek sustenance for the Leaf Village and the Sarutobi clan? He pondered. Takuren Komatsu, prepare to compile the actions of Kurabi and his companions. Then, relay the information to the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. I must confront them directly regarding their intentions. Hiruzen's meaning was clear, to leverage this incident to pressure the Hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning into yielding more resources. What of Bai Mo's situation? Komatsu inquired. Mito Minyan stood to the left of Sarutobi Hizashi and inquired. In response, Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the enduring flames, inhaled deeply, and a radiant smile illuminated his face. "Hakumo is a wonderful child. He is a hero of our Konoha. All the citizens of Konoha should learn from Hakumo." Tsunade, Shikamaru Nara, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, and others were acutely aware that just yesterday, Sarutobi Hizashi had not shared such sentiments. In the Hidden Cloud Village, AI felt an inexplicable unease. He stood atop the Rakage building, overlooking the yellow sands below. At this moment, he was not yet the fourth Rakage, but rather the imminent successor as his father. The third Rakage still held the position. Have there been any updates on Killer Bee? He inquired. None, replied Mabui, his secretary, standing steadfastly beside him. Her words etched worry across AI's features. Logically, given Killer Bee's strength and mission style, even if the task was incomplete, some intelligence should have been conveyed. The silence was unnerving. AI furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing towards the distance. There, faint sounds resembling explosions echoed, prompting the shadow-level AI to sense something amiss. I must investigate. With a terse declaration, AI leaped from the Rakage building. Lightning release, chakra mode. His cells surged with energy, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outskirts of the hidden cloud village. Boom, boom. The explosions reverberated incessantly, mingling with the pungent scent of gunpowder that invaded his nostrils. He beheld the eight tails thrashing in agony, the explosive tag's power manifesting relentlessly, leaving Killer Bee transformed into the eight tails, struggling to break free. Brother, save me, cried Killer Bee, igniting a fierce fire within AI's heart. What on earth is happening? Although AI voiced his concern, his movements were swift. In an instant, he appeared beside the eight tails. The terrifying strength manifested as he seized the remaining 5 tails of the 8 tails and hurled them into the distance. The colossal form felt like a mere toy in AI's grasp, tracing a flawless parabolic arc before splashing down into a nearby pond. Due to the harsh geographical conditions of the hidden cloud village, water reservoirs were typically constructed to meet daily needs. Yet, the current situation exceeded AI's expectations, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Splash! As the 8 tails landed in the pond, the immense size sent water spraying everywhere, drenching AI in the process. Correspondingly, as the water in the reservoir mingled with the explosive tags, the situation escalated. The incessant explosions gradually began to subside. Yet, it was insufficient. Lightning release, thunderplow. AI's arm pierced through the water like a bullet. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A torrent of electrical currents surged forth in the pool. With the aid of this energy, accompanied by the final resounding explosion, the 8 tails collapsed entirely within the waters. Finally rescued, the 8 tails murmured, before returning to Kairabi's body to commence healing and recovery. This sensation left Kairabi feeling quite uncomfortable. Even during the times when the 8 tails rampaged and he was mercilessly beaten by his own brother, he had never felt so disheveled. Yet, the current scene made him wish he could simply vanish into a crack in the earth. Kairabi, what on earth transpired? As Kairabi recounted the terror and might of Hakomai, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in Hakomai's eyes had already vanished. With its disappearance, the previously cast illusion shattered in response. If Hakomai's left eye harbored the most formidable killing technique, the ability to bring about instant death, then his right eye contained the most powerful illusionary world. This was a completely different illusion from the likes of Kotoame Tsukumi. It could substitute the 5 senses and create a world within the mind of the target, rendering them utterly defenseless and unaware. It was one of Hakomai's 2 deadly weapons. He strolled towards Konoha, the distant throng of people coming into view, a sea of figures awaiting his return, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gazing at Hakomai as he approached, the thick-skinned Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly proclaimed, "Welcome home, Hakomai." This was a performance for Hakomai's benefit. Though inwardly frustrated, he resolved to endure this period. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even more radiant. He approached Hakomai like a family elder, giving a hearty pat on his shoulder. "You did exceptionally well this time." Hakomai looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and offered a graceful smile. He extended his hand to gently brush off his shoulder. This gesture caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile to falter abruptly. Just as his expression darkened, Hakomai added, "Lord Hokage, the battle has just concluded, and I still bear dust upon me. I hope you won't take offense." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a flower-like smile. "Oh, I see. How could I possibly take offense?" However, just as he prepared to say something further, Hakomai bypassed Sarutobi Hiruzen entirely and proceeded towards the Uchiha clan. Kushina Uzumaki watched Hakomai approach with a gaze full of concern. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen's insincerity, she could not contain her excitement. She moved her legs and dashed towards Hakomai, her petite figure launching directly into his embrace. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist. She leaned against Bai Mo's chest like a cuddly koala, nuzzling affectionately. Bai Mo, are you alright? Are you hurt? How could I possibly be in trouble? The one in trouble is that Kirigai. Bai Mo seemed to have grown accustomed to Kushina's embrace. He slowly raised his hands and gently patted her back. He has already made it onto my list of retribution since he stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan. You know about this? Of course. After all, I care for you deeply. A glint of menace flickered in Bai Mo's eyes. Though I enjoy training, I am not without a desire for vengeance. If some fool dares to lay a hand on my family, I shall ensure they understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Finally, Bai Mo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked with a smile, It's getting late. Hokage-sama, we should head back now. Indeed, it is time to return. We shall not intrude upon this lovely couple any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen said meaningfully before leading his entourage away. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. As news of Bai Mo's situation swept through Konoha like a sudden tempest, leading many to acquire a clearer and deeper understanding of his prowess. Before long, the next day arrived at the Ninja Academy. A man with tousled yellow hair approached Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noira Rin. Pay attention. This man is Minato Namikaze. Today, he has come to the Ninja Academy to serve as the lead instructor for the trio before him. Minato Namikaze wore a bright smile. He scanned the three with enthusiasm and introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I am Minato Namikaze. From today onward, I shall be your guiding teacher. I look forward to working with you. Just as Minato finished speaking, the weary Uchiha Obito yawned widely in front of everyone, immediately capturing Minato's attention. You are Uchiha Bai Mo's younger brother, Uchiha Obito, correct? That's right. It's me. Obito's eyes brightened significantly at the mention of his older brother. Are you familiar with my brother? Minato shook his head, replying, I have only heard of his great renown, but we have yet to converse. Really? My brother is quite the famous figure in Konoha. Don't you wish to meet him? Obito suggested, thumping his chest. How about this? If you let me pass your exam, I'll introduce you to my brother. Minato chuckled, ruffling Obito's hair before playfully flicking it. Not a chance. The exam must be taken seriously. However, I would truly love to spar with Bai Mo if the opportunity arises. Since news of last night's battle spread, the citizens of Konoha had gained a clearer understanding of Bai Mo's strength. Especially for Minato, a surge of competitive spirit stirred within him. Who, indeed, is stronger? Myself or Hokage? Just as Namikaze Minato pondered this, Uchiha Obito before him smirked slightly and remarked, Is that even a question? Of course. My elder brother is far more formidable. I am quite perplexed as to what merits you possess to be our team leader. Observing the childlike demeanor of Uchiha Obito, Minato unsheathed a kunai adorned with distinctive runes and, in the presence of the three youngsters, hurled it into the distance. A brilliant yellow flash surged forth, and in the next instant, Minato's form materialized behind the trio. Gulp! Uchiha Obito instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with admiration. So cool. Minato, unfazed, retracted his kunai and turned his gaze toward Uchiha Obito, stating, Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Humph, the underdog. Kakashi Hatake, who had been observing the interaction between Minato and Obito, interjected coolly before turning his head away, as if the scene before him held no allure whatsoever. This prompted Minato to scratch his head, realizing that his class contained two troubled youths, which was indeed quite a headache. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, Obito, how is class going? Following the sound, Minato saw Hokage clad in a pristine white robe, strolling toward them, accompanied by Kushina, who was affectionately linked to his arm. The two appeared deeply enamored, their affection evident to onlookers who remained oblivious to the fact that their union was a facade. Were it not for the slight stiffness of Hakoma's arm, one might have thought that Kushina's gentle nudges against it conveyed an ineffable charm. Brother, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, drawing the attention of Noira Rin, Namikaze Minato, and Kakashi Hatake simultaneously to Uchiha Hakome in the distance. Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In her youthful heart, Hakome embodied the quintessential Prince Charming. Almost every girl envied Kushina, wishing to be the one standing beside Hakome. Kushina, concealing a smile behind her hand, said nothing, instead gazing adoringly at Hakome's profile. Brother, this is our team leader, Namikaze Minato, Hakome announced, nodding in acknowledgement toward Minato. Both sensed the formidable aura emanating from one another. Realizing that Minato had indeed become their team leader, Hakomai quietly marveled at this revelation before addressing Uchiha Obito, saying, Obito, Namake's Minato is an exceptionally skilled ninja and an equally remarkable teacher. You must be sure to listen to him from now on, understood? Bai Mo turned to Minato Namake's and said, Minato, if Obito proves to be disobedient, do not hesitate, as long as you do not kill him. Feel free to give him a thorough beating. Uchiha Obito interjected, Hey brother, are you serious? I am your own flesh and blood. Bai Mo replied earnestly, Precisely because you are my dear brother, I impose such expectations upon you. Otherwise, would it not be simpler for me to let you frolic as you please? Bai Mo gently patted Obito's shoulder, expressing his heartfelt wish that one day, the name Uchiha Obito would resonate throughout the ninja world. Observing the bewildered expression on Obito's face, Bai Mo could hardly contain his laughter. With these words, it was certain that Obito would dedicate himself to training in the coming days, sparing Bai Mo from any annoyance. Hooray! Bai Mo rejoiced internally. However, if his memories served him correctly, the conflict at the Kanabi Bridge would soon unfold. The forces of fate are formidable. Aside from his unexpected intrusion, everything else seemed to be awaiting its destined occurrence. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the Hidden Cloud Village would no longer dare to provoke Konoha. Would the conflict at Kanabi Bridge still transpire? Just as Bai Mo pondered this, Minato suddenly called out his name, Uchiha Bai Mo. If the opportunity arises, I would like to engage in a spar with you. Bai Mo replied eagerly. Aside from training, my greatest passion is fighting. Minato's face blossomed with an incredibly radiant smile upon receiving Bai Mo's response. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the intelligence report before him, his countenance darkened. Outrageous! How dare these rascals conspire against us? Beside him, Konohamaru remarked, Hiruzen, this situation might not be one we anticipated. Nevertheless, we must exercise extreme caution, otherwise we may unwittingly ignite the flames of the Third Great Ninja War. Damn it! Hiruzen cursed under his breath, his expression a tempest of uncertainty. The current circumstances bore no resemblance to the scenarios he had envisioned. Initially, Hiruzen had intended to leverage the incident involving Killer Bee to apply pressure on the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could even finalize his plans, the Third Hokage, had allied with the Mist and Stone villages to launch a counterattack. They claimed that Killer Bee had come to Konoha to celebrate Bai Mo's wedding, but that Bai Mo, in his arrogance, had insulted Killer Bee, leading to their confrontation. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konoha appeared indifferent to the matter, allowing it to fester. Such conduct laid bare their treacherous ambitions. Various slanderous accusations leaped off the page. Did these scoundrels truly believe that their alliance could suppress Konoha? Although Hiruzen spoke with bravado, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. As the seasons shift, let us convene a gathering with the esteemed clans and individuals from the Land of Fire. I seek to hear your thoughts on pressing matters. Furthermore, let us not forget to summon Uchiha Hakomo. As a hero of Konoha, his presence is imperative. This is a matter of moral obligation. A strategy masterfully orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. By standing on the moral high ground, he renders himself invincible within Konoha. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. The assembly gathers in the conference room of the Hokage building, with even Hakomo present, his eyes closed as he immerses himself in his own training. Many are left in awe of Hakomo's discipline. Such talent combined with relentless effort cannot be overlooked. Without the mention of Hakomo's name, this world would be inconceivable. Seated at the head of the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen raises his hand, prompting the members of the Umbu to distribute letters from the Hidden Cloud Village. These are copies intended for all to peruse the contents. After approximately 5 minutes, the atmosphere within the conference room grows increasingly tense, particularly for Hyuga Hizashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga. As he gazes at the accusatory phrases on the envelope, his frustration mounts, the lines on his forehead deepening. It was these individuals who sought to abduct my daughter, yet now they accuse us of inadequate hospitality. They have even allied with the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages to exert pressure upon us. Do they not fear provoking us further? Hyuga Hizashi vehemently expresses his discontent, yet the room remains silent, all eyes turning towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, anticipating his next words. Hiruzen regards Hizashi and states, Hizashi, I understand your anger, but please hold your temper for now. This is a united pressure from the Hidden Cloud and other villages. Our concerns extend beyond your personal grievances. we must consider the impending threat of war. Indeed, this is the crux of Sarutobi Hiruzen's worry. Should conflict arise, Konoha, which has only recently entered a phase of recuperation, would inevitably be dragged into the quagmire of war. In such a scenario, the Sarutobi clan would also be compelled to engage in battle, which would be detrimental to the entire family. Thus, this is the very reason Hiruzen has called for this meeting. He is inherently a proponent of peace, prioritizing both Konoha and his clan. Therefore, even in light of these events, the Hyuga clan must exercise restraint and refrain from hasty aggression. Hiruzen then turns to Uchiha Fugaku and inquires, "Fugaku, what is the perspective of your Uchiha clan regarding this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku glances at Hakumo beside him. Noticing that Hakumo appears oblivious, still engrossed in his training with closed eyes, his chakras subtly flowing. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku addresses Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, "Lord Hokage, the Uchiha bear the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha. Should they dare to invade our village, we shall ensure they pay an exceedingly grave price." The voice of Uchiha Fugaku resonated powerfully, prompting many to nod in agreement. His words were indisputable. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed. After a brief inquiry into the thoughts of others, his gaze shifted to Uchiha Hakumo. "Hakumo, what is your perspective on this matter?" Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen finally address him, Uchiha Hakumo slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Hokage. "Me? Do you consider my opinion significant, Lord Hokage?" "Of course. The views of everyone present hold immense importance to me," replied Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga Hizashi, feeling a pang of anxiety, was at a loss. Despite having expressed his opinion, it seemed as though Sarutobi Hiruzen was indifferent to it. This sense of frustration drove Hizashi to the brink of madness. After all, without Hakumo's assistance, the repercussions of Hinata's situation would have left the Hyuga clan trembling in fear. Hakumo cast a fleeting glance at Hizashi and softly stated, "Lord Hokage, since you have inquired, I shall briefly share my thoughts. The reason the three major hidden villages, Hyumo, Kiri, and Iwa, are able to unite and exert pressure at this juncture is not solely due to the meddling of the Third Hokage, but primarily due to resources. Even if we pursue peace through negotiation, conflict will ultimately arise. Therefore, my stance is one of war. If we can overpower them, Konoha shall enjoy at least a decade of stability." Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile did not reach his eyes, and his disdain for Hakumo deepened. Indeed, Hakumo's views diverged from his own and were imbued with a certain naivety. In the event of war, the mobilization of troops and resources was a complex endeavor, far beyond merely declaring a desire for battle. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already leaned towards a peaceful resolution upon seeing the letter. Konoha could not afford to be ensnared in the throes of war once more. If necessary, he would overlook the damages caused by Karabi to Konoha this time. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, a sudden voice echoed through the assembly. "I support Uchiha Hakumo's perspective." The Hokage's intention to speak was abruptly stifled. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as they fell upon the speaker, Shimura Danzo. "What do you mean by that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded. With a sip of his tea, Danzo replied nonchalantly, "The literal meaning. This time, I am in favor of Uchiha Hakumo's idea." The room fell into murmurs as everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Danzo. He had rarely opposed Sarutobi Hiruzen in public, so what had transpired to prompt such a bold stance? Why does Sarutobi Hiruzen openly support Uchiha Hakumo? Could it be that the two have aligned themselves on the same battlefield? Not only the onlookers, but even Hakumo himself felt a wave of astonishment and incredulity. Instinctively, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared composed, exuding an aura of assured victory. However, the expression on Sarutobi's face grew increasingly grave. "Shimura Danzo, are you aware of the implications of your words? The Second Shinobi World War has only just concluded, and Konoha is in dire need of rebuilding and recuperation. What resources do you propose we use to fight? Do you intend for Konoha to face the three great ninja villages alone? What is it that you truly desire?" The corners of Danzo's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Could he truly be oblivious to the current circumstances? Yet, compared to suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen, nothing else seemed to matter. In fact, he would go to even greater lengths to unseat Hiruzen from his position. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Even Hakumo observed Danzo with curiosity. As a time traveler, he possessed some foreknowledge of future events. He was aware that in the not-so-distant future, Danzo would even contemplate assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was that very action that would significantly diminish Danzo's power. This meeting, he surmised, was merely the catalyst for subsequent events. Just as Hakomai was lost in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to him, subtly shifting the focus of the inquiry back onto him. The malice behind this maneuver caused Hakomai to furrow his brows. Were it anyone else, they would likely be overwhelmed by the need to devise a solution. But he was Uchiha Hakomai. His relentless training was driven by a desire to carve out opportunities for himself. As the assembly awaited Hakomai's decision with bated breath, he gradually rose from his seat. He cast a brief glance at those present and then spoke calmly. Lord Hokage, you are aware that previously, Killer Bee infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory with the intent to abduct Kushina Uzumaki. Is this something you can truly tolerate? He is slapping your face. The entire village witnessed the wedding you personally orchestrated. Moreover, that scoundrel Killer Bee even sought to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, a mere infant just days old. Therefore, I advocate for a proactive stance. Let us strike against these shameless individuals who dare to turn the tables on us. At this point, a smile graced Hakomai's lips. He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and added, of course, this village ultimately falls under your authority, Lord Hokage, so we shall respect your choices and adhere to your directives. Hakomai skillfully redirected the question back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet unlike at the outset, Hiruzen's position had become precariously unstable. At this moment, all the clan leaders turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was acutely aware that his decision would directly influence his prestige. This familiar sensation also brought him unprecedented anguish. That scoundrel, Hakomai, how could he morally coerce him? This was precisely what he excelled at. Should he choose peace, the clan leaders would undoubtedly be disheartened. After all, even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were not in his favor, making it improbable for them to wage war on behalf of smaller clans. His prestige would plummet. Conversely, if he opted for war, the rapid development of the Sarutobi clan would be interrupted, dragging even Konoha into the quagmire of conflict. This was a fate Hiruzen desperately wished to avoid. At that moment, Nara Shikaku and Mido Yane exchanged glances, equally astonished by Hakomai's rhetorical prowess. In just a few sharp words, he had thrust Hiruzen into the eye of the storm, a situation they had hoped to avoid. Mido leaned closer to Hiruzen and whispered, Lord Hokage, perhaps we should postpone this discussion for a few days and consult with the folks from the Cloud Village to ascertain their intentions. Hiruzen pondered seriously for a moment before gradually nodding in agreement. Let us proceed with that course of action, he declared. As his words echoed, Mido feigned a cough, redirecting the attention of all present towards himself. Given the multitude of matters at hand, we shall reconvene once we receive news from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. For now, let us adjourn. His pronouncement left many in awe. They had not anticipated such a decision from Mido and Hiruzen. It far exceeded their expectations. They had assumed a resolution would be reached, yet instead, they found themselves deferring the decision. But was this choice truly prudent? With the meeting postponed, Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance with Hakomai before leading the way out of the room, with Hakomai closely trailing behind. Lord Hokage, I have matters to attend to as well. I shall take my leave, spoke Hyuga Hizashi as he rose from his seat. In that instant, all present exchanged glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and followed Hizashi out. This was their unvoiced protest, and it only served to deepen Hiruzen's humiliation. With a resounding bang, Hiruzen slammed his fist on the table in fury. Surveying the now empty conference room, he shouted in exasperation, Are these individuals attempting to force me into battle? Do they not realize that war would plunge our village into chaos? Standing nearby, Shimizu Tozo cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Hiruzen's mind. It was simply that there were no benefits to be gained this time, and there was even a degree of risk involved. Had Hiruzen perceived any potential advantage, he would undoubtedly have been the first to launch an assault against the other three great clans. Outside the conference room, Bai Mo walked silently along the street, accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku. After a prolonged hesitation, Fugaku finally spoke. Bai Mo, could you share your thoughts with me? Honestly, I haven't given it much thought. Isn't this situation quite satisfactory? What do you mean? Is there any benefit to delaying the meeting? Of course. This gives me the time to handle matters on my own. Doesn't it? You mean you plan to confront the three hidden villages by yourself? Bai Mo narrowed his eyes behind his glasses, abruptly halting his steps. He fixed a serious gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku, head of the clan, You should be well aware of my disposition. I am wholly devoted to my training. As long as I can cultivate, I remain largely indifferent to external events. However, this time, the cloud-hidden village has repeatedly crossed my boundaries. They even dared to reach for Uzumaki Kushina. This is absolutely intolerable. Had Kurabi extended his arm during that encounter, he would have already lost his life. Uchiha Fugaku could distinctly sense the rising aura of murderous intent emanating from Bai Mo, a terrifying presence that far exceeded his own. In other words, Bai Mo was indeed serious. What do you intend to do? Quite simply, I shall raise an army of one. I will take on the 3 hidden villages single-handedly. And I shall also send a warning to that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not disturb my training again. An army of one, single-handedly challenging the hidden villages. As those phrases reached Uchiha Fugaku's ears, he gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at Bai Mo. Bai Mo, are you serious? After a brief pause, Fugaku continued, do you truly have the confidence to do this? Of course. You must understand that I never undertake endeavors without assurance. Uchiha Fugaku recognized Bai Mo's character. Since he spoke with such conviction, it meant he had already formulated a plan. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku knew his role was to lend steadfast support. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, his gaze turning earnest as he looked at Bai Mo. He placed a firm hand on his shoulder and said, in that case, Bai Mo, I have something to entrust to you. What is it? Bai Mo asked. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what else Uchiha Fugaku might possess that he was unaware of. With this question in mind, Bai Mo followed Fugaku deeper into the Uchiha clan's estate. They descended into the underground chamber of Fugaku's room, a space Bai Mo had never before entered. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Aside from the modified stone tablet passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, there should be nothing more precious than this. However, when Hakumai beheld the subterranean chamber of Uchiha Fugaku, filled to the brim with an abundance of treasures and scrolls, a look of profound astonishment graced his visage. This sight evoked an intense emotion in Fugaku, as he relished the impact of such astonishment upon Hakumai. It was a delightful sensation, igniting a sense of pride within Fugaku. What lay before them was the true legacy of the Uchiha clan, with many scrolls being rare treasures of unparalleled significance. Furthermore, the gold and silver therein could be utilized at will. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku had already regarded Hakumai as the rightful heir of the Uchiha legacy. With such exceptional capabilities and disposition, Hakumai surpassed Fugaku by an immeasurable margin. Were it not for Hakumai's disinterest in mundane affairs, Fugaku might have willingly relinquished his position to retire in peace. Yet, this was not the paramount revelation. The most significant treasure resided deeper within. Uchiha Fugaku beckoned Hakumai, leading him further into the depths of the basement. They arrived at a sealed chamber, secured by an antiquated copper lock adorned with runic seals. To tamper with such seals could unleash an unfathomable explosion. With a series of hand signs, Uchiha Fugaku uttered the command to release the seal. Instantly, the runes dimmed and disintegrated into mere scraps of paper, drifting gently to the ground. A soft click resonated in the air as the door creaked open. Fugaku lit the candles on either side, their warm glow illuminating the dim room, allowing Hakumai to behold its contents with clarity. At the center of the table lay a fan emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest, meticulously arranged. Bathed in candlelight, it shimmered with a resplendent brilliance. Narrating the extraordinary nature of the fan, Lord Clan Leader, is this the fan of Uchiha Madara? Yet, has it not been said that no trace of it has been found to this day? Indeed, yet not entirely, Fugaku replied, a proud smile gracing his face, revealing a history unknown even to Hakumai. After Madara's departure, our finest craftsmen within the Uchiha clan secretly forged a fan that rivaled Madara's own, utilizing materials and techniques that surpassed the original. However, it was considerably heavier, rendering its use restricted to a select few. Over time, it was sealed away in this hidden basement. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, but times have changed. The Uchiha clan now boasts a prodigious talent like you. You shall undoubtedly restore the fan's renown to the world, allowing more to recognize the glory of our clan. Therefore, Hakumai, boldly pursue all that you desire. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I shall wholeheartedly support your vision. With these words, Uchiha Fugaku firmly grasped the Uchiha fan, lifting it with great effort from the table and presenting it to Hakumo. Upon feeling the exquisite texture of the fan, Hakumo casually waved it. In an instant, a tempest surged through the basement, sweeping away numerous scrolls. What a formidable weapon. This is to be expected. For Uchiha Madara's fan possesses the ability to manipulate fire through wind release, as well as the capacity to deflect ninjutsu. It goes without saying that this fan, crafted with even more robust materials, is exceptional. A flicker of emotion stirred within Hakumo's heart. Although he had traversed into this world over a decade ago, it was the first time he felt such profound sentiment. Perhaps the Uchiha clan is warmer than one might imagine. After all, the Uchiha understand love better than anyone else. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Third Hokage, sat in the main seat of the Hidden Cloud Village, flanked by his son, the future Fourth Hokage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Opposite them sat Inoki of the Hidden Stone Village and Yagura of the Hidden Mist Village. These two leaders, embodying authority, gathered here to deliberate on the matters at hand. At this moment, they were oblivious to Konoha's decisions. Even if they were aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's postponement of the meeting, it mattered little, for their objective was not to retaliate, but to engage in earnest combat. Only through battle could they decisively consume Konoha and the Land of Fire, thus fostering their own growth and power. Choosing this specific moment, right after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, was undoubtedly optimal. After all, Konoha, having just emerged from the turmoil of war and still gasping for breath, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the joint assault of the three major hidden villages. Yet, what troubled Inoki was the presence of the youth named Uchiha Hakumo. I have heard whispers about Hakumo, particularly regarding the incident where he soundly defeated Killer Bee. I gleaned much from the intelligence reports. If war were to erupt, who could stand against Hakumo? If there is no one to challenge him, I dare say this war may never truly commence. Upon hearing Inoki utter his name, Killer Bee's expression soured significantly, feeling a sense of humiliation. Were it not for his brother restraining him, he might have charged at Inoki, eager to engage in a fierce battle to prove whether he had indeed been thoroughly defeated. A's countenance mirrored his discomfort. He was no fool and could easily discern the underlying implications of Inoki's words. It was merely a matter of self-interest, one aiming to preserve power, the other seeking greater spoils of war. Their ambitions were plainly etched upon their faces. AI gazed at the elderly figure before him, his fists subtly tightening as an aura of intensity began to rise. Inoki, I understand your concerns. It is merely the unpredictability of Uchiha Hakumo that worries you. Yet, you need not fret. I shall personally take action against him. With a crackling sound, the lightning chakra within AI surged wildly, his body shimmering with flickers of electric arcs. Upon learning of Hakumo's victory over Killer Bee and the humiliation inflicted upon the Third Hokage, AI could hardly contain his desire to confront this Uchiha himself, to eradicate the shame that burdened the village of Kumogakure. However, I wonder, Inoki, what resources can you provide for this upcoming conflict? Upon hearing these words, Inoki raised a single finger before the assembly. What do you mean by that? AI inquired. It is quite simple. I will supply no less than 10,000 shinobi for this war. The moment Inoki's declaration echoed in the air, a sharp intake of breath was heard from the previously silent figure of Kirigakure. It is well known that in the shinobi world, population is an invaluable resource. The sheer audacity of a Wagakure to mobilize 10,000 shinobi at once is utterly astounding. If only Hakumo were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback by the twists of fate. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War was a chaotic melee, where the Third Hokage met his demise at the hands of the forces from a Wagakure, worn down to exhaustion. Now, these shinobi are poised to suppress Konoha, indicating that the Leaf Village finds itself on precarious ground. At this moment, the Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen received additional intelligence, particularly regarding the movements of the three great hidden villages. Although they had not yet fully mobilized their forces, signs were already indicating their intent to assault Konoha. In light of this situation, how could they navigate the challenges ahead without jeopardizing the prosperity of the Sarutobi clan? Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As he pondered these matters, Hakumo had already returned to his chamber, clutching the Uchiha fan. Observing the emptiness of the room, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself longing for the culinary creations of Uzumaki Kushina. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open resonated through the air. Uchiha Obito peeked in, his head emerging from the threshold. "Brother, you're back. How did the meeting go?" Hakumo turned to Obito and casually replied. The meeting has been postponed. Once I prepare, I will resume my training. Make sure to hone your skills. Understood? Understood. By the way, do you know when Kushina will return? I'm not quite sure. It seems that Uzumaki Mito has some pressing matters to discuss with her, and she may be staying at the Senju clan's estate for a while. Thoughts of the Nine Tails crossed Hakomai's mind as he contemplated this. In a sudden moment, Uchiha Obito found himself standing before Hakumo, teasingly raising his eyebrows as he said, "Brother, in such a brief time, have you already begun to miss your wife?" With a gentle yet firm motion, Hakumo lifted his hand and lightly tapped Obito on the forehead. At their age, one would expect a more dignified demeanor. Closing the door to his room, Hakumo proceeded to step outside. Finally, he casually remarked, "Obito, when Kushina returns, please let her know that I've been rather busy lately. But I assure her of a delightful surprise upon my return." With that, Hakumo utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished right before Obito's eyes, leaving him with a bewildered expression. If anyone yearned for Hakumo to marry and start a family, it was undoubtedly his dear younger brother. To prevent Hakumo from becoming too engrossed in his training, Obito would do anything. Finally, his elder brother had come to a realization. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Only when Hakumo had children would it truly signify a complete fulfillment. Just as Uchiha Obito was lost in these thoughts, Kakashi entered the room. "Obito, are you ready?" he inquired. "Kakashi, how did you get in here?" Obito responded. "I spoke with an older brother who seemed to know that we are part of the same team, so he allowed me entry." Kakashi pressed on, "But that's not the main point. The crucial matter is whether you are prepared for the upcoming exam. We are to take the test at the Kaminobi Bridge. Only by passing this exam can we truly become genin." At the Senju ancestral grounds, Uzumaki Mito, leaning on a cane, stood before Uzumaki Kushina, her eyes reflecting a slight haze yet filled with warmth. Observing her protégé's gradual growth brought immense joy to Mito. "Kushina, let today's training conclude here," she suggested. However, Kushina shook her head vigorously, her teeth clenched tightly, sweat soaking her training attire. The white fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her remarkable physique. "No, Mito-gran, I believe I can continue. I will stop only when I can no longer persevere." Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Kushina resolved to exhaust her chakra and stamina entirely. Only then, upon complete recovery, could she break free from her previous limitations and grow even stronger. Seeing Kushina's unwavering determination, Mito chuckled. "I never imagined you could unleash such incredible potential for Hakumo." A hint of color flushed Kushina's cheeks, whether from exertion or shyness. It was unclear. Breathlessly, she turned to Mito, playfully huffing. "All right, I understand. I shall refrain from teasing you. I shall first prepare a medicinal bath for you. Once you have completed your cultivation, you may come and immerse yourself in the bath, thus unlocking greater potential within your body and facilitating a swifter recovery." Pausing momentarily, a faint crimson chakra emanated from Uzumaki Sueho, the essence uniquely belonging to the Nine Tails. As she sensed the seal within her becoming increasingly feeble, a broader smile spread across her face. She remained unperturbed, for she had already chosen her successor. "Rest assured, Kushina, you will undoubtedly grow stronger and become a wise companion to Bai Mo." With that, Uzumaki Sueho leaned upon her cane and gradually made her way into the distance. The mutual journey of the two would undoubtedly culminate in the best outcome for Uzumaki Sueho. Meanwhile, on another front, a dispassionate electronic voice echoed in Bai Mo's mind. "Ding. Self-discipline task initiated. Muscle control refinement. Current progress, 0. Muscle control refinement." Bai Mo paused momentarily, instinctively clenching his fist. Yet, the progress bar remained stagnant, causing a slight furrow to form on his brow. He secured the Uchiha fan upon his back, donned a white robe, and proceeded towards the Hidden Rock village, intent on training along the way to enhance his physical prowess. After all, he felt quite confident in his ninjutsu, ocular techniques, and jinjutsu. His only uncertainty lay in his physical skills, as physical prowess is not merely a matter of one's constitution. The ease with which he wielded the Uchiha fan did not necessarily indicate strength in martial arts. Various combat techniques and close-quarter fighting required extensive training and refinement. He wondered if this reward would indeed enhance his physical abilities. Bai Mo sketched a simple training plan and then immersed himself in the task of self-discipline. A glimmer of kaleidoscopic Sharingan patterns appeared in his eyes as he withdrew the Uchiha fan from his back. Following the straight line dictated by his instincts, he struck down upon a tree. With a resounding slice, a tree large enough for three to embrace was cleaved in two. The massive trunk slowly toppled, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Bai Mo quickly tended to the branches of the tree before placing the fan back upon his back. He hoisted the trunk onto his shoulders and strode forward with great strides. With each step he took, a footprint was left behind. After traversing a distance of 10,000 meters, the progress bar still showed no sign of advancement, leaving Bai Mo perplexed. Was this not sufficient to increase the progress? He fell silent for a moment, once again summoning the system interface. Observing the word refinement, he pondered for a moment before cautiously taking a step forward. Ding. Self-discipline task, muscle control refinement, current progress, 001. A spark of excitement ignited in Bai Mo's eyes. He stepped forward once more. At this moment, Bai Mo lifted his foot and gazed at the spot where he had just landed. To his astonishment, there were no traces of footprints on the ground, as if he had walked normally. The contrast to the pit he had left behind was stark. This delicate maneuver required exquisite control. Even Bai Mo had to concentrate intensely, for a single misstep could result in no progress whatsoever. Nonetheless, it was a method to advance the progress bar. As Bai Mo ventured further, his mastery over his leg muscles grew increasingly adept. He could sense his body steadily strengthening. Although his pace was slow, everything remained firmly within his control. The streets of Konoha, the site of the Senju clan, the Uchiha family, Obito's team, and the various roads leading to Konoha were all under the vigilant watch of Bai Mo's hawk-like surveillance, rendering him omniscient. Some ninja vanguards were also being monitored by Bai Mo. Once they stepped into Konoha's territory, he would ensure they learned the meaning of death. At this moment, Bai Mo suddenly detected a small team in the distance, poised to encounter the vanguard of the Mist Village ninja. Such encounters were commonplace in battle, allowing each village to scout the deployments of neighboring villages and compile intelligence to formulate better offensive strategies. However, should the vanguard reveal any danger or encounter enemy ninjas, a fierce clash would ensue, for only the dead could ensure their tracks remained concealed. At this juncture, Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu were engaged in a C-rank mission. They were tasked with patrolling the vicinity to ensure no unauthorized individuals approached. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after they had departed from Konoha's bounds, they sensed an unusual presence in the air. Nara Shikamaru surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression. "We must be cautious. This environment feels off." "Off? How so?" Might Guy, lacking in perceptive abilities, assumed a combat stance, cautiously guarding against their surroundings. Suddenly, they became acutely aware of a change in the air's humidity. Hidden mist technique. Hidden mist technique. The humidity in the air began to rise steadily. Within moments, a dense fog enveloped them, transforming into a formidable tool that obscured their vision, rendering the eyes of Might Guy and his companions useless. An ambush by the enemy. Be careful. Back to back. Stay alert. Is there any way to dispel this hidden mist technique? The three of them stood back to back, warily observing the front, straining to sense the changes and sounds in their surroundings. Over there. Clang. The sound of a kunai clashing with an oddly shaped long blade echoed through the air. In a flash, Nara Shikamaru finally caught sight of the assailant's figure. It was the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, part of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Damn it, why is it them? Setting aside the disparity in strength, we are undeniably at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. A look of anxiety crossed Might Guy's face as he yearned to assist both Kakashi and Ebisu. However, apart from his mastery of taijutsu, he possessed no offensive means. The interference caused by the hidden mist technique rendered any action exceedingly difficult for him. Such a dire predicament enveloped them in a heavy shroud of despair. This grim reality was not lost on Kakashi and Ebisu, who were equally aware of their plight. Gazing through the dense fog at the indistinct forms of 7 figures, Kakashi resolved to take action. He nudged Might Guy with his elbow and said, "Might Guy, you are the fastest among us. We will create an opportunity for you to escape from the mist." Upon hearing these words, Ebisu grasped Kakashi's intention. He briefly stretched his body and added, "Indeed, you must run swiftly. We need Konoha to come to our aid. Only in this way do we stand a chance of survival." Might Guy was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the decision made by his companions in such a brief span of time. The formidable foes before them were the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Not even 2 of them, let alone 3, could contend with such adversaries. The thought of abandoning his comrades filled him with dread. "No, I can't. This is not merely about what you want. This is crucial intelligence. The people of the Hidden Mist Village have already arrived. Although this is not within Konoha's territory, it is exceedingly close. For the sake of our village, we must relay this information back. Do you understand, Guy? Kakashi's expression grew more serious, the weight of their predicament pressing heavily upon him. Don't be dazed, Guy. We are counting on you. As the 7 ninja swordsmen began their advance, the sound of their relentless footsteps filled the air. Kakashi unleashed a volley of shuriken into the sky. Ninja art, 1,000 shuriken rain. In an instant, the shuriken fell like a torrential rain, surging toward their foes. Ebisu clapped Guy on the shoulder and swiftly formed hand seals. Invoking fire release, great fireball technique. Chakra surged from his throat and erupted outward, flames swirling through the mist, igniting the shuriken. This combination of techniques bolstered their offensive efforts, momentarily halting the advance of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, Guy, as Ebisu shouted, he forcefully propelled Guy forward. Feeling the surge of power behind him, Might Guy instinctively surged ahead. In an instant, his speed was unleashed, though he couldn't quite comprehend why his eyes felt slightly moist. Kakashi, Ebisu, I will not let your expectations down. Faintly, steam began to emanate from Might Guy's form, a telltale sign of the 8 gates technique. Open the first gate. Why did you suddenly stop, Sensei Minato? Uchiha Obito inquired, perplexed, as he observed the abrupt halt of Namikaze Minato. He was eager to expedite their journey to the shinobi exam at the Kemui Bridge. Once he completed the exam, he would finally be a bona fide ninja, following in his elder brother's formidable footsteps. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi, with a grave expression, followed Minato's gaze towards the distance. Shut up, Obito, Kakashi warned. If I am not mistaken, something unusual is approaching rapidly. Channeling chakra into his feet, Kakashi leaped atop the tallest tree in the vicinity, surveying the shaded forest below. He noticed clouds of dust scattering, reminiscent of a fierce beast charging forward. The terrifying velocity stirred up gusts of wind that caused numerous leaves to plummet. Swirling in the air, Kakashi swiftly drew his kunai, addressing the group below, "Be cautious. Something is closing in. Something is approaching." Obito exclaimed, momentarily stunned. When he saw Rin Noera also brandishing her kunai, he quickly regained his composure and retrieved his own weapon from his ninja tool pouch. Circling overhead, a hawk observed the scene. Bai Mo, who was training while walking, sighed in disbelief. My brother truly is my brother. How can he be so slow to react? It seems it's time for some rigorous training. Even if I protect him for a lifetime, he shouldn't be this dense. He feared he might burst into laughter. Don't worry, that's my guy, Minato declared, his formidable strength allowing him to sense Guy's presence even from afar. In an instant, Minato flashed to a position not far from Guy, the brilliant yellow light dazzling Guy's eyes. Minato, we encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ebisu and Shiranui Ginma, help me escape. Please, you must save them. I know you can do it. Minato's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated their swift arrival. From which direction? I will find them. Over there. Understood. Minato continued. Please ensure Kakashi and the others return to Konoha and inform Lord Hokage to remain vigilant. Yes, Guy replied, taking a deep breath and then dashing forward with increased speed. Meanwhile, Minato hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a streak of yellow light as he swiftly navigated through the forest. What exactly is happening? Rin murmured, her feminine instincts heightened by the sudden shift in circumstances. A hint of panic involuntarily crossed her face. At that moment, Might Guy strode confidently before the crowd. He could taste the metallic tang of rust in his mouth, and a profound sense of weakness compelled him to bend over, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were currently probing Konoha. We must hasten back to Konoha and inform Lord Hokage. Might Guy exerted himself to articulate the urgency in one breath before bracing himself to lead the 3 back to Konoha. However, just as he took a step forward, a chilling gust of wind flickered ominously. So swift. Instinctively, Might Guy sidestepped. A flash of cold light glimmered, narrowly grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson trail of blood that trickled from the wound. Reflexively, he turned to see a peculiar ninja with a mohawk, brandishing a katana as he charged towards Lin Noera. I'll start with you. As long as I eliminate all of you, the news won't leak out. This is bad. Lin Noera. Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted sharply. With a sudden surge, he dashed to Lin Nohara's side, positioning his kunai defensively before her. barely intercepting the blade of the enemy ninja. The clash produced a jarring sound. Uchiha Obito felt an intense numbness coursing through his arm, making it difficult to maintain his grip on the kunai. In a moment of tremor, the kunai slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito glanced at the sinister grin on the enemy's face as he raised his katana once more, unable to suppress a shout for Kakashi. "Shut up, you deadweight." Though Kakashi retorted, his movements were sharp and precise, his gaze filled with concern for Uchiha Obito. Swiftly forming seals, he declared, "Earth release. Earth flow rampart." Kakashi infused earth chakra into the ground, causing a wall twice the height of the two to rise abruptly, effectively blocking the enemy's strike. Truly, one cannot underestimate the son of Konoha's White Fang. Even at such a young age, his prowess is formidable. Yet, he remains insufficiently strong. The enemy, a seasoned jonin from a Wagakure, wielded his sword with exceptional skill and speed. He reversed the grip on his sword and swung his arm towards Kakashi. In that critical moment, Might Guy arrived. Konoha Whirlwind. This technique combined a series of upper and lower kicks into a powerful taijutsu. With chakra-infused feet, he forcefully intercepted the enemy's assault. However, the sharp blade still effortlessly sliced through, grazing Might Guy's foot. The current Might Guy was not the future Might Guy, but merely a youth lacking aptitude save for his martial arts. He writhed in pain, acutely aware of the throbbing agony coursing through him. Might Guy's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Nevertheless, the two continued their fierce struggle, determined to ensure that Uchiha Obito and the others could escape. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Run!" His voice, hoarse and resonant, soared through the air, startling numerous hawks into flight, circling above. However, before Kakashi and the others could react, several figures emerged from the dense foliage. Among them was the formidable Jonin, Hoko, from the Rock Village, known for his combative nature and exceptional prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, one of the village's most skilled warriors. With such a master leading the charge, alongside other Jonin from the Rock Village, they swiftly encircled Kakashi, Noira Rin, and Uchiha Obito. These scoundrels! Kakashi silently gritted his teeth, his mind racing to devise a plan. Yet, as he gazed at the multitude of Jonin before him, despair grew within him. There was no escape, not only for himself. Yet even if his father, the Leaf Village's White Fang, were present, he might not stand a chance against this opponent. Hoko's gaze was fierce as he surveyed the group, then glanced at Might Guy, who was entangled in battle with the leech-like creature, declaring, "Leave that mushroom-headed man to the leech. As for the others, eliminate them." Such nonchalant words sealed their impending fate. "Do you think we will surrender so easily?" Kakashi thought bitterly. He unleashed a flurry of shuriken, and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, formed a one-handed seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in his mouth and was expelled forcefully as a colossal fireball emerged before them. Yet, before it could reach Hoko, the latter sneered. "While your one-handed seal is impressive, how will you respond if I counter with water style?" With a single hand seal, Hoko called upon his diverse chakra attributes, executing the water style effortlessly. His speed surpassed Kakashi's by threefold. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon coalesced, hurtling towards the fireball. Upon collision, an immense cloud of white mist erupted. In that very instant, the water dragon continued to churn through the mist, crashing violently into Kakashi. The tremendous force altered his expression, propelling his body backward. Blood sprayed into the air, transforming into crimson blossoms that fell to the ground, nearly obscuring his vision. Hoko smiled faintly, casually gesturing, prompting the surrounding ninjas to hurl shuriken towards Noira Rin. The breeze carried the scent of blood, while Uchiha Obito's fists clenched tightly, the resentment in his eyes capable of summoning a tempest of fury. He glared at the flames before him, his thoughts consumed by the grave injuries inflicted upon Kakashi and the perilous situation of Noira Rin. A profound hatred surged within him, manifesting in his eyes as the distinctive pattern of his Sharingan emerged. Observing this scene from above, Hakumai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It was quite a feat. The ineffectual Obito had finally awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, in any case, it was still a considerable improvement over Uchiha Sasuke. After all, that fellow had activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan in a fit of rage on the night of the massacre. As Hakumai marveled, Uchiha Obito had already rushed to Noira Rin's side, bellowing, "As long as I am here, You shall not harm Noera Rin. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Obito swiftly positioned himself in front of Noera Rin, launching a multitude of shuriken from his tool pouch. The dark shuriken sliced through the air in straight lines. Guided by his astonishing dynamic vision, they precisely targeted each incoming assault. Sparks flew as the shuriken collided, easily embedding themselves into the ground, each penetrating more than halfway, showcasing their terrifying power. If they were to pierce flesh, the resulting injuries would undoubtedly be devastating. Well, that's that. However, before Uchiha Obito could catch his breath, a fiery figure suddenly flickered before him. The sheer force of this taijutsu far exceeded Obito's limits. Bam! The flaming fist struck violently against Obito's abdomen, causing his expression to shift dramatically in pain. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground, abruptly halting the rising momentum he had been gathering. Obito, Might Guy, after repelling the monstrous leech before him with a punch, glanced at the three young ones with hesitation on how to break the deadlock. Just then, the leech's voice, like a ghostly whisper, invaded Might Guy's ears. Diverting your attention in battle is a grave mistake. A flash of a blade shimmered. The katana glinted ominously in the air. The icy edge swiftly descended upon Might Guy's back, slicing through. A deep gash, 2 centimeters wide, appeared in an instant behind Might Guy. What a pity. Had your reflexes been just a fraction slower, you would have been cut in half, the leech remarked coldly, wielding the katana at a 45-degree angle, advancing menacingly towards Might Guy. But alas, you are gravely injured now. Merely standing must have drained nearly all your strength. The leech's chilling demeanor elicited clenched teeth from Might Guy. If only he were a tad stronger, just a tad stronger, and they would not find themselves in such perilous circumstances. Kakashi lay gravely wounded, on the verge of unconsciousness, while Uchiha Obito had collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Though he stood there, he felt the weight of despair pressing down upon him. However, as the current situation with the monstrous leech suggests, merely standing has already drained an immense amount of energy. As for Noera Rin, she gazes at the unfolding scene with utter despair. Her once exquisitely delicate face now appears increasingly pallid. Why must we endure such a calamity? I refuse to perish, and I cannot bear the thought of my comrades meeting the same fate. I must rally you all. Noera Rin incessantly murmurs, attempting to bolster her resolve. Yet, when her gaze shifts towards the flames, she discovers that he is already forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. In an instant, the air is enveloped in a wave of heat. This is a direct offensive ninjutsu, executed with blinding speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. We are doomed. Uchiha Obito slumps to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils constrict sharply. He cries out in a voice torn with urgency, "Brother, save us. I know you're loud. You can stop now." A shadow suddenly materializes above the flames, prompting the fire to instinctively squint and look up at the cerulean sky. A figure emerges beneath the blazing sun. With great force, Hakamoku hurls the massive log resting on his shoulder, crashing it down before Noera Rin. Boom. The dragon fire technique reverberates against the trees, which explode in an instant. Countless fragments scatter in that moment. Hakamoku's figure descends gracefully from the sky. His eagle had been monitoring this scene from the onset. Even without Obito's desperate cries, Hakamoku would have chosen to intervene at this juncture. After all, it is his duty as an older brother to protect his younger sibling. If his brother were to perish, he would have no one left to defend him. Uchiha Obito feels an inexplicable chill creeping up from his tailbone, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, he pays no heed to it. As if the weight of his gloomy thoughts has been lifted, he raises his arm vigorously, pointing towards the flames, and exclaims, "They are the ones who wish to kill me. Brother, you must not let them escape easily." Hakamoku casts a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito, setting aside other matters. It is evident that Obito grows increasingly reckless in his presence, showing no trace of the tension and despair he previously exhibited. Hakamoku turns to Noera Rin behind him, a warm smile gracing his face like the gentle sun. "I entrust my inept younger brother and that dead-fish-eyed brat to your care. As for the remaining matters, you need not worry. I shall handle them." Handle what? Getting distracted and overconfident during a contest. Watch how I extinguish you. Just as Hakamoku converses with Noera Rin, a jonin beside the flames suddenly lunges forth, hurling kunai at Hakamoku with fervor. He swiftly forms hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal sphere of water manifests, leaving Hakamoko utterly speechless. Do you not realize that interrupting others while they speak is quite impolite? Sealing technique release. 100 healings technique. Upon Bai Mo's arm, a crimson pattern emerged as he pressed his middle finger against his thumb and forcefully flicked it to the side. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. In the instant the sound of the explosion reverberated, a water balloon burst violently. A terrifying aura penetrated the man's body in the blink of an eye, creating a gory void in his abdomen. How could this be possible? As the words fell, the man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Yara Rin gazed at Bai Mo's casual demeanor, her enchanting eyes filled with admiration. Her cherry lips parted involuntarily, exclaiming how handsome he was, unmindful of Rin's rapidly beating heart. Bai Mo smiled, resembling a grinning reaper, as he stepped forward with ease. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan had mysteriously manifested in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a fan. Despite lacking any sharp blade, under Bai Mo's lethal gaze, it effortlessly severed all that stood in its path. Utilizing the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique, a sanguine flash dazzled before the onlookers. With each step he took, an afterimage would suddenly emerge, directly cleaving through the waist of a high-ranking ninja. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjas lay defeated on the ground, leaving only the stunned Magyar and Huaguang, frozen in place, aghast at the scene unfolding before them. Uchiha Bai Mo was indeed frighteningly formidable. As Huaguang's voice faded, another dark glimmer flickered ominously. Blood erupted like a fountain, cascading from the sky and adorning the crimson roses on the ground. Thud! Huaguang's body fell to the earth, and in a daze, he beheld his own severed form. Had he known everything was under Uchiha Bai Mo's control, he would never have dared to confront him, even as a rogue ninja. Gulp! Magyar, feeling an inexplicable surge of saliva in his mouth, swallowed hard. Flee! I must escape. The thought crossed his mind as he seized Might Guy and hurled him towards Bai Mo, hoping to use Guy as a shield against Bai Mo's advance. However, as Bai Mo laughed loudly at the approaching Might Guy, he exclaimed, "The power of youth knows no bounds. Wouldn't you agree, Might Guy?" Initially with eyes tightly shut, Might Guy, for reasons unknown, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Bai Mo's words. A fierce fire ignited within his chest. Indeed, youth knows no limits. Bai Mo brandished the Uchiha fan, tracing a perfect arc through the air. A ferocious gale enveloped Might Guy, halting his body, and with the aid of the tempest, propelled him once more towards Magyar. This is youth, the prelude to power. Might Guy, enduring the pain, straightened one leg. With a swift kick aimed at the back of the monstrous leech, a surge of force penetrated its body upon impact, causing it to spew forth a torrent of crimson blood. The warrior's blade clattered to the ground. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo stepped forward, leaving a flickering afterimage before the leech. Observing the creature that had begun to tremble in fear, Bai Mo inquired amiably, "Do you have any final words to share?" The leech quaked as it gazed at Uchiha Bai Mo, its heart flooded with terror. It was terrifying, more fearsome than even Lord Oyuki. This must be a power at the level of a Kage. How could such a monstrous being exist in this world? I beg you, spare me. I will do anything you ask. Is that your final statement? What a pity. It lacks any sentiment whatsoever. Bai Mo mocked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded the leech. In that blood-red world, the creature was already covered in lines. With a swift motion, Bai Mo sliced through the lines with a folding fan, severing the leech's body effortlessly. Impressive. How formidable. This overwhelming strength surpassed even the expectations of Might Guy and the three young ones. Bai Mo retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan and surveyed the surroundings briefly. All done here. Obito, come here. Uchiha Obito shrugged, saying, "Bro, I really can't get up right now." Cough, cough. Blood flecked his lips, contrasting sharply with his pale complexion, embodying a scene of tragedy. 3, 2, 1. Bai Mo showed no signs of leniency towards Uchiha Obito. At the sound of the countdown, Obito gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, limping towards Bai Mo. "What's wrong? You're not going to scold me again, are you, bro?" Bai Mo maintained a stoic demeanor as he watched Obito, gradually lowering himself to meet his gaze. Upon seeing the single tomo in Obito's Sharingan, a more radiant smile broke across his face. He patted Obito on the shoulder and then playfully thumped his chest. "Well done, Obito. You've finally awakened your Sharingan." Cough, cough. "Bro, could you be a bit gentler?" With Bai Mo's praise, Obito's anxious heart relaxed, puffing up with pride like a triumphant rooster. Of course, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. How could I ever bring shame to our family? As Bai Mo and Obito exchanged banter, Minato Namikaze arrived with Shiranui, Gunma, and Ebisu, approaching the group. Upon spotting Bai Mo, Minato paused momentarily, then took in the scene of carnage surrounding him. Among the fallen, he recognized several familiar faces, elite shinobi known throughout the ninja world. Now they lie upon the ground, their blood staining the earth, revealing the identity of the perpetrator. Naruto, first employ your healing ninjutsu to alleviate their injuries. Then we must hasten back to Konoha. Yes, at last. Naruto tore her gaze away from Hakamoku and began to administer medical ninjutsu to each wounded individual, easing their internal afflictions. Hakamoku, I extend my gratitude to you. Namikaze Minato approached Hakamoku, expressing his thanks. He understood that without Hakamoku's timely intervention, it would have been impossible for Might Guy alone to withstand the onslaught of Hoko, Majiru, and numerous elite shinobi. In response, Hakamoku shrugged and smiled, saying, "Isn't it only natural for villagers to support one another?" Namikaze Minato regarded Hakamoku intently, then nodded emphatically, "Indeed. Now, I entrust the remainder to you. I must return to my training." Hakamoku stowed his fan behind him, waved farewell to Namikaze Minato, and continued on his path. "This time, I must exercise utmost caution during my training. Ha, truly a wise individual. Fear not. A mere coalition of 3 hidden villages is no match for me alone." Minato gazed in astonishment at Hakamoku's retreating figure. For reasons unknown, the audacity of Hakamoku's claims resonated with him, leaving him to ponder whether Hakamoku's strength truly surpassed his own. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, Zetsu lay concealed beneath the foliage, silently observing all that transpired. As Hakamoku's silhouette vanished, Zetsu stealthily followed suit. "Well, having watched for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." While selecting larger trees, Hakamoku muttered to himself. Since earlier, he had sensed an unseen presence watching him, a feeling both subtle and elusive. Even Hakamoku was uncertain of the accuracy of his intuition. Thus, he deliberately activated his left eye Sharingan to scan the surroundings. As expected, he spotted Zetsu lurking not far away. The crimson threads and scarlet dots were unmistakable. "What? Still not appearing? Do I need to summon you forth?" Upon hearing Hakamoku's words, Zetsu hesitated momentarily before finally emerging from the ground. He approached Hakamoku and stated, "Uchiha Hakamoku, the most prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, I wish to invite you to meet someone." "Someone? Surely you do not mean the spirit of an Uchiha?" Hakamoku quipped, a teasing glint in his eyes, prompting a serious expression to cross Zetsu's face. After a brief warm-up, Hakamoku turned to Zetsu and chuckled softly, "Lead the way. I am curious to see how that fellow has fared in his twilight." Recalling Uchiha Madara's instructions, Zetsu nodded and guided Hakamoku in a chosen direction. Sunlight bathed the earth, creating a warm atmosphere. Yet, before the cave, the air was laden with anticipation. Bai Mo felt a chilling wind howling from within, reminiscent of a demonic portal eagerly waiting for others to enter. However, he paid little heed to it. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, the current Uchiha Madara was merely a dying man. Even if he could unleash formidable powers, he could not compare to the vigor of youth that Bai Mo possessed. This only heightened Bai Mo's anticipation for their encounter. "You have finally arrived, Uchiha Bai Mo." A hoarse voice reached Bai Mo's ears before he even drew near. Following Zetsu, Bai Mo arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where he found Uchiha Madara seated on a chair carved from wood, his hands limp and resting upon his thighs. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, presenting a visage that was more akin to a grotesque parody of life. This was a being sustained by the power of the outer path, defying the natural order of existence. The aura of impending demise instinctively caused Bai Mo to furrow his brow. "You summoned me here, not merely to endure your lamentations, I presume? Thus, let us not squander time. Reveal your true intentions." Uchiha Madara disregarded Bai Mo's insistence and confidently declared, "I am the specter of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara." Bai Mo interrupted him, stating, "Very well, I have articulated your name. Now, you may disclose your purpose." Madara opened his mouth, gazing at Bai Mo with a look of bewilderment. For some reason, within the depths of Bai Mo's eyes, Madara felt as though he were being seen through. Was it merely an illusion? Or did this Bai Mo already possess knowledge of his identity? Pondering this, Madara glanced at Zetsu, who merely nodded in affirmation, further elevating Bai Mo's standing in Madara's eyes. Perhaps conversing with an astute individual would indeed be less taxing. Madara did not inquire further. His time was limited. Bai Mo, I have observed you for quite some time. Come, let us sever the ties of causality in this world. Create a realm where only victors dwell, a world of peace and love, where these ideals alone exist. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Come, look into my eyes. Enter into my exclusive domain. As Madara's words faded, when Bai Mo opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a void of emptiness. Bai Mo surveyed the scenery before him with keen interest, then began to circulate the chakra within his body. Although the illusion was immensely powerful and had formed its own space, he sensed that, should he desire, he could extricate himself from this illusory realm at any moment. At that moment, Uchiha Madara appeared beside Bai Mo. Within this realm of illusion, Madara was no longer confined to his chair. He could traverse this space freely. He approached Bai Mo, gazing into his eyes, and could not help but marvel inwardly. At such a young age, he was able to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such talent surpassed even his own. Yet he was Uchiha Madara. In the space around them, the figure of Uchiha Madara, with his flowing white hair, began to undergo a transformation. Utilizing the power of illusion, he instantaneously reverted to his youthful form. Do you see? With this illusion technique, one can create the most ideal world. All that is required is to cast this illusion over humanity, leading them into this realm. Uchiha Madara's tone grew increasingly fervent as he shared his thoughts with Bai Mo. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. At that moment, by replacing this eye with the moon and amplifying the technique scale, he could conjure the world of his dreams. Bai Mo regarded Uchiha Madara before him, activating the power residing within his right eye. This was the capability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the mightiest of illusionary powers. Even within Madara's illusionary space, Bai Mo could still intervene if he so wished. With a casual wave of his hand, a regal throne materialized behind him. Sitting upon the throne, Bai Mo observed the astonished expression on Madara's face and continued, "Let me guess, are you about to recount the tale of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails?" Madara's expression faltered, astonishment written across his face. "You are knowledgeable about such matters?" "Indeed, and I possess even more knowledge than you, Uchiha Madara," Bai Mo replied, glancing at Madara as he lightly snapped his fingers. The white illusionary space began to peel away gradually. In an instant, Bai Mo and Uchiha Madara reappeared in the cave. Or perhaps it was as if they had never departed at all. "Will you collaborate with me? If you agree, I can bestow upon you eyes more powerful than the kaleidoscope Sharingan. No, I do not desire the possessions of others. The mere thought of something entering my body makes me feel quite uncomfortable." Bai Mo wandered leisurely around Madara's cave, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Perhaps Madara was formidable, even in his current waning state, still capable of unleashing terrifying power. Yet, Bai Mo understood well that unless the proper arrangements were made, Madara would never risk a confrontation, nor would he become an adversary. Thus, Bai Mo remained at ease. He turned his gaze to the Uchiha fan hanging on the wall. This was the first Uchiha fan, marked by the passage of time. "Uchiha Madara, let us strike a deal. I can pretend today's events never occurred. But you must fulfill a simple task. Hand over the Uchiha fan that hangs upon the wall." The fan, displayed on the cave's wall, was the very first fan of the Uchiha clan. The essence of the white ink behind the fan serves as the prototype. It possesses extraordinary capabilities. Uchiha Madara gazed silently at the figure before him, sensing an ineffable aura emanating from white ink. It felt as though every action he contemplated was effortlessly foreseen by this youth, whose demeanor exuded such calmness that Madara found himself envious of white ink's innate talent. Clearing his throat, Madara extended a finger towards the Uchiha fan adorning the wall, offering it as a gift. "I believe that with your abilities, you shall once again elevate the Uchiha name to its zenith. Furthermore, I am confident that in the near future, we shall meet again. And I hope you will not refuse my invitation then." As he spoke, Madara gently closed his eyes, allowing white ink to navigate within the confines of the cave. "Oh, matters of the future can be addressed in due time," he mused. With a faint smile, white ink approached the cave wall, seized the Uchiha fan, and exited into the world beyond. In the vast space, only Uchiha Madara and Kurojitsu remained. What shall be our next course of action? White ink has rebuffed our advances. Should we seek another substitute? Or should we devise a plan to eliminate him, thereby rendering him our puppet? The figure of Kurojitsu materialized beside Madara, his focus intensely on the success of their scheme. If white ink were to thwart their plans, he would spare no effort to eradicate him completely. In response, Madara shook his head. No need for such drastic measures. Observations indicate that white ink is engrossed in his training, as long as it does not interfere with his progress. He will not disrupt our plans. Moreover, I have already contemplated a replacement for white ink. Are you referring to that individual who exhibits no aversion to any bloodline limit? Indeed, he holds profound admiration for the Uchiha clan, and as a progenitor of the Uchiha lineage, I shall personally bestow upon him the title of Uchiha. I trust he will be grateful and diligently execute the tasks I assign him. I understand. I shall seek him out immediately. Meanwhile, on another front, Minato Namikaze returned to Konoha, accompanied by his injured comrades. Upon their return, he swiftly approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, not far from the borders of Konoha, we encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen along with elite jonin like Hoko and Majiro. This straightforward statement darkened Hiruzen's expression. His voice, raspy with concern, resonated within the Hokage's office. I did not anticipate they would strike so soon. I suspect this is merely their vanguard. The true challenge lies ahead. Hiruzen's thoughts grew increasingly grim. As he had hoped to advance the forthcoming meeting through peaceful means, yet he had never expected such developments. In the hidden villages of Yunin, Yanin, and Wuyin, tensions escalated dramatically, leaving no room for communication. It was indeed a source of great frustration. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this predicament, Minato Namikaze interjected, "By the way, Hokage, beyond this intelligence, I encountered Uchiha Hakumo." Uchiha Hakumo? That individual was also ambushed? No, to be precise, it was thanks to Hakumo's assistance this time. Minato briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. What exactly is that Hakumo planning? Faced with Uchiha Hakumo, Sarutobi no longer held the lofty perspective he once had. Instead, he felt an inexplicable weariness. Anyone confronted by a person whose motives are inscrutable, yet whose power is formidable, would inevitably experience such distress. Nonetheless, the pressing concern remained the 3 major hidden villages. Konoha had entered a state of war readiness. All ninjas were to remain vigilant and cautious against infiltration and ambushes from other ninjas. Simultaneously, efforts were to be made to mitigate Konoha's losses by shifting the battlefield elsewhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the map hanging on the wall. Observing the distribution on the map, he pointed to the location of Yunin village, contemplating that perhaps choosing this site for the battlefield would be the most prudent decision. At the very least, it could complicate the war further. The more chaotic the conflict became, the greater the room for maneuverability. Sarutobi could even seek greater advantages. Ame no Kuni, the land of rain, was established by Hanzo of the Salamander and served as a pivotal point at the intersection of the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind. If all went as anticipated, this war would engulf numerous hidden villages and nations. The Third Great Ninja War had commenced. However, what Sarutobi did not realize was that, at this moment, Hakumo had already arrived in Ame no Kuni. This was Ame no Kuni, a village perpetually drenched in rain and shrouded in humidity, with its oppressive, iron-like, patchwork buildings that conveyed an indescribable atmosphere. If memory served, Ame no Kuni would eventually become the battleground for the 3 great nations, leading to unimaginable suffering and devastation. Hakumo murmured to himself, exercising utmost caution in controlling his muscles as he advanced swiftly. After a period of adaptation, his control over his muscles had reached an astonishing level, allowing him to move as if strolling leisurely without leaving the faintest trace upon the ground. The only aspect that could be critiqued was that his journey from Konoha to Ame no Kuni had taken so long that night had fallen, and he had only completed 30% of the distance. As he progressed further, the advantages of cautiously carrying a log became increasingly scarce. Were it not for the lack of better training methods, Hakumo would have preferred not to traverse this way. Contemplating this, he clenched his fist, and the mesmerizing pattern of the Sharingan manifested, activating his ability of direct death. The massive log he had been carrying instantly transformed into dust. As the gentle breeze dissipated along the streets, it became evident that this was the extraordinary ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan possessed by Bai Mo. The scene astonished passers-by who had noticed him. Among them was a man clad in a celestial robe, who approached Bai Mo with measured steps. "Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Are you a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha?" How did you accomplish that feat just now? Yahiko stood before Bai Mo, his face a canvas of curiosity. This marked their first encounter, and they locked eyes momentarily. It was only when Bai Mo's garments were thoroughly drenched by the rain that he snapped back to reality and chuckled. It was merely a spontaneous act. Your strength is formidable. If you are willing, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my organization. Yahiko, a sincere young man, boldly presented his proposition to Bai Mo. Surprised, Bai Mo regarded him with astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a direct invitation. Did Yahiko not fear that he might be of dubious intent? Just as Bai Mo pondered this, Yahiko continued, our organization's philosophy is to better protect this nation, ensuring that peace may endure as long as possible. Peace, indeed, is a most precious commodity, Bai Mo remarked with a hint of contemplation. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But the rain seemed to intensify, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Bai Mo and Yahiko conversed like old friends as they strolled along the roads of Amigakure. Many who witnessed Yahiko passing by halted with smiles, greeting him warmly. I hadn't realized that your Akatsuki organization was so well-liked, Bai Mo noted. Naturally, for we strive for peace, Yahiko replied. However, with the growth of your organization, it may become a thorn in the side of Amigakure's leader, and you might find yourselves facing dire consequences. Bai Mo was taken aback by Yahiko's awareness of Amigakure's situation, yet Yahiko seemed unfazed. You are overthinking it. Hanzo, as the leader of Amigakure, is quite magnanimous. We have just concluded discussions regarding the future of our village. He added, I believe that with the assistance of the Akatsuki, Amigakure will surely become a bastion of peace, a paradise within the ninja world. Bai Mo shrugged and wished, if that is the case. Let us hope for peace to arrive soon. As night deepened, Yahiko accompanied Bai Mo from one end of Amigakure to the other. Are you truly not considering joining our organization? He inquired. Not at the moment. I have matters to attend to, Bai Mo replied, walking ahead and waving goodbye to Yahiko over his shoulder. But I am confident we shall meet again before long. Yahiko, let us strive together for peace. With those words, Bai Mo swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Yahiko's sight, leaving him to silently watch the retreating figure. If left unchecked, Amigakure was destined to succumb to the ravages of war, and the repercussions of the Third Great Ninja War would far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. In pursuit of a tranquil cultivation, I yearn to savor the exquisite meals prepared by Kushina daily. This time, I shall address the root of the impending ninja world war directly, all the while advancing my own progress. Since the objective is the meticulous control of muscle, I shall engage in frenzied battles, bringing each adversary to the brink of death without claiming a single life. Might this rapid accumulation of progress be feasible? With this thought, my speed intensified further. The Flying Thunder God technique, under my mastery, reached unparalleled heights as I swiftly propelled myself towards the village hidden in the clouds. Meanwhile, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade, initially prepared to wander the world, now wore a grave expression as she entered the courtyard of Uzumaki Mido. Her countenance was laden with seriousness. Standing slightly behind Mido, Tsunade clasped her hands and spoke softly. Mido, are you truly resolute in your decision? Uzumaki Mido's body had grown frail, her figure increasingly slender. Draped in a robe that seemed as if a mere gust could topple her, she gazed up at the luminous moon, a celestial body she had known since childhood. Yet, each time she paused to admire its serene brilliance, an indescribable calm enveloped her heart. Well, having lived for so long, my mission is nearing completion. It's time to join that fellow below. I wonder how that carefree soul is faring. Does he think of me? Mido murmured softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to her youth. Tsunade, though aware of this day's inevitability, found her heart increasingly burdened as the moment drew near. Sensing Tsunade's inner turmoil, Mido stepped closer, trembling slightly as she placed her hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, it is the natural order of life to age and pass away. Do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart. Yet, I cannot help but worry about you. For despite the passage of time, I have yet to see you in love or married. Tsunade placed her hand on the back of Mido's, seeking warmth to forge a deeper connection. As for love and marriage, let it unfold naturally. Mido replied with a cheerful tone. But one must not shy away from pursuing those they cherish. Only then can one avoid regret. After all, Polygamy is quite common in the ninja world. You need not concern yourself so much. Mito's words seemed laden with implication, her increasingly murky gaze occasionally drifting towards the Uchiha clan, the meaning unmistakable, leaving Tsunade's cheeks flushed with color. Shyly, she appeared not as an elder sister, but rather like a little girl. The wind grew increasingly frigid, and the sense of time felt opportune. Uzumaki Mito's face radiated anticipation. Let us act swiftly while Uzumaki Kushina slumbers. Tsunade nodded in agreement, observing as Uzumaki Mito gracefully made her way toward Kushina's room. Tears glistened in her eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. We must go, Tsunade. If we delay any longer, I fear I shall lack the strength to contain that individual. Tsunade stifled a sniffle, discreetly wiping away her tears as if she had never wept at all. With resolute steps, she entered the room alongside Uzumaki Mito. Leave the rest to me, Mito. Tsunade supported Mito as they took their places beside the slumbering Kushina. At this moment, the chakra unique to the Nine Tails became increasingly palpable within Mito. For many, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Tsunade formed hand seals, her chakra swirling rapidly within her. Release the tail seal. Activate. As the seals manifested, Mito's body quivered, and the surging chakra of the Nine Tails erupted forth. Faintly, the tails of the Nine Tails flickered behind Mito's back. Within the room, a powerful wind swept through. Kushina felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Despite her mental alertness, she struggled to open her eyes, her anxiety mounting. In that moment, Mito's gentle voice echoed in Kushina's ears. Kushina, do not fear. I am here with you. Leave everything to me. Perhaps it was the comforting tone of Mito's voice that allowed the initially tense Kushina to gradually relax, becoming less resistant to her surroundings. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Tsunade, you may continue. Mito spoke softly to Tsunade, her gaze devoid of fear. As a host of the beast, the extraction of the tailed beast signified the end of life itself. Yet, she had lived long enough, and that seemed ample. Tsunade looked tenderly at her grandmother, then placed her hand against Mito's abdomen. Her palm seemed to transcend space, effortlessly penetrating the seal of the Nine Tails. Seizing this moment, Mito bravely endured the discomfort within her. Slowly forming seals. Si, Hai, Wei Mao, Su, Zi, Yu Wu Si. Corpse sealing technique. In an instant, the visage of the death god materialized behind Mito. A terrifying figure with long hair, exuding an aura of strange dread that would likely terrify any ordinary soul to the brink of death. Mito, do you ultimately refuse to grant me my freedom? The power of the Nine Tails is being gradually extracted by Tsunade. It manifests its true form. A dark orange fox with an ominous aura that permeates the air. As its nine tails sway, the space around us begins to distort, a result of the immense chakra leakage. In the face of such circumstances, a hint of guilt surfaces in the words of Uzumaki Mito for the first time. Nine Tails, I entrust this child to your care. Let it be my final small wish before I depart. The Nine Tails gazes intently at Uzumaki Mito, ultimately saying nothing more, slowly closing its eyes in tacit agreement to her words. Thank you, Mito murmurs softly, then performs the Reaper Death Seal, sealing the Nine Tails within the body of Kushina Uzumaki. The Reaper Death Seal is a forbidden technique that exchanges life for sealing power. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Mito possesses vitality far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even in the absence of a tailed beast, she would not perish in the short term. It is this trait that allows her to perform the Reaper Death Seal. Once the power of the Nine Tails is entirely sealed within Kushina, she finally feels her own existence and can freely open her eyes. Kushina emits a soft whimper, gradually awakening and surveying her surroundings. However, upon seeing Mito slumped helplessly against the headboard, her pupils dilate, and a wave of anxiety washes over her. Grandma Mito, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. Kushina turns to Tsunade, pleading, Sister Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is formidable. Why aren't you acting quickly? It's futile, Kushina. Mito's weak voice emerges. She gestures for Kushina to come closer, drawing her beside her. Kushina, I have witnessed your efforts these past few days. You strive to grow stronger, not to burden Hakamai, and to become his supportive partner. I understand your intentions. It is time for the old to make way for the new. I entrust the Nine Tails to your care. Though it can be mischievous at times, it is dependable in moments of danger. Use this power wisely. I believe that with it, you will stand by Hakamai's side as his right hand. The future of Konoha requires your strength. Mito feels her eyelids growing heavier. The hand resting on Kushina's waist slips down involuntarily. She leans against the wall, her eyes slowly closing, never to open again. In that moment, Kushina is utterly stunned. She merely took a nap. Why has such a drastic change occurred? Why? Kushina cries out, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, soaking the bedding beneath her. Tsunade cradled Uzumaki Kushina in her embrace, embodying the role of an elder sister. Gently, she patted Kushina's fragrant shoulder, urging her not to bear too heavy a psychological burden. For Mito had already reached the twilight of her life. It was precisely because of Kushina's presence that Mito could depart with a sense of ease and tranquility. Yet, despite Tsunade's reassuring words, her trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. With Mito's departure, the world around the two women seemed to dim, their vision blurred by tears. And their hearts weighed down with an unusual heaviness. Their minds were clouded, and their bodies began to feel weightless, as if they might float away. The night deepened into silence until the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Tsunade addressed the now tear-stained Kushina in her arms, saying, "Kushina, dawn has arrived, and Mito must now rest. Let us lay her to rest." Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages, numerous ninjas had gathered in the Hidden Cloud village. They intended to strike with fervor, determined to lay waste to Konoha and compel the Land of Fire to kneel before them. The Third Hokage, stood atop the Hokage building in the Hidden Cloud village, surveying the throngs of ninjas below. The multitude resembled a dark, oppressive cloud lying low on the ground, instilling a sense of foreboding. "Have we fully assembled?" inquired. Glancing at Inoki and Yagura, he observed Inoki, the elderly figure, floating in the air with arms crossed, a smug expression on his face. "Indeed, we are fully gathered, boasting such formidable strength. Even shadow-level warriors would meet their end here. This time, I have also mobilized the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village. Konoha alone will find it nearly impossible to withstand the combined might of our three hidden villages." The Third Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed, even standing before these tens of thousands of ninjas, one cannot help but feel a chill of trepidation. Should a battle truly unfold, we might very well be overwhelmed. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Let us march. Our target is Konoha." With the Hokage's command, the vast army gathered in the Hidden Cloud village surged forth, their footsteps resonating in unison. Clouds of dust billowed among the ninjas, their collective presence coalescing as if they were a singular entity. At that moment, however, the expressions of those at the forefront shifted dramatically. They hastily pointed toward a distant figure, their faces marked by alarm. "Look over there. Is that a friend?" "No, it doesn't seem so. The attire resembles that of the Uchiha clan. This individual is from Konoha." These words rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into still waters, igniting a wave of chaos among the troops. They swiftly reached into their ninja tool pouches, retrieving shurikens, as the front line of hundreds of ninjas simultaneously hurled their weapons. A multitude of shurikens suddenly filled the entire field of vision of Bai Mo. "Is this your idea of a welcome gift? It seems rather insignificant, does it not? I arrived here quite some time ago, yet I have been waiting for you for an eternity." Bai Mo's chakra surged abundantly, shimmering with a radiant white light as he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten his journey. Just as dawn approached, he reached the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud village, poised for their assault. However, upon witnessing the impending attack, it paled in comparison to the grand spectacle Bai Mo had envisioned. He shook his head slowly, then placed his hands on the two Uchiha fan blades resting on his back. With a swift motion, he drew the fans, which exuded a weighty aura, intensifying the atmosphere significantly. "You must take this seriously. Otherwise, I fear I shall find little enjoyment." With a hum, Bai Mo wielded the fans, unleashing a fierce whirlwind that propelled a torrent of shurikens towards the opposing ninjas. "Quickly, unite and unleash the Earth Release." Most of the ninjas were from the Rock Village, adept in executing Earth Release techniques. They swiftly formed hand seals and pressed their hands to the ground, a thick white mist rising to obscure their figures from view. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As this jutsu was performed by multiple ninjas, a series of earthen walls akin to castle fortifications erupted, effectively blocking the shurikens that Bai Mo had sent forth. Is there a disturbance ahead?" The Third Hokage glanced curiously into the distance. He could see the rising mist and the increasingly chaotic formation of ninjas. Soon, news arrived. Lord Rakage, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Mizukage, there is turmoil ahead. Reports indicate that Uchiha Bai Mo from the Hidden Leaf Village is engaged in battle with numerous ninjas. Before AI and the others could respond, the nearby Killer Bee exclaimed in shock, Bai Mo? Has he lost his mind? Does he dare to come alone? Yagura pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps it is a ruse. Or it could be that Leaf Village's forces are nearby, possibly planning a flanking maneuver. Anoki, hovering in the air, nodded in agreement, saying, You may be right. If the Leaf Village attempts a flank, it would pose a significant threat to us. Should we find ourselves caught in a pincer attack, the consequences could be dire. The Third Hokage, AI, nodded and looked towards Killer Bee and his son, AI. Despite the treacherous terrain of the Hidden Cloud Village, which almost eliminated the chance of an ambush, it was prudent to investigate. You two, go scout the area. Understood. AI and Killer Bee responded in unison, swiftly turning to race towards the rear of the Hidden Cloud Village. At that moment, each of them pondered the true motive behind Bai Mo's audacious decision to confront thousands of ninjas alone. Did he truly not comprehend the meaning of danger? As the three Kages deliberated, Bai Mo formed a cross with his fingers. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, a multitude of shadow clones materialized around him. Under the command of Hakamai, they charged towards the multitude of ninjas before them. In an instant, the two sides became entangled in fierce combat. At that moment, the Third Hokage, couldn't help but exclaim, What an admirable talent! How I wish such a prodigy could emerge from my village, Kumogakure. What a pity! A single person leading an army? It had long been said that Uchiha Hakamai of Konohagakure possessed formidable strength. Now, witnessing his ability to execute such a multitude of shadow clones at such a young age, the sheer volume of his chakra was indeed terrifying. But could such an exaggerated number of shadow clones sustain a prolonged battle? Who knows? We have the numbers. It would be just as well to test him. On Inoki's face, a few black lines appeared. After all, these individuals were from his Awagakure. To test them? Though Inoki thought this, he refrained from voicing his objections, for he too was uncertain of Hakomai's true strength. Using them to gauge his capabilities seemed quite reasonable. With thousands of shadow clones, Hakomai launched his assault against the numerous ninjas. Each clone meticulously controlled its muscles to defeat every ninja without taking their lives, causing the progress of his refined muscle control to accelerate significantly. Indeed, only through battle could one truly cultivate their skills, Hakomai mused internally, as his movements became even swifter and more fervent. In mere moments, hundreds of ninjas were sent flying, grievously injured and incapacitated, causing many to hesitate in their advance. What are they afraid of? He is but one man. Once his chakra is depleted, victory will surely be ours. Indeed, he is not a Jinchuriki. How could he possibly possess such vast chakra reserves? If we can simply exhaust him, victory is ours. Listening to the earnest chatter surrounding him, Hakomai's smile grew ever more sardonic. Chakra, please, does that not border on the infinite? Prior to mastering refined chakra control, Hakomai had completed a task known as chakra multi-circulation. The reward for this self-disciplined task was rapid chakra recovery. While not truly infinite, it was akin to it, as the speed at which he consumed chakra was outpaced by his recovery. Moreover, Hakomai's chakra reserves far exceeded those of an ordinary individual, even surpassing that of Kushina Uzumaki. It was precisely for these reasons that Hakomai could afford to expend chakra so liberally. He observed the progress bar racing towards 50, and excitement surged through him. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. The multitude of ninjas hardened their arms, launching a frenzied assault towards Hakomai. Bring it on. Hakomai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The handheld fan came to rest directly upon the arm of the individual. Ah, my hand. Bai Mo had not activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Instead, he exerted sheer strength to shatter the ninja's arm. His force was meticulously measured. Had it been any greater, the man's arm would have undoubtedly been severed completely, rather than merely hanging by a thread. Ding, self-discipline task, precision muscle control, current progress, 69. This was the result of the collective efforts of thousands of shadow clones. In an instant, the vast majority of the ninjas from Awagakure, alongside those from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, lay incapacitated. Not a single soul remained standing. All had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, remarkably, none had perished. This sight was intolerable for Inoki. Ninjas of Awagakure, retreat immediately. As his words echoed, Inoki propelled himself forward. His diminutive figure traced a straight line through the air, locking onto Bai Mo, who held the fan in both hands. Dust release, primitive world disintegration technique. This jutsu transcended the boundaries of bloodline limits, representing a formidable technique born from the fusion of earth, wind, and fire natures. With his hands clasped together, Inoki conjured a transparent cubic barrier, thrusting it forward with great force. The square particles dove downward with alarming velocity. Bai Mo glanced upward at the approaching white cube, a grave expression emerging in his eyes. Were it anyone else, he might have charged headlong into the fray. However, when confronted with the primitive world disintegration technique, Bai Mo knew he must tread with utmost caution. Boom! A beam of white light shot skyward, illuminating the heavens for miles. The ninjas, hastily retreating to grant Inoki more space to maneuver, could not help but exclaim in awe. How formidable! Is this the terrifying power of the Tsuchikage? It seems Bai Mo has already been disintegrated. Such thoughts were only natural. Despite Bai Mo's strength, he was merely a youth, with insufficient time to grow into a true rival for the Tsuchikage. The multitude of ninjas whispered among themselves, oblivious to the increasingly suffocating atmosphere. No, wait, that fellow is behind you, Yagura shouted, rushing towards Bai Mo's direction. Water release, water chaos wave technique. Yagura expelled a torrent of water from his mouth. Launching a fierce assault at Bai Mo simultaneously, Inoki acted with remarkable speed. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. This was a combination of techniques. In an instant, Inoki's arm petrified, transforming into an incredibly hard stone. Coupled with the super heavy rock technique, the stone grew even denser and weightier. In a swift motion, he hurled it towards Bai Mo. The very air seemed to explode with pressure, emitting a piercing sound of sonic boom. Boom. Yet, Bai Mo paid this no mind. Too slow, he murmured. With a fleeting glance at the ground, a flying thunder god seal materialized out of thin air. The technique of flying thunder god. In an instant, Bai Mo's figure appeared beside the fleeing ninjas, launching an incredibly fierce assault upon them. The onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, enveloping them and serving as nourishment for Bai Mo's continuous ascension. Current progress, 7,375, as Bai Mo fervently advanced his progress. The water of Yagura's turbulent waves collided with Inoki's rock fist. Two formidable forces erupted in the air, causing a thunderous roar that resonated in many ears. Harnessing this momentum, Inoki's body drifted away, now fully aware of Bai Mo's capabilities. Flying Thunder God. The technique you just executed was indeed the Flying Thunder God, correct? Truly, Inoki, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, this is the Flying Thunder God. Its fame does not merely stem from its dazzling appearance, but rather from the terrifying agility it affords. It is a technique that allows one to attack and defend with equal prowess, establishing an innate advantage in battle. However, Bai Mo had made a grave mistake by venturing alone into the village hidden in the clouds, a convergence point for the three hidden villages, a challenge beyond his solitary capacity. A subtle smile played on Inoki's lips as he placed one hand behind his back, signaling the Rock Village ninjas. Immediately, numerous ninjas began to form seals. Earth release, wall of earth. With a resounding thud, a dense fog billowed forth, and walls rose from the earth, enclosing Bai Mo, Yagura, Inoki, and the rapidly arriving Third Hokage within a space reminiscent of an arena. Bai Mo cast a cursory glance around, and before he could make a move, he saw Inoki forming seals once more. Earth release, heavenly falling cap. A massive cap descended from above. Inoki utilized the ninjutsu to significantly increase the weight of the wall along with the falling cap, effectively preventing Bai Mo from escaping. Only then did Inoki speak. If I am not mistaken, you have mastered the use of the Flying Thunder God to perfection. Just a mere glance allows you to execute it, does it not? Bai Mo gazed at Inoki in astonishment. Your observations are impressively meticulous, which is why you chose to confine the space to diminish the efficacy of my Flying Thunder God, is it not? Indeed, without the Flying Thunder God, your strength alone cannot possibly contend with the three great hidden villages Kage. Bai Mo's lips curled into a smile as he continued to manipulate the few remaining shadow clones outside, engaging the other ninjas in combat. Observing that his progress bar had unknowingly risen to 80, his excitement intensified. Very well. Allow me to witness the true extent of your strength, you three. With a thunderous boom, before Bai Mo could finish his statement, his eyes widened in disbelief. The intense pain in Bai Mo's abdomen caused him to gasp in shock, his entire being resembling a kite severed from its string. In this enclosed, pitch-black space, he was propelled backwards solely by instinct. This technique was none other than the Hell's Thrust, a mastery of lightning concentration at the fingertips, executed with astonishing speed. It was the signature move of the Third Hokage. As the number of his fingers diminished, the terrifying penetrating power of the strongest spear was poised to resurface. However, before the Third Hokage could revel in his anticipated success, a loud bang erupted. Smoke billowed forth, revealing that the retreating figure had transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. Simultaneously, within the darkened confines, a pair of blood-red eyes gradually materialized. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. The power to directly slay. Bai Mo unleashed his crimson chakra, intertwining it to form a colossal skeletal figure. Susanoo, akin to Bai Mo, wielded two large fans. With each sweeping motion, it exuded a profound elegance, harnessing the power of direct slay. The descending cover transformed into fine powder, allowing the morning sunlight to cascade down once more, adorning the scarlet Susanoo. Bai Mo stood at the chest of Susanoo, looking down upon the Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage from his elevated position. He had previously shown restraint, yet upon reflection, it was evident that meticulous control of muscle required not only cautious and subtle offense, but also a wild and unrestrained assault, unleashing even greater strength. Though uncertain if this line of thinking was correct, he deemed it worth a try. A fierce wind howled. The energies of the four individuals surged. And amidst the ephemeral haze, heavy dark clouds billowed and pressed downward toward the earth. The ominous weight of the clouds cast a pall over many hearts. Thunder rumbled like war drums, striking the very core of those present. In that instant, the Third Hokage sprang into action. Bai Mo, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but you are far too arrogant to appear before us alone. Defeating you will grant us leverage to negotiate with the higher-ups of Konoha, extracting even greater benefits. The strongest lightning release armor erupted from the Third Hokage, radiating intense electrical power, even causing his hair to stand on end. His body, enveloped in chakra, heightened his vitality and significantly bolstered his defenses. With each step, A surged forward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Bai Mo. Though A's speed was remarkable, under the superior dynamic vision of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Bai Mo could clearly discern his position. Hell's Thrust, the master technique. A extended 3 fingers, aiming directly at the core of Bai Mo's Susanoo. The air crackled with the electric tension, akin to the chaotic buzz of hummingbirds, as the attack pierced into the very essence of Susanoo. Sizzle. The forceful advance compelled even the colossal Susanoo to retreat over 100 meters. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Mo maneuvered Susanoo, raising its crimson arm high, akin to a massive boulder plummeting to the ground, restraining the actions of the Third Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. After a swift strike, Bai Mo instantly appeared behind Yagura, his arm muscles tensing with vigor. He exhaled a deep, labored breath, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Sealing release. 100 Heroes technique. Annihilate for me. Veins bulged on his arm, resembling a fissured surface of flesh. A dense aura of blood coalesced at one point as Bai Mo exerted control over his muscles, relentlessly pushing beyond their limits. Under the continuous restoration granted by the 100 Heroes technique, he recklessly thrust forward a punch. At this moment, the landscape shifted in hue, as if only Bai Mo's fist remained in existence between heaven and earth. The air trembled slightly. Yagura instinctively turned his head, too stunned by Bai Mo's speed to utter a word, only to see Bai Mo's fist approaching silently. Not good. Yagura's pupils dilated sharply, his entire being tensing in an instant. Water release. Water mirror technique. Yagura conjured a mirror in front of himself. From the reflection emerged a silhouette identical to Bai Mo, mimicking his every movement. They clashed fiercely. The two fists collided, utilizing a unique ninjutsu mastered by Yagura. The figure emerging from the mirror possessed strength equal to its origin, meaning Bai Mo's punch was, in essence, a strike against himself. However, was it truly so? Break for me. Bai Mo roared fiercely, channeling even more power into his blow. A massive surge of chakra gathered recklessly in his arm. Crack, crack, boom. With each resounding crack, Bai Mo's fist drew nearer, the fissures on his arm multiplying. Yet, at the moment he forcefully descended, a thunderous explosion erupted, a crimson mist violently bursting forth. The water mirror technique shattered. Bai Mo's bloodied arm struck true against Yagura's chest. With a sickening crunch, Yagura's chest caved in. A stream of blood erupting from her mouth as her body traced a perfect arc through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground. Ding. Progress bar surges by 10. Current progress, 85. Please continue to strive, host. An electronic voice echoed, audible only to Bai Mo. He gazed at the soaring numbers on the system interface, and the lips he had pressed together finally curled into a smile. Ha ha ha, just as Bai Mo had envisioned. Beyond cautious and meticulous offense, further manipulating his muscles to unleash greater power counted as refined muscle control. If he could consistently surpass his previous limits, then did it not signify? With just a couple of punches, this task could be accomplished. Bai Mo's excited gaze fell upon Inoki and the Third Hokage. At this moment, the Third Hokage had just freed himself from the grasp of Susanoo. Ignoring the dissipating Susanoo, he focused entirely on Bai Mo. Upon witnessing Bai Mo deliver a devastating blow to Yagura, incapacitating him, the Hokage's understanding of Bai Mo deepened. Similarly, Inoki hesitated to face Bai Mo alone. After all, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo also mastered the 100 Healings Jutsu, a renowned ninjutsu of Tsunade. As shadows, they were acutely aware of the potency of such techniques. Yet, from another perspective, Bai Mo's arm had been rendered nearly useless. It was implausible for him to recover fully in such a short span, even with the enhancement of the 100 Healings Jutsu. Did this signify a substantial reduction in Bai Mo's potential? AI, let us attack together. While Bai Mo's arm has yet to heal, we must deliver him a more significant blow. Of course, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Black lightning. The Third Hokage, AI, unleashed a torrent of dark lightning. The panther-shaped bolts flickering swiftly. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Mo dealt with the black lightning, AI concentrated all his strength, along with his lightning chakra, into a single fingertip. Inoki sensed the formidable presence emanating from the Third Hokage. Was the time finally at hand? The technique revered as the strongest spear. Hellpiercer. Have you ever witnessed the roaming lightning upon the ground? For some inexplicable reason, these words echoed in Bai Mo's mind. At this moment, the thunderclouds hovered low, resonating with AI's form, as his entire being seemed to unleash a piercing electric arc. A brilliant blue radiance traced a straight line across the ground, the sharp force accumulating at AI's fingertip. The mightiest spear. Charge forth. AI, do not underestimate me. The kaleidoscope Sharingan spun within Bai Mo's eyes, painting a crimson world around the Third Hokage, entwined with red lines and dots. Bai Mo summoned all his strength to the tip of his right finger, the markings of the 100 Healings Jutsu becoming increasingly pronounced, causing his entire arm to swell momentarily. He raised his arm high, ready to confront the oncoming mightiest spear. In a fierce display mirroring the Third Hokage's movements, their fingertips clashed. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The crackling thunder of the electric arcs gradually faded. Within the arena-like space, Bai Mo and AI locked eyes. Suddenly, Bai Mo's countenance shifted, his arm shattered, blood streaming from countless tiny wounds, with arcs of electricity surging within. This was undeniably the manifestation of AI's power. How astonishing! Indeed, it is no surprise that the formidable Inoki hovers in the air, murmuring softly. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the expression on AI's face abruptly shifted. Crack! Crackle! The sound of shattering resonated ominously. AI gazed in terror at the scene unfolding before him, witnessing his own arm gradually fracturing, disintegrating into fine particles, carried away by the wind. How could this be? What is happening? AI gasped in horror. In a desperate attempt, he swiftly gathered lightning chakra in his other hand and, wielding it like a blade, severed his left hand. Such a pity. If only you had waited just a few more seconds, your very existence would have faded from this world. White Ink lifted his gaze towards AI, a smug smile adorning his face, completely disregarding the blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, for he was already enveloped by the delightful tones of an electronic notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering fine muscle control, enabling you to manipulate the strength of your muscles at will. Progress bar surges by 15. Current progress, 100. Ding! Progress bar has reached 100. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Application of the Advanced 8 Gates of Duanjia. Application of the Advanced 8 Gates of Duanjia. The host can unlock all 8 gates without risking life. Instead, they will consume chakra. Once chakra is depleted, the 8 gates of Duanjia will automatically close. The 8 gates of Duanjia. White Ink had initially anticipated a mere enhancement of his physical capabilities, never imagining that the system would bestow upon him such a remarkable ability. Moreover, it consumes chakra, a resource he possessed in abundance. The Baika no Jutsu continuously mended White Ink's injuries. His previously grievously wounded arm, which had been nearly immobile, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The Third Hokage, utilizing lightning chakra, stimulated his body to recover swiftly, staunching the blood from his severed arm. He took a deep breath, slowly clenching his remaining hand into a fist. Inoki, this man cannot be allowed to escape. Otherwise, he will surely become a significant threat in the future. Indeed, Inoki became more resolute, his aura escalating swiftly. In an instant, both combatants surged forward towards White Ink, a palpable aura of lethal intent encasing him. Yet, White Ink appeared oblivious to the danger, his smile radiating even more warmth. This is what it means to be serious. Only through earnest effort can one truly cultivate, right? With that, White Ink stepped forward, suppressing the pain in his hands as he gradually raised them, palms pressed together. The 8 gates of Duanjia. As his words fell, an overwhelming crimson aura erupted from him. An unparalleled presence stirred the winds and clouds, causing the sky to take on a swirling form. In the distance, Killer Bee and the future 4th Hokage AI gazed upwards, observing the tumultuous vortex in the sky, their hearts sinking deeper with each passing moment. We should return, given the current situation. It is evident that no one can infiltrate Konoha from our rear. After a brief pause, AI continued. It seems that my father's side is in need of our assistance. The thought of Bai Mo's terrifying power sent a shiver down Karabi's spine. Indeed, Bai Mo's strength was formidable. Even in my tailed beast form, I could not overpower him. And what was most alarming was that this was merely one of his shadow clones. Karabi instinctively swallowed hard and added, if Lord Hokage and the others underestimate him, they will surely pay a grievous price. Therefore, this time, we must ensure that Bai Mo remains here, no matter what. AI nodded, his body enveloped in lightning chakra, enhancing his speed. You are absolutely correct. With the two of us together, we can undoubtedly defeat Bai Mo. However, just as they began to speak, a sinister wind swept through, the scarlet chakra altering Karabi's expression dramatically. This presence. Karabi recalled the voice of the 8 tails. It was the 9 tails. The 9 tails has arrived. The 9 tails. Uzumaki Kushina. Isn't she already quite aged? How could she possibly leave the Senju clan's territory? AI exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he hastily expanded his senses, desperately searching for the source of the chakra. No need to look, I am right here. A chilling voice resonated, prompting Karabi and AI to turn towards its origin. They beheld a woman with fiery red hair, standing not far from them, alongside Tsunade of the Leaf Village. How did they arrive here? Did they traverse the treacherous path from Kimobikure? As if sensing their astonishment, Uzumaki Kushina scoffed. What's wrong? Are you afraid to acknowledge me now? Wasn't I your initial target? Now that I stand before you, are you frightened? As Kushina's words echoed, a crimson tail gradually formed behind her. Tailed beast cloak. Seeing this, AI and Karabi instantly heightened their vigilance. I will not allow you to disrupt Bai Mo's training. If you wish to confront him, you must first get past me. And me, Tsunade declared, as she activated the rebirth of the soothing technique. Just then, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. A shadow darted across their vision, crashing into the ground far away and creating a deep crater. Was that just now? Inoki. Not only were AI and Karabi stunned, but even Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade were momentarily frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Was it truly Inoki who had flown past? It must be noted that Inoki's strength was exceptionally powerful. He was a renowned figure throughout the ninja world and could easily rank at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Such a character actually flew away. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. AI instinctively rubbed his eyes. Just then, a deafening sound reverberated from afar, as if a tempest had been unleashed, bearing down on them with visible force. In an instant, Bai Mo's figure appeared before AI, holding another AI, the Third Hokage. Father, how could this be? How did you defeat Smack? Before AI could finish his sentence, Bai Mo delivered a resounding slap, sending him spiraling through the air. completing a full 720 degrees before crashing to the ground, utterly disoriented. Run, run. The third Raikage's body hung limply. Bai Mo had him firmly by the throat, rendering his remaining limbs powerless. The events that had just transpired felt apocalyptic to the third Raikage AI. He could not comprehend the force Bai Mo had unleashed. How could his previously evenly matched strength suddenly multiply by hundreds or thousands? Even at full strength, he could scarcely withstand a mere finger from Bai Mo. Such terrifying power had subdued him completely. This was not the might of an average shinobi. Was he not a god of the ninja realm? Thus, he urged, flee. Do not let us cross paths with this fiend again. The third Raikage's voice was hoarse. Yet the more desperate he became, the more resolute his son AI was not to leave. Rising from the ground, he gazed at the crimson mist swirling around Bai Mo and, with newfound resolve, knelt before him. Thud! A shallow indentation formed on the ground. Bai Mo, I beseech you, spare my father. The plan was all mine. Direct your wrath at me. Bai Mo glanced back at the astonished Kushina Uzumaki, his initially fierce expression softening with a hint of affection. While he was taken aback by her appearance clad in the tailed beast cloak, her endearing visage remained unchanged. Bai Mo offered a slight smile to Kushina before returning his focus to the two ace. His purpose for arriving at the Hidden Cloud Village, aside from thwarting the Third Great Ninja War, was to deliver a thorough lesson to these two, avenging Kushina in the process. With a casual motion, he tossed the third Raikage to the ground, regarding him with mockery. Now then, tell me, how do you intend to beg for mercy? As oxygen filled his lungs, the third Raikage finally felt a modicum of relaxation. He raised his gaze to Bai Mo and declared without hesitation, I, the third Raikage, will never beg. AI immediately interrupted his father's proclamation. If it were up to him alone. However, none of them would plead for mercy. Yet, despite their stoic demeanor, both father and son found themselves under the shadow of Bai Mo's terror. Their resilience was of no consequence, even for the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village. AI gazed deeply at his father, while at that moment, the third Hokage staggered to his feet. He surveyed the surrounding area, witnessing countless ninjas sprawled across the ground. Remarkably, due to Bai Mo's compassion, they were merely gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, with not a single soul lost. This stood in stark contrast to the earlier brutality displayed by Bai Mo. Was it fate that had predetermined their destiny from the very beginning? The third Hokage sighed. Conceding to Bai Mo, I understand now. As long as you spare the Hidden Cloud Village, I am willing to pay any price. His own demise was inconsequential. The annihilation of the Hidden Cloud Village was something he, as the third Hokage, could never accept. Thus, even if it meant humbling himself, kissing Bai Mo's feet, and begging for forgiveness, he would do so. It was his misjudgment that had led to the current predicament, and as the Hokage, he must bear this responsibility. This is the burden of a village's leader. Bai Mo swiftly moved to the side of Uzumaki Kushina, donning a markedly different, humble smile. Kushina, can I say this is my way of helping you? A stirring sensation enveloped Kushina, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, opening her arms to embrace Bai Mo tightly. The closeness of their interaction caused a blush to rise on Bai Mo's cheeks, yet he did not push her away. Instead, he gently patted her back, prompting Tsunade to gaze at them with growing curiosity before turning her attention elsewhere. Truly remarkable. I initially thought I was here to assist Bai Mo in battle, yet he is so powerful that he requires no help from us. Here I am, merely an unwitting observer, feeling a tinge of envy towards Kushina. Nestled in Bai Mo's embrace, Kushina inhaled his familiar scent deeply. After a moment, she softly said, Thank you. Bai Mo, there is no need for thanks. If anyone should express gratitude, it is I. Had it not been for Kushina's proposed faux marriage, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have acted in an even more extreme manner. The best outcome would have been a betrayal from the Uchiha clan, and at that point, Bai Mo's dream of freedom and cultivation would have vanished. Unlike now, where he could pursue whatever he desired, leaving the remaining issues for Sarutobi Hiruzen to resolve. He would enjoy the benefits while allowing Hiruzen to deal with the headaches. How delightful. Bai Mo and Kushina lingered in each other's company for a moment before his gaze returned to the third Hokage. Your son and his brother have repeatedly coveted the bloodline of our Leaf Village, even daring to brazenly intrude upon the Uchiha clan. Are you aware of the consequences? A bitter smile appeared on the face of the third Raikage. What consequences? Is not the current situation itself a consequence? Bai Mo, cease your circumlocution. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? The battle temporarily halted. Medical ninjas swiftly commenced treatment under the direction of Mabu. In response, Bai Mo turned a blind eye, focusing instead on the Third Hokage, and declared, "It is quite simple. I seek the 8 tails and the 2 tails from the Cloud Village." Upon uttering these words, all present were rendered speechless, their astonished gazes fixed upon Bai Mo. They even questioned their own hearing. "What did you say?" A's voice rose, fury swelling within him. Were it not for the realization that he was no match for Bai Mo, he might have charged forward in anger. "Do you not understand that once a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki will perish?" Kurabi interjected, asserting that the 8 tails was his companion and he would never use it as a bargaining chip. "Then let all of Cloud Village accompany you to the grave. You may choose." Bai Mo was disinclined to engage in further banter. He was somewhat hungry and yearned for the dishes prepared by Kushina. Moreover, he wished to visit the Senju clan cemetery to pay his respects to Uzumaki Mito. Although he was already aware that Mito would pass the 9 tails to Uzumaki Kushina, he had not anticipated this moment. While he understood the general trajectory of the future, his estimation of the timing was not precise. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Mo tightened his embrace around Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, A approached Bai Mo, continuing, "Is there no other form of compensation?" "None, other than the tailed beasts. I have no interest in anything else." After a brief pause, Bai Mo added, "However, this matter is not without its nuances." The Third Hokage's eyes brightened instantly. "How so?" "I still desire the 2 tails and the 8 tails, but you need not extract the tailed beasts." "Do you mean that when the tailed beasts regain their freedom, I shall reclaim them? In exchange for this condition, I require half of Cloud Village's resources." "Half of the resources?" The Third Hokage gasped in astonishment. It is crucial to understand that they are not a mere small ninja village, but one that represents the most formidable power of the Land of Lightning. A village of great repute in the entire ninja world. And yet, this very village is being asked by Bai Mo for half of its resources. How would they possibly divide the remaining resources? Of course, this thought was fleeting. After a moment's hesitation, the Third Hokage nodded. Ultimately, he acquiesced. "If half of the resources could ensure the survival of Cloud Village and preserve the lives of the 2 Jinchuriki, then I shall agree to your demands. I will deliver all the resources to the leaf." At this moment, Bai Mo extended a finger in a gesture, not to hand over to Konoha, but to the Senju clan. To Tsunade. Tsunade, who had been idly standing by, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Mo's words. Instinctively, she turned to him, her brow furrowed in confusion, and asked, "I can understand not giving it to Konoha, as it was earned by your solitary venture into the Cloud Village. But why bestow these resources upon me?" "These resources encompass more than mere kunai and shuriken. They include scrolls, medicinal herbs, currency, fabric, and military provisions. Handing over half the wealth of a hidden village to a single clan would elevate that clan to the ranks of the elite." In response, Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's shoulder. "I appreciate your care for Kushina during this time." Upon hearing this, Tsunade grasped Bai Mo's intention. With a subtle twitch of her nose, she replied, "You need not be overly concerned. Granny Mito had always intended for her to be the heir, and given her advanced years, she has long regarded Kushina as such. After all, we are family, are we not? Therefore, there is no need for such formality. This victory was yours alone to claim." Bai Mo smiled softly and said, "Accept it. As long as you don't recklessly squander it, it matters little. Moreover, you need not worry about such matters. Isn't there a lamb waiting to be slaughtered nearby?" With a swift motion, Bai Mo appeared before Inoki, who lay motionless on the ground. Bai Mo coldly queried, "Are you awake? If not, I shall bestow upon you a slap." Perhaps it was Bai Mo's devilish whisper, or perhaps Inoki was merely feigning. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, he hastily opened his eyes. No, I heard your conversation earlier. Half the resources, right? Who said it was only half? There's also the 4 tails and 5 tails." Inoki sighed heavily. "All right, I understand. I will deliver the resources to your Uchiha clan. A wise decision. By the way, when Yagura awakens, remind him to allocate half of the resources from the Mist Village to me. Should they fail to arrive, do not blame me for my impending visit." With that, Bai Mo added, "It's time, let us depart." He retracted the 8 gates formation, leading Kushina and Tsunade away into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, Inoki turned to the Third Hokage beside him and sighed, "What a calamity." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the assembled ninja forces before him. Hands clasped behind his back, A shadow of concern etched upon his face. Everyone, the third great ninja war has begun. Reports indicate that the Cloud Village, Rock Village, and Mist Village have formed an alliance, with at least 10,000 ninjas participating in the conflict. Do you have the confidence to prevail against them? In the open space before the Hokage building, the gathered ninja from various clans looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their faces were etched with solemnity. Anyone who had endured the Second Shinobi World War would not approach this impending conflict with mirthful laughter. War is no trifling matter. Each individual harbored a conviction of certain death, fighting for the sake of their families. The shadow of fire would illuminate the village, nurturing new leaves to sprout. It is only when one strives to protect their most cherished ones that a ninja's true strength is revealed. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was delivering his impassioned speech, a sudden flash of yellow appeared beside him. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Upon witnessing Minato's arrival, Hiruzen paused momentarily, then quietly inquired, "What has transpired?" "Lord Hokage, I believe we need not prepare for war any longer." "Need not prepare for war? What does this mean?" At this moment, Danzo Shimura, Tsunade Senju, and Mito Gate were also all ears. Minato then spoke, at the Hokage building. He leaned close to Hiruzen's ear and whispered, "Lord Hokage, according to reports from the front lines, Hakumai has arrived alone at Kumogakure. To verify the authenticity of this information, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten my journey, but by the time I arrived, the war had already concluded. Hakumai single-handedly vanquished the combined forces of the three great hidden villages." Minato, having exhausted a considerable amount of chakra, was drenched in sweat. After uttering these words, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen's mind was reeling. What? Hakumai defeated the combined forces of the three great hidden villages alone? How is that possible? How much time has passed for Hakumai to grow to such heights? Hiruzen was not alone in his astonishment. Behind him, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito were equally stunned, unable to fathom Minato's revelation. "Are you certain this information is accurate?" Danzo approached Minato with urgency, his expression serious. "Absolutely. I witnessed everything with my own eyes," Minato affirmed with a nod. He had been apprehensive about Hakumai venturing forth alone, which prompted him to overexert himself to follow in the direction Hakumai had departed. Yet, upon his arrival, he found that the battle was already concluded, and Hakumai had departed. The sight rendered him numb, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. He then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique once more, rushing back with utmost speed simply to inform Konoha that there was no need to dispatch ninjas for war. Hiruzen's capacity for composure was formidable. He inhaled deeply and turned to Minato, asking, "So how was this matter ultimately resolved? Were there any reparations?" Minato scratched his head. "I'm not quite sure about that. But you may inquire with Hakumai upon his return." "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his eyes glimmering with an uncertain light. No one could decipher the thoughts swirling within his mind. They merely observed as the once vibrant atmosphere began to wane under this peculiar tension. Numerous ninjas remained rooted in place, gazing at Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen, who were engaged in hushed conversation. The varied expressions on their faces ignited a sense of unease within them. Some had even begun to murmur among themselves, speculating about the events unfolding at the front lines. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to the assembly of ninjas and declared, "Esteemed comrades, this war has now come to a close. I am deeply grateful for your gathering here. Your unwavering dedication to protecting Konoha and your families has resonated profoundly with me. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire shall continue to burn. May you all become the true pillars of Konoha, ensuring its everlasting prosperity." As Hiruzen's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Hinata Hisashi stepped forward, bewildered, and inquired, "Lord Hokage, could you enlighten us on what has transpired?" Danzo opened his mouth, ready to chastise Hisashi for revealing such sensitive information, but to his surprise, Hiruzen interjected, "Hakumai is a hero of Konoha. With his singular strength, he has brought an end to the Third Shinobi World War, vanquishing the allied forces of the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages." Though brief, Hiruzen's proclamation sent a collective gasp through the assembled ninjas, causing the temperature in Konoha to plummet. Hisashi stood in stunned silence, his lips trembling. Is that truly the case? Hakumai single-handedly defeated the coalition of the three great villages? Though reluctant to affirm it, Hiruzen nodded. In any case, the war has concluded. when Hakumai returns. We shall celebrate in earnest. With that, Hiruzen turned and entered the Hokage tower. At that moment, the crowd regained their composure. They raised their hands in jubilant exclamation, rejoicing. Hakumai is indeed a hero. The war is over. Had it not ended, I feared I might perish in battle. War is undeniably terrifying. Thank you, Hakumai. Gradually, the ninjas dispersed, taking with them the news of Hakumai's remarkable feat with the power to single-handedly defeat the coalition of the three great hidden villages. He had undoubtedly earned his place as a legend in this era. Not to mention, Hakumai was still merely a young adult. His future promised even greater strength. On the journey back, Hakumai dispelled the Eight Gates formation, and an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him, his chakra reserves nearly depleted. The immense toll of the Eight Gates formation was evident. Are you all right? Thank you, but I shall pass on the sour plums, Hakumai jested lightly. Noticing the look of confusion on Kushina's face, Bai Mo waved his hand, chuckling. Ha ha ha, it's all right. You needn't worry too much about me. I'm merely a bit fatigued. Just give me about 10 minutes to replenish my chakra and stamina, and I shall return to normal. However, unexpectedly, as he uttered these words, his body suddenly staggered, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Startled, Kushina hurriedly rushed to support him. Bai Mo, have you overexerted yourself? Tsunade inquired with genuine concern. In response, Bai Mo shot Tsunade a sidelong glance, saying, if you were to face off against AI, Anoki, and Yagura, I dare say you would be in far worse shape than I am. Tsunade laughed. I reckon I wouldn't be so reckless. Come, allow me to assist you. The three of them helped Bai Mo to a nearby resting place. Bai Mo's head rested comfortably on Kushina's lap, a delightful sensation enveloping him in a warm embrace of happiness. Kushina's delicate hand gently rested upon him, while Tsunade stood by, a soft green glow emanating from her palm as she performed her healing jutsu, ensuring Bai Mo's utmost comfort. After approximately 10 minutes, Bai Mo gradually sat up and glanced at Tsunade, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. It's nothing, merely a small act of kindness, she replied. Bai Mo smiled faintly, then rose to walk alongside the two women. However, as his gaze drifted further ahead, spotting the faint distortions in the distance, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Indeed, he had overexerted his eyes this time. His vision was becoming increasingly blurred at a distance. The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was formidable, yet each use drained a significant amount of ocular energy. Once depleted, this energy was challenging to restore. The sensation mirrored that of nearsightedness. Should he exhaust his ocular energy entirely, his eyes would become utterly useless, plunging him into an abyss of darkness, rendering him blind. If only his eyes could evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would possess everlasting light and never have to fret about the depletion of ocular energy again. Ding! A self-disciplined task has been issued. Fine-tuned ocular technique training. Current progress, 0. Bai Mo paused for a moment. His steps halted abruptly. Fine-tuned ocular technique training. Would the reward be related to ocular techniques? Excitement surged within him, and he mentally gave a thumbs up to the system. Truly, his system was commendable. Bai Mo, are you still feeling unwell? Kushina inquired with concern, leaning against his arm, her presence weighing gently upon his heart, snapping him back to reality. I'm fine, just incredibly happy. I didn't expect you to come looking for me, because I wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, not to be a burden. Jushinai paused and added, yet, your strength is so overwhelming that I hardly have the opportunity to intervene. Bai Mo gently patted Jushinai's fragrant shoulder, assuring her that her sentiment was more than enough. Tsunade observed the increasingly intimate gestures between the two, feeling a surge of irritation. Hey, have you forgotten about me? I'm right here too. Ah, you are here as well. My apologies for nearly overlooking you, Bai Mo teased, eliciting laughter from the trio once more. However, in stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Hokage's office was entirely different. Danzo found himself alone with Sarutobi Hiruzen. His temper flared as he confronted Hiruzen, questioning, why did you disclose that Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the coalition of the three hidden villages? Are you not concerned that his growing reputation may undermine your authority? He continued vehemently. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Bai Mo should not be allowed to thrive. Rather than watch him grow stronger and potentially jeopardize our standing, we ought to take preemptive action. Faced with Danzo's vehement declarations, Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded, preemptive action? How do you propose we act? Do you genuinely believe you can defeat him? Danzo opened his mouth, but the words he wished to utter were lodged in his throat. Hiruzen pressed on. Bai Mo's formidable strength and dedication to training serve as a powerful deterrent for us. Moreover, with his recent triumph over the 3 great hidden villages, they will undoubtedly owe Konoha reparations. We must not alienate Bai Mo at this juncture. Alienate Bai Mo? Hiruzen seemed fixated solely on the prospect of reparations, especially since they had suffered no losses. This compensation would essentially be a windfall for them. Hiruzen appeared to be eagerly awaiting Bai Mo's return, revealing a rather greedy disposition. Indeed, it seemed that the position of Hokage was better suited for me. As this thought crossed his mind, a more sinister scheme began to take shape in Danzo's mind. Given that Bai Mo had just finished battling and would inevitably pass through the Rain Village on his way back to Konoha, and considering his acquaintance with Hanzo of the Salamander, why not exploit this connection to orchestrate a downfall? Hanzo, who cherished his semi-divine reputation, would surely be unsettled by Bai Mo surpassing him, a sentiment Danzo fully understood. With this realization, Danzo showed no respect for Hiruzen, letting out a cold huff before turning on his heel and departing, leaving Hiruzen standing alone in the room. As he watched Danzo's retreating figure, a smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. Haha, Danzo, your temperament is truly overly impatient. Do you genuinely believe that I do not wish to deal with Hakomai? What a farce. How could I possibly allow Hakomai to threaten my position? It is merely that you are too foolish to comprehend my intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to question me. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have had a revelation, a smile blooming on his face like a chrysanthemum. He had a fair understanding of Hakomai's character. When faced with a mission versus the lives of friends, Hakomai would undoubtedly choose to abandon the task at the first opportunity, rushing to save his comrades. In such a scenario, the hero of Konoha, Hakomai, would face the disgrace of mission failure and the scorn of the villagers. Akin to the fate of Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Even if Hakomai possessed an indomitable spirit and would not resort to self-destruction, he would inevitably be disheartened by the populace's disdain. I could then seize this opportunity to thoroughly brainwash Hakomai, transforming him into my loyal follower. The method of nurturing to death is indeed the finest means to handle those who are difficult to manage. The root, the most clandestine domain of Konoha, is also Danzo's stronghold. Upon his arrival, the first course of action was to don a fresh set of attire, promptly heading towards the location of the Hidden Rain Village. Danzo's formidable strength, particularly his mastery of wind release, rendered his speed unparalleled among ordinary shinobi. As the sun began its descent, casting a fleeting glow across the sky, he finally arrived at the chamber of Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo, who had been feigning sleep, instantly widened his eyes upon sensing the sudden presence. Is it you, Shimura Danzo? What brings you here? Hanzo approached the window and jested with Danzo. Humph, if I hadn't come, wouldn't your title as the god of shinobi soon be usurped by another? Hanzo's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Uchiha Hakomai, single-handedly defeating the allied forces of the 3 great hidden villages. Such a display of power solidifies his reputation, should you lack greater accomplishments. It is likely that the future god of shinobi will be replaced by Hakomai. Hanzo's demeanor turned frigid. Uchiha Hakomai? That prodigy of the Uchiha clan? If memory serves me right, isn't he a thorn in your side? Your appearance here, delivering such words, can only be an attempt to provoke me into a conflict with Hakomai, hoping for mutual destruction. Am I wrong? Do you think I am a fool, Shimura Danzo? Within the opulent chambers of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo unleashed his formidable presence, an overwhelming force bearing down upon Danzo. Yet, Danzo appeared unfazed, calmly shaking his head. If that were truly the case, I would not have sought your collaboration. Collaboration? Hanzo's brows furrowed slightly as he swiftly reined in his aura. What do you mean? Do you still recall the Akatsuki organization? Of course. I greatly admire their advocacy for peace. Recently, their pace of expansion has been astonishingly swift. If this continues, should I, the ruler of the Hidden Rain Village, still remain in power? At this juncture, Hanzo of the Salamander paused momentarily, only to swiftly grasp the implication. Are you suggesting a treacherous scheme? Indeed. Shimura Danzo spoke candidly. Hanzo, we are allies in this endeavor. There is no need to conceal our true intentions from one another. We are well aware of each other's nature. Thus, I will speak plainly. Bai Mo has just emerged from battle, his achievements formidable, yet he must have endured significant exhaustion. Based on my estimates, given their current condition, it will take them some time to reach the Hidden Rain Village. You could seize this opportunity to lay an ambush and ensnare Bai Mo in a trap. Hanzo of the Salamander is most adept at employing poison. Should Bai Mo fall victim to Hanzo's venom, his life would be at least halved and his combat prowess severely diminished. Prior to that, your task is to dispatch individuals to further drain Bai Mo's strength. By the time he is utterly fatigued upon reaching the Hidden Rain village, it will be the perfect moment for you to showcase your might. The news of Bai Mo, having defeated the allied forces of the three great hidden villages, being slain by the god of the ninja world, will inevitably spread throughout the realm, solidifying your status as the god of the ninja world. Hanzo of the Salamander felt a stirring of ambition. Yet, he harbored doubts. But if I were to kill Uchiha Bai Mo, what becomes of the Leaf Village? Rest assured, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old hypocrite, would be more than pleased to see Bai Mo perish. However, he is too duplicitous to reveal his true feelings. Claiming to make Bai Mo a hero of the Leaf is utterly preposterous. Once Bai Mo reaches a certain level of strength, he will be beyond the control of both myself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hanzo of the Salamander rubbed his palms together, genuinely intrigued by this proposition. You are correct. I could wield the blade of the Akatsuki organization to eliminate Bai Mo's allies. Even if I cannot kill him outright, I could take the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Yet, once Bai Mo is dead, I suspect the most delighted individuals would be the two of you, no? What, then, remains for me? Danzo had long anticipated that Hanzo would not easily acquiesce to his proposal. After feigning contemplation, Danzo ultimately declared, if you can slay Bai Mo, I shall grant you 6 months' worth of resources from the Hidden Rain village. Furthermore, you may select any 10 scrolls of ninjutsu, as long as they are not forbidden techniques. Hanzo raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. It appears Bai Mo's life is indeed valuable to warrant such a lavish offer from you. Danzo continued, however, I have one more condition. You must not damage Bai Mo's eyes. The Sharingan, is it? Huh. I wonder what you intend to do with the Sharingan. If one does not possess the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, recklessly transplanting those eyes could pose tremendous risks. That is of no concern to you. I await your favorable news. With that, Danzo's figure leapt through the window, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. He extended his hand, brushing against his arm, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Hanzo of the Salamander. What does he truly understand? His own arms were indeed imbued with the essence of Uchiha Shin. That fellow's physique does not reject any bloodline. In other words, as long as the Sharingan is sufficiently abundant, he could fill an entire arm with them. The only regret is that the Sharingan on his arm is still woefully insufficient. Aside from a few he eliminated during missions involving the Uchiha clan, it has been quite some time since he replenished his collection. How splendid it would be if all the eyes of the Uchiha clan were his own. Shimura Danzo licked his lips. Even under the cover of night, his greed was unmistakably evident on his face. After Danzo departed, Hanzo of the Salamander began to contemplate the feasibility of a plan. Time passed, and suddenly he called out to the outside, summoning Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan of the Akatsuki. I have some matters to discuss with them. Yes, sir. At his command, a ninja adorned with the headband of the Rain Village swiftly made his way to the Akatsuki's base. The Akatsuki and Hanzo of the Salamander maintained a respectful distance from one another, hence there were no significant precautions taken. The location of the base had long been within Hanzo's grasp. Soon, the message reached the ears of Yahiko and his companions. Konan remarked, Yahiko, something feels amiss. We must exercise caution. Yahiko chuckled, Konan, I believe you're being overly apprehensive. We are striving for the peace of the Rain Village. Hanzo would not wish us harm. But there are no buts. He likely has urgent matters to discuss with us. Wouldn't you agree, Nagato? Nagato simply nodded, though a sense of foreboding enveloped him, leaving him unsettled. The three arrived at Hanzo's residence. To their astonishment, the entire structure was ablaze with light, as if to welcome their arrival. Hanzo was already waiting at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their presence. Upon seeing the trio, Hanzo opened his arms wide, warmly inviting them inside for a detailed discussion. The interior was lavishly adorned. Having lived as a wandering soul, Yahiko and his companions had never witnessed such a dazzling spectacle. They sat awkwardly in Hanzo's opulent living room, overwhelmed by the surrounding splendor. Yahiko stammered, Lord Hanzo, is there something you wish to discuss with us at this late hour? The matter is quite simple. I merely wish to ascertain your resolve. Hanzo replied, I ask you, do you wish to safeguard the peace of the Rain Village? Indeed. Then, May I enlist your assistance in eliminating a certain individual? His presence has already jeopardized the safety of the Rain Village. Who? Uchiha Hakomai from the Leaf Village. Uchiha Hakomai? That name sounded familiar. Just as Yahiko pondered this, Hanzo produced a portrait revealing Hakomai's visage. Upon seeing the image, Yahiko's pupils constricted sharply. It is him. He is Uchiha Hakomai. The moment Yahiko laid eyes on the likeness of Hakomai, astonishment seized him. In his mind, he could not help but recall the moment of his encounter with Bai Mo. You seem quite surprised? I am aware of him. We have met before. Thus, I wish to inquire if there is some misunderstanding at play. The eyes of Hanzo, the pepper fish, narrowed slightly. He evidently had not anticipated that Yahi and Bai Mo were acquainted. Moreover, observing Yahi's protective demeanor suggested that the two might have engaged in some clandestine dealings. Such a sense of losing control was something Hanzo could never permit. Silently, he tucked away the portrait. So, you are unwilling then? Indeed. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Yahi recounted to Hanzo the details of his encounter with Bai Mo. A person who values peace so highly would never commit any wrongdoing against the Rain-hidden village. As Yahi continued to extol praises, Hanzo felt a surge of admiration for Shimura Danzo. Indeed, it was evident that Yahi's heart had long since departed from the Rain-hidden village. If left unchecked, Yahi would undoubtedly lead his Akatsuki organization to completely usurp Hanzo's control over the village. Hanzo was inherently a conspirator. After all, if he were in Yahi's position, he would undoubtedly contemplate how to bring down the top figure, using them as a stepping stone. Thus, he could not be blamed for his ruthless disposition. Hanzo reclined on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals before him. A sinister smile crept across his face, hidden beneath the gas mask he perpetually wore. As a master of poisons, Hanzo had long been accustomed to donning this mask. Each time Yahi encountered Hanzo, it was in this guise, so they paid little heed to his appearance. However, it was precisely this that afforded Hanzo the opportunity to administer poison. A faint fragrance began to permeate the room, evoking a sense of danger in the astute Conan. The floral scent infiltrated the nostrils of the three, causing a gradual onset of weakness in their bodies. Something was amiss. This was a trap. Conan's pupils dilated in alarm as she glanced fearfully at Hanzo. However, it was already too late. Just as she attempted to rise, she found her body utterly devoid of strength, as if her muscles had vanished. Moving even a finger was a cumbersome endeavor. Yahi glared furiously at Hanzo, a torrent of rage swelling within him. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Hanzo chuckled. Do you still not comprehend? The ninja world is one of the survival of the fittest. If you fall for my trap, can you blame me? In just half an hour, your muscles will dissolve into liquid, and death will be imminent. Nagato glanced at Yahi, then at Conan. A flicker of suspicion has already taken root within my heart. Had you truly intended to end our lives, you could have undoubtedly chosen a far more potent toxin. The very fact that you have spared us implies your desire for us to eliminate Hakomai, does it not? Astute. You are far more cunning than that fool, Yahiko. Hanzo of the Salamander produced 2 pills, placing one before Yahiko and the other before Nagato. These pills serve as an antidote, capable of swiftly neutralizing the poison coursing through your veins. As for Conan, fret not. I shall provide her with a pill that delays the onset of the toxin for approximately 1 day. Provided you succeed in slaying Hakomai within that time frame and present his head to me, I will grant Conan the antidote. At that point, you shall be free to depart from the Rain Village, along with the Akatsuki. Hanzo's treachery cast a shadow of frustration across Yahiko's countenance. The words of Hakomai echoed in his mind. Hakomai was right. This Hanzo cannot be trusted lightly. It was his misplaced trust in Hanzo that led to the perilous plight of Nagato and Conan. This is a fate Yahiko cannot allow. Though he is loath to take Hakomai's life, Conan's safety is paramount. Trading Hakomai's life for hers is a price he is willing to pay. Yahiko clenched his teeth. Conceding to Hanzo, I understand. We will bring back Hakomai's head. However, I expect you to honor your promise, or else we shall ensure your demise. Hanzo grinned wickedly. Of course, I am Hanzo of the Salamander, the god of shinobi. I shall certainly uphold my word. He instructed the ninja to administer the antidote to Yahiko and Nagato. The moment the antidote touched their tongues, their previously feeble bodies were invigorated with newfound strength, allowing them to rise effortlessly from the couch. The countdown has begun. I hope you can locate and eliminate Hakomai within a day. Yahiko cast a deep glance at Conan. Rest assured, we will slay Hakomai and rescue you. Without further words, Yahiko and Nagato dashed out of the room. In stark contrast to the opulent light within, the outside world lay shrouded in darkness, with only the rain cascading from the heavens. After a series of agile leaps, Yahiko and Nagato found themselves in a dimly lit alleyway. After twisting and turning for approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the headquarters of the Akatsuki. This organization, forged by the three of them, was intended to ensure that the Rain Village could carve out its own path to peace within the vast realm of shinobi. Yet now, peace has taken up the blade. All hands on deck. Search for the figure of Uchiha Hakomai from Konoha. I shall see him dead. Yes. The multitude of ninjas swiftly dispersed, beginning their search for Hakomai's presence in the enveloping night. At this moment, Hakomai reclined upon a branch of a colossal tree, feigning slumber. Kushina nestled comfortably within the crook of his arm, akin to a delicate bird seeking refuge. The scene exudes an endearing charm. Meanwhile, Tsunade is enveloped in resentment as she gazes upon the faux couple before her. Wasn't this a charade of a marriage, a pretense of partnership? Why does it feel as though they wed first and fell in love later? The young couple slumbers soundly into the night, while she, Tsunade, must vigilantly keep watch. After all, she is Tsunade. When has she ever been subjected to such indignity? Scoundrel! Tsunade murmurs softly, her mind drifting to unknown thoughts. A wave of irritation swelling within her. Ultimately, she can only console herself, attributing it all to the resources bestowed upon her by Hakomai. Otherwise, she would never be on night watch for him. The inky darkness is shrouded in a delicate veil, enveloping the earth, while a celestial disk emanates a ghostly glow, articulating the chill of the night. Suddenly, Hakomai opens his eyes, his piercing gaze infused with a tempestuous intent, landing squarely upon Tsunade. In that instant, she feels as if her body has plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold enveloping her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Soon, Tsunade regains her composure and exclaims, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because I called you a scoundrel? How dare you unleash such malice toward me? What do you intend to do?" Hakomai gradually returns to himself, the so-called murderous intent dissipating in an instant. He gazes at Tsunade with a playful smile and replies, "Nothing much. I merely stumbled upon some amusing occurrences. Let us switch places. I will take the night watch, and you can tend to Kushina." At this moment, Tsunade senses that something is amiss. Has something happened? She extends her perception, yet within the forest, there is not a trace of suspicious aura. This only amplifies her suspicion. To this, Hakomai responds with a nonchalant smile. "It's nothing, just a few gestures." He gently withdraws his arm and gestures for Tsunade to come closer. Observing Kushina sleeping soundly, utterly unperturbed, Tsunade feels a pang of jealousy. How deeply must one trust Hakomai to sleep so profoundly? After switching positions, Hakomai rises to stretch his body. My arm is a bit numb, but it's nothing serious. It will be fine once blood circulation resumes." With that, he employs the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from Tsunade's sight in an instant. As the surroundings grow increasingly silent, Tsunade sighs. Ultimately, she must remain vigilant. For Hakomai has departed, hasn't he? She tightens her grip on Kushina's delicate shoulders, leaning against the tree behind her, and soon notices an eagle perched nearby. Observing her intently, the eagle's talons are formidable. Even with a gentle grasp on the branch, they leave an impressively deep mark. Tsunade mutters softly, "Are eagles not afraid of humans anymore? Why stare so intently?" Bai Mo, who had just departed, overheard Tsunade speaking about his surveillance device and nearly lost his grip, almost tumbling from the branch above. Fortunately, his mastery over chakra had reached its zenith, allowing him to effortlessly adhere to the tree trunk with his feet. At this moment, the entire forest was teeming with hawk-eyed creatures, all summoned by Bai Mo's technique of eagle observation, tirelessly monitoring the target area around the clock, a vital function indeed. Through the eyes of the eagles, the pitch-black night appeared as bright as day. Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas surged into the previously tranquil forest, as if they were in pursuit of something, conducting a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned. Do you know why the leader seeks Uchiha Bai Mo? Not entirely sure. But I have heard that Uchiha Bai Mo is a prodigious talent from Konoha. At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of elite jonin. And it won't be long before he reaches the level of Hokage. How long ago did you hear that? I've heard Bai Mo can easily defeat the Eight Tails Killer Bee all by himself. By himself? Good heavens. What immense power must he possess? Surely he has reached the level of Hokage by now. Who knows? Regardless, Uchiha Bai Mo is no ordinary individual. One could almost describe him as a training fanatic. He may have grown even stronger by now. At this moment, the tale of Bai Mo single-handedly annihilating the three great allied forces had yet to fully circulate. Otherwise, these ninjas would likely have thought twice before approaching. The moonlight grew ever more pallid, filtering through the dense canopy to cast pale spots upon the ground. The serene forest exuded an eerie ambience, occasionally disturbed by the flutter of a bat, leaving its mark in the cool night air. The dew began to weigh heavily, and the cold breeze swept through the woods, mercilessly stripping away the last vestiges of warmth. Do you feel a bit chilly? Indeed, it is somewhat cold. Strange. It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes slowly materialized before them. The power of the right eye of the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested. A terrifying illusion effortlessly invaded the minds of the two ninjas, constructing a false reality in their consciousness. Leader, what brings you here? In their vision, Bai Mo had transformed into Yahiko's likeness, leaving them in a state of shock upon seeing him appear before them. Leader, the individuals before them bore the headbands of the Rain Village and were clad in dark cloaks, an unmistakable attire reminiscent of the Akatsuki's original garb. This meant that these individuals were sent by Yahiko to find him, seemingly with the intent to eliminate him. With this thought, Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he released the control he had over the two individuals. As they regained their senses, they found Bai Mo's figure standing before them. A look of terror suddenly flickered across his face. He swiftly drew a kunai, meticulously guarding against the presence of Bai Mo before him. In response, Bai Mo felt no inclination to engage in battle. He merely uttered softly, "If you wish to live, go inform Yahiko that I await him here. Just wait. I will notify our leader at once." The two inconsequential ninjas exchanged brash words before hastily turning to flee into the distance. They sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Bai Mo, understanding that he was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Thus, they refrained from further dialogue and rushed toward Yahiko's location. Soon, they arrived before him. "Leader, we have located Bai Mo." Yahiko approached the two, his voice laced with urgency. "Where is he?" "In that direction, 10,000 meters away." Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance. Chakra enveloped their feet as they swiftly traversed the branches of the trees. Their figures melded into a shadowy line beneath the night sky, racing toward Bai Mo's position. "I can sense his presence," Yahiko murmured. Yet, in the next moment, he paused, struck by an inexplicable realization. Bai Mo's aura seemed more solid than before. Compared to their previous encounters, he appeared to have grown even more formidable. Under the moonlight, Bai Mo's blood-red eyes observed Yahiko and Nagato as they sped toward him. Unmoved, he pondered how best to fulfill his self-discipline task. As a fervent practitioner, the cultivation of self-discipline tasks was undeniably crucial. However, during his recent use of the illusionary realm, the progress bar had shown no signs of advancement. Instead, his vision had become increasingly blurred, intensifying the pressure on Bai Mo. Should he become blind before unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have to resort to an alternative plan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, deep in slumber, suddenly shivered and jolted awake from his dreams. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt an icy sensation enveloping him, a bizarre feeling that quickly dissipated without a trace. Was it merely my illusion? On the other side, Bai Mo yawned and said nonchalantly, "Well, regardless, Obito is my brother. I should let him grow up happily. As for the matter of the eyes, we shall address it later." The patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan faded from Bai Mo's gaze. At that moment, Nagato abruptly clapped his hands together and launched a fierce assault toward Bai Mo. Wind release, gale palm. The unexpected attack tightened Yahiko's heart with alarm. Something is amiss. Do not engage. But it was too late. Nagato, having never encountered Bai Mo before, was as good as a stranger in this confrontation. In the present moment, Konan finds herself in grave peril. She is determined not to squander any time. A fierce gale surges forth, sweeping countless green leaves toward Hakumai. The sky is filled with a relentless assault. In the face of such onslaught, Hakumai merely offers a cool smile. His hand extends behind him, and with a decisive motion, he draws forth a fan from the Uchiha clan. It carves a flawless arc through the air, conjuring a tempest stronger than any wind technique. The two forces collide, instantly reducing the green leaves to mere fragments. Yet, this calm counterattack does nothing to deter Nagato. He swiftly releases 3 kunai, each ensnared with explosive tags, revealing his murderous intent. The explosions resound in rapid succession. Witnessing Hakomai caught within the chaos and remembering that Conan still requires his salvation, Yahiko grits his teeth and addresses Hakomai, saying, "Hakomai, I am truly sorry. We are left with no choice." Water release, water chaos wave. Utilizing the cover of the explosive smoke, Yahiko unleashes a torrent of water toward Hakomai. The powerful water column crashes down upon him. However, before Yahiko can revel in his apparent success, Nagato warns, it's a substitution technique. As if to validate his words, the struck Hakomai instantaneously transforms into a wooden stump. "Where are you looking?" Hakomai's ghostly figure suddenly materializes behind the two. A chilling sensation crawls up their spines, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "You insufferable wretch." Nagato, incensed, shoots forth a glare filled with icy fury. He swiftly turns to engage Hakomai in a battle of taijutsu. Their movements are lightning quick, each punch resonating with the sound of air being sliced. Such a straightforward skirmish is well within Hakomai's capability, even without full concentration. "Yahiko, you and he have suddenly turned your weapons upon me. If I am not mistaken, there must be other motives at play, perhaps involving Hanzo the Salamander?" Hakomai's knowledge of Yahiko's name no longer surprises him, as their first encounter had seen Hakomai uttering it directly. It seems that this individual has been acutely aware of him all along. Indeed, Hanzo has captured Conan. If we fail to present your head to him within a day, Conan's life will be in jeopardy. "I see. No wonder you are in such a hurry." This aligns closely with Hakomai's understanding of the unfolding narrative. Had he not intervened, Hanzo would have indeed seized Conan, forcing Yahiko into a desperate situation that would ultimately lead to the dissolution of the Akatsuki organization, driving Nagato into a rage and compelling him to unleash the power of the Rinnegan for the first time, obliterating Hanzo. This event plunged the peace-seeking Nagato into an abyss of despair. However, now that he has arrived in the world of the Hokage, he will not allow such events to transpire. Yet, before that, can he provoke Nagato into unleashing the power of the Rinnegan, engaging him in full combat, thereby aiding his own intricate ocular technique training? With this thought in mind, the white ink suddenly drifted away into the distance, creating a space between it and the two figures before it. So this was the reason. "You must exert all your strength. Otherwise, your companion will truly perish." The mocking tone of the white ink provoked Nagato's psyche, causing him to lower his head in fury, veins protruding ominously on his forehead. His expression darkened, rendering him quite fearsome. "You wretch, I shall kill you," Nagato bellowed, and in that moment, the Rinnegan in his eyes erupted with astonishing brilliance. He unleashed the true power of the Rinnegan, the outer path, seeking truth technique. As Nagato's voice resonated, a colossal hand, resembling a withered tree, erupted from the ground, soaring directly towards the white ink. Flying Thunder God technique. The white ink's gaze shifted to the distance, where the seals of the Flying Thunder God were inscribed upon the trees. In a blink, the figure of the white ink vanished to a far-off location, narrowly evading Nagato's assault. Boom! The hand crashed down upon the earth, shattering the trees into splinters, as the ground itself began to fracture. The deafening sound stirred the slumbering Kushina, who slowly opened her eyes, sensing something obscuring her vision. Instinctively, Kushina pinched herself, just as Tsunade's voice rang out, "Kushina, have you awoken?" She realized she was nestled in Tsunade's embrace. Understanding dawned upon her. She pretended to cough lightly and rose from Tsunade's hold. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she observed Tsunade's slightly flushed cheeks and inquired, "Sister Tsunade, what is that sound? What is happening? Where is my husband?" It may be an intrusion. White Ink has gone to confront them and should resolve it swiftly. Yet, as Tsunade's words faded, the ground of the distant forest began to heave. A monstrous giant emerged from the earth, roaring like thunder towards the sky. Countless fragments of stone rained down amidst the swirling smoke. Both Tsunade and Kushina stood frozen in place, bewildered by the appearance of this creature. What on earth is that? Yahiko also witnessed the terror of the outer path, seeking truth technique. However, considering the burden the Rinnegan placed upon Nagato, he quickly exclaimed, "No, you cannot employ that technique." Yet it was too late. From the chest of the monstrous entity, a gray spike began to sprout, splitting repeatedly into numerous needles that swiftly pierced into Nagato's body. The intense pain drenched him in cold sweat, rendering his clothes soaked. His body trembled, a testament to the exorbitant price he was paying. But knowing Conan still needed their salvation, Nagato gritted his teeth and insisted, "Yahiko, step back. Do not concern yourself with me. Allow me to deal with the white ink before us." But there was no but, for we are the most important comrades, Nagato warned. At this moment, the outer path demon statue opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of violet chakra in the form of a dragon. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped Bai Mo, causing his countenance to grow solemn. Concurrently, the latent yet intense battle spirit within him surged visibly, ascending with remarkable swiftness. What a fortuitous turn of events! The Mangekyo Sharingan manifested once again in Bai Mo's eyes. If this is a training regimen for refined ocular techniques, then it is imperative to maximize efficacy while incurring minimal cost. This, indeed, encapsulates the essence of this training session. Thus, he summoned Susanoo. A vibrant crimson chakra erupted from within Bai Mo. He had already regained his strength, and the colossal chakra surged forth, swiftly coalescing into the form of Susanoo. This formidable entity wielded a pair of Uchiha fan blades, its presence radiating an untamed energy. With a resounding hum, Susanoo raised its hand, brandishing the massive fans. The ensuing tempest collided with the purple chakra dragon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In that instant, Nagato stepped forward, unleashing arcs of lightning from behind the outer path demon statue, his eyes glinting with a chilling malevolence. Facing the onslaught of countless bolts, Bai Mo crossed his arms. Positioned at the heart of Susanoo, his gaze fixed upon the looming demon statue. He allowed the lightning to wreak havoc upon Susanoo's exterior. Yet, the progress bar showed no signs of advancement. Bai Mo furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, riddled with perplexity. What conditions must this self-imposed task meet to achieve even a modicum of progress? In stark contrast to Bai Mo's composure, Nagato had succumbed to the pressures of time. Spiraling into madness, he depleted his chakra reserves, fervently channeling energy into the outer path demon statue, propelling it towards Bai Mo, where it engaged in close combat with Susanoo. The two colossal forms, monstrous in stature, clashed with a ferocity that reverberated through the air. Each strike echoed with a piercing wind, forcing nearby trees to bend and scatter. Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki also sensed the distant conflict. Tsunade turned to Kushina, feeling the unique chakra of the Nine Tails emanating from her. She promptly placed a reassuring hand on Kushina's shoulder. "Kushina, remain calm. In this world, few can rival Bai Mo's strength." After a moment's hesitation, Kushina gazed towards the battlefield, where Bai Mo commanded Susanoo. In a matter of exchanges, the outer path demon statue found itself pinned to the ground, subjected to relentless friction by Bai Mo's Susanoo. The Uchiha fans swung like sledgehammers in Susanoo's grasp, incessantly striking the demon statue, causing its feet to sink deeply into the earth. Yet, this was not the end. Bai Mo observed the progress bar remain stagnant, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Direct death. Bai Mo activated the ability housed within the left eye of his Mangekyo Sharingan. In a world where countless points and lines converged, it unfolded before Bai Mo's gaze. With a decisive strike, Bai Mo wielded Susanoo. The left hand of Susanoo surged upward with great force, the formidable Uchiha fan transforming into the sharpest weapon known to man. It effortlessly severed the left hand of the outer path golem. With a thunderous crash, the golem plummeted to the ground, thick dust swirling into the air. Nagato coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson arrow landing 3 meters away. Overcome with exhaustion, he collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Witnessing such a scene, Yahiko hurried to Nagato's side, concern etched on his face. "Nagato, how do you feel? Let me take you back for treatment." Nagato's cheeks were pallid, his lips a ghastly white. Trembling, he replied, "No, there's no need. The most pressing matter is to eliminate Bai Mo and rescue Conan." Bai Mo interjected, "Well, let me tell you, you needn't trouble yourselves. You stand no chance of killing me." He approached Yahiko and Nagato, adding, "Yet I respect your intentions. After all, you are fighting for your most cherished companion, are you not?" Bai Mo admired the bond between Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. He had previously reflected that if one could possess such profound connections in life, it would render one's existence fulfilling. For they were truly comrades willing to risk everything for one another. Yahiko's eyes sparkled at Bai Mo's words. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I waste my breath? I would have long since dispatched you," Bai Mo replied. "However, Conan is afflicted with poison, and we are at a loss. Who says there is no solution? A voice echoed from afar. Tsunade approached, accompanied by Uzumaki Kushina. They had rushed to the scene as the battle began to subside. Tsunade's expression was grave as she regarded Yahiko and Nagato. Upon noticing Nagato's Sharingan, her astonishment deepened. You are Nagato? Breathless, Nagato summoned the last remnants of his strength to dispel the summoning of the Outer Path Golem. You know me? I have heard Jiraiya speak of you. Though I never anticipated our paths would cross in this manner. Tsunade crouched to assess Nagato's pallor. You both bear significant toxins within you. Toxins? We should have already purged them, Yahiko exclaimed in disbelief. Tsunade countered. What do you mean purged? Do you not trust my expertise? You appear unharmed, but are merely suppressed by a more potent toxin. This toxin has a delayed effect, lasting about a day. Once the time elapses, it is likely you will perish without a trace. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is renowned throughout the ninja world, and her unwavering certainty instilled a sense of urgency. A possibility suddenly emerged in Yahiko's mind. He clenched his fist and struck the ground in anger. That rascal Hanzo. He intends to eliminate us all. Are you all right? Kushina Uzumaki inquired, approaching Hakomai with genuine concern. In response, Hakomai shook his head, retracting his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, gazing at the somewhat blurred figure of Kushina. He smiled and reassured her, I'm fine, just consider it a night training session. After all, Yahiko and Nagato are merely children, no match for me. Yahiko and Nagato, taken aback by Hakomai's sardonic tone, found themselves at a loss for words. They turned to Tsunade, seeking guidance. What should we do in this situation? Can we survive? Of course, it will just hurt a little, Tsunade replied, swiftly employing her medical ninjutsu before Yahiko and Nagato could react. This technique demanded precise chakra control and meticulous care to extract the toxins, lest the victim's internal organs rupture. While the jutsu would not draw a single drop of blood, the intense pain had Yahiko and Nagato writhing on the ground, gritting their teeth against the excruciating agony. Witnessing this scene, Kushina could hardly bear to look and buried herself in Hakomai's embrace, resembling a delicate bird, utterly adorable. As time passed, approximately an hour later, Tsunade successfully extracted the toxins from their bodies. Without hesitation, Yahiko utilized water release to give himself and Nagato a quick rinse. They both felt invigorated, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Hakomai, Tsunade, and the others. Together with Nagato, Yahiko bowed deeply before the trio. In response, Hakomai said, There's no need for such formality. Let us hasten to rescue your comrades. After a brief pause, he added, As for your gratitude, simply continue to pursue your dreams. The world needs your efforts to achieve greater peace. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance of surprise. They had not anticipated such words from Hakomai. Was this his acknowledgement of them? Considering Hakomai's formidable strength, it was remarkable that he recognized and chose to assist them, even willing to confront Hanzo the Salamander, a figure renowned as a demigod in the ninja world. Yahiko and Nagato shared a knowing look, then bowed deeply once more to Hakomai. Then let us set forth. Hakomai led the way, with Kushina and Tsunade following closely behind. As for Yahiko, he followed at the rear, carrying the exhausted Nagato. Meanwhile, in the chamber of Hanzo the Salamander, he remained composed in his seat, yet his expression grew increasingly grave as each moment passed. He regarded Conan before him, a flicker of malice crossing his face. It seemed that before dawn, I would hear no news of good fortune. You despicable wretch. One day, you shall meet your demise at the hands of Yahiko and Nagato. Conan, utterly drained, found it difficult to even move a finger. Nevertheless, it did not hinder her from hurling invectives at this contemptible scoundrel. You think those two will kill me? Hanzo's already repressed heart surged with anger at that moment. He rose from his seat, glaring at Conan. His voice, somewhat hoarse, brimmed with the self-satisfaction of a villain triumphant. You are unaware that the drug I administered to them is not some so-called antidote. Rather, it is a more potent toxin, albeit with a delayed effect, thoroughly suppressing them. Even if they disregard my commands and attempt to rally their strength against me, forcing me to hand over the antidote, it is utterly impossible. For once the time elapses, they shall die instantaneously. Conan's pupils dilated sharply. She had clearly not anticipated Hanzo's treachery. Not only was he employing others to do his dirty work, but he was also discarding them once he had exhausted their utility. Panic and dread engulfed Conan's heart. At this moment, nearly half the time had elapsed. Dawn was imminent, heralding only half a day's grace. Yet she found herself utterly incapable of notifying Yahiko and Nagato. Observing Conan's wrathful expression and the slight tremor of her fingers, the visage concealed beneath Hanzo's gas mask twisted into an even more sinister snarl. You have tried. For one unskilled in medical ninjutsu, you are utterly powerless to act. All you can do is watch as the Akatsuki is obliterated. Lord Hanzo, a ninja has arrived outside, reported one of Hanzo's kneeling subordinates. My lord. Nagato and Yahiko seek an audience. Nagato and Yahiko? Hanzo paused momentarily, taken aback. He had not anticipated their return so swiftly. Could it be that the white ink was merely a facade, lacking the combat prowess of Yahiko and Nagato? Or did they harbor deeper intentions, perhaps to eliminate him? As a cunning and scheming individual, Hanzo naturally speculated the most insidious motives behind their actions. Very well, invite them in. Upon speaking, Hanzo turned to Conan. A smile gracing his lips as he menacingly threatened, best keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I shall see to it that they meet their end. Conan pressed her lips together. If a mere glance could slay, Hanzo would have perished countless times already. Soon, under the guidance of Hanzo's trusted ninja, the two approached. Nagato and Yahiko stood before Hanzo of the Salamander, who scrutinized the two before him. Dust clung to their garments, a testament to their recent battles. Yet there was no trace of blood or the corpse of Conan to be found. Do not tell me you have both failed. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, each perceiving a glimmer of mockery in the other's eyes. Had it been earlier, they would have been deeply concerned for Conan's life, for without an antidote, they would have been utterly powerless. However, with Tsunade present, they felt no alarm. In fact, a hint of amusement danced in their hearts. Hanzo, we offer you a chance. Remove the poison from Conan at once, or you shall come to regret it. In the lavishly lit chamber, Hanzo stared in astonishment at the duo before him, questioning whether he had misheard. How dare they? Did they not realize that Conan was still poisoned? Their audacity bordered on insanity. Are you threatening me? Hanzo snapped back, his tone laced with menace. And what if we are? Do you think we are unaware of your deeds? Yahiko boldly articulated Hanzo's actions, causing a chill to run through the latter. They know? Immediately, Hanzo began to assess their expressions. As a poison expert, he understood the telltale signs of poisoning. Yet, at that moment, both Yahiko and Nagato appeared unblemished, devoid of the telltale hues of toxicity. It dawned on Hanzo that perhaps they had indeed neutralized the poison entirely. Bring me my assassins. Eliminate them. Hanzo bellowed. And the once tranquil room erupted with the sudden arrival of numerous ninjas, each a top-tier warrior meticulously trained by Hanzo himself. With the weakest among them at the pinnacle of the Chunin rank, and the leader boasting a status of mid-level jonin. The throng of ninjas encircled Yahiko and Nagato, who found themselves besieged. Observing their plight, Conan struggled to rise from the sofa, yet her body felt inexplicably heavy, rendering her nearly immobile. In that moment, she caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes outside the window, the world of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was the most potent jinjutsu capable of altering the senses of others. As white ink unleashed his illusionary realm, Conan heard a voice whispering to her. I am Uchiha White Ink. The name caused her heart to skip a beat. Yet the subsequent words from White Ink soothed her immediately. Do not be afraid. I stand firmly by your side. As for the toxins within you, there is no need for concern, for we shall aid in your healing. What you need to do now is to witness Hanzo the Salamander gradually approaching his demise. Conan blinked her eyes, unaware of why she could hear the voice of White Ink beside her, nor did she realize that she had fallen under an illusion. Yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if everything lay within their control. She merely needed to cooperate with their actions. Yahiko and Nagato possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have emerged as leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Even under the command of elite shinobi, they could continuously fend off their assaults, which only tightened Hanzo the Salamander's clenched fists. You worthless fools! How is it that so many of you cannot handle these two? What use is it to keep you alive? With a roar, Hanzo brandished his scythe and charged forward. Besides his toxins, Hanzo's physical prowess was formidable. As he dashed, the scythe sliced through the air in a perfect arc, accompanied by a chilling sound, heading straight for Yahiko's head. Be careful. Nagato's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. A concentrated blade of wind met Hanzo's scythe with a crisp clash. Observing the chaotic melee between Hanzo and Yahiko along with the others, White Ink promptly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Conan. He cradled her delicate form and retreated to a corner of the room. In the next moment, two more flashes signaled the arrival of Tsunade and Kushina. Conan, I entrust this to you, Tsunade. I will handle this, but please ensure that Hanzo does not interrupt. Rest assured, he will not last much longer, White Ink replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as his blood-red Sharingan fixated on the tumultuous battle before him. The sounds of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by the eruption of sparks. Yet, the clarity of vision was no longer as it had been. The more obscured his sight became, the more White Ink felt compelled to utilize his Sharingan. For it was the only means to discern a way to enhance his progress, ultimately leading to the ascension of his Sharingan to its eternal form. He could not afford to become truly blind. That was not the outcome White Ink desired. With that thought in mind, he activated the straight death technique. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of shurikens. They spun through the air at a remarkable speed, effortlessly striking the numerous shinobi marked with red dots. In an instant, their movements halted, agony etched on their faces as their bodies disintegrated, transforming into particles of dust that vanished from the room. This momentarily stunned Hanzo the salamander, and in that fleeting opportunity, Mayahiko narrowed his eyes, seizing the opportunity before him. Water release, water chaos, he exclaimed, releasing a colossal torrent of water that crashed directly upon Hanzo of the salamander, forcing him backwards several meters until he collided heavily with the wall of the room. The sound of clattering echoed as various rare artifacts, treasured by Hanzo, plummeted to the ground, shattering into worthless fragments. This only fueled Hanzo's rising fury. His gaze swept across the assembled figures, and with a derisive snort, he remarked, "Ah, so these two have suddenly found their courage, thanks to your support from behind. Yet, it is regrettable. The title of the three shinobi was granted by me. With your current strength, you stand no chance against me. Even with the annihilation of the allied forces of the Hidden Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages, you cannot hope to be my equal." As Hanzo pointed towards Hakomai, Conan, Mayahiko, and Nagato were utterly bewildered. This was the first time they had learned such information, and their astonishment was palpable. Nagato, did I hear correctly? Hakomai alone could bring down the coalition of the three great hidden villages? It appeared that Hanzo had indeed spoken those words. Fortunately, Hakomai harbors no intent to kill us. Otherwise, we would likely be dead by now. Suddenly, Mayahiko recalled their first encounter with Hakomai, who had spoken of a future meeting. Let us strive for peace, he had said. This indicated that he was already aware of the coalition of the three hidden villages and their evident target, Konoha. As the Hidden Rain village caught in the crossfire, it would undoubtedly become a battlefield. In other words, Hakomai had saved them, and by extension, he had also shielded the citizens of the Hidden Rain from the ravages of war. Truly, he was a person of peace. Compared to the Hakomai before them, Mayahiko, Nagato, and Conan felt their own actions paled in comparison. Hakomai's status in their hearts ascended even higher. Conan, who was being treated by Tsunade, slightly turned her head to gaze at Hakomai, her mind a whirl of thoughts. At that moment, Hanzo's increasingly sinister laughter resonated harshly through the room. Hee. It has been long since I felt this carefree. All around me are enemies, which means I can unleash my full power, Hanzo murmured to himself, slowly raising his hand to rest upon his gas mask. In an instant, Hakomai's expression shifted. Nagato, Mayahiko, get behind me, he commanded, interrupting their words with urgency. We will assist you. Hurry, they shouted in unison, instinctively rushing to take their place behind Hakomai. As it was their first time witnessing Bai Mo's nervousness, it was a tension that had never surfaced even in the face of external demon statues. Observing this, Nagato stood behind Yahiko. Bai Mo let out a chuckle, and the tension on his face vanished instantly. My earlier anxiety stemmed primarily from the fear of you being incapacitated. It is essential to know that the strongest toxin of the poisonous pufferfish Hanzo lies within himself. The reason he wears a gas mask is not due to the fear of others unleashing potent toxins upon him, but rather the dread of inadvertently poisoning others. Since childhood, he has had the internal organs of a pufferfish implanted within his body, releasing a significant amount of toxic gas with each breath. To validate Bai Mo's words, wisps of toxic gas emanated from his breath, causing the flowers by the window to wilt at an observable pace. Although I am uncertain of how you acquired this information, you are indeed correct. The toxins I emit are among the most potent in the world. Prepare to perish. Hanzo charged swiftly towards Bai Mo. his speed prompting Nagato and Yahiko to squint in an attempt to catch a glimpse of his figure. However, for Bai Mo, who had activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan and possessed formidable dynamic prowess, Hanzo's speed was merely average. The most effective strategy against this adversary was to prevent him from closing the distance. This was precisely why Bai Mo had positioned Yahiko and Nagato behind him, alongside Tsunade and the others. Wind release, pressure damage. Bai Mo, wielding the Uchiha fan, raised his arms, unleashing a colossal gust of wind that surged forward. As the wind vortex propelled ahead, it erupted with unparalleled ferocity, sweeping through the room and dispersing everything in its path. Even the toxic fumes exhaled by Hanzo were rendered ineffective, unable to approach Bai Mo and his companions. And Hanzo himself found it challenging to close, and even by a fraction. After all, this was the Uchiha fan, which augmented ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Mo inhaled deeply, his chakra surging forth once more, manifesting a gigantic Susanoo that enveloped everyone behind him. Swinging the fan without hesitation, he brought it crashing down upon Hanzo's position. In mere moments, the opulent chamber of the rain-hidden village was reduced to ruins under Bai Mo's assault. This only intensified Hanzo's internal fury. "You have forced my hand." Hanzo bit his thumb, forming hand seals, then slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique, Pufferfish Well. A pufferfish, mottled in grayish-purple, appeared, its body covered in numerous blisters, with repulsive toxins visibly dripping down. The toxic droplets cascaded onto the ground, instantly eroding the surface and leaving behind a series of alarming craters. At that moment, smoke and dust surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a thick fog, obscuring the events unfolding within. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzo of the Salamander issued his command, "Inject the toxic mist." Hanzo opened his mouth wide, devoid of any teeth, as a torrent of venom surged forth, bubbling as if in a boiling cauldron. With this act, an immense cloud of vapor was released, resembling a colossal flowing mist that bore down upon Susanoo. Though formed from a high concentration of chakra, it was nearly impossible for it to penetrate Susanoo's being. However, the inherent corrosiveness of the toxin relentlessly gnawed at Susanoo's form, compelling Hakuto to expend even greater chakra to counterbalance the depletion. Sealing technique, In release. 100 healings technique. Tsunade sensed a familiar presence and turned to gaze in Hakuto's direction. Observing his figure, her curiosity about Hakuto's mastery of the 100 healings technique deepened. As for Hakuto's claim of having developed it himself, Tsunade held not a shred of belief. "Lord Tsunade, is my toxin ready for extraction?" "Yes, it is nearly complete." Tsunade extracted the final trace of venom, wiping the sweat from her brow and feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Realizing that the detoxification behind her was complete, Hakuto understood that his playful interlude was coming to an end. He took a deep breath, and under his command, Susanoo wielded its Uchiha fan, unleashing a tempest that cleared the toxins away. Then came the 8 Gates formation. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Hakuto, shattering the ground beneath him and forming a deep pit. Before Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan could react, Hakuto's form vanished like an afterimage, abruptly disappearing from their sight. What? Just as Hanzo prepared to unleash a more formidable assault, he found Hakuto standing before him. Before the toxins could be released further, Hakuto wore a calm smile upon his face. Day Tiger. He compressed the air before him and released it in one breath. The air cannon took the shape of a tiger, showcasing tremendous power. As the Day Tiger exploded against Hanzo, his expression shifted dramatically, realizing that the implanted toxin sac had shattered within him. It was known that the ruptured toxin sac was beyond the capacity of even someone as resistant to poison as Hanzo to withstand. Before Hanzo could descend from the air, a potent toxin had already permeated his entire being. Gazing at the white ink cascading from above, Hanzo the Salamander could only stare in disbelief, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, drawing a multitude of ninjas to the scene who formed a tight circle around the colossal pit at the center, their faces etched with astonishment. What on earth had transpired? I heard the sounds of battle and rushed here from my home. Is there an invasion? It doesn't seem so. Isn't the leader of the Akatsuki present? The Akatsuki advocates for peace, and thanks to them, our Hidden Rain village has become increasingly stable. These ninjas were merely ordinary, hastily arriving under the assumption of an external threat. Thus, upon witnessing the vast pit, they beheld Hanzo, his eyes wide open. One hand raised as if attempting to grasp something elusive. Yet, the vitality of his being had been entirely consigned to death by his own venomous sac. He resembled a great poison itself. Any passerby would succumb immediately to its lethal touch. At that moment, the surrounding ninjas erupted in shock. They gazed in utter disbelief at the scene before them, their hearts filled with an indescribable astonishment. What was happening? Lord Hanzo is dead. How could this be? One must remember that Hanzo the Salamander was a demigod of the ninja world, a man revered at the pinnacle of this realm. With his mastery of venom and physical prowess, he was more than capable of standing firm within the entirety of the ninja world. Yet, he had perished so easily. Voices filled the air as the crowd struggled to accept the reality before them. They stared at the white ink, as if imprinting its visage into their minds, vowing to avoid such a figure in the future. After all, this was the individual capable of slaying Hanzo the Salamander. Sensing the palpable fear among the onlookers, Yahiko and Nagato, who had been shielded behind, stepped forward. They recounted the deeds Hanzo had inflicted upon them. Initially hesitant, they soon recalled how the Akatsuki had tirelessly endeavored for the peace of the Hidden Rain village since its inception, while Hanzo had been amassing wealth, sowing discord among the populace. This led many to trust and gravitate toward Nagato and Yahiko, bolstering the Akatsuki's support within the village. However, both Yahiko and Nagato were acutely aware that they were no match for Hanzo, having been outmaneuvered by him time and again. Were it not for the arrival of the white ink, they might have met a grim fate. In the distance, the horizon lightened with the pale hues of dawn, casting a somber glow upon the desolate ground. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, each gaining a clear understanding from the depths of the other's eyes. Under the watchful eyes of numerous ninjas, they approached Hakamai. Once again, an invitation was extended to him. With the demise of Hanzo the Salamander, the Rain Village found itself leaderless, rendering even the Akatsuki organization incapable of governing such a multitude of ninjas. If possible, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Akatsuki. Just as Hakamai was about to speak, Yahiko interjected, stating, "As long as you are willing to join the Akatsuki, I am prepared to relinquish my position and allow you to become the leader of the organization. Let us strive together for a greater peace." Indeed, Hakamai, the Rain Village needs you. Konan, after gathering her thoughts, stepped forward to once again extend her invitation to Hakamai. Yahiko's words resonated in Hakamai's ears, prompting a subtle smile as he replied, "You all truly underestimate yourselves." Hakamai reached out, giving Konan's shoulder a hearty pat. "You must believe in your own abilities. Only then can you grow stronger. Furthermore, peace is never achieved overnight, but is a collective aspiration. When the time is ripe, peace will inevitably arrive." Hakamai swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from his mouth, descending upon the remains of Hanzo the Salamander in the pit. The intense flames engulfed him entirely, preventing the toxins from spreading to the surrounding ninjas. After all, Tsunade had already extracted the toxins from 3 individuals in one night, and the energy expenditure was considerable. If other ninjas were to become poisoned, would Tsunade be able to assist them? A mysterious light flickered in Konan's eyes. She had not anticipated Hakamai's attentiveness. Moments ago, she had been uncertain about how to handle Hanzo, but Hakamai had resolved it for her. Unconsciously, Konan recalled being cradled in Hakamai's arms, gently placed in a corner. This thought caused her ordinarily tranquil heart to race for the first time. "Hakamai, just if, we ever find ourselves lost in the future, can we come to Konoha to find you?" At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki, who had been standing quietly to the side, approached Hakamai and addressed Konan, saying, "Hakamai prefers to train alone. You may not necessarily encounter him during his free time in Konoha, but you can seek me out. I am somewhat older than you and may be able to assist you." Konan nodded vigorously. Although this differed from her initial expectations, the mere prospect of seeing Hakamai left her feeling immensely satisfied. As the sun gradually rose, heralding the dawn of a new day, Hakamai stretched lazily and remarked to the 3 before him, "The time has come. We must take our leave. Farewell, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. I look forward to our next meeting." This time, Yahiko nodded earnestly. "Yes, by the time we meet again, I am confident that I will have grown even stronger. Haha, I eagerly anticipate that day." With that, Hakamai turned away. Kushina Uzumaki, accustomed to the moment, linked her arm with Shizun's as they walked toward the direction of Konoha. It seemed as though I was the only third wheel in this situation. Sister Tsunade, you are our great benefactor. How could you possibly be a third wheel? Kushina gently reassured her, linking arms with Tsunade as well, and they continued their journey to Konoha together. Meanwhile, on another front, Yagura, having awakened from a grave injury, slowly began to drag her weary body toward the hidden mist village after receiving some treatment. Unbeknownst to her, a figure with a Sharingan stealthily trailed her from behind, following her all the way into the village shrouded in mist, resembling a mystical realm cloaked in ethereal fog. Lord Mizukage, has the war ended so soon? How could you return so quickly? Yagura sighed, expressing her resignation. The war has not even begun, yet it has already come to a complete halt. She gestured for her ninja subordinates to place their blades on the ground and instructed them, find new masters for these ninja swords. Our village requires a mightier force. Only with new hosts, stronger than before, can the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist surpass their limits and grow ever more formidable. Afterward, Yagura dismissed the multitude of ninjas from the room, leaving her alone to tend to her wounds. As the Mizukage, she had a fair understanding of medical ninjutsu. While performing her healing techniques, a radiant green glow emanated from her hands, soothing her injuries. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted her tranquility. Yagura, who had just closed her eyes to rest, instantly opened them, scanning her surroundings. To her surprise, a man wearing a mask adorned with a whirlpool appeared before her, revealing only one eye, the Sharingan. The sight of this bloodline limit triggered a sense of PTSD within Yagura, causing her to leap from her seat. Gathering the remnants of her chakra, she cautiously regarded the figure before her and demanded, "What do you Uchiha intend to do here?" Upon hearing himself referred to as a member of the Uchiha clan by the Mizukage, the cloaked figure began to tremble with excitement. He bent his body slightly, his hand brushing against his mask as a sinister laugh escaped his lips. Ha ha ha. So I have truly become a part of the Uchiha clan, have I? Indeed. I now possess the most powerful bloodline limit, the true Sharingan. And this I was bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara. In the future, no one will question my origins. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, the future strongest of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shin. The deranged Uchiha Shin spread his arms wide, fervently shouting with obsession. Yet, not a single person rushed in from the outside. A wave of unease surged within Yagura, prompting her to swiftly form hand seals, intent on confronting this self-proclaimed Uchiha Shin. Whether it was merely her misperception or not, she felt an ominous aura emanating from him, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Regrettably, it was too late. His eyes began to turn, the Sharingan in motion. This was a Jinjutsu derived from Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, unleashing a unique illusion inherent to the Sharingan itself. Even the simplest of its Jinjutsu capabilities effortlessly seized Yagura's consciousness within mere seconds, rendering her expression increasingly vacant. Mumble, 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 Yagura uttered incoherently. The sun, hidden behind thick mists, now appeared tainted with crimson, completely devoid of its gentle warmth, replaced instead by an endless sea of blood-red hue. The tyranny unique to the hidden mist village had arrived. Oh, how splendid the sunlight is, Uchiha Obito remarked, gazing at the soaring hawk in the sky. Squinting his eyes to savor the glorious rays, he stretched his arms wide and took a deep breath, but his expression suddenly turned peculiar. Kakashi, did you just pass gas? Why does the air suddenly smell so foul? Beside him, Kakashi, with a frosty demeanor, retorted coldly, It's clearly because you stepped in something. What? I stepped in something. Uchiha Obito exclaimed, lifting his shoe, nearly rolling his eyes in disbelief. Kakashi, this is the dog you summoned. I challenge you. You've truly infuriated me, making me look foolish in front of Haruno Rin. At the mention of Haruno Rin, Kakashi instinctively straightened his posture, glancing sideways at her. Clearing his throat, he protested, Don't say such nonsense. That dog-s mess isn team I doing. Can you really blame me? While Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were bickering, Haruno Rin stood nearby, gazing into the distance along the rural path, her mind drifting back to the moment when Hakomai saved her at the Kamino Bridge. She had heard that Hakomai was training, and she wondered when he would return. Just then, 3 figures strolled toward them from afar, one of whom was unmistakably Hakomai. This revelation surprised Haruno Rin, yet she remained uncertain. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, murmuring, Am I merely longing for Hakomai too much? How could his figure truly appear before me? However, When she finished rubbing her eyes and looked again into the distance, she found Hakomai had drawn even closer. An unprecedented surprise rippled through the heart of Noera Rin. She hurriedly dashed towards Hakomo, calling out, "Brother Hakomo." Upon hearing her voice, Hakomo squinted into the distance, where he could barely discern a hazy figure approaching him at a brisk pace. "Who could it be calling for me?" "It is Noera Rin," Uzumaki Kushina remarked with a smile. However, Tsunade, standing nearby, wore a heavy expression. As a member of the Senju clan, she possessed a considerable understanding of the Sharingan. She was aware that as ocular power gradually waned, vision would also diminish. At such a close distance, Hakumo could no longer clearly see Noera Rin. Did this signify that his ocular prowess had reached its limit? "Sister Tsunade, is something the matter?" No, it's just that I suddenly recalled some matters." Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo listened to the report from the ninja before him, his countenance growing increasingly grim. "What did you say? Hakumo has already returned to the village entrance?" Danzo had not anticipated that the long-awaited news would turn out to be unfavorable. Hakumo had somehow managed to return to Konoha. Could it be that Hanzo the salamander did not take action against him? Crack! Danzo furiously crushed the teacup in his hand, scalding tea spilling over him. Yet he seemed oblivious to the searing heat, his gaze fixed with unyielding resentment into the distance. Orochimaru, observing the scene, taunted, "Danzo, the current Hakumo is no longer a being we can contend with. To truly defeat him, one must devise a long-term strategy and accumulate strength. Only then may there be a glimmer of success." Orochimaru licked his lips playfully before departing, intending to contemplate his future before leaving this place for good. Outside Konoha, Hakumo watched as Noera Rin leaped into his arms. Instinctively, he opened his arms wide to embrace her. "Brother Hakumo, have you just finished training?" Looking down at Rin nestled in his embrace, he smiled and replied, "Yes, I've just completed my training. What are you all doing here?" His gentle voice resonated in Rin's ears, allowing her to relish this moment. "We are waiting for Teacher Minato. Is he off to do something?" At the mention of Minato, Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a hushed tone, she leaned closer to Hakumo and whispered, "Brother Hakumo, I heard that Teacher Minato has found a girlfriend and goes on dates every day." "A girlfriend?" Hakumo's eyes narrowed with curiosity about who might be chosen as Minato's partner. "Brother, you already have a sister-in-law. Hurry up and let go of Rin." Uchiha Obito, who had just been in a heated argument with Kakashi, rushed over upon witnessing Rin Noera suddenly leap into Hakomai's embrace. He exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you must quickly intervene with my elder brother." Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Obito and then at Rin, her eyes brimming with mirth. In response, Hakomai delivered a sharp slap to Obito's head, causing a painful bump to swell immediately, prompting Obito to writhe on the ground in agony. "Wah, brother, how could you be so cruel, inflicting such pain upon me? Sister-in-law, you must stand up for me." Upon hearing Obito incessantly call her sister-in-law, Hakomai's face nearly contorted with frustration. "Obito, at your tender age, instead of focusing on your training, your mind is filled with the most bizarre thoughts. I merely view Rin as my sister. Why do you spout such nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, the writhing Obito sprang to his feet. "Sister? Oh, that is nothing. I just don't understand why Rin shot me such a fierce glare at that moment." Just then, a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique hurtled towards them, followed by a brilliant flash of yellow light. Minato Namikaze had arrived. "Minato, where have you been?" Hakomai inquired with curiosity. Minato, appearing somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just went on a date." Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced at the group. Obito, intrigued, leaned closer to Minato, his face alight with curiosity. "Sensei, could you share a bit about your girlfriend? Perhaps introduce us when you have the chance?" At this moment, even Kakashi couldn't help but lean in, eager to hear what Minato would say next. "Actually, there's no grand romantic tale. While on a mission, we were unexpectedly ambushed by the Three Tails, injuring one of our female ninjas. After we managed to defeat the creature, I utilized the five-element seal to confine the beast's power within her body. This sealing technique helped her recover and escape danger. From there, our bond simply blossomed." Rin's eyes sparkled at the revelation of this heroic tale. "How romantic. I believe that older sister must truly adore Minato-sensei. Go for it, Minato-sensei. Win her over soon." Rin's rare display of bold encouragement left Minato even more flustered, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "All right, let's discuss this matter another time." Minato approached Hakomai, gazing at him with growing admiration. "Welcome back, Uchiha Hakumai." Bai Mo was unclear about the circumstances surrounding the Wave and Wind Watergate, but had once witnessed his own overwhelming defeat of the three great hidden villages. However, even with this knowledge, it did not weigh heavily on him, for this man, who barely appeared in the original narrative, emanated an exceptionally sunny disposition. In stark contrast to the hypocritical Third Hokage and the sinister Danzo, he seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. The two exchanged a firm handshake. While Uchiha Obito observed the scene before him with a sense of perplexity, sensing an undercurrent of deeper significance between them that utterly eluded his comprehension. "Obito, pay close attention and learn from Watergate. Have you understood? What about me?" Noara Rin looked at Bai Mo with eager anticipation. To which Bai Mo replied with a smile, "You too, Rin." With a radiant grin, Noara Rin nodded vigorously, declaring, "Yes, yes. I will certainly do my best, Bai Mo and Aizen." Encouraged by the two, Bai Mo turned his attention to Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi had yet to develop the lethargic demeanor that would later characterize him. Instead, he exuded the brilliance of youth, a veritable prodigy. Bai Mo gave him a thumbs up, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "You should apply yourself as well. I grant you the right to discipline Obito. Should he neglect his training, make sure to give him a good thrashing on my behalf." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Hey, bro. How can you say that? Do you dare to face me first?" Ahem. I was merely engaging in some light banter. Let me explain." A laugh escaped Uzumaki Kushina as she watched Bai Mo chase after Obito, delivering playful blows. This harmonious and idyllic existence was precisely what she had always yearned for. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the latest news. Upon learning that Bai Mo had effortlessly slain a demigod of the ninja world, he exhaled a heavy sigh. It seems the pressure is becoming unbearable. What shall we do now?" Tsunade, seated nearby, wore a troubled expression, her wrinkled face sagging, evoking a sense of twilight. Ever since Uchiha Bai Mo had soared to prominence, they had felt a palpable shift in the attitudes of other clans within the village. Previously, those families had sought to curry favor with them, but now they were markedly aloof. It was as if they were waiting to see the outcome of a struggle between them and the Uchiha before placing their bets. Such a situation was hardly favorable. Tsunade's concerns were not lost on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who understood her sentiments. Yet, as he beheld Uchiha Bai Mo's resplendent achievements, he found himself at a loss for words. "For now, let us step forward and properly welcome our village's great hero. He carries something of immense importance." At that moment, Mito Minyan, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened with anticipation. He comprehended the significance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, which revolved around a matter of great importance: the issue of compensation following the defeat of the three major hidden villages. This was a revelation they had been oblivious to, particularly regarding how Hakumai had negotiated with them. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, there seemed to be ample opportunity for them to partake in the benefits. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions exited the Hokage's office, the source of a leaked rumor remained uncertain. Perhaps it stemmed from Hakumai and Obito's prolonged antics outside the village. Many clans had become aware of Hakumai's return. It was worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had publicly declared Hakumai's triumph over the allied forces of the three hidden villages in front of a multitude. After such a considerable passage of time, this revelation had stirred a greater commotion within the village. They congregated along the main thoroughfare of Konoha, each person craning their necks, eyes straining into the distance in search of Hakumai's silhouette. "He is coming. He is finally here." A voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of excitement among the masses. The bustling atmosphere rendered Konoha more vibrant than ever. Hakumai found himself momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. The hero of Konoha. How remarkable it was that he alone had vanquished the united forces of the three hidden villages. Was this an indication of Hakumai's true prowess? Did it imply that he could single-handedly uplift Konoha? Goodness, one must never offend Hakumai again. He was indeed the guardian deity of Konoha. Listening to the clamor surrounding him, Hakumai's heart swelled with understanding. It seemed the news of his victory over the three hidden villages had spread back to them. No wonder they were so elated. After all, he had directly brought an end to the Third Shinobi World War. As Hakumai pondered this, in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito Monrin, approached the crowd. Observing the throng before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a cough. However, His efforts to draw the crowd's attention proved futile as they continued to chant Hakumai's name. With another deliberate cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to regain their focus, while Mito Monrin urged those ahead. The Hokage is here, clear the way. The mention of Hokage stirred the crowd. Perhaps Hakumai could indeed ascend to that esteemed position in the future. At that moment, the individual who had been shouting finally regained his composure. Turning around to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, he bent slightly, struggling to suppress his grin, and quickly apologized. Hokage-sama, you must have misheard me. I certainly did not suggest that Hakumai is the future Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, ahem, very well. Please step aside. I must go to welcome the hero of Konoha. Understood, Hokage-sama. And be careful. I noticed you've been coughing often. Let's hope you don't pass your cold on to Hakumai. Sarutobi Hiruzen, just a few brief words. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though his heart had been struck with a heavy blow. Could it be that he was truly aging? With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly. So what if he was old? Even in his twilight years, he was still the third Hokage. Moreover, the fourth Hokage could never be that fellow, Hakamori. The more he pondered this, the brighter his smile became. He stepped forward to Hakamori and said, Hakamori, you've worked hard this time. It was nothing arduous, merely a trivial effort, Hakamori replied. A trivial effort? Then it seems your effort was quite effortless. Defeating the combined forces of the three great hidden villages with just a wave of your hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently scoffed at this. He then approached Hakamori's side, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and with a gesture, he commanded silence. Hakamori is the hero of our Konoha. With his singular strength, he has halted the third great ninja war. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome Hakamori home. The applause was thunderous and unyielding, echoing until Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though his ears might develop calluses. Only then did the clapping gradually subside. He leaned towards Hakamori and whispered, Hakamori, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Please accompany me to the Hokage Tower. Hakamori nodded with a smile. As they walked past the throngs of people, he turned to the two women behind him and said, you both have worked hard these past few days. Please return home and rest. Subsequently, he approached Kushina and simply stated, wait for me at home. This simple phrase brought great joy to Uzumaki Kushina, for it signified their shared home. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at Uzumaki Kushina. He could sense the presence of the Nine Tails within her. He had received word of how Uzumaki Mito sealed the Nine Tails within Kushina, yet due to Mito's status, he ultimately refrained from intervening, accepting the current circumstances as they were. As the group returned to the Hokage Tower, they were taken aback to find Shimura Danzo seated, awaiting their arrival. Clearly, there was much curiosity concerning the reparations from this encounter. Tsubaki Kokoro even personally brewed a fragrant cup of tea for Hakamori, ensuring a warm welcome. As everyone took their seats, Mito Minyin, on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Hakamori, regarding the distribution of reparations from this defeat. How will it be allocated? Hakamori stifled a yawn, the chakra within him circulating continuously as he began his cultivation. With the anxious and curious gazes of the crowd upon him, he replied, this matter is quite simple. Half of the resources from the Cloud Village will go to the Senju clan, as Tsunade and her team have provided us with tremendous support. The hearts of the crowd sank. This opening was completely different from what they had envisioned. It can be said that this is a profound misconception. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and inquired, what about the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village? They too will each contribute half as compensation. The crowd leaned in, eager to hear favorable news from Hakamoka's lips. However, to their surprise, a slight smile graced Hakamoka's face as he remarked, these compensations will serve as developmental resources for the Uchiha clan's future. Lord Hokage, you are aware that the Uchiha clan has been facing dire straits in recent years. As a member of the Uchiha family, I must consider the interests of my clan. Furthermore, as the clan grows stronger, so shall the strength of Konoha. At that time, none would dare to wage war against Konoha, would they not? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, intending to respond, but was interrupted by Shimura Danzo, who interjected, Hakamoku, why do you not leave a share of the compensation for the village? The village's development is of paramount importance. In this battle, apart from myself, who else contributed? Where? Allow me to see. The crowd found themselves at a loss for words in response to this question. However, unexpectedly, Hakamoku added, by the way, Lord Hokage, you have called me a hero of Konoha, So might I inquire if I am to receive a reward? A reward? What sort of reward do you seek? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently called for patience, then turned to Hakamoku with a smile. To this, Hakamoku chuckled and said, "It is quite simple. I desire a dedicated training ground, one where I shall not be disturbed." "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin and addressed Hakamoku. "Then I shall grant you the vacant space atop Hokage Rock." What do you think? That area was seldom visited. Given Hokage Rock's unique position in Konoha, few ventured there. Over time, the upper space of Hokage Rock had come to be regarded as exclusive to the Hokage. Only the Hokage would occasionally stand upon it, gazing down at Konoha below. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was probing Hakamoku, seeking to discern whether he harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. Yet, Hakamoku was unfazed by the insinuation. "My lord Hokage, you jest. That place is far too distant. The Uchiha clan resides in the most secluded corner of the village. Reaching such a central location would certainly consume considerable time." Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, yet his vigilance towards Hakamoku intensified. Should Hakamoku reveal ambition, it would indicate he harbored desires, and thus vulnerabilities. However, Hakamoku remained unfazed, complicating matters for Sarutobi Hiruzen even further. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Shimura Danzo, who had been silent thus far, finally spoke up. "Hakamoku, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Danzo's question left the assembly in stunned silence, with Toka Shikamaru and Mito Menka exchanging bewildered glances. They were all curious about the true meaning behind Shimura Danzo's words. It wasn't just them. Even Hakomai was momentarily taken aback. "Danzo, what do you mean by that?" "I received news that during your passage through the Rain Village, you killed Hanzo the Salamander." Danzo further stated, "You must understand that peace is hard won. By provoking the Rain Village, are you not afraid of their deliberate retaliation?" Although many witnessed the incident, the news had not yet spread widely due to its recent occurrence. Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been closely monitoring the situation from the outset, few others were aware. Shortly after Hakomai's arrival in Konoha, he received definitive information. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately found himself outside the Hokage building. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was not entirely informed about the matter. At this moment, Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito came and gazed at Hakomai with astonishment, unable to comprehend that he had defeated the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander. In terms of difficulty, Hanzo was on par with the leaders of other hidden villages. However, when they considered that Hakomai could take on 3 opponents at once, everything seemed to fall into place. All eyes turned to Hakomai, eager to hear his explanation. Noticing their attention, Hakomai remained composed, taking a delicate sip of tea. "Ah, this tea is truly exquisite." He placed the cup down and looked at Shimura Danzo, smiling softly. "Danzo, do you recall where you went yesterday evening, and then returned to Konoha around midnight? It seems you ventured towards the Rain Village." Instantly, Danzo's pupils constricted. Could it be that those around him had betrayed him? No, absolutely impossible. The people by his side were fiercely loyal and would never betray him. Thus, the only explanation for Hakomai's precise knowledge of his movements was that he was under constant surveillance, even when Hakomai was not in Konoha. How had he accomplished this? Seeing Danzo fall silent, Hakomai added, "Oh, by the way, have you forgotten my other identity? I am the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, wielding considerable authority. Anything affecting the safety of Konoha falls under my jurisdiction. So, may I ask, Mr. Shimura Danzo, what were you doing alone in the Rain Village at such a late hour?" Ahem. Danzo's face flushed. He began to feel an even greater sense of dread regarding Hakomai's abilities. "Hokage-sama, I suddenly find myself in agreement with Hakomai. As the hero who brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War, I support the reward for Konoha. Therefore, let me set an example. I will generously grant you an entire commercial street. I believe that this commercial street, under your stewardship, will undoubtedly flourish with vitality." With that, Shimura Danzo rose abruptly and departed without hesitation, striding toward the exit. In the expansive conference room, only Hakomai and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained. Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly as he opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet the words were stifled before they could escape. This truly epitomized a case of more harm than good. It appeared that a thorough conversation with Hiruzen was in order, as he had become rather overconfident of late. With narrowed eyes, Hiruzen's gaze settled upon Hakomai, and he let out a deep sigh, stating, in addition to the commercial street promised by Hiruzen, The surrounding area of 5,000 meters, including the vacant land and streets, may also be incorporated into the territory of your Uchiha clan. Hakumai nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Thank you for the reward, Lord Hokage. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "No, you have also worked hard. It would be wise for you to return and rest early. I shall take my leave now." With that, Hakumai stood and walked toward the exit, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere as if it were a mountain crumbling to dust. Hiruzen pondered deeply, his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront the increasingly formidable Uchiha clan. Although he had granted them considerable land and commercial opportunities, the Uchiha clan was located in a rather remote area, far from the thriving heart of Konohagakure. Even if it were entrusted to the Uchiha, it would matter little. Instead, Hakumai's affairs now took precedence. "Have Minato come to see me. I have matters to discuss with him." As Hakumai exited the Hokage Tower and beheld the bustling main street, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. "Hakumai, I did not expect your strength to have grown so formidable," a voice remarked. Following the sound, he spotted Hyuga Hayashi and his wife, strolling with their daughter, Hinata. The little girl gazed at Hakumai with her adorable eyes, curious and innocent. She extended her soft hand, making a cooing sound that elicited a chuckle from Hayashi. "Hakumai, it seems that Hinata truly adores you." Hayashi gestured to his wife, who approached Hakumai and, smiling, said, "Would you like to hold her?" "Certainly." Hakumai replied with enthusiasm. He carefully accepted Hinata into his arms, gazing down at the cherubic child, unable to resist. He gently pinched her cheek, his face radiating warmth and kindness. "How wonderful! Am I truly pinching the cheek of little Hinata? So soft and delightful." "I will go buy some snacks," Hayashi's wife said with a slight bow, retreating from their side, leaving Hakumai and Hayashi to walk together along the street, exchanging hushed words. "Hakumai, it would be wise for you to maintain a lower profile during this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen has increasingly focused his attention on you. Based on my observations, he has even deployed more members of the Umbu within your territory. Every move you make is under his scrutiny." Bai Mo gently swayed his body, soothing Hinata Hyuga in his arms, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. "That old man Sarutobi is truly becoming more paranoid. We are all villagers, and I harbor no ulterior motives. Why must he be so wary of me and our Uchiha clan?" Bai Mo turned to Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Rest assured, Clan Leader Hyuga, I will remain vigilant regarding these matters. Upon my return, aside from my regular training, I shall refrain from wandering about, lest that old man Sarutobi continues to dwell in his unfounded concerns. If only he would step aside and allow the fourth Hokage to take charge." With a slight smile, Bai Mo handed Hinata back to Hayashi and added, "Well, time is of the essence. I must return to my clan. Perhaps we can converse more thoroughly on another occasion." Upon finishing his words, Bai Mo briskly walked away, soon vanishing into the crowd. However, for reasons unknown, Hayashi felt no trace of tension emanating from Bai Mo. In fact, when the fourth Hokage was mentioned, his face bore a look of certainty, as if he had glimpsed the future. "Bai Mo, what thoughts occupy your mind? My curiosity only grows." Hayashi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, instead solidifying his stance in support of the Uchiha clan. He believed he was not alone in this sentiment. Other clans likely shared similar thoughts. Otherwise, they would not remain so silent. So much so that even the Sarutobi clan ceased to curry favor. Bai Mo returned to the Uchiha clan, where he was promptly summoned to the conference room by Uchiha Fugaku. With a satisfied gaze, Fugaku placed a heavy hand on Bai Mo's shoulder, exclaiming, "Bai Mo, you have done exceptionally well." Bai Mo offered a modest smile, replying, "It is nothing. It is merely my duty. In light of the devastation wrought by war, it is far better for me to train alone and help prevent further conflict." While this sentiment came from Bai Mo, had it been expressed by anyone else, Fugaku would have deemed it absurd. Which good person trains while the three great hidden villages are embroiled in conflict? Most importantly, he even managed to emerge victorious. However, Bai Mo, you must tell me clearly, did your eyes suffer any strain during this battle? The atmosphere grew somewhat stifling as Bai Mo gazed at Fugaku, slowly nodding. His Sharingan, a pair of crimson eyes, manifested within his gaze. Yet, compared to the previous intensity of his emotions, these eyes now held only a hint of haziness. In Bai Mo's vision, Fugaku, sitting so close, began to appear somewhat indistinct. Fugaku observed the scene before him, his heart heavy with compassion. "Bai Mo, you truly have suffered," he thought. Please, cease using your powers immediately. You must not overextend your ocular abilities during this time. Otherwise, you risk losing your sight entirely. Bai Mo nodded, slowly retracting his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Initially, he believed this self-imposed task would be straightforward. However, to his dismay, no matter how he wielded the Sharingan, the progress bar remained stagnant. In fact, his excessive use of the eye only exacerbated the depletion of his ocular strength, rendering the Sharingan more insubstantial. Unless he discovered a means to elevate the progress bar, it was prudent to conserve his energy under the current circumstances. However, clan leader, I believe we should disseminate this information, Bai Mo suggested. In the room, upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Fugaku fell silent. How so? He pondered. The Uchiha clan had gained considerable notoriety of late, and that sly Sarutobi Hiruzen might harbor ulterior motives. Bai Mo continued. Rather than allowing him to dwell incessantly on the Uchiha and potentially strike from the shadows, it would be wiser to leverage this opportunity to reveal my vulnerabilities. This may cause Sarutobi to lower his guard, alleviating the constant surveillance that hinders my training. Bai Mo was not overly concerned about his eyes. There were ample alternative methods at his disposal. If he were to lose his sight, he could address that predicament when it arose, provided his daily training remained undisturbed. Fugaku contemplated Bai Mo's proposal, his head bowed, fingers gently tapping against the table in a rhythmic pattern. Time slipped away as he mulled over the matter. Finally, he lifted his gaze and declared, very well. The Uchiha clan has always strived for the prosperity of Konoha. Even in the face of oppression from the second and third Hokage, we shall never betray our village. The presence of a talent such as you is already a significant boon for us. Concealing our strengths may indeed be a wise course of action. But before we proceed, Bai Mo, I must ask, do you aspire to ascend to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai Mo smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I believe in letting things unfold naturally. Rest assured, clan leader, I have no intention of seizing Obito's eyes. Hearing Bai Mo's response, Fugaku felt a deep sense of relief. The Uchiha clan was one imbued with love. It was precisely because of their profound affection that they had sealed it away. Once the Uchiha understood love, the emotions they had long restrained would be liberated, granting them immense power. The means to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lay solely in the transplantation of another's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although success was not guaranteed, the closer the blood relation, the higher the likelihood of success. As he considered this, Fugaku's eyes gradually manifested the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan. Bai Mo, although our bloodlines may be distant, when your ocular power is truly exhausted, you may attempt to awaken the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan with these eyes of mine. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. He clearly had not anticipated such words from Fugaku. This sentiment deeply touched Bai Mo's heart. Having traversed into the Uchiha clan long ago, he initially felt no sense of belonging, save for the clumsy Obito. To him, the Uchiha were merely a breeding ground, not a true family. However, Fugaku's current gesture profoundly resonated within the depths of Bai Mo's soul. Gazing at Fugaku, a faint smile graced his lips. Oh, esteemed clan leader, you jest. After all, I am Uchiha Bai Mo. This simple retort was sufficient to convey Bai Mo's spirit. He would not accept Fugaku's words lightly. As he rose and made his way outside, Fugaku sighed, increasingly certain of the future candidate. If Bai Mo aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan would spare no expense in supporting him. Bai Mo arrived at his room not far away. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. Taking a deep breath, he hastened to the kitchen, where he found Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki busily preparing what appeared to be delectable dishes. Upon noticing Bai Mo's arrival, Kushina's eyes sparkled. In an instant, she turned and leapt into his embrace. Their bond had deepened considerably, and such affectionate gestures had become entirely natural. Cradling the delicate figure in his arms, Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's back. Just a moment, and you'll soon enjoy a delicious meal. No rush, let me see how I can assist you, he replied. Tsunade, busy at the side, rolled her eyes and remarked, well, I shall not disturb you two any longer. I'm off to fetch Shizune. With that, she exited the Uchiha residence, leaving behind a warm atmosphere for Bai Mo and Kushina. What Tsunade did not anticipate was that as she walked out, she overheard various whispers regarding Bai Mo's eyes. Were they gossiping? No, that couldn't be. Such matters could not have come to their attention. In other words, Was there an intentional dissemination of information? It must be Bai Mo's doing. Though she was unsure of his motives, there must be a reason behind it. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news about Bai Mo from the Umbu station near the Uchiha clan. His eyes gleamed with delight. Are you certain the information is accurate? Certainly. The Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, convened a high-level family meeting to deliberate on this matter. The Umbu reported, according to our investigations, they appear utterly helpless in the face of this situation, lacking any viable solutions. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded gravely. He was not particularly well-versed in the intricacies of the Sharingan, only aware that prior to attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of one's eyes is inherently limited. Once the ocular power is exhausted, one is destined to plunge into an abyss of darkness. Thus far, he was only aware of one person capable of unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Even if Hakomai were an extraordinary talent, the conditions required to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan were exceedingly stringent. It is likely that this recent battle has significantly drained Hakomai's ocular strength. This presents an opportune moment to assert some pressure on him. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. He gestured slightly, and an Umbu opened the door and exited. Entering was Minato Namikaze. Lord Hokage, I heard you were looking for me. Yes. How are you finding your recent responsibilities? Quite manageable. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito are excellent students, and I believe they have a bright future ahead. Hiruzen nodded, adding, it is vital that you guide them well. The will of fire must be passed down through the generations. The reason I summoned you today is to inquire about your aspirations. Do you wish to become the fourth Hokage? Upon hearing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own ears. He blinked and sought clarification from Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Could you repeat that? I ask you, do you wish to become the fourth Hokage? Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded a warm demeanor. Yet the explosive nature of his words left Minato momentarily speechless. What do you truly mean by that, Lord Hokage? Simply put, I hold you in high regard and wish to pass on the position of Hokage to you, a promising young man. Minato's implication was clear. There were evidently better candidates available. The presence of Hakomai, who single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the three major hidden villages, made him far more qualified. However, Hiruzen held a different perspective. Minato, your clan is weak. Aside from you, there are no formidable warriors. You are easily manageable. Even if I were to entrust the Hokage position to you, I could still maintain indirect control over Konoha without the risk of leaving the position in the hands of someone who might hesitate to pass it on to the younger generation. This was a matter of significant importance to Hiruzen, who valued reputation highly. He scrutinized Minato's expression and continued, I understand your concerns and the thoughts that dwell within your heart. Thus, I intend to organize a competition for the position of Hokage. The invitation was extended to the elite of Konoha, stipulating that only the individual who triumphs in the competition shall ascend to the position of Hokage. With such a declaration, do you possess the confidence to become the fourth Hokage? Upon realizing that the selection was not predetermined, but rather contingent upon one's own efforts, Minato Namikaze felt an immense sense of relief. If that were indeed the case, he would undoubtedly exert himself with utmost dedication in pursuit of this esteemed title. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he resolutely nodded and proclaimed, I understand, Lord Hokage. I shall give my all to strive for first place. At this juncture, Minato inquired, May I ask if Hakomai will participate in this contest? Are you afraid? He was teased. Minato shook his head and replied, Not at all. I merely wish to engage in a serious battle with Hakomai, to ascertain how I measure up against him when I am fully committed. Rest assured, I believe you will certainly surpass Hakomai. However, I must confirm whether he will participate. I shall provide you with an answer shortly. It is noteworthy that, according to intelligence reports, Hakomai's eyes were nearly incapacitated, rendering the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan impossible, a substantial reduction in his combat prowess. What could he possibly contend with against Minato? Prior to Hakomai's rise to fame, Minato was revered as the Yellow Flash, a title underscored by his unparalleled strength. Furthermore, based on Hiruzen Sarutobi's conjecture, it appeared unlikely that Hakomai would engage in this battle, as he preferred the path of cultivation, did he not? Before long, news of the competition for the fourth Hokage spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Nearly everyone became aware that a contest would soon unfold, with the victor earning the right to become the fourth Hokage. This revelation astonished many, as they had not anticipated Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision. It was quite uncharacteristic of him. Suddenly, Danzo burst into the room, having learned of the news. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? Are you not concerned about Uchiha Hakomai entering the fray? If the Hokage position were to fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan, they might turn against us. He continued, moreover, if you are unwilling to continue, you could simply pass the position to me. I would lead Konoha to new heights. A barely perceptible smirk crossed Hiruzen's face. Enough, Danzo. Let such sentiments be left unsaid. I have already devised my plans for the Hokage position. As for whether Uchiha Hakomai will participate in this contest, I have dispatched someone to inquire. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Hakomai was summoned by Fugaku. They listened to the Umbu's account regarding Hiruzen's invitation. Hakomai nearly scoffed at the Umbu ninja. Was this a ploy to undermine him just as he had acknowledged the limitations of his own eyes? Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi proved to be a most unscrupulous individual. Thank you for your concern, Hokage, but I have never been particularly invested in the position of Hokage, hence I shall refrain from participating in the upcoming tournament. Would it not be more prudent to dedicate that time to training? Once I assumed the role of Hokage, I would be burdened daily with the village's developmental matters. Not to mention the myriad of trivial issues that would require my personal attention. This is not the path I desire, after all. Maintaining my position as the deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard has already proven to be quite troublesome. I find myself compelled to devote 5 minutes each day to diligently patrol and address various matters. It is exhausting. As the Umbu departed, he conveyed the news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Listening to the report, Hiruzen's expression revealed a sense of certainty that everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, which incited a furious reaction from Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me ask you, are you not concerned that the ultimate victor may not be the one you secretly wish for? Fear not. With your current strength, you are no match for him. I hold great confidence in his abilities. Danzo nodded gravely. Very well. You have my word. I shall also enroll. I will personally demonstrate who is truly worthy of becoming Hokage. With that, Danzo turned and departed, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the room. He let out a deep sigh. Feeling somewhat weary, coupled with Uchiha Hakomai's wariness towards him, he could only maneuver from the shadows to attain his desires. Additionally, this would allow him to better manipulate Minato, cultivating an increasing sense of gratitude towards himself. In the end, Konoha would remain Konoha, eternally belonging to the Sarutobi clan. The enrollment soon reached its deadline. After glancing at the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen had it posted throughout the streets, allowing the populace to see who would be participating in the tournament. How curious. Why is Hakomai not on the list? It is said that he declined to participate, deeming it a waste of time, as he seems to prefer training instead. Wow. This transcendent feeling truly is marvelous. One cannot help but admire Hakomai. Among the crowd, many whispered amongst themselves. Minato, gazing at the list before him, gradually clenched his fists. With a sudden flash, he vanished from sight. Minato swiftly arrived at the Uchiha clan's entrance and knocked on the door. An Uchiha guard peeked out, inquiring, "May I assist you? I seek Uchiha Hakomai." Lord Hakomai just finished his meal and has gone to train. I see. Thank you for your trouble, Minato replied. And in an instant, he disappeared from view. The yellow flash raced past, and within a short span, Minato had exhausted the majority of his chakra, highlighting the sheer frequency with which he had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. After scouring nearly every corner of Konoha, at last, Minato Namikaze found Hakumo practicing beneath a cliff, a considerable distance from the Hidden Leaf Village. As Minato's figure emerged, Hakumo slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the visitor. Minato, you look quite breathless. Did you come all this way just to see me? Minato nodded and quickly approached Hakumo, questioning, you must be aware of the tournament. Why have you not signed up? Hakumo retorted, and why should I? Minato opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a rapid mental calculation, he managed to articulate a few points. If you were to become Hokage, the Uchiha clan could enjoy a better life. Do you not desire prosperity for your family? Hakumo countered, let me ask you, once you become Hokage, will you treat the Uchiha clan differently? No, Minato replied. Then what's the issue? You won't differentiate between us, and regardless of the circumstances, you will still have to handle everything on your own. Thus, I would have achieved my goal as well. Minato pressed on, but you promised me that we would compete. Hakumo smirked. Do you truly wish to battle me? If you lose, it could be quite embarrassing. despite his ocular prowess being limited. Hakumo preferred not to rely on the Sharingan. Even the use of Flying Thunder God became considerably more cumbersome. Yet, armed with the 100 Healings technique and the 8 Gates, Hakumo remained confident in his ability to defeat Minato, albeit with a bit more difficulty. Minato took a deep breath, his expression serious as he gazed at Hakumo. Even if I lose, it would merely reflect my inferiority. Only by understanding the gap between us can I gain a clearer perspective on the path ahead. Hakumo nodded thoughtfully, then gradually rose from the ground under Minato's watchful gaze. Minato, he declared, I promise that when you have defeated everyone and reached the pinnacle, I will appear before you as your opponent. Minato's heart surged with excitement. The gravity of his demeanor finally broke into a smile. That is what you said. Indeed, Hakumo affirmed, clenching his fist and raising it to his chest, lightly tapping Minato's fist. The moment their fists met symbolized the agreement they had forged. With the emotional burden lifted, Minato's aura intensified. This was the yellow flash of Konoha, the prodigy unique to Minato Namikaze. Had Hakumo not arrived, this era would undoubtedly be ruled by Minato. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The villagers of Konoha awoke early from their slumber, hastening towards the arena for the tournament. They aimed to secure prime positions to witness the upcoming battles. The competition venue was the very site of the Chunin exams from the original story, with the profound examination grounds located at the bottom, surrounded by seats for spectators from all directions. Seated at the pinnacle, they possessed an unparalleled view of the contest unfolding below. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Maito stood at the highest point, gazing down upon the multitude with varying expressions. Is it truly wise for Lord Hokage to proceed in this manner? This time, numerous formidable contenders have entered the fray. Can Minato truly prevail against them? A smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips as he perused the list of participants. On this roster, there are but 2 individuals who pose a genuine threat to Minato, Orochimaru and that old coot, Shimura Danzo. Their combined strength is insufficient to challenge Minato. After all, excluding Hakumo, Minato is the pinnacle of genius in Konohagakure. Yet, I am perplexed as to why Hakumo would recommend him for participation. Surely, this is not a jest? In the competitors' preparation area, Uchiha Obito was stretching, flanked by Kakashi and Noara Rin. Obito, are you truly intent on participating in the contest? Rin hesitated, casting a concerned glance at Obito. However, she did not anticipate that her gaze would be entirely misinterpreted by Obito, who assumed Rin was expressing worry for him. With a puffed chest and an air of confidence, he replied, Do not worry, Rin. Even if I do not reach the final stage, I shall never betray your trust. Rin scratched her head, pondering that this was not her intended message at all. Moreover, she had never considered Obito qualified to compete in the tournament. Humph, Obito, do take care not to be beaten to a pulp, Kakashi remarked, arms crossed, emphasizing his point. In response, Obito retorted defiantly, Kakashi, I know you envy me. After all, it was thanks to my brother's recommendation that I was able to register successfully, while you lack even that qualification. Should I manage to reach the end and become Hokage, rest assured, I will not forget you both. Kakashi and Rin exchanged laughter. I wonder how prepared Obito truly is. Hakumo, unusually foregoing training, sat in the front row of the audience with Uzumaki Kushina, eagerly awaiting Obito's potential mishaps. No, rather, the commencement of the contest. Kushina, seated beside Hakumo, peeled grapes for him, feeding them into his mouth. Are you not concerned that he might face difficulties, given how you are teasing him? It is not my fault he keeps pestering me to register him, since he is so eager to participate. What harm is there in utilizing a few connections to secure his spot? Tsunade shot Hakumo a disapproving glance, praising him. Hakumo, you truly are a wonderful brother. With hands clasped in humility, Hakumo replied, Oh, it is merely the duty of the world's greatest brother. As the hour approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked to the sun in the sky, aligned with his position. He promptly declared the commencement of the contest. The first match featured Might Dai against Hinata Hisashi. Due to the intervention of Hakumo, Might Dai did not perish while rescuing Team Might Guy. Instead, he continued to delve into the 8 gates, significantly enhancing his prowess. However, even with this newfound strength, he found himself unable to overcome Hinata Hisashi. After an arduous battle, the two ultimately reached a stalemate. On to the second match, Uchiha Obito versus Orochimaru. When Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the names of the contestants for the second match, His expression turned peculiar. He glanced at Uchiha Hakamai in the front row, who had already unfurled a banner emblazoned with 5 large characters. Ha! Indeed, those were the very words. Kakashi and Noara Rin, positioned in the contestants' preparation area, were taken aback upon seeing the banner, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! It seems your brother has great confidence in you, Obito. Obito, visibly irked, shot a glare towards Hakamai in the audience. With hands on his hips, he defiantly declared to Kakashi and Rin, "Umph. My brother has no understanding of my true strength. Just wait and see. I shall leave you all astounded." With a determined glance, Obito strode purposefully towards the arena. At that moment, within the arena, Orochimaru stood with his hands at his sides, long black hair flowing gently in the breeze. He licked his lips, his serpent-like eyes coldly fixated on Obito. The chilling aura emanating from Orochimaru sent a shiver down Obito's spine. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, a serious glint in his eyes. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai and adopting a ready stance. He nodded to the young Senju Ibiki beside him, signaling his preparedness. Orochimaru, in a soft voice, uttered, "We may begin." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Senju Ibiki raised his hand and then forcefully brought it down. The match commenced. With a resounding bang, Uchiha Obito surged forward, his speed so remarkable that even Uchiha Hakamai in the audience raised an eyebrow. It appeared Obito had been diligently training, achieving significant advancement in his taijutsu. As if to validate Hakamai's assertion, Obito charged like a gust of wind to Orochimaru's left side. Now was the moment. Obito thrust his kunai with ferocity, the sharp tip aimed directly at Orochimaru's arm. With a loud bang, Orochimaru's form erupted into a cloud of white mist, replaced momentarily by a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a serpentine figure of earthy brown, slithering directly toward Obito. With instinctive precision, Obito wielded his kunai and sliced behind him, severing the serpent's head. Yet, Orochimaru's hand reappeared as if unscathed. Was Orochimaru merely toying with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, observing his own disciple. He possesses a profound understanding of Orochimaru. It is evident that he has not approached this matter with due seriousness. However, he is merely a child. The distinction between earnestness and nonchalance bears no significance on the outcome, does it? Conversely, it is Hakamai who, at this moment, bursts into applause. Indeed, my dear Odo, though somewhat naive, exhibits remarkable combat talent. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. The conflation of fire and wind culminates in a magnificent explosion before the eyes of the onlookers. Boom. The ground is instantly marred by a shallow crater. Before the smoke can dissipate, Obito's eyes are filled with a serious intensity. He takes a deep breath. Two-Tomo Sharingan. Activate. Two-Tomo manifest in Obito's gaze. Hakamai pauses momentarily, then erupts into laughter. Huh? I wondered why Obito was so eager for me to allow him to participate in this battle. It turns out he has been concealing such a trump card. In such a short span, he has advanced from a one-Tomo Sharingan to a two-Tomo Sharingan. He is indeed a prodigy. Tsunade, standing nearby, silently critiques, "Are you certain that in your presence, Obito can truly be considered a genius? Who claimed to be comparing him to you? Of course, it is a comparison to the future Sasuke. That individual awakened his one-Tomo amidst the night of the massacre. And only after being underestimated by Naruto did he unlock his two-Tomo Sharingan. The time frame is vastly disproportionate. He is certainly not on par with Obito. My younger brother's talent is indeed formidable." In this moment, Orochimaru gazes at Obito's eyes, momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickering within. If it were possible, he would dearly wish to seize Obito's eyes and depart from this place. After all, as Hakamai's brother, Obito's eyes must be significantly superior to those of other clan members, right? However, the thought of Hakamai's terrifying strength fills Orochimaru with trepidation. It is better to engage in a proper contest and see if he can aspire to become Hokage. If successful, he would possess greater resources for his experiments and thus realize his ambitions. With this thought, Orochimaru's arms once again unleash their might. Twin snakes of the shadow. A multitude of serpents surge forth like blossoms, spreading in all directions. Do not underestimate me. The two-Tomo Sharingan endows Obito with exceptional dynamic vision. Faced with such an onslaught, he adeptly evades Orochimaru's attacks, closing the distance rapidly. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Flames erupt from Obito's mouth, scattering like the seeds of the phoenix flower, intertwining with the myriad serpents, resulting in a resounding explosion. Wind Style, Wind Cutter Technique. Seizing the opportunity of the offensive, Orochimaru unleashes a tempest once more, aiming to slice through Obito. However, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds before everyone's eyes. Only then did Obito imitate Orochimaru's movements, simultaneously unleashing the wind release, Wind Cutter Technique. In that instant, two fierce gales clashed against each other, their howling resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Did Obito, that fellow, manage to replicate Orochimaru's ninjutsu through his Sharingan? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is about to witness the emergence of another prodigy? Orochimaru was taken aback internally, yet his actions accelerated exponentially. If he had previously been careless, now he was utterly focused. Kusanagi sword. In an instant, a flash of cold light gleamed, and with a swift thrust, the Kusanagi sword pierced through Obito's arm. He did not aim to kill, he merely pierced an arm. Blood trickled down the blade from Obito's wound, causing Kakashi, standing nearby, to hold his breath in shock. Rin Noera, too, felt a surge of tension as she beheld the scene. Although she regarded Obito merely as a comrade, the severity of his injury filled her with concern. Thud. Obito should be alright, right? Kushina Uzumaki voiced her worries. In response, Hakomai smiled. Oh, he will be fine. Rather, the true challenge is just beginning. As if to affirm Hakomai's words, Obito raised his other arm and grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword firmly. Intense pain surged through his mind like a relentless tide. Ah! Obito's scream echoed across the arena, sending chills down the spines of numerous spectators. What was he doing? He was attempting to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Hakomai replied to Kushina's concerns while addressing Tsunade at his side. Tsunade, I will need your assistance in treating Obito shortly. I don't want him to be left with hidden injuries. Don't worry, leave it to me. Such minor injuries are merely a trifle for me, Tsunade reassured. At that moment, a louder cry erupted from Obito, who gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Instead of withdrawing it, he twisted it forcefully. The agony tore through him like a wild beast. Intermingled with his indomitable spirit, he gazed intently at Orochimaru, remembering the target he had relentlessly pursued, that elder brother hailed as a monstrous genius. He did not wish to be merely regarded as Hakomai's younger brother, but aspired to be Uchiha Obito, a true powerhouse, not the underdog in others' eyes, nor the weakling in Rin's heart. He yearned to grow stronger. Therefore, awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Buzz. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted forth. In that moment, an unprecedented transformation occurred within Obito's eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan manifestly appeared, illuminating his gaze. At that instant, the world became astonishingly clear to Obito. I see it. I see it, he murmured joyfully. He could perceive the flow of chakra within Orochimaru, and everything seemed to have been imbued with newfound significance. The illusionary Sharingan. In an instant, Obito unleashed his Jinjutsu, launching a direct assault on Orochimaru's psyche. Whether it was merely an illusion or reality, he felt as though his Jinjutsu effortlessly penetrated into Orochimaru's mind, submerging him in its depths. How could this be possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the railing before him tightly, leaning forward in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Obito's Jinjutsu could be so formidable as to ensnare Orochimaru. Even with the enhancement of the Sharingan, such a feat seemed improbable. It was not only Sarutobi who held this sentiment. Others shared the same thoughts. Obito had indeed gained notoriety through this battle. Yet, the true reasons remained known only to Orochimaru and Hakomai. Orochimaru had long sought immortality, delving into forbidden techniques such as the reanimation jutsu, which had inflicted severe damage to his soul and mind, consequently diminishing his resistance to Jinjutsu. Thus, he fell prey to the sudden onslaught of illusions. However, this was merely the beginning of his plight. Obito, gritting his teeth against the pain, extracted the Kusanagi sword embedded in his arm, then stepped toward Orochimaru, seeking the same point of attack. With a swift thrust, he plunged the blade in. Yet, in the next moment, Orochimaru's eyes flew open, summoning the serpent. It appeared as though Orochimaru's skin had dissolved, effortlessly peeling away to reveal a horrifying visage. He transformed into a colossal serpent, comprised of countless smaller snakes. As he opened his gaping maw, The pressure emanating from that cavernous mouth weighed heavily upon Obito, rendering him immobile, unable to advance even a single step. How formidable! Was this the true power of the Sannin? Initially, Obito believed that with his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could turn the tables on Orochimaru. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality was stark. Confronted with a serious Orochimaru, Obito found it nearly impossible to even approach him. Senju Ibiki, perceptive to Obito's predicament, promptly declared Orochimaru the victor of this match. As the judgment was rendered, the audience erupted in cheers. Compared to the previous bout, this contest between Orochimaru and Obito surpassed all expectations. Accompanied by medical ninjas, Obito made his way to the stands, where he gazed at Hakamai, suppressing his pain to muster a smile. "Brother, how was it? Did I bring you shame?" He jested, laughter erupting from Hakamai as he clapped Obito on the shoulder, eliciting a pained yelp from him. "Ah, brother, are you a devil? Be gentler. I'm a patient now." Laughter filled the air as Hakamai praised Obito. "You performed exceptionally well. You've certainly brought honor to the Uchiha clan." He continued, "To awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age is a testament to your boundless potential. The activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan is surely just around the corner." He chuckled with delight. Receiving praise from his older brother, Obito felt that his injuries were no longer as painful. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure from his astonishment. He took a deep breath and announced the next match, the third round. Minato Namikaze versus Danzo Shimura. As Sarutobi announced these names, an uproar erupted in the audience. They had not anticipated that Danzo would face off against Minato. One was a long-standing high-ranking official of Konoha, the shadowy ruler of Root, while the other was a newly emerged genius, highly regarded by Sarutobi and known as the Yellow Flash. The clash between these two formidable opponents promised to be captivating. Tsunade, having just healed Obito, returned to her seat. She looked at the two entering the arena and remarked, "It's hard to say. If Danzo gives it his all, Minato may not necessarily defeat him." Moreover, Danzo's aura was quite unsettling. Hakumai cast a penetrating glance at Danzo. It was indeed discomforting. The numerous eyes on his arm and the modified limb exuded an aura that was unsettling to anyone. "Tsunade, shall we place a wager?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you propose?" "Quite simple, a bet on who will win. If I win, you will teach me the application of advanced medical ninjutsu. If I lose, I will grant you one request." Upon hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Kushina Uzumaki, who appeared entirely unconcerned with the matter, blissfully leaning against Hakumai's shoulder, radiating affection. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade finally said, "All right, I accept. I bet on Danzo. After all, he is an established powerhouse with greater experience and compatibility." "In that case, I shall wager on Minato," Hakumai replied with a smile, watching the arena with keen interest. At that moment, the two contenders had also entered the arena, gazing at one another, their eyes brimming with fierce fighting spirit. Danzo took a deep breath and addressed Minato. "Minato, I never expected we would have to face each other one day." Minato responded with a radiant smile, "Neither did I. I only hope that our battle will showcase our true peak capabilities." "Humph, such youthful bravado. Do you truly think you can reach your peak?" "I need only to exert 70% of my strength. You will be no match for me." "TCH, you old man, do you even hear what you're saying? The battle hasn't even begun, and you're already boasting and relying on your age? Underestimating your opponent from the outset. How do you intend to fight?" It seems that Tsunade has sensed the rather gloomy mood. Kushina Uzumaki could not help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Sister Tsunade, it appears you've miscalculated." Tsunade exhaled a heavy sigh. "It's nothing. After all, I'm accustomed to losing every gamble. I've grown used to it." This admission candidly expressed the bitter tears Tsunade has shed over the years. In every wager she has participated in, victory has eluded her. Yet, when she does win, it invariably heralds a series of terrifying events. At this moment, I can only hope that Minato Namikaze delivers a resounding slap to that old fool. Ha! Such as Tsunade. Had anyone else uttered these words, they would likely face severe repercussions from Danzo. Mori no Ibiki glanced at the time, and upon confirming that both parties were prepared, he promptly declared the match officially commenced. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light erupted. In an instant, Kunai, imbued with Flying Thunder God technique, transported Minato Namikaze directly above Danzo Shimura. How swift! Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. As he looked up, He saw Minato's palm already charged with a Rasengan. This technique, inspired by the tailed beast bomb, was developed by Minato himself. Concentrating chakra in his hand, he directed it in erratic flows, compressing it into a sphere the size of a palm. Then, with a sudden thrust downwards, boom, the chakra erupted, causing chaotic turbulence that seared a hole in the fabric behind Danzo, sending him crashing into the ground in a crumpled heap. Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such exhilarating action right from the start. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips. You brought this upon yourself with your carelessness. At that moment, Danzo could only feel his dignity crumbling. This Minato truly shows no respect for age or authority. How infuriating. You force my hand. Danzo flicked his fingers, and several shurikens suddenly shot forth from an unknown source. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens multiplied, splitting into 2, then 3, and soon into hundreds. The sky became a veritable storm of shurikens in that instant, whirling with a cacophony of slicing sounds, all aimed directly at Minato. Seizing the opportunity while Minato defended himself, Danzo pressed his fingers together for the summoning technique. Dream Eater. Boom. A white mist enveloped the arena. The legendary summoning beast, Dream Eater, materialized before the spectators. Hakumai stroked his chin, curiously observing the summoned creature. He too desired a striking summoning beast of his own. Alas, in the entire world of Naruto, it seemed the only creature worthy of such a bond was that white rabbit residing on the moon. A faint smile graced Hakumai's lips. He resolved to assist Kuro in his plan, subsequently releasing his mother. And then, let Kagaya Otsutsuki become my summoning beast. Achoo! In the depths of a pitch-black cave, Xiaohei suddenly sneezed. He instinctively rubbed his nose, murmuring in bewilderment, how could I sneeze so unexpectedly? Subsequently, he turned to the figure clad in black robes before him and inquired, how do you feel, Uchiha Shin? Within the darkness, a pair of Sharingan eyes gradually materialized. The black robes stirred as if moved by an unseen wind. A hoarse, eerie laughter echoed throughout the cave. I now feel an indescribable bliss. I have become the true heir of the Uchiha clan. I shall inherit the will of Uchiha Madara. The world shall tremble in the name of Uchiha. Ha ha ha. In the arena, Shimura Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Simultaneously, the Dream Baku unleashed a torrent of fierce winds, amplifying the power of Danzo's wind technique. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened ominously, thick clouds enveloping the battlefield. The shuriken, propelled by the howling winds, surged forward at an unprecedented speed, launching a relentless barrage against Minato Namikaze, whose expression grew increasingly serious. Serpent of the Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Boom. Flames clashed against the gale, billowing smoke dispersing in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Minato extracted a multitude of kunai from his ninja tool pouch, driving them deep into the surrounding ground, embedding them substantially. These kunai were imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. A flash of yellow appeared abruptly behind Shimura Danzo, delivering yet another Rasengan that struck Danzo from behind. Bang! Danzo was propelled forward, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face as he instinctively covered his right arm with his palm. Had he not been restricted from utilizing his right hand's abilities, he would have long since dispatched Minato. I'm right here. Before Danzo could react, the yellow flash reappeared in front of him, its speed rendering him defenseless. With a flurry of dozens of Rasengan crashing down, Danzo was left with no choice but to raise his hands and surrender, inciting a ripple of astonishment from the audience. Bai Mo observed this spectacle, filled with profound admiration. Truly, one cannot underestimate Shimura Danzo. He indeed speaks with integrity, employing only 50% of his strength. His right-hand abilities were entirely untouched. Ultimately, it seems Danzo is simply too weak. Otherwise, even at 50%, he would have been more than capable of overpowering Minato. Tsunade glanced at Bai Mo with confusion. You seem quite knowledgeable about Danzo. Well, in any case, I am the vice-captain of the Uchiha Guard. I must remain vigilant regarding the safety of this village. Are you implying that Shimura Danzo is dangerous? Indeed, he exudes a presence akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I find him quite detestable. Katsuyu glanced at the sky. Ever since Shimura Danzo conceded defeat, the ominous clouds had dissipated before the eyes of the crowd at an astonishing rate. Gentle sunlight poured down, and Katsuyu stretched languidly, revealing her explosive figure before Hakumai. Regardless of the outcome, I have lost this time. When you have a moment, I shall teach you advanced medical ninjutsu, she said. After a brief pause, she suddenly leaned closer to Hakumai's ear and remarked, "But Hakumai, wasn't your Byakugan technique something you comprehended on your own? Why not discover another one?" Hakumai chuckled heartily, deliberately avoiding following Katsuyu's line of thought, earning a charming eye roll from her. The competition continued until nightfall, culminating only when Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru entered the final showdown. Tomorrow, the ultimate contest would commence. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious between Orochimaru and Minato. I have a feeling Orochimaru will prevail, despite the prolonged battle. He still seemed to be holding back. That said, I believe Minato is the same. If only Hakumai had participated, the outcome would have been even less predictable. Hakumai walked side by side with Kushina Uzumaki. They listened to the voices of the crowd and exchanged glances. Yet, for some reason, there was a hint of depth in Kushina's eyes. It was evident that in the hearts of the people, she had become synonymous with Konoha. "Well, I can only say I have done what I was meant to do," she replied. Kushina tightened her grip on Hakumai's arm, seemingly sensing something amiss with her emotions. Hakumai, noticing her distress, asked, "What's wrong, Kushina?" Upon hearing his concern, Kushina lowered her head, curling up further. It wasn't until they reached a narrow alley, rarely traversed by others, that she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Is that why your eyes are straining? Why didn't you tell me? Were you afraid I would worry?" Kushina distanced herself slightly from Hakumai, her face etched with sorrow. "You know, had I not overheard others discussing this matter, I would have remained oblivious to the severity of your condition." Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm herself. But for reasons unknown, her breaths quickened uncontrollably. Her throat tightened painfully, as if gripped by a powerful hand, constricting her ability to breathe. Tears blurred her vision, and with a mere blink, they cascaded from her eyes like a string of broken pearls. This sight pierced Hakumai's heart. He had not anticipated Kushina's emotional collapse. In that moment, everything felt overwhelming. His palm moved up and down, completely uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Kushina waved her hand in front of Hakumo, asking if he could see it clearly. Hakumo offered a faint smile and shook his head, saying, "It's a bit blurry, but it's manageable." This only made Kushina feel more distressed. Even at such a close distance, Hakumo struggled to see clearly. It was no wonder that he had stumbled over a small stone right after their battle. Kushina looked at him with increasing concern. "So, what do you think of today's match?" she inquired. "Well, I sensed their auras and could vaguely see two indistinct shadows," he replied. He opened his arms and embraced Kushina gently, patting her back softly while whispering in her ear, "Kushina, it's all right. You've just been too tired lately. Once your vision recovers, everything will improve. For now, let me be your eyes." As Kushina's words fell, she rose onto her toes and pressed her lips against Hakumo's cheek, leaving a soft, moist sensation that sent chills through him, rendering him motionless. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Hakumo tightened his embrace around Kushina and softly said, "Yes, Kushina, I look forward to your guidance in the future." A warm atmosphere enveloped them, and their simple exchange of care brought them even closer together. Suddenly, a girl with flowing purple hair interrupted their moment, apologetically saying, "Excuse me, could I get through? I live down that alley." Hakumo glanced at her, his brow slightly furrowing. She looked familiar. Utsuki Yuin, the one who informed me about the Umbu ninja? Why has she removed her mask? Has she retired from the Umbu? He shook his head slightly and said, "We'll be leaving now." With that, he scooped Kushina into a princess carry and dashed toward the Uchiha clan's direction, leaving Yuin hesitatingly watching their retreating figures. He shouldn't have recognized my identity, right? Surely not. Now, she had stepped back from the Umbu and was living alone in her former home, waiting to gather enough funds to open a small business. After all, staying at home all day wasn't a viable option. It was better to keep herself occupied. Soon, night fell, and lights began to twinkle in every household. Obito boasted of his bravery before Fugaku, showcasing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Rarely did Hakumo refrain from training, instead sharing his heart with Kushina, pouring out their thoughts to each other. Before they knew it, the next day dawned, the sky still dimly lit. Bai Mo felt a slight obstruction in his breathing as he struggled to open his eyes. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a radiant light. It seemed his vision had deteriorated even further. No, wait. This appeared to be. Bai Mo suddenly realized. He glanced at the distance and employed the flying thunder god technique to teleport aside, then focused his gaze on Kushina Uzumaki. She was sleeping in a rather unruly manner, sprawled out with drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Occasionally, he could hear her murmuring in her sleep. Observing her, a tender smile involuntarily crept onto Bai Mo's lips. It seemed they had chatted rather late the previous night. Yet, their pretense of a marriage was becoming less of a charade by the day. Bai Mo donned his usual training attire and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Kushina. Faintly, the scent of something burning wafted from the kitchen, causing her eyelashes to flutter. Slowly, she opened her eyes, climbed out of bed, and rubbed her slightly swollen eyes from the previous night's tears. As she made her way to the kitchen, she murmured, "Bai Mo, what are you doing?" Upon hearing her words, her eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the scene before her. The frying pan was engulfed in flames, and the vegetables inside had been reduced to char. Bai Mo hurriedly extinguished the flames and clumsily salvaged the ingredients, turning to Kushina with a sheepish expression. "I just wanted to make you some breakfast." But who knew? Just as he pondered how to explain, a smile broke out on Kushina's face, as if she had swept away all the sorrow from the previous night in an instant. "Haha, it's all right, Bai Mo. Let me handle breakfast. I'll make something for you." With a cheerful demeanor, she took the cooking utensils from his hands. Who could have imagined that Bai Mo, heralded as the hero of Konoha, was a warrior incapable of cooking? Nonetheless, she appreciated his heartfelt intention to prepare breakfast for her. Kushina hummed a cheerful tune, her movements becoming increasingly adept. After a brief period of tidying up, a delightful aroma began to emanate from the kitchen. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bai Mo opened it to find Obito Uchiha peering in. "Hey, is something burning in your room? It smells burnt." Obito wrinkled his nose and took a deep breath, only to be surprised. "Wait, now it smells delicious." As he spoke, Obito produced chopsticks and a spoon from behind his back, evidently well prepared. Bai Mo smiled lightly and replied, "All right, today breakfast is on me." He stepped back into the kitchen and carefully transferred the charred breakfast he had prepared earlier onto a plate, embodying the principle of minimizing food waste. With a beaming smile, Bai Mo placed the dish before Dato and cheerfully remarked, "All right, here you go. If you can't finish it, you can't leave." The smile on Dato's face instantly froze. He gingerly prodded the hard, black substance on his plate with his chopsticks, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Brother, are you sure what's on this plate is actually edible?" "Of course. This is the breakfast I made bright and early. Didn't you come here to share a meal? Why aren't you eating?" Dato pushed the plate towards Bai Mo, scratching his head awkwardly, his eyes darting about as he stammered, "Brother, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit full." "All right, Bai Mo, stop scaring Dato. Look at him, he's gone pale." With Kushina Uzumaki's timely intervention, Dato's eyes brightened. "Sister-in-law, you're the best. Please keep an eye on my brother. He is just too mischievous." Before Dato could finish his sentence, Bai Mo swiftly picked up a chunk of the black meat and stuffed it into Dato's mouth, playfully covering his lips with a wicked grin. "I'll teach you a lesson. Today, if you don't swallow it, you won't be leaving through that door." "Ugh, brother, I'm fighting back." Observing the lively banter between the two siblings, Kushina couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a delicious breakfast. "All right, it's about time. After we finish eating, we can head out to watch today's final match." Meanwhile, in another location, Danzo Shimura regarded Orochimaru with keen eyes and inquired, "Orochimaru, how do you feel? Do you have confidence in defeating Minato Namikaze?" "I don't know." Orochimaru replied casually, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the question. This nonchalance caused Danzo's fists to clench involuntarily. "Regardless, you must give it your all and teach that brat Minato a lesson. If I could unleash my full power, he wouldn't be so smug right now." As Danzo's words echoed, he thrust his bandaged arm toward the damp wall beside him. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Instantly, the wall became enveloped in sharp wooden spikes. Wood release, the signature technique of Hashirama Senju, a bloodline limit unique to him. This incredible power was derived from Danzo's transplantation of Hashirama's cells, granting him formidable destructive capabilities. However, Orochimaru merely scoffed at the display. "Enough of your boasting, Danzo. Minato's strength is formidable, even if you unleash your full power. You might not be able to defeat him. To comprehend the flying thunder god technique, one must recognize that it transcends mere swiftness. It embodies a space-time ninjutsu, a genuine S-rank forbidden art. Orochimaru stepped outside, acknowledging that having come this far, it was time to exert his utmost effort. With that declaration, he emerged into the light, gazing at the sun's rays cascading from the heavens. Orochimaru softly mused, perhaps life beneath the sun carries a unique essence. With that, his figure flickered, and he swiftly made his way to the arena. At this moment, the expansive audience area was utterly packed. Compared to the previous day's spectators, today's crowd exuded even greater enthusiasm. They stood in their places, hands cupped to their mouths, fervently cheering. Among the legendary three shinobi, Orochimaru and the esteemed Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, both held significant influence in Konoha. The rising tide of cheers on either side grew ever more thunderous. Bai Mo, accompanied by Kushina Uzumaki and Obito, discreetly took their place in the front row, where Tsunade and Shizune had long awaited their arrival. Tsunade keenly sensed the change in Kushina. Her slightly swollen eyes betrayed her emotions. It stirred an inexplicable sense of frustration within Tsunade, the origin of which she could not quite pinpoint. Clearly, Tsunade had misconstrued the situation. There had been no trouble, merely a conversation. Bai Mo settled beside them, with Kushina on his left, nestled close to Tsunade, and Obito on his right, alongside Fugaku Uchiha. As the group took their seats, Minato and Orochimaru, under the guidance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the arena. The moment the three arrived, the crowd erupted once again. Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind him, gazed up at the fervent audience, a flicker of avarice glimmering in his eyes. If only he could reclaim his youth, he could remain in the Hokage's position indefinitely, perpetually at the pinnacle of his power. Were it not for the gradual decline of his abilities with age, he would not be intimidated by Bai Mo in the slightest. Alas, his years weighed heavily upon him. This thought traversed his mind swiftly, and then he raised his hand, gesturing for the audience to quiet. The previously exuberant crowd fell silent in an instant, demonstrating Hiruzen's considerable authority in the eyes of the common folk. Today marked the final combat match. It was well known that once this contest concluded, the selection of the fourth Hokage would be irrevocably determined. The new leader of Konoha would emerge before our very eyes. Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru and Minato on either side and asked, "Are you prepared?" "We are ready," came the reply. "Very well." The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Minato Namikaze stood resolutely. In stark contrast, Orochimaru exuded an ominous aura, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. His serpent-like eyes fixated intently on Minato, resembling a predator that had long awaited its prey. The corner of Hakumo's mouth curled slightly upward, despite the haze clouding his vision. He could distinctly recognize the unmistakable yellow hair of Minato from afar. What marvels would Minato bring forth today, he pondered. As Hakumo's thoughts crystallized, the competition commenced. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand signs, invoking the summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the arena, and a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the mist. What once seemed to be an expansive battleground now appeared somewhat constrained. Was Orochimaru truly unleashing his most formidable summon at the outset? If memory served correctly, 10,000 snakes was indeed his mightiest beast. It seemed the position of the fourth Hokage was all but secured for Orochimaru. Yet, one must not underestimate Minato. Perhaps he harbored hidden trump cards of his own. The audience whispered amongst themselves, sharing their insights with friends and family. At that moment, Minato raised his gaze to the front row, as if locking eyes with Hakumo. His fists clenched tightly, a resolute determination brewing within him. No matter the cost, he vowed to give his all. Only then could he hope to challenge Uchiha Hakumo. A sharp glint flickered in Minato's eyes as his demeanor shifted dramatically. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing nearby, squinted in astonishment at the sudden transformation of Minato's presence. How could such a profound change occur in so brief a span? Shadow clone technique. With a resounding boom, Minato summoned a shadow clone. The two clones exchanged a brief glance before darting off in opposite directions. Orochimaru, perched atop the head of 10,000 snakes, surveyed the scene from his elevated vantage point. 10,000 snakes. If you exert yourself in this battle, a lavish reward shall await you. Wind release. Great cutting whirlwind. Orochimaru formed hand seals, conjuring razor-sharp wind blades that surged toward Minato. In response, one of Minato's clones hurled a flying thunder god kunai into the sky. As the yellow flash appeared, Minato's form soared upward. Shadow shuriken technique. A cacophony of explosions erupted in the air as a handful of shurikens morphed into a multitude, cascading down like a torrential storm upon Orochimaru. The sight elicited gasps of awe from the audience. Surely, this human underestimates me. 10,000 snakes hissed coldly. As it opened its massive maw, its serpentine body coiling like a spring, ready to retaliate. With a sudden thrust towards the heavens, he propelled the myriad of shurikens into the gaping maw of the serpent's belly. In an instant, the multitude of serpents plunged to the ground, their tails snapping like colossal, sharp whips, unleashing resounding blasts into the air. Boom! The gusts caught the unsuspecting Minato, who was struck and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Minato swiftly appeared behind Orochimaru. Rasengan. The pale blue sphere coalesced in the palm of Minato's hand, reminiscent of a bygone day, and was pressed against Orochimaru's back. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru harnessed this force to propel himself forward, twisting in midair and opening his mouth wide. Serpent's wrath. A torrent of brownish-gray serpents surged forth from his throat, hurtling towards Minato. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. This jutsu was indeed formidable. Minato unleashed 3 fire dragons that intertwined and engulfed Orochimaru's serpentine assault. Yet, the tremendous energy expended left Minato slightly breathless. However, Orochimaru offered no respite. Countless serpents. Prepare. Orochimaru transformed, shedding his skin to become a colossal serpent composed of innumerable smaller snakes, intertwining with a multitude of serpents, surging towards Minato. The 2 gigantic serpents filled the arena, relentlessly constricting Minato's mobility and severely undermining his flying thunder god technique, plunging him into a precarious position. It appeared that this time, Orochimaru would claim the title of the 4th Hokage. Shimura Danzo felt a surge of delight within. He and Orochimaru were allies. If Orochimaru ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous outcome for him. The battle was far from over. There was no need for haste. Was there, Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, displaying no signs of tension, a feeling that weighed heavily on Danzo. The outcome seemed inevitable. From any angle, Minato appeared to be no match for Orochimaru. After all, a powerful summoning beast could decisively alter the course of battle. Just as Hanzo the Salamander had, so too did Orochimaru wield tremendous enhancements to combat prowess. Rasengan. Minato once more summoned the swirling sphere, colliding with both Orochimaru and the serpents. Yet, despite the Rasengan's formidable penetrating power, facing a dual assault left Minato with an overwhelming sense of futility. The backlash coursing through his arm rendered his expression increasingly strained. He could no longer afford to conceal his true strength. Minato bellowed in defiance. Subsequently, with his feet firmly planted upon the heads of countless serpents, he propelled himself skyward. Little did he anticipate the wicked smile that curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Grip. Orochimaru executed his technique, transforming into his true form, and alongside Minato Namikaze, they were drawn into the belly of the serpent. Ninjutsu, Reverse Digestion. This technique had the capacity to consume its prey, requiring but a brief moment to overpower the formidable Minato before him. At that instant, the spectators were rendered breathless, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the unfolding scene. How could this be? Had Minato been devoured whole? What would become of them now? Why had such an event transpired? Had a victor emerged? Cursed be this circumstance. Their forms were utterly obscured. Orochimaru's abilities were indeed inscrutable, rendering defense nearly impossible. Within the belly of the serpent, Minato found his breath constricted, the air thin and reeking of foulness. Beneath his feet, a vile substance bubbled ominously, inducing a wave of nausea that caused him to grimace. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed ominously, "Minato Namikaze, surrender. The confines of this battleground are limited. Even should you master the Flying Thunder God technique, your movements remain severely restricted. It is clear that today's contest is not in your favor. Defeat is inevitable." Minato regarded Orochimaru, instinctively scratching his head in disbelief. He had never envisioned himself reduced to such a state. Yet, he couldn't deny Orochimaru's formidable prowess. "I must commend you. Your strength is truly remarkable." Minato offered a thumbs up to Orochimaru. Subsequently, under Orochimaru's bewildered gaze, Minato clasped his hands together vigorously. "What are you planning? A final struggle?" A brilliant smile illuminated Minato's face as he continued. "Originally, I intended to save this for Hakomai, but it seems that if I do not give it my all, victory will elude me. A sense of foreboding settled within Orochimaru. He became acutely alert, fixating on Minato. Suddenly, Minato vanished in an instant. Orochimaru's instincts screamed in alarm. No, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. In a corner of the battleground, Minato had previously placed a kunai inscribed with the technique. Minato's figure erupted into being at that very spot. Orochimaru, too, reappeared, reclaiming his stance atop the serpent's head. Orochimaru, I sense an ominous foreboding. As if to affirm the serpent's intuition, Minato bellowed, Sage mode. In an instant, intricate patterns adorned his visage, and his eyes transformed into elongated shapes. The oppressive aura surrounding him surged exponentially. This is the result of absorbing natural energy and merging it with one's own chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio, giving rise to the Sage Chakra, also known as the power of the Sage. This power can exponentially enhance the potency of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Is it finally beginning? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a smile. As he regarded his most valued successor, he was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by Namake's Minato. With Orochimaru's current strength, he would stand no chance against Minato. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of afterimages flickered in the air. This was the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even with Orochimaru's utmost focus on sensing Minato's aura, he could not keep pace with his movements. In the blink of an eye, Minato had closed the distance, standing directly before Orochimaru. Spiral Rasen. Bang! The spiral sphere, infused with Sage Chakra, struck Orochimaru with ferocious force. The intense pain contorted Orochimaru's face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He felt as though his abdomen had been churned, his body curling up like a shrimp, while threatening to escape. In an instant, Minato's figure vanished, a cold breeze wafting behind him, causing Orochimaru's expression to darken. He hastily raised an arm and declared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I concede. Orochimaru's situation mirrored that of Shimura Danzo. Neither had fought with their full strength. The entirety of their power was tied to forbidden techniques, which, if employed, would guarantee that even a victory would not allow them to ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage under Hiruzen's watch. After all, it was best for a serpent to remain hidden in the shadows. Orochimaru, even in defeat, you cannot renege on what you previously promised me, hissed the great serpent, before transforming into a plume of white mist that dissipated. Orochimaru stood helplessly on the ground, his gaze slowly turning to Minato, a smirk forming as he said, You have won. Minato offered a slight bow, acknowledging the victory graciously. He then turned his attention to the audience. Sarutobi Hiruzen, serving as the judge of this contest, had been observing from a distance throughout. Upon noticing Minato's gaze shift to the spectators, Hiruzen followed his line of sight to the front row. Minato, is something the matter? The match has concluded. You may release your Sage mode now. Minato turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, Lord Hokage, I actually have another aspiration. I wish to challenge Hakomai. It is well known that Hakomai is a hero of our Leaf Village, and I have long desired to face him in combat, to ascertain the gap that remains between us. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had intended for this match to elevate Minato's reputation, hoping he could stand alongside Hakomai. However, the situation had unfolded far beyond his expectations. Why does Minato Namikaze never consult himself before taking action? It appears that greed has permeated Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. If Minato could indeed defeat Hakomai, wouldn't that enhance his own strength even further? After all, Hakomai's eyes are severely strained at present. Without the assistance of the Sharingan, his prowess is not as formidable as one might imagine. Do you have confidence? Minato nodded vigorously, declaring, I have awaited this day for a long time. Sarutobi stood before Minato, acutely aware of the intense fighting spirit reflected in his eyes. Clearly, his heart was brimming with eagerness. Minato turned his gaze towards Hakomai and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, called out, Come, Hakomai, let us battle. You promised me. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki grasped Hakomai's arm, expressing her concern. Must you go? Hakomai smiled gently, patting her delicate hand, and replied, Yes, after all, this is a promise. It is time to fulfill it. Besides, I am curious to see whose Flying Thunder God technique is superior between Minato and me. Kushina looked at Hakomai with worry, but he reassured her, Who says a duel must employ the Sharingan? Rising before the audience, Hakomai approached the railing, addressing Minato below. Minato, you have just fought for quite a while against Orochimaru. I assume you are somewhat fatigued. How about this? I shall refrain from using the Sharingan in our battle, if that is agreeable to you. Saratobi's lips curled into a smile as he thought, indeed, it is not that Hakomai does not wish to use the Sharingan, but rather that it is in a state of exhaustion. In such a competition, it cannot be utilized at all. Perhaps this could indeed work. Saratobi gazed earnestly at Minato, allowing him to make the decision for this duel. For no matter how one looked at it, Hakomai's combat ability without the Sharingan would undoubtedly be diminished. Upon hearing Hakomai's words, Minato held no contempt towards him. He had heard the rumors regarding Hakomai's Sharingan being overdrawn. Nevertheless, he believed that Hakomai was still significantly stronger than himself, and that challenging a formidable opponent was the path to his own growth. Of course, you may choose how you wish to fight. However, I will give it my all. Minato, you can do it. A girl in the distance shouted fervently, her excitement palpable. Tsunade observed curiously from afar, sensing a unique chakra. It was the aura of a tailed beast. Distinctly different from the 9 tails belonging to Kushina, it belonged to the 3 tails. It must be Minato's girlfriend, Kushina explained to Tsunade, clarifying her curiosity through her own perception. Tsunade chuckled softly, noting the remarkable fortune of Minato Namikaze in finding a Jinchuriki to engage in a romantic relationship. A radiant smile adorned Minato's face as he offered a gentle smile to the young girl before shifting his gaze toward Hakomai. In a flash, Hakomai appeared before Minato, moving with astonishing speed. Even Saratobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily frozen, unable to comprehend the swiftness of the movement. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? Hakomai, too, possessed this art, and with such formidable mastery. This was the first time Hakomai had openly employed the Flying Thunder God technique in a public setting. Aside from Minato, the expressions of those around were filled with astonishment. What had just transpired? Such incredible speed. Was that also the Flying Thunder God technique? Goodness. Hakomai could wield it as well. Did that leave Minato with the sole advantage of Sage Mode? It remained uncertain which of the two possessed a greater proficiency in the technique. The audience engaged in fervent discussions regarding the two combatants. Hakomai briefly glanced at Saratobi Hiruzen before redirecting his attention to Minato, eliciting a sense of irritation within Hiruzen that he could not outwardly express. He could only suppress his discomfort and approach the duo, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the match?" Without hesitation, Minato affirmed, "Absolutely." In response to this assurance, Hakomai nodded and declared, "Indeed, this is a pact between him and me, and it must be fulfilled." In the audience, Yuzuki Yugao sat in the last row, her heart filled with concern as she observed the unfolding scene, her thoughts drifting to Hakomai's eyes. She recalled their first meeting when his gaze had been captivating, yet yesterday, it seemed less piercing than before. Had he truly exhausted his power? Furthermore, she retrieved a document from her pocket, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan seal. To her surprise, the commercial shop she had rented belonged to the Uchiha clan. It appeared she was now working under their auspices. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Just as Yuzuki contemplated her extraordinary destiny, Saratobi Hiruzen took a step back and announced to the two, "Then let the match between Uchiha Hakomai and Minato Namikaze officially commence." With Hiruzen's proclamation, a tempest of crimson and golden winds surged toward the heavens, unleashing a fierce gale that swept through the sky, scattering clouds and chaos. The stage was set as the two combatants prepared for battle, their colors contrasting starkly against the tumultuous backdrop. Obito gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Is this truly a clash of deities?" The battle between Hakomai and Minato unfolded across the sky, punctuated by the swift arcs of the Flying Thunder God Kanai slicing through the air. At times, one could witness the swift figure of Bai Mo teleporting before the esteemed Minato Namikaze. The Rasengan and fan clashed furiously in a tempest of power, generating gusts that swept across the audience, causing many to squint against the bluster. They were utterly unable to gaze upward to behold the battle unfolding between Bai Mo and Minato. The Hyuga clan, however, activated their Byakugan, utilizing their nearly omnidirectional vision to observe the aerial clash. Yet, whether it was merely an illusion, it appeared that Minato subtly suppressed Bai Mo. In the air, Bai Mo abruptly retreated to a distance, only to be met by Minato's Flying Thunder God Kanai, which followed closely, accompanied by a flash of yellow light. The Azure Rasengan materialized before Bai Mo. The Rasengan, the 100 Heel technique. The diamond emblem that Bai Mo had sealed upon his palm instantly unsealed at this moment. A vast quantity of chakra transformed into crimson patterns, spreading across Bai Mo's arm. He extended his palm, directly intercepting Minato's assault. The chaotic chakra wreaked havoc upon his palm, causing Bai Mo's brows to furrow slightly. Indeed, due to the blurred vision, the application of the Flying Thunder God technique became somewhat cumbersome for him. Bai Mo could not help but ponder within his mind. System, could you not provide any reminders on how to enhance my progress? The system remained utterly silent. Bai Mo inwardly scoffed. Surely it cannot be a case of thriving amidst adversity. Resolving to set aside these vexing thoughts, he decided to conclude this contest relying solely on his physical prowess. With this determination, Bai Mo exerted forcefully with his palm, shattering the Rasengan. The wound on his palm was instantaneously mended by the 100 heal technique, and his aura began to surge exponentially. In the audience, Might Guy and Might Due stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They sensed a remarkably familiar power emanating from Bai Mo. Might Due exclaimed. This sensation is akin to youth itself. Could it be the 8 Gates formation? The father and son duo spoke in unison. At that very moment, a slight smile graced Bai Mo's lips as he softly murmured, "The 8th gate of the 8 Gates formation opens." A powerful chakra erupted from within him, radiating in vivid scarlet. The patterns from the 100 heal technique, combined with the enhanced chakra, elevated Bai Mo's physical abilities to unprecedented heights, far surpassing even the strength exhibited by Might Guy during his climactic battle with Uchiha Madara. The overwhelming pressure rendered Minato momentarily frozen in midair. Lacking the support of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's body began to plummet towards the ground. Was this immense pressure the true essence of Bai Mo's strength? Not only Minato was astounded, the entire assembly was left utterly dumbfounded by Bai Mo's unprecedented display of power. Especially that Sarutobi Hiruzen, his mouth agape in disbelief, gazed at the figure of Hakomai before him. As a master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi possessed considerable knowledge of the myriad techniques in this world. He was acutely aware that the 8th gate of the 8 Gates of Baryaku represented something grave, a true harbinger of death. Was it truly for the sake of mere competition? Was Hakomai intent on eliminating Minato Namikaze? The more Sarutobi pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. After all, why else would Hakomai dare to open the Death Gate? As he beheld Minato descending from the heavens, Hakomai chuckled lightly. "Minato, do not be caught off guard. Otherwise, you shall be the one to lose." Minato gritted his teeth, his face ablaze with fierce determination. He swiftly hurled his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a streak of light in the air. However, what Minato did not anticipate was that Hakomai, eschewing the Flying Thunder God technique, had instead teleported to his side with astonishing speed, gliding through the air as if it were solid ground, an alarming display of power. Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave. While others may not grasp the formidable nature of this forbidden technique, he understood all too well. Did Hakomai intend to take Minato down with him? Or was he declaring war against Konoha? A torrent of thoughts flooded Sarutobi's mind, reflecting on the injustices faced by the Uchiha clan. He could not allow Hakomai to continue his rampage. If left unchecked, Konoha could very well face annihilation. Watching Hakomai's figure suddenly appear before Minato, Sarutobi acted without hesitation. He crouched slightly, then propelled himself into the sky like a bullet. "Hakomai, I will not permit your tyranny in Konoha." Unbeknownst to Hakomai, he remained oblivious to Sarutobi's movements, merely extending a finger and flicking it forward. Bang! A shadow soared into the distance, tracing an arc through the air. "I will return," echoed a familiar voice, causing Hakomai to instinctively scratch his head. Did I just collide with something? Meanwhile, the spectators turned their gaze toward the sky and then back to the arena, utterly unable to discern Sarutobi's presence. In other words, had Hakomai truly dispatched Sarutobi in the blink of an eye? Was this the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Hakomai? Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Hakomai reappeared before Minato once more, the overwhelming speed eliciting a rueful smile on Minato's face. He realized he could not compete, not in the slightest, with his current strength. He feared he would not even be able to brush against Hakomai's attire, let alone inflict any harm. Consequently, Minato relinquished his sage mode, reverting to his ordinary form. The entire being plummeted from the sky. No more fighting? The disparity has become apparent. Namikaze Minato offered a wry smile, acknowledging that this chasm is as vast as heaven and earth, insurmountable by mere effort. Yet, this only deepened my curiosity, possessing such formidable strength. Why do you not contend for the position of the fourth Hokage? Bai Mo, under the astonished gazes of Might Guy and Might Dai, retracted the 8 gates formation, appearing as if nothing had transpired, landing gracefully before Namikaze Minato. Surely, it was merely a matter of inconvenience. I would rather devote that time to diligent training. Minato fell into silence. Thus, in Bai Mo's heart, training seemed to hold greater significance than the position of the fourth Hokage. It is no wonder Bai Mo is so powerful. Perceiving Minato's dejection, Bai Mo patted his shoulder and chuckled softly. Cheer up, Minato. If it comes to governing the village, you far surpass me. I believe under your leadership, Konoha will surely bask in even greater radiance. Only with a flourishing village can one draw nourishment from the sun, rather than from decaying roots. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, seething with resentment as he gazed at Bai Mo below. Was Bai Mo insinuating that he himself was the decaying root? It was precisely due to his existence that Konoha could thrive. He was the one who truly deserved to be the fourth Hokage. Yet, contemplating Bai Mo's terrifying prowess, Danzo suddenly felt that perhaps this situation was already quite favorable. At that moment, the audience erupted into a thunderous roar. Nearly all spectators began to applaud fervently, their applause resounding and unending. They were exhilarated by the emergence of Bai Mo and Namikaze Minato, 2 titans of strength. With these 2 warriors, who could possibly rival Konoha in the shinobi world? It would not be long before Konoha stood truly atop the pinnacle, akin to the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the contest venue from a distance. Gazing at Bai Mo with astonishment, he inquired, "Are you unscathed?" Bai Mo smiled amiably at Hiruzen, teasingly replying, "What's wrong? Does the Hokage believe I would perish?" The 8 gates formation is an immensely powerful forbidden technique, bearing terrifying side effects. Once the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, it signifies the end of one's lifespan. Yet, Bai Mo appeared entirely unharmed, even engaging in jovial banter with Namikaze Minato. This scenario was unheard of to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be? Hiruzen shuddered, unable to believe his eyes. Had Bai Mo improved the 8 gates formation, completely eliminating its adverse effects? Bai Mo shrugged and chuckled, who knows? Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling slighted by Bai Mo's dismissive attitude, momentarily harbored resentment. However, considering Bai Mo's revealed prowess, alas, he was utterly outmatched. Regardless of his intricate strategies, they pale in comparison to the formidable power of Bai Mo, rendering them mere embellishments. Cast into the water, they would fail to even create a ripple. Thus, it is best for him to withdraw and embrace a tranquil retirement. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at Bai Mo before addressing Minato Namikaze beside him, saying, "Minato, you are ultimately the victor. In a week's time, we shall prepare a ceremony to celebrate your ascension. The entire village will rejoice in your coronation. You deserve this. I have faith in you." Noticing Minato's hesitation, Bai Mo offered encouragement, which gradually eased Minato's apprehension. He felt a sense of trust from Bai Mo, whose formidable strength still acknowledged him as the fourth Hokage, a testament to the immense faith placed in him. Once he attained his position, he vowed not to suppress the Uchiha clan, for, in Minato's eyes, the villagers were akin to family, and harmony was paramount. As Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to discuss matters with Minato, Bai Mo quietly withdrew. To his surprise, as he approached the audience passage, he encountered Might Guy and Might Dai, who were eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Father, Lord Bai Mo has come," Dai exclaimed, rushing forward with uncontainable excitement. He eagerly grasped Bai Mo's hand and inquired, "Lord Bai Mo, did you employ the 8 gates of death during the competition?" Bai Mo was taken aback by their enthusiasm, but considering their fervent spirits, he deemed their excitement quite natural. "Indeed, what of it? How did you manage to open the 8th gate without suffering any repercussions?" Dai asked, his excitement palpable. "You may not be aware, but I have dedicated myself to the rigorous training of taijutsu, and I have delved into the 8 gates of death, reaching the 7th gate. However, the side effects of the 7th gate are quite debilitating, and I fear that opening the 8th gate would lead to irreversible injuries. Hence, my curiosity about your success is insatiable. Could you impart your wisdom to us?" Bai Mo held a deep admiration for both Dai and Guy. They were individuals who could disregard the opinions of others and remain true to themselves, a mindset that surpassed that of ordinary folk. Looking at the two before him, Bai Mo said, "In truth, It was a fortunate coincidence that led me to this understanding. However, I assure you that as long as you remain resolute in your youth and diligently hone your bodies, the future will not only be free from injury, but will also lack significant side effects. Bai Mo's simple words instantly ignited Dai's excitement. Really? Is success achievable through effort alone? Certainly. In my eyes, you are both talented individuals, possessing a tenacity that others can scarcely attain. The commendation from Bai Mo filled Dai with exhilaration, a sentiment shared even by Might Guy. They have already idolized Hakomai. To receive such admiration from the heroes of Konohagakure ignites a fervent passion deep within them. To be recognized by an idol is more than sufficient. Kai, I'm here. It is time for us to train diligently. After all, we must not regret our youth. All right, let us first run upside down around the village 100 laps. Charge. The enthusiasm exhibited by this father and son duo brought an uncontrollable smile to Hakomai's lips. It is precisely because of this group of sun-seeking individuals that Konohagakure can truly be called home. What's wrong? Uzumaki Kushina, noticing Hakomai's prolonged absence, came to find him alone. Nothing much, just encountered two rather intriguing individuals. Do you have any plans next? Let us return and rest well first, then we shall train. May I join you? Uzumaki Kushina blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and gazed tenderly at Hakomai. Her eyes filled with profound affection, making it impossible for him to refuse. Of course, after we finish our meal, we shall train together. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this time, Hakomai trained alongside Uzumaki Kushina, imparting combat techniques to her. In their leisure moments, they would visit Tsunade to enjoy her hospitality and learn advanced medical ninjutsu. Simultaneously, he delved into the intricacies of self-discipline tasks and the meticulous training of his ocular abilities, pondering how to effectively increase his progress bar. If only he could identify the right method to initiate its growth, Hakomai was confident he could fill it within a short span. Yet, regrettably, after a week of research, he had not gleaned any substantial insights, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps, when the time is right, the progress bar will rise. Hakomai stifled a yawn as he awoke from his slumber, casting a glance at Uzumaki Kushina beside him. Their bond had grown increasingly intense. From the initial delineation of boundaries to their eventual dissolution, it had transpired in a remarkably brief period. This arrangement of love blossoming after marriage evoked an indescribable feeling within Hakomai, which he found delightful. He reached out, tucking a few stray strands of hair from Kushina's forehead behind her ear. Just then, a sudden, urgent knock reverberated through the air, causing Hakomai to furrow his brow. Without a doubt, it must be that guy Obito. With a click, Hakomai opened the door, revealing Obito's gleaming smile, showcasing his prominent front teeth, illuminated by the morning sun. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me why you're here. All right, 3 seconds are up. What do you want? Hakomai declared, preparing to close the door. Obito squinted his eyes and, with quick reflexes, thrust his arm forward to block the door. Yet, Hakomai's strength was not to be underestimated. A piercing scream from Obito echoed through the skies. Let the entire Uchiha clan hear it loud and clear. In the chamber of Uchiha Fugaku, his wife Mikoto, with her prominent belly, gazed curiously out the window and remarked, by the sound, it must be Obito. I wonder if he has completed the task I entrusted to him. Fugaku erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, there should be no issue at all, and besides, those brothers engage in this manner almost daily. Have you not yet grown accustomed to it? At this juncture, Fugaku leaned down, placing his ear against Mikoto's belly, chuckling. I wonder if our child can hear our voices now. How could it? It has only been a short while, she replied. Have you thought of a name yet? Not yet. Do you have any good suggestions? Let us name him Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. I only hope he arrives into this world safely and promptly. Mikoto tenderly caressed her belly, her face radiating maternal affection. She softly spoke to the child within. Sasuke, can you hear me? This will be your name. I wish for you to grow up healthy and safe, and to lead a joyful life. Uchiha Fugaku interjected with a smile. Fear not, Mikoto, with Shinju around. No one would dare to bully or suppress our Uchiha clan. Moreover, Itachi will look after him. Yes, indeed. We must trouble Shinju to attend the fourth Hokage's succession ceremony on our behalf. Outside the room, Shinju stroked his chin and remarked, You mean the clan leader wishes to stay with his wife and wants me to represent him at the ceremony? Obito nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. That is why I have come to inform you. Shinju sighed helplessly. He had originally intended to continue his training. However, since Fugaku had said so, he conceded, "All right. I shall attend this ceremony. You may return now, Obito." Obito's eyes widened, pointing to himself. "So you are not taking me with you? Focus on your training for now. With this time, you could undoubtedly become stronger. But this is the Hokage's succession ceremony. I have never attended one before. Is it truly so significant? Of course. Moreover, he is our teacher. I must see it for myself." Shinju yawned and replied, "Forget it, Obito. When you become Hokage, you can attend however you wish." "Ah, brother." Calling for a brother was of no use. With a decisive click, Shinju shut the door and returned to the bedroom. Uzumaki Kushina had already risen from the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sweetly inquired, "Shinju, is there something going on?" "Nothing much, just attending the ceremony on behalf of the clan leader for Minato," Shinju responded. "You rest at home. I can handle this alone." Uzumaki Kushina pondered for a moment, nodded, and lay back down, saying, "All right. I will prepare a meal for you when you return." During this time, Kushina had been training with Shinju and found it quite exhausting. However, her efforts bore fruit, as she now felt at least 10 times stronger than before. Bai Mo observed Jio Nai gradually drifting into slumber, dressed simply in a black ensemble. He proceeded towards the Hokage building. Noticing this, Obito stealthily trailed behind Bai Mo, tiptoeing with utmost care. The more Bai Mo attempted to deter him, the more resolute he became in following. He was determined to see if, upon reaching the scene, Bai Mo would truly cast him away. Above, an eagle circled the sky. Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, but chose not to intervene, instead continuing on his path. As he walked, the throng of people heading towards the Hokage building grew larger. Bai Mo encountered several familiar faces along the way. "Hyuga clan leader, it's been a while," exclaimed Bai Mo. "Indeed, it has been ages since our last match. How have you been?" The Hyuga clan leader replied, "Quite well, though I would have preferred not to be summoned for this ceremony." They exchanged hearty laughter as they strolled side by side. "I heard that your Uchiha clan has produced 2 prodigies who are set to enter the Ninja Academy soon?" Bai Mo inquired. "Is that so? I'm not entirely sure." Bai Mo scratched his head, preoccupied with training and unaware of such matters. "But it seems there are indeed some geniuses from the Uchiha at this time. You must be referring to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui?" "Yes. The Ninja Academy is enrolling students, and I heard that 2 from the Uchiha family passed with flying colors. They have gained quite a reputation in the village." At this moment, Bai Mo raised his voice intentionally. "Indeed, those 2 are far superior to my underachieving younger brother." "Oh, you're speaking ill of me again, you old brat." Obito, who had been stealthily following Bai Mo, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing his brother's words. Frustrated, he scratched his head at a distance, itching to confront Bai Mo and argue his case. His abilities, though not remarkable, had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Surely he was stronger than Itachi and Shisui, wasn't he? Hyuga Hisashi chuckled, well acquainted with the dynamic between Bai Mo and Obito. In that moment, he was reminded of his own childhood with Hyuga Hayashi. "Bai Mo, I didn't expect you to be the one here. It seems Uchiha Fugaku is quite intent on nurturing you to become the next clan head." At that moment, Tsunade and Shizun approached. As one of the last remaining members of the Senju clan, Tsunade was also invited to the ceremony. Despite her disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt compelled to attend out of respect for Minato, who was Jiraiya's disciple. The relationship between Bai Mo and Tsunade had improved considerably, as he had been frequently visiting her to learn advanced medical ninjutsu alongside Jio Nai. The group continued walking forward, while Obito prepared to catch up, only to suddenly find something in his path. A serpentine creature, adorned in shades of earthy brown, slithered past Obito, flicking its tongue. If there had been only one, it might have been inconsequential. However, the multitude of serpents, coiling and weaving in pairs, imparted an uncanny sense of sentience. Instantly captivated, Obito found himself trailing behind the serpentine horde, venturing deeper into the secluded recesses of Orochimaru's underground laboratory. Here, the enigmatic figure orchestrated the serpents, guiding Obito towards his clandestine domain. Today marked the day of his departure from Konoha. Lingering any longer would yield no advantages and would instead impede his research into forbidden techniques and the art of reanimation. Thus, before his exodus, he resolved to grant himself one final gift, Obito's precious eyes. Although he could not attain the Byakugan of Hakumai, acquiring Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan sufficed. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, A ravenous smile spread across Orochimaru's face. Meanwhile, the Hokage building had become a convergence point for individuals from various clans, including emissaries from the hidden villages of Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure, who had come to celebrate. Yet, upon the arrival of Hakomai, they instinctively shrank back. For since the last war, Hakomai's reputation had ascended to formidable heights. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the Hokage building, surveying the assembly before him. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself as he contemplated the imminent transfer of power to Minato Namikaze. A twinge of reluctance tugged at his heartstrings. However, he reconciled with the situation. After all, it was a concession made for Hakomai. Rather than engage in a battle of wits with Hakomai, he thought it wiser to embrace a life of leisure. So long as the Uchiha clan did not ascend to the Hokage position, Sarutobi harbored no objections. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi feigned a cough, and the previously raucous environment fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his forthcoming words. Esteemed guests, today marks the ceremonial transfer of the Hokage title. I sincerely appreciate your willingness to carve out time from your busy schedules to partake in this momentous occasion. As Sarutobi spoke, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Hakomai. Perhaps it was merely her intuition, but as a woman, her instincts alerted her that something was amiss with Hakomai. Leaning closer, she discreetly poked his arm and whispered, "Hakomai, tell me, is this a shadow clone of yours?" Hakomai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly opened them, a cheerful expression illuminating his face as he looked at Tsunade. He placed a finger to his lips and hushed her, realizing the implications of his gesture. Tsunade deduced her suspicions were correct. The true Hakomai was likely off somewhere, shirking responsibilities. It was evident that this individual had no intention of genuinely participating in such formalities, perhaps instead engrossed in his training. He was, without a doubt, a master of social subterfuge. This utterly useless matter is something I truly have no desire to engage in. So, where is your true form? Since your essence has not arrived, my participation holds little significance. Bai Mo subtly gestured in a certain direction and then feigned sleep once more, pretending to be attentively listening. In response, Tsunade, maintaining her composure, ambled to the side. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop, observing the scene below, his eyelids incessantly twitching. However, upon recalling that this individual was Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, he ultimately restrained his irritation. Let those who wish to assume the role of Hokage do so, he certainly would not. None of these youth are inclined to heed authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually uttered a few words before summoning Minato Namikaze to his side. This marked the first occasion for Minato to experience such a scene. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Yet, seeing the person he cherished gazing up at him with admiration filled him with joy, regardless of the circumstances. He was on the brink of becoming the fourth Hokage, a position of utmost prestige within the ninja world. At this moment, he felt capable of promising a shared future for them both. Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend, Kurinai, fortuitously crossed paths during a mission. After vanquishing the rampaging Three Tails and sealing it within her, thereby temporarily averting her life-threatening crisis, their bond deepened through daily interactions. Following a shared gaze with Kurinai, Minato proceeded with the ceremony, contemplating future plans and how to lead Konoha amidst a myriad of intricate matters. Bai Mo, however, was indifferent to such concerns. Currently, he sat cross-legged atop a roof, observing as Tsunade approached him. "Pray tell, when did you execute the shadow clone technique?" "I cast it the moment I stepped out of my home, intending to start a libido, only to stumble upon something far more intriguing." Tsunade, exhibiting her boldness, mimicked Bai Mo's posture and sat directly in front of him. "Oh, what intriguing matter do you refer to?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpents emitted faint sounds as, under Obito's watchful gaze, they slithered through a narrow gap in a window. The door to this window was left ajar, revealing a sliver of an opening, akin to Pandora's box, continuously drawing Obito's curiosity, compelling him to extend his hand to investigate. However, he pondered the consequences should his older brother discover his actions. Surely he would face a rather unpleasant reprimand. Contemplating this, Obito felt an urge to turn away, yet as he took a step back, his body remained rooted in place. Reluctantly, he cast a glance into the darkened room. Having never been in this space before, he held no recollection of it. His curiosity was piqued. What could possibly entice so many serpents to slither towards this room? What could it be hiding that drew their attention? regardless of one's thoughts. This is indeed the Hidden Leaf Village, and there should be little danger, thought Obito to himself. He then cautiously pushed open the door, peering inside with his head, utilizing the faint shafts of light that penetrated the room to observe his surroundings. The room was small, yet utterly devoid of any furnishings. It could be described as completely bare, save for a carpet that lay upon the floor, thick with dust and marred by tattered holes at its edges. Faint sounds could be heard emanating from the gaps, causing Obito's eyes to widen in surprise. Could there be another space below? As this thought surfaced in his mind, Obito's adventurous spirit could no longer be restrained. He carefully leaned further into the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Crouching down, he tugged at one corner of the carpet with all his might. To his astonishment, an underground entrance revealed itself before him. His eyes sparkled with the excitement of a child who had just discovered a treasure map, his eagerness causing him to tug at his hair in anticipation. Ignoring the potential dangers, he rushed straight into the opening. As he delved deeper, a chilling, damp atmosphere began to envelop him. He couldn't help but shudder, feeling a momentary urge to retreat. Just then, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through, and Orochimaru's figure appeared before him like a specter, causing Obito to tumble back onto the steps, rolling down in a startled heap. It was only then that he fully grasped the grim reality of the basement. Rows of transparent jars filled with a mysterious green liquid lined the space, within which floated figures resembling humans, their bodies adorned with dark runes, emanating an ominous aura that sent a shiver down Obito's spine. "Do you truly believe I would trust your claim of merely passing through?" Orochimaru inquired with a mocking grin. Licking his lips, after a brief pause, he added, "However, if you wish to leave, it is not impossible. Is that true?" "Orochimaru, you are a good person, thank you," Obito exclaimed, though for reasons unknown, Orochimaru felt as if Obito were subtly insulting him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, after all. The anniversary of Obito's demise was but a year away. If you wish to depart, you may, but your eyes have seen what they should not have. If you desire to escape, you must leave your eyes behind. Orochimaru stated candidly, his expression growing increasingly greedy. Having captured Obito, he had no intention of letting him go. The intensity of Orochimaru's gaze caused Obito's expression to shift. After witnessing the true nature of the basement, he realized that Orochimaru was not as he had initially perceived. This individual harbored a colossal secret, an immense secret. Taking a deep breath, Obito forced himself to regain his composure. Then, facing the formidable Orochimaru, he inquired, "Are you not afraid that my brother might notice my absence?" Orochimaru seemed thoroughly confident in Obito, observing him with keen interest and chuckling. "Your dear brother is currently occupied with the succession ceremony of Minato Namikaze and will be oblivious to your disappearance. By the time he realizes, it will be far too late. He will never see his mischievous younger brother again." Orochimaru's tone was chilling as he leaned closer, whispering into Obito's ear. The raspy voice caused Obito's body to stiffen involuntarily. "Do you seek to become a rogue ninja?" "Rogue ninja? Haha. The notion of being a rogue means nothing to me now. My ambition is to achieve immortality, to master all ninjutsu within the shinobi world, to grasp all bloodline limits, to become a true deity." "You've lost your mind. You are utterly insane." Summoning all his strength, Obito forcefully pushed Orochimaru away and turned to flee. Yet, the merciless Orochimaru offered no chance for escape. Like a serpent, his neck elongated, ensnaring Obito. Their eyes locked, and he could no longer contain himself. He yearned to pluck Obito's beautiful three-tomo Sharingan from its sockets. Jinjutsu Sharingan. This was the illusion technique wielded by those who awakened the Sharingan, directly invading Orochimaru's mind. Seizing the opportunity, Obito unsheathed a kunai and plunged it into Orochimaru's neck, causing the latter to weaken instantaneously, releasing Obito from his binds and allowing him to escape triumphantly. "Haha, is this Orochimaru? His strength is nothing extraordinary. He is no match for my Sharingan. I have declared that aside from Hakamai, I am the most talented in the Uchiha clan. With effort, even my brother shall not be my rival." In that instant, Obito's expression turned ashen, and his previously swift stride came to an abrupt halt. "Uchiha Obito, we meet again." The sinister, raspy voice echoed once more. Orochimaru descended the staircase slowly, leaving Obito momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he turned to glance behind him, only to see the body that had been lying on the ground dissipate into smoke. Shadow clone. Was it a shadow clone all along? Yet, what did it matter? Since your resistance to Genjutsu is so feeble, I shall unleash it once more. Bam! Just as Obito thought this, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands, pinning him to the ground, his Sharingan tightly covered, rendering it impossible to meet Orochimaru's gaze, let alone cast an illusion. Feeling as though his body was ensnared by serpents, he struggled against the binding. The intense sensation of suffocation deepened Obito's despair. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but it also led to his own demise. Had he foreseen this turn of events, he would never have stealthily intruded. Certainly, he would not have clandestinely followed his elder brother, but instead accompanied him openly, ensuring at least that his brother knew of his whereabouts. As Obito began to sob, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and remarked, "Cease your weeping. No matter how much you scream, no one will come to your rescue. Brother, please save me. Brother, come and help me," echoed Obito's cries in the dimly lit basement. Orochimaru observed this scene with a sense of amusement, his serpentine arm coiling around Obito's neck, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. A droplet of water fell from the damp ceiling, and the sudden shift in atmosphere caused Orochimaru's pupils to constrict sharply. Then a voice, distinctly belonging to Hakomai, resonated throughout the underground chamber. "I thought you would scream your lungs out." Upon hearing Hakomai's voice, Obito felt an immediate sense of relief. He knew that as long as his brother was nearby, he would undoubtedly be safe. "Ha ha ha! Orochimaru, your doom is upon you. My brother has arrived, and this time, there is no escaping," Obito boasted. "You won't just lose my eyes, you won't even have the chance to become a rogue ninja." Witnessing Obito's audacious bravado, Hakomai couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. He bypassed the now stunned Orochimaru and delivered a direct kick to Obito's rear. Obito, blinded by Orochimaru's grip, could not perceive the unfolding situation. Feeling the pain in his backside, he could not help but exclaim, "Orochimaru, how dare you strike me? Do you believe I won't have my brother teach you a lesson? Can I not strike you first?" Upon hearing his brother's voice, Obito instantly quieted, instead muttering with a sense of grievance, "If only my brother could be a bit gentler." "Get lost." With a swift kick, Hakomai sent Obito sprawling aside, serving as a lesson for his disobedience in sneaking out and trespassing. Had he been more prudent, he would have avoided such troubles altogether, saving precious time that could have been devoted to training. As Hakomai's gaze fell upon him, Orochimaru, who had initially been brimming with confidence, felt his expression falter, his lips twitching faster than a motor. "Hakomai, what brings you here?" With a curious smile, Hakomai replied, "You've already laid your hands on my foolish friend, so why shouldn't I come?" As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the room filled with various experimental apparatuses, the complexity of which was astonishing. If there was one thing to be said about Orochimaru's endeavors, it was that he had indeed pushed the boundaries of science to its utmost limits. To conduct such research in the world of ninjas, one could not help but acknowledge Orochimaru's ruthlessness. He gazed at Bai Mo, his eyes filled with profound vigilance. "Can you tell me how you detected me? My snake did not sense your presence, for a snake is ultimately just a snake. It cannot perceive the vastness of the sky." Bai Mo looked at the imposing Orochimaru before him and added, "Orochimaru, do you desire the Sharingan?" Orochimaru nodded, not denying it. Bai Mo had witnessed everything that had transpired, and he no longer wished to elaborate. The truth lay plainly before them. It was a pity. A promising future had been hindered by misguided paths. With a heavy sigh, Bai Mo shook his head, leaving Orochimaru increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why Bai Mo displayed such a sentiment, as if genuinely lamenting his fate. In the presence of this formidable figure, Orochimaru felt a deep-seated admiration. Unlike those born with innate power, he had grown strong through relentless practice. He believed in Bai Mo's words. "Could you enlighten me as to what you perceive as my so-called future?" Bai Mo spread his arms, indicating, "Certainly. It lies in the continuous advancement along the path of technology, overcoming obstacles. I believe that in the future, you will reap even greater rewards." Technology? This was the first time Orochimaru had encountered the term. Throughout, he had regarded his endeavors as experiments, rather than any form of technology. His insatiable thirst for knowledge compelled him to cast aside his fears and beseech Bai Mo. "Could you explain what you mean by technology?" "Technology is the product of the fusion of science and skill," Bai Mo replied. "When technology reaches its pinnacle, it can develop iron birds that swiftly traverse the skies, and colossal steel beasts that navigate the depths of the ocean. It can benefit society, providing those with disabilities the experience of real limbs. It can enable humanity to soar through the cosmos, departing from this planet to explore the boundless universe. Everything that bloodline limits can accomplish can also be achieved through technology. That is the essence of true technology, the fusion of flesh and suffering with mechanical ascension. Perhaps, for you, it represents another form of immortality. Bai Mo was broadening Orochimaru's horizons, revealing a more expansive world. His succinct yet impactful words made Orochimaru's eyes gleam with newfound brightness, as if he could glimpse the future. But tell me, what do you wish for me to do with this knowledge? Who knows? Perhaps I merely wish to witness a different future. Bai Mo glanced at Obito, who had just risen from the ground, and beckoned him over. Obito approached with a smile. Brother, are you planning to give Orochimaru a proper lesson? Of course. He has wronged you, and as my dear brother, though foolish, you shall not be bullied by others. Upon hearing these words, Obito could not help but roll his eyes at his brother. Fine. I will endure what you say, for after all, I did err this time. Had I been obedient and refrained from stealthily following, had I not succumbed to Orochimaru's temptations and clandestinely entered the room, such an incident would not have transpired. So, my dear brother, how do you intend to address this matter? Quite simply, we shall have Orochimaru labor for us for eternity. A capitalist smile graced Bai Mo's face as he envisioned methods to exploit Orochimaru. A mischievous grin appeared on Bai Mo's visage, causing a shiver to run down Orochimaru's spine. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Bai Mo was conjuring some rather nefarious schemes in his mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Mo turned to Orochimaru and proclaimed, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Orochimaru gazed at Bai Mo, awaiting his next words. Construct a Gundam for me. Should you succeed in creating one, I shall pardon your previous misdeeds. However, if you fail to produce it, you shall work for me for the rest of your days. Orochimaru was left bewildered. What on earth was a Gundam? He had never heard of such a thing. Observing Orochimaru's utterly perplexed expression, Bai Mo felt a sense of wicked satisfaction. He patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said with a smile, First, depart from Konoha and join the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. They will provide you with ample resources. I trust that under your research, the technological advancements in this ninja world will experience a monumental surge. After a brief pause, Bai Mo continued, When your technological prowess is sufficient to create a Gundam, I shall certainly allow you to undertake that task. He then turned to Obito, who stood behind him, and said, All right, Obito, let us return. We have matters to discuss regarding your situation. Ah, very well, Obito replied, feeling utterly drained, trailing behind Bai Mo as they exited the damp, eerie underground laboratory. Brother, why don't you give Orochimaru a proper reprimand? Look how I've been wronged. Do you not feel angry? Angry? How could I not be? I am merely frustrated that you do not engage your intellect. Bai Mo retorted, exasperated. You must understand that curiosity can lead to peril. Had you not ventured in, Orochimaru would have had no opportunity, and he would have slinked away in disgrace. As the brother of the vice-captain of the Uchiha Guard, if you were caught sneaking into another's room, it would tarnish my reputation. Furthermore, even if you entered and found yourself in danger, you misjudged your own abilities, placing yourself in a precarious situation. That is the height of foolishness. I hope you reflect deeply on this incident. Obito opened his mouth, intending to protest. But as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he realized that he had indeed erred. He could only follow behind Bai Mo, dejected and with his head bowed. Suddenly, the cawing of crows filled the air, causing Obito's eyes to brighten. Well, brother, if I consider it from the perspective of having helped you capture a worker, haven't I done remarkably well? I ventured alone into the perilous depths, enticing Orochimaru to reveal his avaricious intentions, thus providing you with a splendid opportunity to extract his value. Is there not a portion of this accomplishment that belongs to me? Bai Mo paused, blinking in disbelief as he gazed at Obito. Obito, you truly are quite the genius. Thank you for the compliment, my brother. Do you genuinely believe I am here to praise you? Today, you shall train diligently. Do not even think about sleeping if you fail to complete your training. The mischievous Obito, how could he possibly comply obediently? Upon realizing that Bai Mo disregarded his antics entirely, he swiftly turned and dashed into the distance, leaving Bai Mo feeling quite exasperated. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been stationed at the entrance by Bai Mo, approached. Have you finished your business? Yes. It is all taken care of. Why didn't you let me inside? I thought it prudent to spare you some face. Bai Mo continued. After all, regardless of the circumstances. You were once comrades. It is you who would find this encounter awkward. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, I must consider the neighborhood relations within the village. What if you enter and Orochimaru feels humiliated before former allies and refuses to heed my persuasion? Tsunade shot Bai Mo a glance of exasperation and remarked, I originally thought you were a gentle soul. Who would have imagined you had so many ulterior motives? Ha 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 ha. Just average, third in the ninja world. Naturally, Bai Mo would keep an eye on Orochimaru using shadow clones. After all, it is always wise to exercise caution. After a morning's time, the inauguration ceremony for the fourth Hokage finally concluded. Minato Namikaze gazed at the towering stack of various documents on his desk, feeling overwhelmed. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended why Bai Mo was reluctant to assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Merely handling paperwork was already a daunting task. Meanwhile, on the other side, the emissaries from the Mist, Cloud, and Rock villages departed the Hokage building, turning their attention toward the Uchiha clan. They arrived at a secluded corner of Konoha, staring at the expansive yet somewhat dilapidated gates before them, a sense of bewilderment stirring within. Was this truly the domain of the Uchiha clan? What are you three up to, lurking in front of the Uchiha gates? The recently returned Obito, having sneaked back, caught sight of three individuals whispering conspiratorially and felt an ominous air about them. He confronted the trio directly. However, upon realizing that they were indeed before the Uchiha gates, astonishment washed over their faces. Clearly, Bai Mo possessed the strength to annihilate the three great allied forces, his power unparalleled. Their clan ought to be extravagantly opulent. Yet upon this encounter, it exuded an aura of simplicity. Perhaps this is the essence of returning to one's roots. It is no wonder Bai Mo has achieved such remarkable cultivation. One can only surmise that his family is far from ordinary. The three individuals hastily introduced themselves. I am Samui, the envoy from Yun Hidden Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. I am Dong Shuren, the envoy from Yin Hidden Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. I am Nagajuro, the envoy from Mist Hidden Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. Upon hearing their words, Obito suddenly realized that they were likely the ones his elder brother had mentioned, sent to deliver compensation. At this thought, his heart raced with excitement. He stood tall and strode forward, akin to a proud little prince, approaching the trio. Are you here to see my brother? Samui raised an eyebrow. You are Lord Bai Mo's brother? Uchiha Obito? I have heard of you. She was astonished to find that his reputation had spread throughout the shinobi world, even reaching the envoys of Yun Hidden Village. Ha! Obito laughed boisterously. I never imagined I had become so renowned. Samui, listening to Obito's arrogant laughter, couldn't help but internally scoff. Of course they know. He is the antithesis of the prodigy that is Bai Mo, a perennial underachiever. However, as the bearer of compensation, Samui refrained from saying more. Clearly, Bai Mo had protected Obito exceedingly well. Could you kindly guide us to Lord Bai Mo? As soon as she finished speaking, Obito began to cough. Ahem, my brother hasn't returned yet. Perhaps you could wait in my room for a moment? Samui, Dong Shuren, and Nagajuro exchanged puzzled glances. How could you be so arrogant earlier if he hasn't returned? They were left with the impression that Bai Mo had deliberately sent Obito to intimidate them. Inside the room, Obito sat awkwardly in his chair. As time passed, he transformed from his earlier self-assured demeanor into a state of acute embarrassment. His toes gripped the ground tightly, as if he might dig a villa out of the earth. Who knew where Fugaku and Mikoto had gone? Even Kushina was absent. In this vast household, there was not a single person to take charge. Even Itachi and Shursui had finished their training, and the sky was already painted with clouds. Yet his elder brother had not returned. He was left in an uncomfortable silence with the three envoys, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their mutual awkwardness. Samui, originating from Yun Hidden Village, was somewhat impatient. She had waited all afternoon and was parched, her mindset growing increasingly fraught. Can I call you Obito? Of course, he replied, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. His head bowed as though he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Could you pour us a glass of water? She pleaded, feeling as though she might perish from thirst if she did not drink soon. Her throat was so dry that she could barely speak. As Samui's words fell, Nagajuro and Dong Shuren eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is what we were thinking as well. Yet, as those sent for compensation, they were truly at a loss for how to voice their needs. Fortunately, Samui served as their spokesperson. Otherwise, if they truly perished from thirst, they would surely be the subject of mockery for a century. Upon hearing this request, Obito's face instantly flushed crimson. No wonder the trio had been fixated on him lately. It was apparent they were yearning for water. How embarrassing. I shall fetch you some immediately. With his cheeks aglow, Obito dashed towards the door, only to collide headlong with Hakumai as he flung it open. Thud. He found himself unceremoniously seated on the floor. My head. He cried out in dismay. Observing Obito's plight, Hakumai chuckled with a teasing glint in his eyes. Ah, is that not Obito? I presumed you might have ventured elsewhere. What brings you home? The banter stung, causing Obito's face to redden even further. Brother, where have you been? Why return so late? Hakumai inquired. Children ought not to meddle in adult affairs. Should I inform you that I arranged to train with Kushina in the forest? Hakumai smiled and nodded toward the three in the room. Kushina appeared, balancing a wooden tray adorned with tea, placing it before the trio. You've waited quite a while. I assume you are parched. Please, quench your thirst. I have arranged for the family chef to prepare a feast, and we shall converse whilst we dine. Hakumai exuded an aura of gentle warmth, creating a stark contrast to his fearsome presence on the battlefield. In truth, he was a man as soothing as the flowing waters. Samui cast an envious glance at Kushina before bowing her head, lost in her thoughts. By the way, Obito, we encountered Kakashi on our way back. He asked me to inform you that tomorrow, Minato's training resumes. Don't be late. Hasn't Minato-sensei become Hokage? How does he still find time to lead our training? Why not just let us graduate? What are you thinking? As long as you cannot pass Minato's test, you shall not become a true ninja. Hakumai flicked Obito's forehead, adding, even if you awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan. Brother, must you be so harsh? Obito lamented, rubbing his forehead. He then pouted and declared, I will certainly strive to pass Minato-sensei's trials and become a genuine ninja. Seeing Obito's unwavering confidence, Hakumai nodded approvingly. He and Kushina soon made their way to Obito's room. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out, releasing an enticing aroma that captivated the attention of the three ninjas. Their noses twitched, and their bodies instinctively leaned forward. Upon witnessing this, Hakumai chuckled heartily. You must be quite famished after such a long wait. Dig in. We shall converse further once you have eaten. Then we shall not hold back. The first to succumb to hunger was the East Death Ninja. Observing the sight of the Eastern Death's disciples indulging in their meal with fervor, Chojiro, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard and soon joined the feast. Samui glanced at Hakumo, perceiving a stark contrast between his humble demeanor and his fierce persona in battle, which made their interaction increasingly comfortable. She clasped her hands together and whispered, I shall begin. The scene of the three dining brought a smile to Hakumo's lips as he picked up a piece of pork belly drenched in sauce and placed it in Kushina's bowl. You must be hungry as well. Do have a bite. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Obito felt as though he had been force-fed a bowl of dog food while watching Hakumo's actions. I'm full. I'm off to train, he said casually, scooping a few mouthfuls of rice before turning and dashing outside. It was evident that today's events had, to some degree, provided Obito with a jolt, making him acutely aware of the significance of strength. The meal concluded swiftly, and after a brief respite, the Eastern Death's disciple spoke first, addressing Hakumo. Lord Hakumo, this time Lord Inoki has sent me here not only to attend the Fourth Hokage's succession ceremony, but, more importantly, to discuss the matter of compensation. Given the abundance of resources, a one-time delivery would be too much of a strain on the village. Therefore, I humbly request your consent to complete the delivery within a year. Hakumo's previously relaxed expression gradually shifted, causing those present to break out in a cold sweat. Anxiously watching him, fearful that such matters might invoke his ire, leading to dire consequences. At that moment, Kushina's delicate hand gently rested upon Hakumo's palm, eliciting a smile from him. To complete the delivery within a year? Of course, but it will require interest. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind visiting your village once more. The Eastern Death's disciple trembled slightly and quickly replied, that is only fair. We will ensure it is more than adequate. The interest will be guaranteed. He patted his chest in assurance. Humph, the resolve of a Wagakure is rather lacking, Samui remarked with a slight quip, then turned to Hakumo, saying, Lord Hakumo, as for our village, the compensation is to be delivered to Tsunade. However, in addition to that, we have prepared a special gift for you. A gift? Hakumo said, intrigued by Samui's words, not expecting such generosity from Kimogakure. Under his curious gaze, Samui retrieved a scroll she had been carrying on her back and placed it on the table, respectfully presenting it to Hakumo. Lord Hakumo. This scroll contains the training methods for the most powerful lightning release armor, along with insights from the Third Hokage. He has also asked me to convey a message. One does not truly know another until they have fought. From now on, Kumogakure will always be your home, and you are forever welcome to visit whenever you wish. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted. The pupils of East Death and Nagato sharply constricted as they cast incredulous glances towards Samui. They found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend the thoughts of the Third Hokage. How could they not be wary? After all, Hakumai had the power to completely overturn their existence. Instead of taking precautions, they opened the gates wide, even going so far as to provide the training methods for the most formidable lightning release armor in a scroll handed directly to Hakumai. Were they truly unafraid of him becoming even stronger, potentially obliterating the village of Kumogakure? It was not only the individuals from Iwagakure and Kirigakure who were astonished. Even Hakumai himself felt a profound shock. He was genuinely taken aback by the Third Hokage's magnanimity. Could it be said that he truly lived up to his reputation? Engaging in martial camaraderie often leads to unexpected friendships. To his surprise, the Third Hokage turned out to be quite the amusing character. He resolved to pay a visit when time allowed, expressing his gratitude for the Hokage's goodwill. Upon hearing Hakumai's sentiments, Kushina wisely collected the scroll and carefully set it aside. Concurrently, Samui bit her finger, swiftly forming hand seals to summon her spirit beast. With a resounding poof, a white cat appeared before the assembly, clutching a scroll in its mouth. Samui continued, "This is my summoning beast, the ninja cat. It can be used to relay messages. If you do not mind, Lord Hakumai, you may establish a contract with it. Should you require assistance, you can contact me, and I will do my utmost to help you with whatever is within my capability." In essence, it was akin to having a remote secretary. Hakumai raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that the village of Kumogakure, which seemed to be populated by rugged individuals, could operate with such finesse. However, he regretted that the creature he most wished to contract was the large white rabbit resting upon the moon. No need for that. If I truly require your assistance, I have my own means of reaching you. His eagle's vision technique offered great freedom, and while its monitoring capabilities diminished over great distances, it could still serve as a reliable messenger hawk. Very well, Lord Hakumai, please feel free to call upon me. Hakumai's lips twitched slightly. Samui exuded an icy demeanor. Yet her words were easily misconstrued. What was her true intention? He chose not to engage further with her, and instead turned to Chojuro, who appeared quite embarrassed as he lowered his head. Lord Hakumai, we from Kirigakure also wish to fulfill our compensation to you. However, we have recently encountered some issues, and as of now, they remain unresolved. Once we have addressed them, we will deliver what we promised to the Uchiha clan, piece by piece. Hakumai furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a questioning glance with Kushina. What has transpired? He inquired, perplexed. Chojuro instinctively glanced at East Death and Samui, both of whom immediately understood his implication. They rose simultaneously, making their way outside, leaving only Bai Mo, Kushina Uzumaki, and Chojuro in the room. Now that they were alone, Chojuro inquired, "Could you elaborate on the happenings in the Hidden Mist Village?" Nodding, Chojuro promptly recounted to Bai Mo, "My lord, ever since Lady Yakura returned to Hidden Mist Village, her demeanor seems to have undergone a drastic transformation, leading to a frenzied hunt for those possessing bloodline limits, turning the village upside down. It has even earned the moniker of the Village of Bloody Mist." Village of Bloody Mist, you say? Bai Mo squinted, pondering the unfolding narrative. If his memory served him correctly, the primary catalyst for Yakura's sudden change in character was the manipulation by Obito Uchiha. However, Obito was still a mere child at this juncture. How could he possibly be the instigator? In other words, had Madara Uchiha found another pawn before his demise? Bai Mo was genuinely intrigued as to who had taken up Madara's mantle. Curious, Bai Mo turned to Chojuro and declared, "I shall accompany you on this return." Chojuro was taken aback, staring blankly at Bai Mo, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is that not permissible?" "And no, that is not it." Chojuro hastily waved his hands, adding, "It's just that Hidden Mist Village is particularly chaotic at the moment, and I fear it may pose a danger to you. Are you worried that someone might offend me, and in a fit of anger, I would annihilate Hidden Mist Village?" "And no. Ha ha ha. Rest assured on that front. I would never resort to such actions. My purpose in going is solely to assist you in uncovering the hidden mastermind behind this turmoil." At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki leaned against Bai Mo and remarked, "Bai Mo, Do you need me to accompany you? No, you have been training diligently of late. It would be prudent for you to take this time to rest and allow your body to recuperate. Kushina obediently nodded, appearing far removed from her fiery persona. Then I shall heed your advice and take this time to rest, while also honing my culinary skills, so that when you return, I can prepare even more delectable meals for you. Ha ha ha. Excellent. I shall also prepare some dishes, and we shall feast together. Kushina rolled her eyes, nearly swooning at the thought. With a playful huff, she retorted, Bai Mo, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen henceforth. I fear you may blow it up. Observing the playful banter between Bai Mo and Kushina, Chojuro felt as though he was witnessing a new facet of Bai Mo taking a deep breath. He earnestly addressed Bai Mo, Then I shall entrust Hidden Mist Village to you, my lord. Bai Mo extended an invitation to Chojuro, East Shinobi, and Samui to stay in the guest quarters of the Uchiha clan. As time swiftly passed, dawn broke on the following day. A light mist enveloped Konoha. Samui and East Shinobi set off toward Cloud Village and Rock Village, respectively. The promised reparations would soon arrive in the coming days. Bai Mo permitted Kushina Uzumaki to remain within the Uchiha clan, aiding him in the collection of compensation. Concurrently, he invited Tsunade to reside there as well, ensuring that Kushina would not feel excessively lonely. Standing before Bai Mo, Uzumaki Kushina meticulously adjusted his attire. Today, Bai Mo donned a flowing white robe, the most fitting attire for combat, allowing his movements to remain unencumbered. This time, utmost caution is imperative. You must refrain from utilizing your eyes, understand? Generally speaking, those individuals should pose no challenge to me. It is unlikely that I will need to employ the Sharingan. Bai Mo gently tucked a few strands of Kushina's hair behind her ear. You should rest well at home. After speaking, Bai Mo placed a soft kiss upon Kushina's forehead, causing her cheeks to flush a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, radiant and alluring. Take care on your journey, Kushina admonished softly, her voice delicate to the point that Bai Mo could scarcely hear it. Very well, let us prepare to depart, Nagatu. Bai Mo greeted Nagatu, who stood nearby, and together they set forth towards the Hidden Mist Village. Along the way, Bai Mo and Nagatu engaged in extensive conversation, gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Hidden Mist Village. Nestled within the Land of Water, it lies to the east of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by ocean on all sides, it is perpetually shrouded in mist. This very environment has rendered the Hidden Mist Village somewhat of an outsider during both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, neither participating nor being coerced into involvement. Throughout this time, the village has relentlessly pursued the enhancement of its strength. Only when Yagura deemed the Hidden Mist Village ready to assert its might upon the shinobi world was it swiftly subdued by Bai Mo, who sent him back home. The Third Shinobi World War could be said to have ended before it even began. If memory serves correctly, to reach the Land of Water, we must embark by boat from the Land of Waves, correct? Indeed, departing from the port of the Land of Waves is the quickest route to the Land of Water. Nagatu, curious, turned to Bai Mo and inquired, Is something the matter, Lord Bai Mo? It is nothing, merely a sudden recollection of certain matters. If Bai Mo recalls accurately, there exists a wealthy magnate in the Land of Waves named Kato. He has been oppressing the local populace, committing various misdeeds. The Kato group maintains a firm grip on the port, effectively monopolizing it. Aside from ninjas like Nagatu, who have the backing of the Hidden Mist Village, the citizens of the Land of Waves are truly suffering. Why not resolve the issue at once and utilize his wealth to sponsor my ambitions? After all, I am quite eager to establish a formidable enterprise. The prerequisite for achieving this goal is to invest in Orochimaru, propelling his technological advancements. Thoughts transformed into action. Bai Mo turned to Nagatu and announced, Nagatu, you may proceed at your own pace. I shall make a brief excursion to the Land of Waves. Before Nagatu could respond, Bai Mo swiftly brought his hands together. The array of 8 gates death door has been opened. In an instant, Bai Mo surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Land of Waves. His speed was astonishing, vanishing from Chang Shirlong's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving him utterly astounded. Having participated in the War of Suffering, Chang Shirlang had witnessed Bai Mo activate the 8 gates firsthand. Yet, each time he beheld this extraordinary ability, he found it incredulous. If Bai Mo were to master the most formidable lightning release armor and simultaneously activate the 100 strength technique alongside the 8 gates, could he, in a mere moment, vanquish all 5 hidden villages? It seemed implausible. Chang Shirlang instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling compelled to hasten his pace towards the land of waves. At this moment, Bai Mo soared as if flying across the land. Any trees that obstructed his path were obliterated by his velocity, reduced to splinters that could not even graze him. During this time, however, his ocular power was somewhat depleted, causing his vision to blur. Otherwise, he could have simply employed the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the distance effortlessly, sparing himself the exertion of running. Perhaps he might indeed attempt to break through without hesitation. As Bai Mo pondered how to enhance his refined ocular training, the border of the land of waves gradually came into view. Had he finally arrived? With this thought, Bai Mo accelerated further, transforming into a blur as he reached the most bustling street of the land of waves. Although it was deemed the most prosperous, it paled in comparison even to the least favorable streets of Konoha. The disparity in national strength between the land of waves and the land of fire was simply too vast for comparison. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Cardo?" Bai Mo inquired. The previously cheerful townsfolk's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. They waved their hands dismissively, quickening their pace. "I have no idea. Not a clue." With that, they hurriedly departed from his presence, leaving Bai Mo feeling somewhat exasperated. What heinous deeds had Cardo committed to instill such fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens? Since the townsfolk were unwilling to assist him, he resolved to seek Cardo out on his own. From within his robe, Bai Mo retrieved a scroll, unfurling it before biting his fingertip and swiftly forming hand seals. Eagle's Eye Technique. With a puff of smoke, numerous flying eagles erupted from the scroll, soaring rapidly above the land of waves. In mere moments, Bai Mo spotted an individual resembling Cardo, flanked by 100 subordinates, entering an extravagant tavern at the opposite end of the street. The tavern starkly contrasted with the surrounding streets, its grandiosity difficult to find even in Konoha. Without hesitation, Bai Mo flashed forward, arriving before the magnificent tavern. "It must be here," thought Bai Mo softly, as he stepped forward. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was halted by the gatekeeper. "We are not open to the public today. Please refrain from entering. Rest assured, after today, I shall no longer be considered an outsider." As Bai Mo's words fell, he raised his hand high and struck the gatekeeper's neck, rendering him unconscious. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous passers-by, he boldly entered the opulent tavern. The establishment was immense, with even the reception area on the first floor surpassing the size of the Hokage building, epitomizing extravagance and indulgence, starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the land of waves. Upon entering, Bai Mo was greeted by a sight of numerous dancers, their flowing sleeves and sensuous figures swaying gracefully, exuding an air of heavy allure. One could hardly argue against the notion that this was a realm of excess. "Hey, what are you doing here?" As Bai Mo marveled at the scene, a young man clad in black approached him briskly. "I haven't seen you in the organization." The clamor attracted the attention of others, who began to gather in clusters around Bai Mo, encircling him. Casting a casual glance around, Bai Mo smiled politely and said, "I am here to seek Mr. Kaido. May I ask which one he is? I can offer him a chance to relinquish all his possessions to me, and I shall grant him a path to survival." His words left the onlookers momentarily speechless, exchanging glances filled with barely concealed amusement. "Huh, did you hear what this kid just said? He wants Kaido to hand over all his wealth to him. Is he dreaming? Has no one informed him of Kaido's terrifying reputation? Doesn't he look like someone from the land of waves? Perhaps he is one of those outsiders attempting to challenge Kaido." We've encountered too many such naive fools. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of mockery directed at Bai Mo, yet he seemed impervious to their taunts. He reiterated, "I shall ask you once more. I hope you respond seriously. Where is Mr. Kaido? Do you think you are worthy of meeting Mr. Kaido?" The initially confrontational young man in black raised his fist, intending to teach Bai Mo a harsh lesson. However, just as he swung his fist, Bai Mo swiftly drew a Uchiha fan from his back and struck the black-clad man. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying aside, taking several others with him as they crashed against the wall. The scene left many in the vicinity frozen in disbelief. "This guy is formidable. Everyone, let's attack together," someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a surge of action. The layers of dark-clad figures surged towards Bai Mo at that moment, but ultimately, they were merely insignificant pawns. Bai Mo drew a second folding fan from his back, clutching both fans tightly in his hands. As he raised his arms, a tempestuous whirlwind erupted within the hall, sweeping through with unrestrained ferocity. The group of black-clad men found themselves unworthy even to approach Bai Mo, as they were violently torn apart by the gale, which rivaled the speed of wind techniques. Bai Mo showed no mercy to these tyrants, who presumed to bully the weak. In an instant, hundreds of henchmen lay vanquished, leaving behind a pool of blood that spread like a delicate stream, saturating the opulent wool carpet beneath. The atmosphere had finally quieted considerably. Bai Mo crossed the two fans behind him and strode directly towards the top floor, having sensed the presence of someone above. The ability to perceive such energies was paramount for a ninja. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Cardo had barely settled into his chair when a subordinate burst in, panic-stricken, with tears and snot mingling on his face. The sight was so disheveled that Cardo averted his gaze in distaste. "What is this? Do you not realize I am about to dine?" Before him lay a table laden with exquisite delicacies, a feast so lavish that even the most prominent dignitaries would find it difficult to partake in such abundance. "Boss, we're under attack. They VE already, bang." Cardo slammed his palm onto the table, but the sudden force caused him to gasp sharply. "Ouch!" He quickly rubbed his hand, turning to the quaking lackey. "If we're under attack, then have the others fight back. Have I been feeding them for nothing?" Cardo growled menacingly. Yet at that moment, a pitch-black shuriken pierced through the wall, effortlessly impaling Cardo's palm and causing blood to spurt forth. A cry of agony escaped him. Only then did the trembling subordinate continue. "That guy has killed everyone." In that instant, Cardo fell silent, as if the pain from his pierced hand was overshadowed by a rising dread. He felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, an unprecedented chill enveloping him, instilling a profound fear. Gradually, his head turned towards the entrance, where the figure of Bai Mo appeared before him. Who are you? Who sent you?" "I, Cardo. Can offer you double. No, triple the money." Cardo feigned composure, leaning back in his chair, yet the pallor of his face betrayed his true state. "I am not sent by anyone. I merely desire your wealth." The sooner someone like Cardo meets his end, the greater the joy it brings to the locals. Bai Mo elegantly seated himself opposite Cardo, casting a cursory glance at the sumptuous dishes laid before him. He summoned a nearby, startled waiter and requested a pair of chopsticks, then commenced to savor the delicacies. His demeanor, exuding an air of confidence, ignited a fierce anger within Cardo. "You leave me no choice. Chinkue, take him down." In an instant, a shadow darted before Bai Mo. The figure boasted shoulder-length green hair, a delicate visage marred by a somber expression. A mark on his forehead protector bore testament to his identity. Chinkue, the teacher of Mori no Ibiki's younger brother, a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village. Just as Bai Mo scrutinized the rogue ninja with curiosity, Chinkue unhesitatingly knelt before him, offering 3 fervent bows. "My lord Bai Mo, I have long heard of your unparalleled prowess. Please spare my life. Let us pretend I never existed." Bai Mo was taken aback by Chinkue's recognition of him. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. As a rogue ninja, he would surely keep abreast of information to evade capture, thus rendering him far more informed than Cardo. "It appears your trump card has lost its efficacy, Cardo." However, to Bai Mo's astonishment, as soon as he uttered these words, Cardo too fell to his knees. I must have shouted too loudly. He quickly prostrated himself, offering additional bows. "Please spare me. I can relinquish everything to you. Money, women, status. I can provide it all. Just grant me a chance to live." Bai Mo continued to calmly indulge in the feast before him, allowing Cardo and Chinkue to cower in trepidation. "Pray tell, how much wealth do you currently possess?" Cardo, now most fearful of Bai Mo's indifference to such matters, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the inquiry. Even the pain in his palms seemed to subside. Addressing Bai Mo with respect, he replied, "My lord Bai Mo, I initially built my fortune through maritime trade, and I also deal in various contraband, as well as managing operations in Kabukicho. Money is the least of my concerns. If you would allow me to leave, I would gladly hand it all over to you." Bai Mo chose to disregard Cardo, turning instead to Chinkue. "You must have been in his company for a considerable time. I trust you possess some insight into Cardo's assets. Share with us any details he may have overlooked. For each omission, let him feel the sting of a blade, so he may experience the taste of deceit." Before Chinkue could respond, Cardo hastily interjected, "Ah, yes. I just remembered. In addition to those, I also manage real estate projects, fishing ventures, and maritime freight." Bai Mo was well aware that Cardo would not be forthcoming with the truth. However, it was unexpected that he would conceal such extensive enterprises. Perhaps he yearns for a resurgence. Alas, he is utterly blind to the dawn of tomorrow. Bai Mo's fingers moved gently, and in an instant, the shuriken in his hand swiftly severed Cardo's neck. A stream of vivid crimson blood cascaded from the wound, and he fell heavily to the ground. Qingkue, please tidy up the area. Do not let it disturb my dining experience. Bai Mo continued his meal, while Qingkue, feeling quite anxious, busied himself with cleaning the rooftop environment. As a mere chunin, he was undeniably outmatched in strength before Bai Mo. The swiftness of Bai Mo's earlier action left him no time to react, compelling him to obediently heed Bai Mo's commands. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qingkue had tidied the area and knelt once more before Bai Mo, awaiting further orders. During this time, you shall remain in the land of water, diligently organizing the assets. Once everything is consolidated, you will be completely free. Bai Mo paused, ceasing his actions to regard Qingkue beside him. The Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I will be watching you. Qingkue shivered at the admonition, nodding quickly before hastening outside to obey Bai Mo's directive, arranging Cardo's legacy. Above in the sky, a hawk emitted a series of sharp cries, its gaze fixed intently on Qingkue. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the tavern, Bai Mo's shadow clone promptly followed suit. He would leave no room for error. As for whether Bai Mo could control the shadow clone upon arriving in the land of water, he found the hawk a bit troublesome. Yet managing the shadow clone was effortless. It is worth noting that Naruto had previously utilized shadow clones to absorb natural energy on Mount Myaboku. The Sage Realm and the Ninja World are separated by vast distances. Describing them as two worlds is not an exaggeration. The ability to manipulate shadow clones is a trivial task for Bai Mo. After a while, Chojiro finally entered, panting heavily from the outside. Observing Bai Mo calmly enjoying his meal, he gave him a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Lord Bai Mo, upon arriving in the land of water, I noticed many people gathering here. I inquired further, and upon learning of the fate of the Cardo group, they were quite exhilarated. Perhaps you should finish your meal and address them? Bai Mo set down his chopsticks, delicately wiping the corner of his mouth with a nearby silk cloth. He then turned to Chojiro with a smile, saying, To the land of water, I am but a transient. I shall allow others to assume this reputation. During this period, he had been in correspondence with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from Amigakure. Otherwise, he would not have recommended Orochimaru to work there. This time, Bai Mo intended to summon Konan, allowing her angelic reputation to begin its spread from this nation. After all, regardless of perspective, Shao is no longer the extreme ideologue portrayed in the original narrative. He possesses a distinct sense of direction, and the Shao organization undoubtedly cherishes peace more fervently. They aspire to leverage their strength to improve the world, rather than embodying the ruthless essence of a mere holding sanctuary as depicted previously. Observing Bai Mo orchestrate everything with precision, Chang Shirlong's understanding of him deepens, and he learns much from Bai Mo's demeanor. Enough of standing idly. Sit down, rest, and have something to eat. We shall embark on a journey to the land of water shortly, Chang Shirlang suggested, well aware of Bai Mo's character and eschewing formalities. Understood, Master Bai Mo, he exclaimed, promptly taking a seat and indulging in a hearty meal. Once they finished dining, the sun hung majestically over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the sea, reflecting shimmering light upon Bai Mo and Chang Shirlong's faces. Standing at the port, gazing at the vessels unique to Cardo, they marveled. Cardo is truly extravagant. This can only be described as a treasure ship. Chang Shirlang, enough with the admiration, let us set sail swiftly. I hope we can reach Wuyin village before midnight. Bai Mo urged. Yes, Master Bai Mo, Chang Shirlang shouted, promptly boarding the vessel and steering it toward the land of water. As they gradually departed from the port of the land of waves, a faint mist began to envelop them. The fog over the sea thickened considerably. Were it not for Chang Shirlong's navigation expertise, Bai Mo would have undoubtedly lost his way, for he was no sailor and utterly unfamiliar with maritime navigation. The sunset's glow on the mist dwindled as a gentle white moon emerged, softly cocooning the fog. After nearly 3 hours of sailing, they arrived at the port of the land of water, quickly orienting themselves toward Wuyin village. Upon their arrival, it was nearly midnight. Before them lay a dense, dark mist, interspersed with hints of crimson. The moment Bai Mo set foot on the outskirts of Wuyin village, he sensed an ominous metallic scent, reminiscent of blood, infiltrating his nostrils. The stench was overwhelming. Had a massacre just occurred here? Chang Shirlong's expression mirrored tension and anxiety. Utilizing the moonlight and the flickering lanterns along the path, he hastened forward. The soil of the street had transformed into a deep reddish-brown, blood failing to congeal, while the fog above lingered ominously. Bai Mo followed closely, catching glimpses of severed limbs hanging from the trees. Though the surroundings were eerily silent, Bai Mo felt he could still hear the echoes of recent screams and the grotesque sounds of horror. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Chang Shirlang trembled, kneeling on the ground, heedless of his clothes stained by the crimson liquid. With palpable resentment, he cried out, "Why? Why did this happen? This street was perfectly fine when I left." The roar of Chojiro reverberated through the streets, yet not a single soul responded to his words. Beside him stood Hakamoku. His eyes narrowed slightly, keenly attuned to the fluctuations of chakra. Faintly, he could perceive subtle waves emanating from a nearby room. Yet the area outside was already piled high with corpses, the most terrifying sight on the entire street. There were likely still living souls within. Hakamoku strode directly toward the room. As the Uchiha fan was drawn behind him, a fierce gust of wind effortlessly swept aside the mountain of bodies at the entrance, allowing him to step inside. The floor was soaked in blood, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans. Hakamoku sensed the lingering presence and ventured deeper into the room, where he discovered a blood-soaked boy curled up in the corner. The boy, with his long black hair and delicate features, exuded an air of fragility. However, as a traveler from another world, Hakamoku was acutely aware of the identity of the individual before him. Bai, a wielder of the ice-release bloodline limit, possessed formidable power. It was no wonder he had managed to slay those ninjas and survive until now. Hakamoku crouched down and inquired gently, "Are you called Bai?" Upon hearing his name, the boy's once dull eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of life. He lifted his gaze to meet Hakamoku's, his cracked lips trembling slightly as he rasped, "Do you know me?" "Yes, I do. Can you tell me what transpired here?" The light in Bai's eyes gradually returned. He leaned forward, casting his gaze behind Hakamoku as though recalling the recent events. A gruesome scene had unfolded. A battle between the ninjas of the Water Shadow and the elders of the Mist Village had taken place here. They killed my parents, mistaking me for a girl and intending to harm me. In my fury, I awakened my ice release and killed them all. Hakamoku fell silent, a deep sigh escaping him as he regarded Bai. The people trapped within the Blood Mist Village were indeed living in dire straits. He reached out, placing a comforting hand on Bai's shoulder, and said, "You did the right thing. For those who unleash madness and savagery under the guise of authority, death is merely the simplest choice. If it were me, I would make them suffer endlessly." Standing up, Hakamoku extended his palm toward Bai. The boy scrutinized him, bewildered by the gesture. "Are you truly planning to remain here for eternity?" "I don't know." "Then let us boldly move forward. As for the scenery along the way, we can appreciate it slowly when the time is right. Life is long, but I no longer have family. I am your family now, am I not?" The light of hope in Bai's eyes shone ever brighter as he gazed at Hakamoku. As Bai Mo gazed at the blood staining his seemingly precious robe, he approached me, his recently frozen body gradually warming. "I understand now," Bai murmured. He clasped Bai Mo's hand, using his strength to rise from the ground. The blood circulation, which had been obstructed, began to surge rapidly at this moment, infusing Bai's face with a hint of color. "Bai Mo, something is amiss. While I was exploring the village, I discovered two large groups of people heading towards this street," Bai warned, his pupils narrowing sharply. "They are from Shui-ing and the elders of Wuyin Village." Known as the Marshal, possessed prowess and prestige that rivaled the current Shui-ing leader, Shikura. As Shui-ing descended further into madness, the elders began to rally their supporters to confront Shikura. Listening to Bai's explanation, Bai Mo sensed something peculiar in the air. However, it mattered little. His strength was sufficient to dominate this place. Let them come in waves. They were merely delivering themselves as offerings. To comprehend their conflict, this impending clash might serve as an excellent opportunity. "Bai, Chojiro, let us take a look." "Yes." Without hesitation, Bai followed closely behind Bai Mo. He had no family left and felt no attachment to Wuyin Village. In fact, if given the chance, he would prefer to leave this painful place. Chojiro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to accompany Bai Mo. They stood in the middle of the street. In a mere moment, the ninja forces of Shui-ing, led by Shikura, and the elder marshal's ninjas converged upon Bai Mo. Curiosity flickered in their gazes as they scrutinized him. The two leaders spoke in unison. Are you the one who slaughtered our entire battalion? Upon hearing this, Bai Mo quickly grasped their implication. It seemed Bai had slain members of both teams, causing them to fail in reporting back, which compelled them to send reinforcements. What intrigued Bai Mo was that the leaders of these two ninja squads were familiar faces. The leader of Shui Ying's ninja team was none other than Kisame Hoshigaki, wielding the formidable sword Samahata, his towering figure emanating a formidable presence. The leader of the Elders ninja team was Zabuza Momochi, the second wielder of the Executioner's blade. It was unexpected to encounter both of them in this place. As they stared at Bai Mo, who remained silent, their irritation grew. I am asking you a question. Who are you? You are the one who killed our men, aren't you? Zabuza shouted from a distance. Kisame scrutinized Bai Mo and Zabuza, then unsheathed his sword, charging forward with his ninja team. I don't care what you have done. All that matters is that I will kill you all. Kisame unsheathed his formidable sword, Samahata, and charged directly towards Hakamai. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza Momochi nodded in agreement, grasping his own beheading blade and racing after both Hakamai and Kisame. You are correct. Once I eradicate all of you, the mission will be utterly fulfilled. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from both sides, Hakamai's body began to tremble. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely in front of Hakamai, a feat even Tojiro could not achieve. In response, Hakamai chuckled softly. Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. His eyes shimmered with the patterns of the Sharingan. Susanoo. This was one of Hakamai's rare abilities, capable of both offense and defense. The colossal chakra skeleton perfectly enveloped all three of them within its protective embrace. This is Hakamai, being a youth who had never ventured out for training, was utterly unfamiliar with the ninja world, let alone the Uchiha clan to which Hakamai belonged. He could only gaze in awe at the towering behemoth, rendered speechless by his astonishment. Not just Hakamai, even Zabuza and Kisame were momentarily stunned. As the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had not participated in the war of the allied forces and had thus never witnessed Hakamai's fearsome prowess. However, as formidable figures residing in the hidden mist village, they possessed a certain understanding of the outside world. Susanoo. Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that you are the Hakamai who defeated the Mizukage? Before Zabuza and Kisame could close the distance, Hakamai commanded Susanoo, wielding 2 chakra-formed Uchiha fans, and slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the earth fractured violently. The ground began to quake, and the surrounding buildings collapsed. Shrouded in a cloud of dust mingled with a crimson mist, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Gulp. Kisame instinctively swallowed hard, his inner alarm ringing loudly. He immediately abandoned his offensive and sought refuge to the side. Meanwhile, those slower ninjas were crushed beneath the rubble, their bodies left in a gruesome state. If Hakamai so desired, he could truly be a god of slaughter. Flee. We must escape. Such thoughts were rare for Kisame, but witnessing the scene before him compelled him to act. He certainly did not wish to be turned into shark paste. It was not only Kisame. Even Zabuza's expression grew grave. The disparity in strength between himself and Hakamai was insurmountable. Fighting him would be tantamount to seeking death. It would be wiser to report this matter to the elder commander. With this in mind, Zabuza formed a hand seal. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped everyone, providing Zabuza with the opportunity to slip away from their sight. Lord Hakamai, shall we not pursue them? No. Our priority now is to thoroughly understand the situation in the hidden mist village. Bai Mo retracted his Susanoo. He felt as though his vision had deteriorated slightly, yet he had grown accustomed to this blurred existence. I understand, Lord Bai Mo. Please follow me. I shall take you to Lord Terumi Mei, an individual, cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a spiral mask, rasped with a voice that dripped with mockery towards a hunched old man. It appears many of your men have met their demise. The old man's countenance darkened, his wrinkled face contorting as if he were engaged in a futile game of stacking, attempting to crush the occasional mosquito that dared to land upon him. Why do you say that? One must recognize the formidable prowess of Momochi Zabuza. Indeed, formidable. Yet in my perception, he is the only one who has returned. As if to validate the words of the man in black, Zabuza stumbled back in disarray. Elder, that rogue Bai Mo has come. Moreover, he has slain the other members of our squad. The elder's expression turned grave, his age-spotted hand gripping his cane tightly. With a forceful jab, he struck the ground, creating a small crater. Bai Mo is the root of our troubles. It is his presence that has driven our Mizukage to greater cruelty. Perhaps he has ensnared us in his illusions. If we can vanquish Bai Mo, our village of mist will return to normalcy. The man in black concurred. Precisely. Only by defeating Bai Mo can we restore the village to its former state, rather than remaining in this blood-soaked haze. Zabuza furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering between the man in black and the elder. His initial motivation for aligning with the elder's faction was to end the tyranny of Yagura. Initially, everything seemed normal. Even Terumi Mei was a part of the elder's camp. However, since the emergence of this enigmatic figure in black, the elder's demeanor had shifted, becoming increasingly brutal and distrustful. Even Terumi Mei, whom he intended to mentor, had been driven away, establishing herself as the third faction within the village, further plunging it into chaos. Contemplating this, Zabuza's curiosity about the man in black intensified. What ghastly visage could lie beneath that mask, so unsightly as to warrant concealment? Just as Zabuza pondered this, the man in black approached him, caressing the sharp blade of his executioner's sword. Zabuza, compared to your combat skills, assassination is where your true talent lies, is it not? If I were to ask you to eliminate Bai Mo, what are your chances of success? Zabuza glanced at the elder, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the man in black's overstepping of boundaries. This only deepened Zabuza's sense of unease. I cannot say for certain. In that case, I entrust you with the task of assassinating Bai Mo. I have faith that your prowess will not disappoint me, correct? A chill pervaded the atmosphere surrounding Momochi Zabuza, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. It was evident that the figure in the black cloak intended to use him as a pawn in a deadly game. Did this individual seek his own demise? Zabuza's heart roared in indignation. Yet, with the elder of the mist village observing him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. I understand, he murmured. As the night deepened, a dampness clung to his garments and adhered to his skin. With a brooding expression, Zabuza exited the room. The crimson glow of the blood moon bathed the fog in an eerie light, seemingly amplifying the sinister essence of the village. You shall witness how I bring you to your end, he vowed silently. Once outside, he concealed himself within the thickets, his keen eyes fixated upon the entrance before him. After what felt like half an hour, the cloaked figure finally emerged, swiftly darting in a specific direction. A smirk crept upon Zabuza's lips. That path led to an uninhabited area, the perfect setting for a lethal strike. This was a trap of his own making. Silently, Zabuza followed. Employing the silent killing technique of the mist, he concentrated his chakra, unleashing a violet aura reminiscent of a spectral entity, though shrouded in the sanguine mist. This power dramatically enhanced his physical prowess. Gripping his beheading sword, he charged toward the cloaked man. Let me see your visage once I sever your head. With a swift motion, the sword arced through the air, aimed directly at the neck of the black-clad figure. Unexpectedly, just as the blade was about to descend, it abruptly veered away, crashing into a nearby tree. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback. What was transpiring? Before he could gather his wits, a cold scoff echoed in his ear. Zabuza, how audacious of you to strike at me. Do you truly wish for death? The figure in black turned, grasping Zabuza's face with a firm hand. Then, a kaleidoscope of Sharingan manifested before him, his own Sharingan, endowed with the power of remote manipulation. Any object he touched fell under his control, explaining the sudden deviation of the sword. Zabuza's presence had been detected by the cloaked man from the very beginning. You've delivered yourself to me. Now, go and assassinate Hakamai. I wish to discern whether he possesses the merit to be my adversary. The illusion cast by the Sharingan was a formidable force, capable of hypnotizing an individual with ease. In an instant, the once vengeful Zabuza, sword in hand, was now hastening toward the spot where he had previously encountered the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Mo followed Chang Shilang into a rather dilapidated room in the hidden mist village. Despite its state of disrepair, the room was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering, Bai Mo was greeted by many familiar faces, including Terumi Mei, who looked at him with astonishment. Chang Shilang, this is Lord Bai Mo. Terumi Mei exclaimed, her surprise evident. Having not participated in the war, she was unfamiliar with Bai Mo's appearance, and she had imagined him to be an older man. To her astonishment, he appeared remarkably youthful, even younger than herself, and she was acutely aware that she was only 20. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Terumi Mei, she introduced, extending her delicate hand. Bai Mo merely smiled serenely, refraining from offering his hand in return, and softly replied, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Chang Shilang, standing nearby, quietly interjected, "Lord Bai Mo is already married." "Married? How many wives does he have?" Terumi Mei asked, observing Bai Mo's speechless expression, which caused her to chuckle softly, her charm radiating in that moment. "I merely wished to ease the tension," she remarked with a serious expression, then added, "You encountered no troubles on your return, I hope?" "Indeed, we encountered Kisame and Zabuza," Bai Mo replied. Terumi Mei sighed and remarked, "Alas, the strife between the Mizukage and the elders has intensified, and the village is perilously close to becoming a battlefield. Who could have imagined that the Hidden Mist village would not be vanquished by outsiders, but rather by its own?" As her words resonated, many in the room sighed in unison. "At any rate, we can no longer remain in the Hidden Mist village. Indeed, we gathered here to resist them, did we not? Yet, compared to them, our strength is ultimately insufficient. The only ones among us who can hold their own are the leader, Lord Terumi Mei, and Lord Chang Shirlang." Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Mo inquired, "Leader? Is not Terumi Mei your leader?" Terumi Mei paused momentarily before responding, "How could I possibly be the leader? Our leader is the esteemed Mangetsu of the Hozuki clan. The Hozuki clan is among the nobility of the Hidden Mist village. The previous second-generation Mizukage was also a distinguished member of the Hozuki clan, known as Hozuki Mangetsu. Mangetsu's prowess is unparalleled, possessing a scroll capable of summoning 7 ninja swords while mastering water-release techniques with astonishing skill. It is no wonder he has become their leader." Just as Bai Mo and Terumi Mei were engaged in discussion, Hozuki Mangetsu emerged from the innermost part of the room. Upon seeing Bai Mo, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. "Lord Bai Mo, I did not expect you to come in person this time," he said. "Chang Shirlang has informed me of your circumstances. To ensure my compensation is honored, I came to personally see you." Hozuki Mangetsu looked earnestly at Bai Mo and stated, "I am aware of your benevolence. So even if the Mizukage and the elders do not acknowledge it, I shall repay what is due to you, little by little, through my own efforts." Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He comprehended the meaning behind the ghostly lantern's full moon. The individual before him was undoubtedly a clever man. Although he claimed it was for his own compensation, the underlying implication of protection fees was evidently more significant. It seemed he intended to leverage his strength to stabilize the current blood-soaked village. What a shrewd calculation. With this in mind, he decided to observe the unfolding drama, curious to see how the ghostly lantern's full moon would proceed. With this thought, Bai Mo casually pulled over a chair and took a seat, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of the ghostly lantern's mouth. This was far from what he had envisioned. Given his overt declaration, one would expect assistance for his compensation, yet here he was, merely sitting back to watch the spectacle. However, upon noticing Bai Mo's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, the ghostly lantern could only feign a cough, suppressing his inner thoughts, and continued addressing the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the recent conflict between Lord Mizukage and Elder Marshal has begun to disrupt the daily lives of the populace. To restore peace to the Hidden Mist village, I have resolved to formally declare war upon them." At that moment, a chilling aura began to permeate the room, a damp, cold sensation gradually enveloping everyone present. Tendrils of mist seemed to seep through the cracks of the windows, steadily filling the chamber. Even the speaker, the ghostly lantern, sensed something amiss in the atmosphere, his expression shifting abruptly. "This is not good. This is the mist technique." As his words fell, the fog thickened, obscuring the vision of the assembly. A barely perceptible sound echoed, indicating that someone intended to strike against him. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Bai Mo, who, intrigued, surveyed his surroundings. One hand rested upon the Uchiha fan concealed behind him. "Now is the moment," Bai Mo murmured, the fan suddenly thrusting forward. A fierce gust transformed into razor-sharp wind blades, swirling through the mist and hurtling towards the diagonal front. With a sharp crack, an individual collided vehemently against the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation. At this juncture, the mist within the room was dispersed by Bai Mo's tempest, allowing the assembly to clearly perceive their surroundings. As they turned towards the source of the sound, their pupils constricted in unison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was none other than Momochi Zabuza. If memory serves, wasn't he aligned with the elders? What brings him here now? Could it be at the behest of the elders? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. In response, Bai Mo rose from his seat, stepping towards Momochi Zabuza under the watchful eyes of the assembly. His target for assassination must be me. Moreover, if my perception is accurate, He appears to be ensnared in an illusion. An illusion? As the words escaped his lips, the assembly was struck with astonishment. It is essential to note that Momochi Zabuza's prowess is by no means insignificant. The ability to exert complete control over his illusions was beyond their imagination. Bai Mo stood before Zabujan, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. The chakra within him converged into a formidable force, surging directly into Zabujan's body. Release. A chain of ethereal illusions shattered under Bai Mo's command, gradually restoring Zabujan's consciousness to his physical form. However, as Zabujan regained his senses, he exclaimed in alarm, "Run!" In the distance, amidst a shadowy grove, a figure cloaked in black faintly caught the echo of Zabujan's cry. A disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Escape? Too late. The black-robed figure's eyes transformed, revealing the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. Under his manipulation, the fallen executioner's blade levitated, slicing through the air towards Bai Mo. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly cleaved Bai Mo's form in two. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Thud! His body collapsed to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Kurenai covered her mouth in shock. Unable to fathom that a solitary individual capable of vanquishing the allied forces of the Hidden Mist Village could fall victim to a surprise attack. How could this be possible? Boom. At that moment, Bai Mo's body suddenly transformed into smoke. Shadow clone. When had this occurred, the black-robed figure, who had been attuned to Bai Mo's presence, displayed a flicker of astonishment, momentarily obscured by the swirling mask. Yet, this did not diminish his surprise. Just then, a shiver ran through the black-robed figure as he realized Bai Mo was rapidly charging towards him, his speed leaving him astounded. This was Flying Thunder God. But where was the kunai needed for its execution? Wasn't it necessary to wield a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God to facilitate such swift relocation? The black-robed figure felt his mind falter. Bai Mo's abilities were far more enigmatic than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, it was only in such a manner could he barely qualify as his adversary. Now was not the time for confrontation. Bai Mo, let us meet again another day. As the black-robed figure uttered these words, he raised his arm. Instantly, the surrounding trees uprooted themselves, obscuring the sky as they surged toward Bai Mo. With no choice but to brandish his fan, Bai Mo summoned a tempest of winds that scattered the trees into dust. When Bai Mo turned to look at the black-robed figure again, he found that he had vanished without a trace. This fellow certainly fled swiftly. If my instincts are correct, the ability he just employed must have been remote manipulation. In the entire shinobi world, the only one capable of such a feat with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is Uchiha Shin, who is not of the Uchiha clan. Bai Mo stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction where Uchiha Shin had disappeared, a slight smile gracing his lips. If it is indeed Uchiha Shin, perhaps the future will hold even more thrilling encounters. Yet, I can only hope he does not intrude upon my training. Otherwise, he will reap the consequences. Bai Mo gracefully returned to the room, revealing his true form for the first time. It was only then that Mei-in, almost instinctively, inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine, but you all seem rather shaken," Bai Mo replied as he resumed his previous seat. He then turned to the side and addressed Toad Danzo, saying, "Danzo, you were manipulated by that individual. If I am not mistaken, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and the elders are also under his control." Danzo grasped his decapitating blade, gazing intently at Bai Mo, ultimately declaring, "Thus, our true adversary is that mysterious figure in the black cloak. I refuse to be a mere tool in someone else's hands. I yearn to choose my own destiny." Beside Bai Mo, Bai nodded in agreement with Danzo's words. Indeed, he too did not wish to be at the mercy of others. He desired to forge his own fate, and as long as he could remain by Bai Mo's side, even as a tool, it mattered not. In that moment, both Toad Danzo and Bai resolved to take a stand. Danzo then turned to the enigmatic Manju, saying, "Lord Manju, please allow me to join your ranks." Manju glanced at Bai Mo, noticing his silence, and gave a nod, indicating his acceptance of Danzo's request. Concurrently, Manju, filled with curiosity, posed a question: what advantage does he gain by manipulating Yagura and the elders to turn against one another? Perhaps that madman simply revels in such chaos, exerting the power of his eyes to control the lives of others without restraint. Bai Mo quietly added, "Undoubtedly, Uchiha Shin is a complete lunatic. Wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is a source of unparalleled glory for him. Yet, I wonder what will become of the future without the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Shin promptly returned to the elders, reflecting on his own disheveled state after being forced back by Bai Mo. Excitement filled his eyes. His hands trembled with uncontainable fervor. Yes, this was the feeling. Should he succeed in killing Bai Mo, would that not signify he was the most powerful of the Uchiha clan? A genius second only to Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha. Shin's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the room as he pointed toward Bai Mo, muttering to himself, "Come. Let our battle leave the most resounding mark upon this blood-mist village." The brilliance of the Sharingan flickered in his eyes. Under his command, the forces of Yagura and the elders began to converge, charging toward Bai Mo. Even the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was summoned to the battlefield under Yagura's direction. It is evident that his objective in arriving at the hidden mist village is to obtain this tailed beast. However, he now has a more enticing target, the enigmatic Bai Mo. Allow me to witness your true prowess. I hope this battle does not leave you blinded. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Just as Gue Deng Manuad declared war on their two factions, an informant rushed into the room in a state of panic. Uttering the words, "This is grave news." Instantly, this declaration captured the attention of everyone present. Gue Deng Manuad turned to the individual before him and asked, "Speak quickly. What has transpired?" "It seems that Lord Mizukage and the elders have joined forces. They are gathering their strength and heading in our direction." Gue Deng Manuad's expression turned tense. He had not anticipated the onset of battle so swiftly. Before he could finish his thought, Bai Mo's figure appeared by the window. Gazing at the scenery outside, he remarked, "The moonlight is truly exquisite tonight." Gue Deng Manuad instinctively glanced out the window. Indeed, it was shrouded in mist. Where was the moon? Meanwhile, the lovely Kaguya Mei felt a flush of warmth spread across her face, becoming increasingly enchanting, for she understood the hidden meaning behind those words. In literature, it is unmistakably a declaration of affection. Could it be that Bai Mo harbors feelings for her? There are no stipulations in the ninja world forbidding a man from taking multiple wives. Is it possible that she might actually forge a connection with Bai Mo? Oh, what am I even thinking? Kaguya Mei raged internally, yet her composed demeanor betrayed none of her turmoil, though her flushed cheeks gave a hint. Observing Bai Mo's demeanor, Gue Deng Manuad clenched his teeth, pondering whether his private thoughts had been discerned by Bai Mo. Did he realize that Gue Deng Manuad sought to stabilize the hidden mist village with his power and ascend to the position of the fifth Mizukage? To his astonishment, Bai Mo was not only formidable in strength, but also remarkably perceptive regarding such matters. Gue Deng Manuad opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from seeking assistance. Perhaps, if the situation escalated, he could still vanquish them, achieving the title of fifth Hokage through his own might. With this thought in mind, Gue Deng Manuad took a deep breath, his aura rapidly escalating. He produced a scroll capable of summoning ninja blades. Previously, he had deemed it unnecessary due to his elevated status, but now, in this chaotic era, he must once again wield a blade to seize everything he desires. Summoning the twin blades, Flatfish. With a resounding boom, white mist enveloped the area, revealing the twin blades before Gue Deng Manuad. Grasping the ninja swords firmly, he addressed those around him. "Prepare yourselves. We shall go forth to confront our foes." Yes. Upon receiving the command from the illustrious Hozuki Mangetsu, the individuals gathered in the chamber surged forth like a flowing stream into the open air. Simultaneously, some ventured out to relay messages, summoning more people to converge at this site. They readied themselves for the impending battle. In contrast, the figure of Hakubo appeared increasingly relaxed and at ease. Regardless of who would ultimately emerge victorious, as long as it was not Uchiha Shin, Hakubo would find acceptance. With this thought, Hakubo closed his eyes, embarking on a personal journey of cultivation, leaving Terumi Mei astounded. Goodness, at such a crucial moment, he still possessed the composure to continue his training. Truly, he was a fanatic of cultivation. Approximately 20 minutes later, just as Hozuki Mangetsu had gathered everyone, a dark mass loomed in the distance, gradually advancing towards them. Hozuki Mangetsu gazed ahead, wielding his dual blades, the chakra within him surging rapidly. "Everyone, let the battle commence." As his words fell, the clash of combat erupted. Hozuki Mangetsu charged bravely to the forefront. Faced with former compatriots from his village, a sense of reluctance gripped him. Yet, with each fighting for their own cause, he could only brace for the inevitable conflict. With swift and graceful movements, The dual blades danced in Hozuki Mangetsu's hands, unleashing a flurry of dazzling strikes. The glimmering edge of his weapons sliced through the air, continuously siphoning chakra from the ninja around him, fortifying his own strength with each encounter. Meanwhile, Chojuro and Terumi Mei matched his prowess, unleashing their unique abilities as they surged towards the advancing horde. At that moment, Zabuza and Haku formed a small team, coordinating their efforts seamlessly, evoking in Hakubo a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the original narrative. Zabuza and Haku, may you venture further this time. As a time traveler, Hakubo yearned to rectify the regrets that lingered in his heart from the past. Beneath his mask, Uchiha Shin's lips curled in disdain. He could hardly tolerate the arrogance of others. His Sharingan flared to life, and under his command, the likes of Yakura and the elders swiftly joined the fray. Meanwhile, Yutaka, the host of the Six Tails, was compelled by Uchiha Shin's imposing presence to enter the battle. Utilizing his blowing technique, he released a multitude of bubbles that rapidly spread through the air. Explode. With Yutaka's command, he employed the water release bubble technique, triggering the explosion of hundreds of bubbles. It was akin to a chain reaction, resulting in an incessant cacophony of explosions resonating in everyone's ears. The scene descended into chaos, thoroughly dismantling the momentum previously held by Hozuki Mangetsu's side. Uchiha Shin taunted, "I wonder how you plan to respond now that I have summoned the Six Tails Jinchuriki." As the turmoil escalated, and more formidable warriors entered the fray, Hozuki Mangetsu sensed the advantages of his side dissipating at a visibly alarming rate. The order was given for all to retreat and widen the distance from their adversaries. As the current leader of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangetsu steeled himself for the trials ahead. In the Hidden Mist Village, the esteem of the people remains exceedingly high. Moreover, as one who has not fallen under the influence of Uchiha Shin, he retains a sense of normalcy. It is no wonder that Terumi Mei and her comrades choose to follow the path of Aoigiri Mangetsu. As the distance between them widened, a serious expression emerged on Aoigiri's countenance. Release, Hiramakiri. With this declaration, Aoigiri summoned forth a surge of chakra from the two circular openings of his sword. The entire Hiramakiri illuminated, coalescing into a concentrated mass of chakra. Moments later, a destructive sphere of chakra erupted forth from it, launched with formidable force. Yugugo, witnessing this, let out a sigh. Combat was his least favorite endeavor, yet he found himself compelled to engage due to the circumstances of his allegiance. Perhaps this was the essence of his existence as a tailed beast. As he entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, Yugugo's form underwent a remarkable transformation while still maintaining his human shape, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. His body became enveloped in a dark crimson hue of tailed beast chakra. Tailed beast bomb. He unleashed the devastating attack. At the moment of collision, Kisame Hashigaki clashed with Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Were it not for Haku's assistance with his ice release bloodline limit, Zabuza might have found himself at a disadvantage against Kisame. However, with their combined efforts, the battle was fiercely contested, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Explosive flames erupted at the center of the conflict as Elder General formed hand seals, his assault following swiftly. Water release, great waterfall technique. The mist surrounding the Hidden Mist Village was already abundant, and here, unleashing such a technique offered a distinct advantage. A torrent of water surged forth, sweeping towards Aoigiri and his companions. Observing this, Terumi Mei promptly employed her unique bloodline limit. Dissolution release, dissolution technique. This was an ability that, at her pinnacle, could melt even Susanoo, possessing potent corrosive properties. Even though Terumi Mei had yet to reach her true zenith, the collision of their two powers produced a deafening boiling sound. This was the reason for maintaining distance, as the gap widened. The bloodline limits could effectively bridge the disparity between their forces. Yet, Uchiha Shin was not blind to this tactic. With arms outstretched, he appeared almost frenzied as he shouted to the troops behind him, "Let us be even more ferocious." In an instant, Yagura and the Elder intensified their offensive, compelling Yugugo, as the Jinchuriki, to unleash even greater power. Signs of his chakra spiraling out of control began to surface within him. Let chaos reign. Only then can I reap the benefits. Uchiha Shin cackled menacingly, though his deranged laughter was drowned out by the cacophony of battle. In a brief span, numerous warriors fell to the ground, their bodies marred by injuries, embodying a scene of utter disarray. The air was filled with anguished cries. Aoigiri Mangetsu gazed at the devastated battlefield. Despite the fact that his blade could continually absorb chakra, he found it utterly incapable of balancing its usage. In his current state, the chakra within is nearly depleted, rendering further combat impossible. Both Kirigakure's Kagayame and Shijiro struggle to endure. Each face reflects the agony of the moment. Lord Hikomai, I implore your assistance. If you are willing to aid me, I shall offer the scroll of the ninja blade. This scroll can summon the ninja blade, regardless of its ownership, allowing it to materialize at my side for my use. Having remained distant, Hikomai finally opened his eyes upon hearing the words of Hozuki Mangetsu. With the crowd's anticipation mounting, he shifted his focus and resumed his cultivation. Hozuki Mangetsu, Kagayame, and Shijiro watched as Hikomai exhibited a disinterest that compelled Hozuki Mangetsu to intensify his efforts. Moreover, we possess the ancestral secret techniques of the Hozuki clan. As a noble lineage of the mist, the Hozuki clan boasts unique inherited jutsu. One is the water iron cannon technique, capable of firing liquid bullets from the fingertips with terrifying speed. The other is the water transformation technique, akin to consuming a natural fruit, allowing the body to transform into water, thereby granting immunity to physical attacks. Both are exceptionally useful secret arts. This finally piqued Hikomai's interest. Under the eager gaze of the crowd once more, he slowly rose from his seat. After a simple stretch, he flickered and appeared before the assembly. Was he finally ready to engage? Kagayame observed Hikomai's silhouette with curiosity, having heard of his prowess yet never witnessing it firsthand. Hikomai clenched his fist, the diamond-shaped mark on the back of his hand seeming to unravel a seal, swiftly spreading across his arm. In seal release. 100 heal technique. A surging aura erupted forth. Utilizing sheer speed, Hikomai transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving before Kisame Hoshigaki and delivering a devastating punch that caved in his abdomen. The immense force sent Kisame soaring into the sky. I will return, he declared before vanishing like a star. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Hikomai reappeared before the elder. The elder, an elderly man. If he had chosen to stand against them, Hikomai would have shown no mercy. Unfortunately, the elder was merely under hypnosis. In response, Hikomai extended a finger and gently tapped the elder's forehead. Boom! The elder soared into the air, crashing into dozens before finally coming to a halt. Next would be Yagura. Yagura was most profoundly affected by the hypnosis. Even with Hikomai's aura fully unleashed, it failed to evoke the fear of Hikomai within Yagura. Instead, it only fueled Yagura's rage, prompting him to launch an attack against Hikomai. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Bai Mo exhibited no hesitation as he formed a single-handed seal, invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. The scorching waves surged forth, neutralized by the clash of water and fire. Just as Yagura sought Bai Mo's figure, he suddenly found him flickering behind him. At such a close proximity, employing the flying thunder god technique was remarkably effortless. Bai Mo raised his hand high, delivering a decisive blow to Yagura's neck. A swift knife hand strike rendered Yagura completely unconscious. This series of actions left the onlookers utterly astounded. At that very moment, the roar of Yutaka reverberated throughout the hidden mist village, accompanied by howling winds. Countless individuals were drawn in by Yutaka's formidable presence. However, what they did not anticipate was that Bai Mo would swiftly appear before Yutaka. With a hand raised high, he struck Yutaka, who was partially transformed, with tremendous force. The impact sent Yutaka crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Thud! Just as the enraged Yutaka attempted to unleash another roar, he was met with another punch from Bai Mo, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He opened his mouth, poised to utter something, only to be met with yet another punch from Bai Mo. Like a kite severed from its string, Yutaka soared away into the distance, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. How astonishing! Truly remarkable! Is this the extent of Bai Mo's power? This seems utterly preposterous. With just a few strikes, he has defeated Yutaka, the Six Tails Jinchuriki. It is important to note that he is, indeed, the Six Tails. As Bai Mo unveiled his prowess, the ninjas aligned with Yagura, and the elders gradually halted their movements. There was no need for further conflict. Who could have anticipated the presence of such a formidable individual as Bai Mo in the hidden mist village? In the distance, Uchiha Shin observed his own ninjas beginning to surrender, further aggravating his inner turmoil. His furious countenance resembled a visage painted with frost, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fire. His aura intensified, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was pushed to its limits. He approached the now-returned Yutaka, invoking the illusion of the Sharingan. Yutaka, continue your rampage. Unleash your most powerful form. The Jinjutsu flowed like an unstoppable tide, effortlessly infiltrating Yutaka's mental realm, causing his expression to contort in struggle. He could distinctly sense the six tails, the Ichibi, lurking deep within him, ravenously devouring his remaining consciousness. No, please, Yutaka murmured. Yet, the moment his words fell, a torrent of chakra enveloped him. In that instant, everyone instinctively held their breath, too fearful to make a sound. The oppressive aura weighed heavily on them, causing many to tremble involuntarily. Clad in a black cloak, Uchiha Shin leaped onto the back of the six tails. His arm raised high. A torrent of chakra surged at that moment. The weapons in the hands of those individuals, kunai and shuriken, were all drawn towards the sides of the six tails, under Uchiha's control, as if augmenting the creature with two additional armed appendages, thereby significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Bai Mo observed this scene with narrowed eyes. It must be said, this ability for remote manipulation is indeed impressive. Bai Mo sighed. He then turned to the dazed Gazuki Mangetsu and urged, Gazuki Mangetsu, swiftly lead these individuals to retreat. The ensuing battle is beyond their capacity. Gazuki Mangetsu promptly acknowledged, understood. Everyone, fall back with me. Kagura May approached Bai Mo, inquiring, is everything all right? Fear not. It is merely a tailed beast, easily vanquished. Bai Mo exuded an air of an elegant noble amidst the chaos of battle, showing no hint of trepidation. The smile playing on his lips stirred something within Kagura May. However, seeing that Bai Mo required no assistance, she hesitated before ultimately retreating, entrusting the battlefield to Bai Mo and the cloaked figure. Standing atop the six tails, Uchiha Shin looked down upon Bai Mo, declaring, Uchiha Bai Mo, let me witness if your strength is worthy of the title of the Uchiha clan's most formidable prodigy. Under his command, the weaponized arms of the six tails lunged fiercely toward Bai Mo. Alongside this assault, numerous shurikens and kunai were unleashed, frantically restricting Bai Mo's movements, rendering him with no avenue for evasion. Yet, Bai Mo felt that Uchiha Shin underestimated him gravely. Such a simplistic attack, and he presumed it would force him to dodge? That was indeed a delusion. 8 gates formation. The Death Gate. Open. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of chakra erupted from Bai Mo, its ascent nearly parting the heavens. The sky appeared to split in two, standing defiantly against Uchiha Shin and the six tails. A terrifying force manifested before the spectators. Bai Mo raised his fist, extending a single finger, and forcefully struck the approaching arm. At the moment of impact, the earth ruptured, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across the ground, causing some relatively intact buildings to collapse in an instant. The sheer force shattered the six tails arm, scattering an array of weapons across the ground. At that moment, the fierce winds gradually subsided. All present gazed in awe at the spectacle before them, realizing the terrifying might of Bai Mo. Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Shin bellowed in fury, continuing to activate the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The scattered weapons began to levitate once more, converging like a myriad of swords returning to their master, imbued with chakra as they surged toward Bai Mo simultaneously. The six tails gathered its tailed beast bomb with utmost effort. The dual forces of yin and yang chakra beginning to coalesce. Transformed into a celestial sphere adorned with stars, it skimmed the ground, stirring up dust as it surged directly towards Hakumo. It was as if the entire world had dimmed. Countless ninjas, overwhelmed by this aura, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, their knees weakening beneath them. Those with fragile willpower and endurance succumbed, collapsing to half-kneeling positions, a testament to the terrifying nature of the presence. Yet, despite such an onslaught, Hakumo remained unfazed. Though his vision was obscured, he shared a profound connection with the six tails and the tailed beast ball, and the distance was more than sufficient. Flying Thunder God Technique. As Hakumo's gaze fell, the seals of the technique were already inscribed. Move. Whoosh. The tailed beast ball, expelled in a torrent, vanished into thin air. When it re-emerged, it astonishingly appeared before Uchiha Shin. What? Boom. Uchiha Shin had no time to react as a tremendous roar enveloped him and the six tails. Oh! The chilling cries resonated as the violent gusts of wind swept across the surroundings. Hurry! Hurry! Don't hesitate. Run for your lives. Those caught in the blast would surely perish. Kirigakure, Manatsu shouted. This illustrated the peril of merely spectating. Numerous ninjas rushed away in a frenzy, terrified of being caught in the aftermath. It was only at this moment that they lamented their parents for not granting them an extra pair of legs, enabling them to run faster. And then, towards the peacock, Hakumo unleashed a rapid fist, igniting flames as it scraped against the air, illuminating the increasingly profound night. After shattering numerous weapons, Hakumo drew forth 2 Uchiha fans from his back, summoning forth a furious gale. As the wind released, typhoons surged forth, bolstered by the Uchiha fans. The power of the wind surged dramatically, resembling a true tempest that swept away the mists of Kirigakure. The cold, blood-like moonlight cascaded from the heights, casting a chilling glow upon the ravaged village, creating a scene reminiscent of a final trial in a hero versus dragon saga. Rustle, rustle. The sound of garments falling echoed in the silent arena. Uchiha Shin, curled upon the back of the 6 tails, finally rose to his feet. He removed the tattered remnants of his nearly incinerated black cloak, revealing his formidable form beneath. His body bore terrifying markings akin to tree trunks, a consequence of having transplanted cells from Hashirama. Adorned with a whirlpool mask, his monstrous figure was etched into the minds of all present. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Shin slowly spread his arms. I can sense the essence of the moonlight. I feel one step closer to my dream, the world that exists solely for the Uchiha clan. Listening to Uchiha Shin's overly dramatic words, Bai Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Shin turned to Bai Mo and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Unfazed, Bai Mo replied, "Not curious." Uchiha Shin pressed on. "Aren't you even a little intrigued as to why I possess the Sharingan?" Again, Bai Mo remained indifferent. Uchiha Shin, noticing Bai Mo's apparent apathy, felt a surge of frustration. Since Bai Mo did not ask, he would take it upon himself to elaborate. "All right, since you have so earnestly asked, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the inheritor of the Uchiha will, the embodiment of power, Uchiha Madara. A crimson future awaits you all, just like that." Bai Mo, observing a cat passing by, called out to it, and then turned to Uchiha Shin, rolling his eyes once more. Such words might deceive children or the uninformed, but for someone like Bai Mo, who was well versed in the narrative, it was evident that this so-called Uchiha Madara was merely a figurehead. His true identity was likely that of Orochimaru's experiment, the boy named Shin. His blind admiration for the Uchiha clan led him to adopt the name Uchiha Shin. Now, being selected as a successor by this Uchiha Madara had inflated his confidence to an absurd degree. Bai Mo understood that others were unaware of these truths. When they heard this individual claim to be Uchiha Madara, their faces were painted with shock. How could this be? Uchiha Madara. Could it be that he has never truly died? How old is he now? Who would have thought I would encounter a legend of the shinobi world? If it is indeed Uchiha Madara, can Bai Mo defeat him? As the crowd engaged in conversation, Bai Mo did not grant Uchiha Shin the luxury of further rambling. In a flash, he appeared before Uchiha Shin with breathtaking speed. Day Tiger. Bai Mo executed a concentrated, high-speed jab to Uchiha Shin's abdomen. Compressing the air before explosively releasing it, the air cannon took the form of a tiger. This resulted in an immensely violent explosion. Cough. A stream of blood erupted from Uchiha Shin's mouth, only to be thwarted by his swirling mask, causing the blood to splatter across his face. Trickling down from the edges of the mask, his disheveled appearance momentarily silenced those around him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Shin not only refrained from crying out in pain, but instead erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, this truly hurts. But isn't that what makes it all the more exhilarating?" Uchiha Shin instantly unleashed a torrent of chakra. Susanoo. The armor of Susanoo enveloped the 6-tailed rhinoceros, significantly enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities in a short span of time. This sudden transformation darkened Bai Mo's expression. He never anticipated that Uchiha Madara would impart such knowledge to Uchiha Shin. Just as Bai Mo intended to muster his strength and shatter the Susanoo before him, Uchiha Shin formed a hand seal. Would release. Hell's turmoil. Uchiha Shin conjured several thorn-laden trees that spiraled upward around Bai Mo. The branches seemed to possess consciousness, encircling him from all directions. What a troublesome ability, Bai Mo murmured to himself, and then suddenly erupted with even greater power. Chakra was rapidly expending. Evening Elephant. Bai Mo unleashed a punch, as if the entire pathway of attack had been drained away, leaving only a terrifying shockwave that obliterated numerous trees. However, before Bai Mo could continue his assault, a surge of wood release erupted once more. This time, it was wood release, wood dragon technique. This technique could absorb chakra. Once approached, Bai Mo's 8 gates would be released. Although the 8 gates did not consume vitality, they did deplete chakra and stamina, no matter how fast his recovery speed. He could not sustain prolonged combat. A swift resolution was imperative. Yet, sensing Bai Mo's intentions, Uchiha Shin unleashed another wood release. This time, it was wood release, birth of the world tree. Uchiha Shin's body could adapt to any bloodline limit and wield it effectively. His physique was far superior to that of Uchiha Obito, making him significantly more formidable. Faced with the wood dragon and the birth of the world tree, Bai Mo steeled himself. His chakra surged even more. Night Guy, let me resolve this all at once. This was the ultimate secret of the 8 gates. The chakra emanating from his body transformed into a dragon shape, warping the very fabric of space. Indeed, just like this. Come, use your full strength to defeat me. Let me witness the extent of your power. Bai Mo softly murmured, as you wish. In an instant, Bai Mo surged forward, a massive crimson dragon materializing before all. Was this truly a dragon? The overwhelming chakra that could morph into a dragon form? It was astonishing. Merely the tempest it stirred made it impossible for me to approach. Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed at Bai Mo's silhouette, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. At that moment, the sky transformed dramatically. A vast torrent of chakra roared forth, manifesting as a colossal dragon, hundreds of feet long, adorned with 7 claws and 6 horns, exuding unparalleled majesty. Night Guy. The moment Bai Mo delivered a kick, a blinding radiance erupted from him, illuminating all around. Come on, Uchiha Shin shouted. A tailed beast ball surged straight ahead, followed by countless gigantic roots that erupted from the ground, entwining the wood dragon as they surged toward Bai Mo. Boom. A brilliant light suddenly exploded. The elongated form of the wood dragon was effortlessly obliterated by Bai Mo's kick. The towering trees, which spiraled into massive wooden shields, were utterly incapable of withstanding the unstoppable force of Bai Mo's impending strike. Yikaya's strength was unleashed to its fullest potential. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as if the heavens themselves trembled under Bai Mo's assault. An aura of arrogance and dominance, almost lawless in its intensity, radiated exclusively from Bai Mo. Numerous ninjas gazed upward, feeling a terrifying pressure surging forth, overwhelming them. The oppressive clouds above formed a vortex of varying sizes. As Bai Mo approached Uchiha Shin, a glint of sinister cunning flashed in his eyes. Bai Mo, proceed. Let me witness whether those two can endure your onslaught. With Uchiha Shin's words echoing in the air, 2 tree roots emerged, binding the unconscious Yuzua and the elder, suspending them before Uchiha Shin. Cursed be this wretch. When did he manage that? Lord Mizukage and the elder? Who protected them just moments ago? Gazuki Mangetsu exclaimed in fury, glancing to the side. There. He beheld a fellow ninja, already lifeless, strangled by the roots. Not only had they failed to notice the subtle maneuverings of Uchiha Shin, but even Gazuki and his companions were oblivious. Was it the intensity of the battle that buried these scents and sounds? Terumi May gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with concern as she looked towards Bai Mo, true to her fears, upon seeing Yuzua and the elder in Uchiha Shin's grasp. Bai Mo's expression soured. In that moment of hesitation, another wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, coiling around Bai Mo's legs and voraciously siphoning his chakra. Bai Mo's breath grew increasingly labored. Even the 8th gate of the 8 gates release could not continue its operation under such strain. The toll of Yikai's consumption was immense. Even a single second was enough for many to unleash a week's worth of jutsu. Observing Bai Mo halt his assault, Uchiha Shin's face, concealed beneath the vortex mask, erupted in ecstatic delight, his features contorted in a manner reminiscent of a child's. If seen by a young one, it might evoke tears of laughter. With a thud, Bai Mo, ensnared by the wooden dragon, crashed to the ground. Faced with this dire scenario, Bai Mo hastily formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, 2 shadow clones manifested, yet this ability further depleted Bai Mo's already dwindling chakra reserves. No matter how rapid the chakra recovery, it could scarcely counteract such a drain. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, the 2 shadow clones swiftly closed in on Uchiha Shin. Do you think I would simply relinquish them to you? Dream on. At that moment, The patterns of the Sharingan emerged in Bai Mo's eyes. Death. Collapse. His unique and most formidable killing technique was unleashed. As a shuriken pierced the red dot on the wooden dragon, the battle escalated further. The wooden dragon transformed into powder, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Bai Mo formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, fire dragon technique. A blazing dragon surged towards Uchiha Shin, compelling him to remain on guard. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, two shadow clones executed the flying thunder god technique, liberating Yagura and the Elder. Bai Mo's somewhat somber voice resonated. This should eliminate the constraints, right? With a resounding thud, after entrusting Yagura and the Elder to Kirigikure's Mitsuki, the two shadow clones dissipated into thin air. Yet, Uchiha Shin, having thwarted the fire dragon technique, offered no respite to Bai Mo. As the saying goes, one should strike when the iron is hot. Should Bai Mo perish, he would ascend as the mightiest member of the Uchiha clan, a prodigious genius unmatched in the world. I shall bring your story to a definitive end. Die. Uchiha Shin commanded the formidable Susanoo, launching an unparalleled assault with his remaining weaponized arm towards Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo clasped his hands together. Susanoo. A colossal Susanoo emerged, overshadowing Shin's. At that moment, Bai Mo activated the power of the deadly ability. The torrents of fearsome-tailed beast bombs were obliterated by Bai Mo, dispersing into energy particles carried by the wind. Yet, the more he wielded the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the more his vision blurred. In that scarlet realm, the crimson lines and dots melded into one, rendering Bai Mo unable to discern his surroundings. Observing Bai Mo's eyes dimming, Uchiha Shin erupted in laughter. Ha, Bai Mo. Your eyes are increasingly resembling dull, gray stones. I wonder how much longer they can endure. As his taunts faded, an even more colossal-tailed beast bomb roared forth, crashing down upon Bai Mo's Susanoo. The relentless onslaught shattered Bai Mo's Susanoo further. The once dominant Bai Mo now appeared utterly drained of strength, exuding an aura of profound weakness. Kirigikure's Terumi cast a worried glance at Bai Mo. At that moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Crack, 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 crack. The shattered patterns adorning Bai Mo's Susanoo coalesced into a singularity, culminating in its complete destruction, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. In that instant, Bai Mo's vision also faded into darkness. An abyss of endless black engulfed him entirely. At that moment, Bai Mo perceived the once quiet world becoming increasingly cacophonous. With his sight lost, his other senses sharpened acutely. Yet even so, he found it exceedingly challenging to escape the encroaching darkness. This was the curse of the Uchiha bloodline. With great power comes the burden of corresponding backlash. Perhaps the limits of his eyes had indeed been reached. However, just as Bai Mo sank into despair, a long-forgotten electronic voice echoed in his mind. The electronic sound, simple yet profound, stirred Bai Mo's heart with excitement. How long had it been? Since the acquisition of this self-discipline task, over 2 weeks had elapsed. No matter how diligently Bai Mo trained his ocular prowess, even to the point of exhaustion, the progress bar remained utterly unresponsive, leading him to suspect a potential glitch within the system. However, this newfound development filled him with hope. Oh my! The progress bar had finally advanced. Yet, with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan now rendered blind, Bai Mo pondered what it would take to further the progress. The oppressive aura surrounding him intensified, evoking instinctual gasps of disbelief from onlookers. They could hardly fathom that Bai Mo, who could single-handedly halt the war against the 3 great hidden villages, had fallen to such depths. It was utterly unfathomable. For Uchiha Shin, however, this spectacle was exhilarating. He beheld the colorless Sharingan of Uchiha Bai Mo, a manic grin spreading across his face. Ha! Who would have imagined that the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, with his once mighty Sharingan, would now be rendered blind? This was no prodigy. This was merely a squanderer. Uchiha Shin's derisive laughter echoed in the ears of the crowd, igniting fury in the hearts of Kisame, Chojiro, and Terumi Mei. It became painfully clear to them that without Uchiha Shin, their village of mist would not have descended into a realm of blood and fog. Shut your foul mouth. Terumi Mei was the first to act. Boil release, skilled mist technique. She combined her chakra of water and fire, exhaling a scalding mist, adjustable in acidity. This mist, concentrated to its utmost, hissed upon contacting the surface of the Susanoo, corroding it, and causing Uchiha Shin's smile to falter. His gaze fell upon Terumi Mei, a sinister expression creeping across his face. "Watch how I extinguish you." Standing atop the six-tails beastly form, Uchiha Shin commanded its immense body like a monstrous titan, charging directly at Terumi Mei. With each step, the ground fractured, buildings crumbled, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting a heavy shadow that restricted all of Terumi Mei's movements. "Terumi Mei," Chojiro bellowed, rushing toward the six tails in a desperate attempt to thwart its advance. Yet, this was a futile endeavor. As Chojiro reached the beast, the six tails merely flicked its tail, unleashing a force that felt as though the very air had exploded, crashing down upon him. Chongjiro's entire body transformed into a severed kite, plummeting to the distant ground. The overwhelming force rendered Chongjiro's insides utterly chaotic. Coughing violently, blood uncontrollably spilled from his lips, staining his garments. It was only at this moment that he abruptly realized the true magnitude of Bai Mo's strength. With mere willpower, Bai Mo effortlessly subdued the two adversaries before him. Such a scene left the onlookers in awe, providing them with a clearer understanding of Bai Mo's formidable prowess. Yet, the current predicament of Bai Mo only deepened their silence. If Bai Mo's vision were unimpeded, how could Uchiha Obito dare to act so brazenly here? Seeing that Chongjiro was struggling to resist, Hozuki Mangetsu hastened to Terumi Mei's side, eager to shield her. However, with a resounding thud, Hozuki Mangetsu proved no match for the six-tails' monstrous might. With a mere flick of its tail, he vanished from the spectator's sight. At that moment, the colossal tail belonging to the six tails loomed ominously before Terumi Mei. Overwhelmed by fear, she instinctively shut her eyes. Boom. Terumi Mei, my lady. Those outside the battlefield, shielded from the chaos, felt their hearts shatter as they witnessed the imminent peril threatening to crush Terumi Mei beneath the weight of the beast. It was inconceivable for them to accept that such a beautiful and enchanting woman could be reduced to mere pulp by the creature before them. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. Slowly, Terumi Mei opened her eyes, instinctively glancing ahead. There stood Bai Mo, arms raised high, pushing the limits of his Byakugan technique, desperately extracting stamina and chakra from within to unleash the Eight Gates formation. He braced himself against the full force of the Six Tails assault. As Terumi Mei beheld Bai Mo's silhouette, her red lips parted slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Bai Mo, stand down. Leave the rest to me. Bai Mo gasped for breath, mustering nearly all his strength to hurl the Six Tails away. Yet in the next instant, the power within him began to wane. Observing this scene, Uchiha Shin smirked. Bai Mo, in your current state, do you still think you can thwart me? Or are you merely posturing as a hero to rescue the damsel in distress? Ha ha ha. How utterly pedestrian. Uchiha Shin's raspy laughter echoed, intensifying Terumi Mei's concern for Bai Mo. Her gaze softened further, determination etched across her face as she clenched her jaw. Striding forward with her long, graceful legs, she approached Bai Mo resolutely. Listening to the sounds surrounding him, Bai Mo turned his gaze towards the source. Yet his pale, grayish eyes were unable to focus on Mei-in, causing her immense heartache. She extended her delicate hand, resting it firmly upon Bai Mo's, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Bai Mo, rest assured, I shall never abandon you. I will stand by your side through thick and thin. Even in death, I shall face it unflinchingly. Bai Mo felt a lingering sense of confusion. It seemed she had misunderstood something. He merely sought to validate his thoughts, as he believed he had discovered a method to elevate his progress. The phrase to be placed in a desperate situation to be reborn aptly described their current predicament. However, before he could articulate his explanation, Uchiha Shin, intent on seizing the moment, charged directly at Bai Mo. In this critical instant, Bai Mo's palm struck the ground with force. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a reverberating hum as crimson chakra erupted forth once more. Yet this time, it was not the Eight Gates formation but rather the complete form of Susanoo, a colossal figure standing majestically between heaven and earth, wielding two Uchiha fan blades, facing Uchiha Shin's formidable Susanoo. At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Uchiha Shin gaped in disbelief at the sight before him. How is this possible? Your Mangekyo Sharingan was supposed to be completely blind. How could you still possess the ocular power to perform such a feat? This notion was utterly unacceptable to Uchiha Shin. Glaring at Bai Mo and Mei-in, who stood at the chest of the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Shin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. drawing forth crimson blood that dripped onto the six-tailed rhinoceros, further inciting its rage. The beast's chakra surged, gathering in front of it, forming an enormous tailed beast ball, a massive sphere with a radius of 100 meters, exuding an ominous aura. Sensing the urgency, Bai Mo resolved to seize the initiative. Commanding Susanoo, he took a heavy step forward, charging with relentless determination. Within his mind, the system's electronic voice rang out. Ding, refined ocular power training, current progress 23. The progress surged dramatically, unleashing a more formidable potential within Bai Mo. His rapidly regenerating chakra reached a new zenith, akin to parched earth suddenly nourished by a vast lake, revitalizing his withered strength. With Susanoo wielding the fan, it struck down upon the six-tailed rhinoceros, causing the tailed beast ball to detonate, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged over Bai Mo's Susanoo. Huh! Bai Mo shouted in fury. Susanoo exhibited no signs of collapse. Rather, it became increasingly solidified. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Obito, despite the loss of his eyes, was still capable of summoning Susanoo. This realization spurred Bai Mo to seek validation. Presently, events were unfolding in a manner that aligned with his expectations, filling him with exhilaration. As he felt the warmth in his palm intensifying, Koyomi Mei gazed at Bai Mo's profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. Bai Mo, however, remained oblivious to Koyomi Mei's soft murmurs. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in combat against the imposing Susanoo before him, striving to amplify his own strength. Ding. Current progress, 202,530, almost there. Just a bit more. Once the progress bar is full, I believe I will be rewarded abundantly. Therefore, Susanoo, grant me greater power. Bai Mo roared. The already extravagant complete form of Susanoo visibly swelled at an astonishing rate, its size surpassing that of the six-tailed beast, dwarfing it by more than double. Even the beleaguered Kaido Mangetsu, after struggling to rise from the ground, could see it clearly from 10,000 meters away. His mouth slowly gaped open, and he stood frozen in disbelief. After an indeterminate time, he whispered, "My goodness, is this Bai Mo's Susanoo?" This spectacle utterly shattered Kaido Mangetsu's previous assessment of Bai Mo. He had anticipated a state of exhaustion, yet under such simple circumstances, Bai Mo had unleashed such formidable power. Reflecting on his initial intention to exploit Bai Mo, a shiver ran down Kaido Mangetsu's spine. Such a being was far beyond his capacity to provoke. Gulping, Kaido Mangetsu wiped the sweat from his brow and, despite his grievous injuries, once more advanced towards the battlefield. After all, the Hidden Mist Village was his homeland. Even if it cost him his life, he wished to witness the village's fate with his own eyes. Why? Why is this happening? You blind fool. How can you still unleash Susanoo? Uchiha Shin felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. The Uchiha clan's most potent force undoubtedly resided within the Cursed Eyes. The more one harbored hatred, the stronger one became. Yet, what was Bai Mo in this equation? He sensed not a trace of malice emanating from Bai Mo. Nevertheless, those already blind eyes somehow managed to summon Susanoo. He could not accept this. Absolutely could not accept it. Die! Uchiha Shin screamed frantically. He too activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, manipulating vast amounts of earth to augment his form, charging towards Bai Mo with an even larger silhouette. Bai Mo gradually closed his eyes, meticulously engraving his Susanoo, refining the intricate lines upon its form. Flesh, meridians, armor, and weapons, all that could influence the Susanoo captivated his every sense. The village of Mist had nearly reached its limits. Bai Mo murmured softly, exerting every ounce of his strength to grasp that elusive sensation. It was time to bring all of this to an end. In the very moment his words fell, he abruptly opened his eyes. 80, 90, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task, Precision Eye Training. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Advanced Application of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Advanced Application of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A pair of eyes that will never lose their light, harboring immense power. Allowing the host to wield the abilities of both eyes simultaneously, giving rise to even greater strength. Greater strength. Indeed, he felt it. Bai Mo's once gray eyes suddenly radiated with a brilliant light. This light was a vivid crimson, pulling Bai Mo's vision back into this resplendent world. Clapping his hands together, Bai Mo declared, "Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate." With a swift motion, a fissure slowly opened in the sky, revealing his unique kaleidoscope Sharingan. Beneath his gaze, within the reach of his abilities, the realms of death and the world intertwined and influenced one another. In the realm of death, he could fabricate illusory worlds. Likewise, in the illusion, he could conjure realms of death. In that moment, Uchiha Shin felt as if the world had come to a standstill. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his body seemingly no longer under his control. A blood moon's glow cascaded down upon Uchiha Shin, enveloping him in its beauty. How breathtaking, truly magnificent. This moonlight must be the radiance of the infinite Tsukuyami. Only such brilliance could forge the world of his dreams. He yearned to become the god of the Uchiha. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shin slowly extended his finger, gently reaching toward the moonlight. Suddenly, a crimson line flashed by. In that instant, his arm completely detached from his body, plummeting to the ground. Uchiha Shin looked down, fixated on the severed limb. His mouth agape as his rigid mind began to race with thoughts. It hurts. My arm. My arm. Uchiha Shin clutched his severed arm, as if to staunch the blood from escaping his body. He lifted his gaze once more to the blood-red sky. In that moment, he finally discerned what that crimson hue in the heavens truly was. Eyes. An extraordinarily enormous kaleidoscope Sharingan. Snap. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Shin felt as though he had heard a shattering sound. All his arrogance was trampled beneath the feet of Hakumai in that singular moment. What kind of ability is this? How could such a kaleidoscopic Sharingan exist in this world? At this moment, the Six Tails, the rhinoceros, was also enraptured in a blood-red realm, gradually succumbing to slumber as its power began to retract. Hakumai's form reflected in Hakumai's gaze, and in the blink of an eye, without any movement. This formidable strength utterly obliterated Uchiha Shin. Thud. With his heart shattered, Uchiha Shin knelt deeply on the ground, gazing skyward at a near 90-degree angle. His mouth agape as he howled and screamed, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. Hakumai, are your eyes all right? Terumi Mei stood beside Hakumai, gently addressing him. Upon hearing her, Hakumai turned to face Terumi Mei. In that instant, it was as if she envisioned herself donning a wedding gown, her appearance radiating an unparalleled purity. Forever etched in her heart, before her stood Uchiha Hakumai, who had repeatedly safeguarded her. Just as she prepared to offer a kiss, Hakumai's voice resonated in her ear. I apologize, I just transformed into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and I am still adjusting to this newfound power. You may awaken now, but do not lose yourself in it. His words pulled Terumi Mei from the illusion. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she cast her gaze downward, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Her alluringly bashful demeanor was utterly irresistible. However, Hakumai's attention remained fixed on the ground. Is it fitting to say that he truly is that remarkable? He even left a backup. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Hakumai. A backup? Could it be that Uchiha Madara is indeed that formidable? The thought of leaving a contingency plan only deepened her incredulity. Hastily, she turned her gaze toward the ground, where beside the unconscious Hakumai lay an arm bleeding profusely. He really did leave a backup. So when you mentioned a backup, did you mean he actually left behind an arm? Indeed. He was merely rescued moments ago. Kagaya, that dreamer who longs to unleash the infinite Tsukuyami. Only he would choose to save Uchiha Shin at such a terrifying moment, for it serves his master plan. Does he wish to collect the tailed beasts? He does. The release of infinite Tsukuyami is also Hakumai's intention. Only then can the Otsutsuki Kagaya emerge, allowing him to defeat her and contract with her to become his summoning beast. Thus, he orchestrated for Kagaya to rescue Uchiha Shin. As for the nine tails within Uzumaki Kushina, Hakumai remains unfazed. He possesses alternative methods to substitute for the power of the nine tails. Bai Mo exhaled deeply, dissipating Susanoo. He gently descended with Terumi Mei cradled in his arms. At that moment, Kahaku Mangetsu rushed over from a distance. He glanced at the surroundings and instinctively inquired of Bai Mo. Lord Bai Mo, may I ask where Uchiha Madara has gone? That fellow has already fled. Fled? As expected. He is well aware that he cannot match your strength, hence his decision to escape at this moment. Kahaku Mangetsu fervently praised Bai Mo, leaving the nearby ninjas in stunned silence. Is this really their esteemed Kahaku clan member? How did he master the art of flattering so effortlessly? They had never witnessed such behavior before. Could you please set me down? Terumi Mei, nestled in Bai Mo's arms, murmured softly. Bai Mo nodded and gently placed her on the ground. This action rendered the enchanting Terumi Mei even more bashful. Kahaku Mangetsu's gaze flitted between Bai Mo and Terumi Mei's faces. After a moment of inner turmoil, he resolutely made up his mind. Lord Bai Mo, the Hidden Mist Village cannot afford to be without a Mizukage for even a day. Although Lord Yagura was under Uchiha Madara's control, he made numerous erroneous decisions that transformed the Hidden Mist into the current village of Bloody Mist. Kahaku Mangetsu continued, thus, I hope for a new Mizukage to govern the Hidden Mist Village. Only then can we aspire for a brighter future. The multitude of ninjas turned their attention to Kahaku Mangetsu, already speculating that he would recommend himself. After all, his determination had been evident since Yagura's increasing ruthlessness. However, they were taken aback when he addressed Bai Mo, saying, I recommend Terumi Mei to become the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Surely you all have witnessed her unwavering dedication in the most perilous moments, standing resolutely by Lord Bai Mo's side. Such genuine and steadfast loyalty is exceedingly rare in today's shinobi world. Terumi Mei was left utterly astonished by Kahaku Mangetsu's words. What was happening? Why would he propose her as Mizukage? This matter had never been discussed with her. Kahaku Mangetsu seemed to sense her confusion and quickly added, Terumi Mei, among the younger generation, no one possesses greater strength than you. You wield 2 immensely powerful bloodline limits. Becoming the new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village would signify a new chapter for our village, symbolizing a departure from the Blood Mist and an embrace of a more open policy. Kahaku Mangetsu earnestly asserted, therefore, the Hidden Mist Village truly cannot do without you. Terumi Mei, clearly taken aback by his proclamation, opened her mouth to refuse. After all, no matter how one looks at it, it is evident that one is still too young and entirely unfit to assume the mantle of the Mizukage. Just as Terumi Mei was contemplating this, Hakumai spoke up, saying, Terumi Mei, the position of a shadow has always been reserved for the capable. I firmly believe that with your strength and management skills, you will undoubtedly elevate the Hidden Mist Village to new heights of beauty and power. Kaigetsu promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I share the same sentiment. Indeed, Terumi Mei gazed deeply into Hakumai's eyes, noticing that his full attention was directed at her. Ultimately, she nodded vigorously, declaring, I understand. I will not let your expectations go unfulfilled. Hakumai smiled, and then gradually retracted his power. The eye that had been suspended in midair slowly closed. This scene left Kaigetsu in awe of Hakumai's formidable strength. However, he was undeterred. As long as he could cultivate a good relationship between Hakumai and Terumi Mei, perhaps even facilitating her becoming Hakumai's partner, the Hidden Mist Village would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. In that event, even if he did not become the Mizukage, the rewards he would gain would far surpass the mere title. Moreover, it is said that heroes find it challenging to resist the allure of beauty. With a little matchmaking, perhaps success could truly be achieved. In that case, as the successful matchmaker, he would undoubtedly acquire numerous benefits. A broader smile spread across Kaigetsu's face. At that moment, he quickly approached Hakumai and Terumi Mei, heading towards the remaining Mizukage building, where he would announce to the remaining ninjas that the Hidden Mist Village was officially entering a new era. In a dimly lit cave, Uchiha Shin sat on the ground in a daze, staring at his newly restored arm. His body had been replenished by white Zetsu, so even after having his arm severed, Uchiha Shin could easily regenerate. Yet, compared to his arm, the most challenging aspect to restore was his heart. It felt as if white Zetsu had shattered it into countless tiny fragments, making it difficult to piece together. Black Zetsu stood before Uchiha Shin, asking Shin, what's wrong? Have you lost your confidence? Uchiha Shin cast a faint glance at Black Zetsu, lowering his head even further, remaining utterly silent. This only heightened Black Zetsu's anxiety. It was crucial to remember that Uchiha Shin was an integral part of his plan. Only by reviving his spirit and fervently collecting tailed beasts could the plan come to fruition. Once the plan was complete, Uchiha Shin's despair would no longer concern him. However, at this moment, he absolutely could not permit Uchiha Shin to lose his fighting spirit. Shin, you were meticulously chosen by both me and Madara. You possess talents that far exceed those of the other Uchiha clan members. You simply have not yet fully unlocked your potential. If you awaken your entire power, trust me, even that Hakumai fellow will not stand a chance against you. In the eyes of Uchiha Shin, a glimmer of radiance finally emerged. He lifted his gaze towards Kurizetsu before him, pondering, is it true? Can I truly surpass Hakomai and become the next Uchiha Madara? Indeed, it is true. Moreover, if you desire, you could even overshadow Uchiha Madara himself. You can ascend to become a deity of the Uchiha clan, a god of this world. Kurizetsu exclaimed, arms outstretched. His expression frenzied as he regarded Uchiha Shin. This display stirred an invigorating fervor within Shin's heart. His lips quivered slightly as he murmured, "No problem. It will certainly be fine. I will undoubtedly become the mightiest. Then I shall trample Hakomai beneath my feet, watching him crawl and wail before me. Ha ha ha. No problem. It will definitely be fine." Uchiha Shin fervently hypnotized himself, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, cascading down his cheeks before dripping onto the ground. An unprecedented hatred ignited an extraordinarily unique chakra fluctuation within his mind. At that moment, his eyes began to rotate slightly, transforming into an eerie pattern. Is this the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Kurizetsu gazed at Uchiha Shin in disbelief, astonished that Shin's enmity toward Hakomai could provoke such a profound evolution. The corners of Kurizetsu's mouth curled upward, for this unexpected fortune was entirely beneficial to him. Shin, do you see? This is your innate talent. Your talent surpasses all. You have effortlessly evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will bestow unprecedented enhancements to your ocular abilities. I believe that with further development of your techniques, Hakomai will undoubtedly be no match for you. Uchiha Shin lowered his gaze, studying his hands before suddenly pressing them against the ground, channeling his essence into it. Remote manipulation. Instantly, the nearby earth responded to Uchiha Shin's control, transforming into various forms at his command. His ability to manipulate objects had ascended to a new realm. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shin resolved his determination. He turned to Kurizetsu, declaring, "Kuro, I require the equipment. The equipment for the artificial beings. I intend to clone myself, to ensure Uchiha Shin becomes the true god of this world." Having once studied under Orochimaru, he had developed his own methodology for cloning. He did not require the clones to possess their own consciousness. With his remote control, he could secure an invincible position. Furthermore, he had acquired a wealth of Kekkei Genkai in the hidden mist village. When the time came, he would utilize these abilities to deliver an unparalleled surprise to Hakomai. He only hoped that Hakomai would not be terrified by his own power. As dawn broke on this rare day, the hidden mist village was devoid of its usual thick fog. Terumi Mei, surrounded by numerous ninjas, gracefully took her place as the unique Mizukage. Even Yagura and the elder marshal had little to say, tacitly acknowledging Terumi Mei's identity. After all, the principal culprits behind the recent blood mist incident were none other than the two misguided high-ranking officials. Had they not fallen prey to Uchiha Shin's genjutsu, the blood mist village would never have come to exist, and the hidden mist village would not have transformed into its current state. Yagura and the elder approached Hakomai, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Hakomai," he said. Hakomai casually waved his hand and replied with a smile, "It was my duty, especially since you still owe me compensation. I have it etched in my mind." Hearing this, Terumi Mei quickly assured, "Hakomai, I will not forget your compensation. Once I resolve matters in the hidden mist village, I will come to find you at the earliest opportunity." Yagura and the elder exchanged knowing glances. Understanding each other's thoughts without a word, they nodded in silent agreement. Recognizing that a stronger bond between Terumi Mei and Hakomai would bode well for the entire hidden mist village. With Terumi Mei officially becoming the fifth Mizukage, the village began its unique reconstruction. They heeded Hakomai's advice and ventured to the land of waves, utilizing the resources in Hakomai's possession for their development. The proximity between the land of waves and the land of water, where the hidden mist village resided, made this endeavor feasible. The assets Hakomai had amassed were more than sufficient to support the village's reconstruction, ensuring that the influence of Hakomai would be prevalent throughout the revitalized hidden mist village. "Hakomai, are you preparing to leave?" Terumi Mei gazed at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although their time spent together was brief, Hakomai's presence had made a profound impact on her heart, awakening feelings she had never experienced before. This exhilarating sensation made Terumi Mei wish to accompany Hakomai on his journey back. Unaware of Terumi Mei's emotional state, Hakomai was focusing on circulating his chakra, striving to enhance it further to avoid the inadequacies he had faced during his previous battle with Uchiha Shin. "Yes, I am about to set off. I fear Kushina may worry about me," he remarked. The news of Hakomai's impending marriage had spread throughout the shinobi world. However, In the realm of shinobi, one could marry multiple partners, which did not diminish Terumi Mei's feelings in the slightest. She stood before Hakomai, her mouth opening as if to speak. But she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Is something the matter? He inquired. Bai Mo curiously observed the figure of Komi Mei before him, who seemed to have resolved to take a decisive action. With arms outstretched, she moved toward Bai Mo, exclaiming, Bai Mo, wait for me. I will come to find you. Bai Mo paused momentarily, but upon seeing the tears welling in Komi Mei's eyes, he ultimately extended his arms and gently patted her back. He then turned and walked away into the distance. Time passed, and it was not until Bai Mo's silhouette had long vanished from Komi Mei's sight that she slowly returned to her senses. At that moment, Bai Mo was swiftly traversing the landscape, his mastery of the flying thunder god technique reaching its zenith. After all, his eyes had regained their brilliance. Endowed with the powers of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him unprecedented agility. In just an hour, after assessing the assets of the Land of Waves, Bai Mo employed the flying thunder god technique to return to Konoha. Although he had only been away for a day or two, Bai Mo felt as if he had been separated for an eternity. Upon stepping into Konoha, he was enveloped by an aura of tranquility. With arms wide open, he took a deep breath, savoring the essence of peace. As soon as he uttered these words, Bai Mo vanished again, reappearing within the Uchiha clan. He swiftly made his way to his room, where he found Kushina Uzumaki just waking up, her drowsy state exuding an indescribable charm. Upon seeing Bai Mo, she paused, then sighed, I must have missed you so much. It's only been a day, and even if you resolved matters quickly, you wouldn't return this soon. Despite her words, Kushina rubbed her eyes and looked back toward Bai Mo, who wore a gentle smile, his face radiating affection. This sight instantly brightened Kushina's expression into a radiant smile. Bai Mo, you're back so soon. Bai Mo opened his arms and enveloped Kushina in an embrace. Feeling his presence completely surround her, Kushina could not help but close her eyes, leaning into Bai Mo's warmth, her demeanor exuding an irresistible cuteness. Bai Mo leaned down, resting his head atop hers, inhaling deeply. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No. You came back much faster than I imagined. As she spoke, Kushina's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. She swiftly slipped out of Bai Mo's embrace and dashed to a nearby room, returning with an exquisitely crafted gift box. Upon opening it, they found it filled with eggs. Bai Mo, intrigued, inquired, who is this from? The clan leader? No, it's not from him. It's a gift from Minato. He said it was for you. Vortex Kushina remarked. However, you were absent yesterday, so I accepted them on your behalf. She spoke of how her husband had welcomed a child, and in his joy, he distributed eggs to all acquaintances. A child indeed. The progress between Minato and his wife is rather swift. Yet, Hakomai was also quite curious. Having altered the original narrative, would Minato's offspring still be Naruto? Naruto, Uzumaki. I wonder if I shall ever see you in the future. For reasons unknown, Hakomai found himself increasingly looking forward to the impending future. At that moment, the guest room door swung open. How noisy. Is that Hakomai returning? The door revealed Tsunade, yawning as she emerged, her attire failing to conceal her striking figure. Even Kushina could not help but widen her eyes at the sight, momentarily entranced by Tsunade's allure. Just then, Tsunade seemed to sense something, stepping closer to Hakomai. Her beautiful eyes locked onto his, brimming with astonishment. Has your Sharingan evolved? An eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Hakomai jested. Your observations are quite astute. Indeed, I have awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, and I shall never again lose my sight. Upon hearing Hakomai's response, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true, Hakomai? You shall never lose your sight again. Your ocular power will never be exhausted? Hakomai nodded earnestly, affirming, yes, such events will not recur. With his unwavering reassurance, Kushina beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Hakomai. For reasons unknown, Tsunade, witnessing this scene, felt an increasing envy towards Kushina. She adjusted her posture, feigning a cough. Kushina, I am famished. What shall we eat today? Kushina snapped back to reality. Hakomai, you must be hungry as well. I shall prepare a meal for you. Tsunade interjected with a playful scoff. Humph, a traitor blinded by affection. She then retreated to her room to change, re-emerging before Hakomai with a box in hand. Orochimaru visited me yesterday and asked me to give this to you. Hakomai's expression shifted as he gazed at the box. Has Orochimaru also welcomed a child? Did he father it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. How is that possible? Isn't he male? How could he have a child? Hakumai instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, softly replying to Tsunade, who says men cannot bear children. Have you never heard of the term male mother? Under different circumstances, Hakumai might not have considered such a notion. But this was Orochimaru, after all. The future truly held the prospect of him having a child. It remains a mystery how this came to be. Coupled with the recent events involving Minato Namikaze, it prompted Bai Mo to subconsciously ponder this matter. Bai Mo opened the box before him, revealing a letter quietly resting inside. A wave of relief washed over him. As long as it wasn't an egg. Upon unsealing the envelope, Bai Mo quickly grasped the situation. Orochimaru had already made his way to the Hidden Rain village and had joined the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had even prepared a laboratory for Orochimaru, indicating that everything was ready. All that remained was for Bai Mo to issue the task. After all, Orochimaru was genuinely curious about how the technology Bai Mo spoke of could evolve to become even more formidable, perhaps even achieving what Bai Mo referred to as mechanical ascension, thereby realizing another form of immortality. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, leading him to write a letter to Bai Mo, hoping that he could visit him in the Hidden Rain village when time allowed. After reading the contents of the letter, Bai Mo turned the envelope and incinerated it with a fire technique, reducing it to ashes. He then made his way to the kitchen and inquired of Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, how much longer until the meal is ready? About half an hour, she replied. All right, I'll step out for a bit and return in half an hour, Bai Mo stated, tossing a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into his courtyard. In a flash, he swiftly departed towards the Hidden Rain village. Having previously left kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in the Mist Village, the Land of Water, and among the Uchiha clan, he could traverse these locations rapidly at will. This time, he aimed to leave his own kunai in the Hidden Rain village. After approximately 10 minutes of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo arrived at the Hidden Rain village. At that moment, the sky was brightening, heralding the dawn of a new day, and for once, the Hidden Rain village was free from rain, presenting a scene of flourishing vitality. Lord Bai Mo. At that instant, Konan, with her keen eyes, spotted the flickering figure of Bai Mo. Without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. The previously expressionless face of this little angel from the Hidden Rain village finally broke into a smile. Nagato and Yahiko followed closely behind Konan. Bai Mo, you're here to see Orochimaru, right? Yes, I am. I came to have a chat with him and bring some experimental materials, Bai Mo responded. Then let us guide you to him, Nagato and Yahiko said in unison as they turned towards Orochimaru's laboratory. Meanwhile, Konan nestled against Bai Mo's arm, exuding an aura of delicate affection that was indescribably enchanting. Is Orochimaru behaving himself? He was remarkably composed. However, once he entered the laboratory, he might not emerge for several days. At times, we even feared he had succumbed to exhaustion within those walls. Such was his dedication. As the conversation flowed, we found ourselves at Orochimaru's laboratory, situated underground, enveloped in a dim and damp atmosphere, perfectly embodying the traits of a serpent. Let us proceed inside, Bai Mo urged as he pushed open the laboratory doors. To our astonishment, Orochimaru had employed the shadow clone technique, manifesting as 10 distinct figures all engaged in various experiments. The floor was littered with failed creations, many of which were eerily familiar to Bai Mo, having been casually mentioned in previous discussions. It was astounding to realize that Orochimaru had already brought these ideas to fruition, his fervor surpassed Bai Mo's expectations. At that moment, Orochimaru caught sight of Bai Mo, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he swiftly approached, exclaiming with palpable enthusiasm, Master Bai Mo, I have begun to explore the technology you previously discussed. However, there are many concepts I struggle to comprehend. Please guide me. In that instant, Orochimaru resembled a keen student, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, leaving Bai Mo utterly astonished. Truly, he was the embodiment of the serpent's wisdom. After approximately 15 minutes, Bai Mo succinctly elucidated the basic applications and expansions of physics and chemistry to Orochimaru. In that brief span, Orochimaru absorbed the theoretical knowledge entirely, demonstrating an extraordinary capacity for understanding, capable of extrapolating and prompting Bai Mo to elaborate further. It was astonishing. Bai Mo pondered whether Orochimaru had fully mastered the essence of technology. Very well, In addition to biological sciences, you should also delve into mechanical technology. Bai Mo suggested. If his memory served him correctly, even without his assistance, Orochimaru would soon devise a mechanical Naruto to seize the Nine Tails from the original narrative. Orochimaru's research capabilities were undeniably extraordinary. Having streamlined Orochimaru's objectives and outlined a clear direction for his future endeavors, Bai Mo utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the Land of Waves, where he procured a substantial supply of resources to bring back to the Hidden Rain Village, effectively investing in Orochimaru's research to ensure his stable development. For now, this will suffice. Should any issues arise, I shall return, Bai Mo declared. Orochimaru nodded eagerly, immediately immersing himself in his work. His expression transformed into one of utmost seriousness. This exemplified the profound impact that the power of technology had on him. As we departed from his laboratory, Konan clung to Bai Mo's arm, her affectionate demeanor prompting knowing glances between Nagato and Yahiko. Just as they prepared to create an opportunity for the two to be alone, Bai Mo discreetly withdrew his hand. Xiaonan turned her gaze towards Bai Mo and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Indeed," Bai Mo replied. "Kushina is about to prepare dinner, and it is time for me to return home. When the opportunity arises, I shall invite you all to my house for a meal. It is quite spacious." As he spoke, Bai Mo picked up the Flying Thunder God kunai he had left in the Rain Village and handed it over to the three beside him. "Keep this kunai with you. Should anything occur in the Rain Village, I will be able to assist you at a moment's notice." Yahiko glanced at the kunai, instinctively looking towards Nagato. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding and turned to Bai Mo, saying, "Bai Mo, why not give this kunai to Xiaonan? I am certain she will treasure it greatly." "Of course, I have no objections. Then I entrust this kunai to you." With that, Bai Mo passed the kunai to Xiaonan. As she felt its weight in her palm, her delicate fingers instinctively tightened around it. Looking earnestly at Bai Mo, she nodded solemnly. "Bai Mo, rest assured, I will take good care of this kunai." Receiving Xiaonan's assurance, a smile graced Bai Mo's lips as he gave her a thumbs up. "I believe in you." With his words, he formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, his figure vanished before the three. As Xiaonan watched Bai Mo's silhouette fade away, a sense of longing filled her heart. It was rare for Bai Mo to visit the Rain Village. Since their last parting, it had been over a week since she last saw him. She wondered if, with the kunai, Bai Mo's visits to the Rain Village would increase. If only he could come more often, she would have the chance to see him again. Tightening her grip on the kunai, she pondered this thought. Sensing her feelings, Nagato and Yahiko approached her side. Nagato spoke, "Xiaonan, if you like him, pursue your feelings boldly. Indeed, it is essential to act in a way that prevents regrets." Xiaonan parted her lips, prepared to voice her thoughts. Just then, Nagato added, "As for creating opportunities for you to spend time together, leave that to Yahiko and me. We will frequently contact Bai Mo to ensure he can visit the Rain Village, and then you will have time to be with him." Upon hearing Nagato and Yahiko's words, Xiaonan felt increasingly moved. She nodded earnestly, "I understand. I will make sure I do not regret my actions." Suddenly, Bai Mo's figure appeared in the Uchiha courtyard. He glanced at Uchiha Obito's room, noticing the door tightly shut, likely indicating that he had gone out to study with Minato. Even as the fourth Hokage, Minato remained dedicated to teaching Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. "Bai Mo, your timing is impeccable. I have something to discuss with you." Fugaku had just caught sight of Hakumo's arrival and hastily beckoned him into his chamber. "Chief, do you have something to discuss?" "Indeed, this matter is both fortuitous and unfortunate," Fugaku replied, his expression revealing profound unease. Sitting upon the tatami mat, he gazed at Hakumo and inquired, "Are you familiar with Uchiha Shursui?" "Of course, he is a prodigious talent among the younger generation of our Uchiha clan," Hakumo responded, pausing before adding, "And your son, Uchiha Itachi, is equally remarkable." Upon hearing such praise, Fugaku's demeanor visibly brightened. While it was true that Itachi might not surpass Hakumo, within the annals of Uchiha history, his prowess was indeed commendable. Recently, Uchiha Shursui completed his mission and officially became a genin. He has also led his own team on assignments. However, this time, the mission encountered unforeseen complications. They were ambushed by a group of enigmatic individuals, nearly costing him his life. Hakumo's expression grew increasingly grave. "And what of Uchiha Shursui? Is he unharmed?" "Fortunately, yes. Strangely enough, it seems that from this adversity came a blessing. After witnessing the death of his comrades, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and vanquish the assailants. Hakumo nodded, further acknowledging Shirsue's exceptional talent. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a tender age foretold an extraordinary future. Yet, this must have profoundly affected his psyche? Fugaku affirmed, indeed. The loss of his entire team has left him trapped in emotional turmoil, isolating himself in his room. Even when Itachi attempts to reach out, he remains unresponsive. I fear he may spiral into an even darker state. Fugaku continued, thus, I implore you to consider how we might assist Uchiha Shirsue in overcoming this distress.